So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel Cosmic Harry, and I really welcome all of you to this channel. And today I'm back with another famous crossover, yet it was forgotten since many days. So today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter was raised by Batman, returned to Hogwarts as Merciless Shadow with no wands. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video because it really motivates me a lot to post more. And now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The Hogwarts Express left platform 9 and 3/4 at exactly 11 o'clock, just as it had every September 1st for over a century. Steam billowed across the platform in great white clouds, parents waved handkerchiefs, first years pressed their faces to windows with wide, terrified eyes. It was tradition, it was comforting, it was predictable. Harry Potter was not on the train. He stood on the roof of the astronomy tower at 10:47 that morning, 13 minutes before the express even departed King's Cross, watching the Black Lake catch the early autumn light. He'd arrived at Hogwarts at 3:16 a.m., bypassing every ward, detection charm, and enchanted boundary the castle possessed. It had taken him 4 hours of preparation and 11 minutes of execution. The wards were impressive, layered, ancient, woven into the stone and earth like a living nervous system. They would have stopped any wizard who tried to force through them. Harry didn't force anything. He moved through the gaps. Every system had gaps. Bruce had taught him that before he could read. The morning air was cold at this height, carrying the mineral smell of the lake and the green bite of the forest beyond. Harry crouched at the tower's edge, perfectly still, his black clothes blending with the dark stone. No robes, no pointed hat, no wand in his pocket because there was no wand. Just a lean, angular young man of 15 with black hair that fell across his forehead in a way that almost, but not quite, concealed the lightning bolt scar and green eyes that held the flat, patient quality of a predator waiting in tall grass. He'd memorized the castle's layout from the original architectural plans Bruce had acquired from a private collector in Edinburgh. 7 floors, 142 staircases, many of which moved, 12 concealed passages, and at least 30 rooms that didn't appear on any official documentation. He'd already found 4 of those rooms in his pre-dawn reconnaissance. The castle was alive, he'd realized. Not metaphorically. The stones had a kind of awareness, a slow, ancient intelligence that had noticed him moving through its corridors in the dark hours and had done something unexpected. It had opened doors for him, not all of them, but enough. A wall sliding aside here, a staircase swinging to meet his foot there. As if the castle itself was curious about the thing that had slipped through its skin without asking permission. Harry had noted this and filed it away. Useful. Now he watched the grounds come alive below. Hagrid's hut leaked chimney smoke. A figure that was either a very large man or a small giant moved around the pumpkin patch. Owls returned from night hunting in lazy spirals. And in the distance, coming up the long road from Hogsmeade, a procession of carriages pulled by skeletal winged horses. The Strals, Harry identified instantly, visible only to those who'd witnessed death. He could see them perfectly. The carriages would carry the older students. The first years would cross the lake by boat. And sometime in the next few hours, Albus Dumbledore would stand before the great hall and deliver his start-of-term speech, and Harry's name would come up and everything would change. He could have done this differently. Could have taken the train, worn the robes, sat in a compartment, and made small talk with children his own age about Quidditch and candy. Bruce had actually suggested it. "You'll learn more about them if they're comfortable around you," he'd said, in that low, measured voice that meant he was giving tactical advice wrapped in fatherly concern. Harry had considered it and decided against it. He wasn't here to make friends. He was here because a dark wizard named Tom Riddle had murdered his parents, marked him with a curse, and was now returning to power. He was here because a prophecy, which Harry gave approximately 30% credibility, but even 30% was too much to ignore, said he was the one who had to end it. He was here because Bruce had looked at him across the long table in the cave, with the bats rustling in the dark overhead and the glow of 6 monitors painting his face in blue light, and said, "This is your war, Harry. I can't fight it for you, but I can make damn sure you're ready." He was ready. A sound reached him from below. Footsteps on stone, the particular shuffling gait of someone old but trying not to show it, then a voice, mild and carrying an almost theatrical warmth. "I must say, this is the first time in my considerable tenure that a student has arrived before the staff." Harry didn't turn. He'd heard the man approaching for the last 40 seconds. The faint swish of robes, the barely perceptible click of something in his pocket, spectacles case, or possibly a device of some kind. And the telltale displacement of air that meant someone had just apparated to the base of the tower and climbed the remaining stairs on foot. Probably to seem less threatening. Probably calculated. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. He rose from his crouch and turned. Albus Dumbledore stood at the top of the stairwell, framed by the archway, looking exactly as the photograph suggested, tall, thin, ancient, with a silver beard long enough to tuck into his belt and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. His robes were deep purple with small silver stars that actually moved if you watched them long enough. His expression was pleasant, open, and utterly false in the way that only a master manipulator's pleasantness could be. Harry recognized the look. He'd seen it on Ra's al Ghul's face 100 times. The warmth of someone who had already decided how this conversation would go and was simply waiting for you to arrive at the conclusion they'd prepared. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said, and something shifted behind those half-moon spectacles. Something raw and quickly controlled. The old man's eyes moved across Harry's face, the scar, the eyes, the jawline cataloging, comparing against whatever mental image he'd been carrying for 15 years. "You have your mother's eyes, so I've been told." Dumbledore stepped forward and Harry watched his hands. The right one hung at his side, fingers slightly curled, wand hand relaxed but ready. The left held nothing. His posture was deliberately non-threatening, weight settled back, chin slightly lowered. It was the body language of someone trying to appear harmless, and Harry noted that Dumbledore was very good at it. "You are not what I expected," Dumbledore said softly. "You expected an 11-year-old. I expected a child, yes. When your Hogwarts letter was returned unanswered at age 11, I searched for you, quite extensively, for years in fact." A pause. The pleasantness didn't waver, but something underneath it hardened. "You were remarkably well hidden. I was well protected. By whom, I wonder? By my father." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose just a fraction, but Harry caught it. Surprise, genuine surprise, not performed. The old man hadn't expected that word. Father. He'd expected bitterness, maybe, or confusion. He'd expected a boy who'd been kept, not one who'd been raised. James Potter. "Died when I was 1, I know. My father is Bruce Wayne. He adopted me legally in both the Muggle and magical jurisdictions of the United States. The paperwork is impeccable if you'd like to verify." Something flickered across Dumbledore's face. Not recognition of the name, why would a wizard know a Muggle billionaire, but recognition of the tone. Harry had just closed a door firmly and completely, and Dumbledore had heard the lock click. "I see," Dumbledore said. He moved to the parapet and looked out over the grounds, giving Harry his profile. Another calculated gesture, turning sideways to reduce perceived threat. Bruce used the same technique in boardrooms. "I placed you with your mother's sister, Harry, with the Dursleys. There were protections, blood protections, tied to your mother's sacrifice. They would have kept you safe. I know about the blood wards. They require proximity to a blood relative and a place called home. They also require that the relative accept the child willingly." Harry paused. "Petunia Dursley did not accept me willingly. My father intercepted me before I was brought inside. The wards never activated." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. His fingers tapped the stone parapet once, twice. "You know a great deal about magic you were never formally taught. I was taught. Just not here. May I ask by whom? You may ask." The silence stretched. Dumbledore turned back to face him, and this time the pleasant mask had thinned enough for Harry to see what was underneath. A fierce, calculating intelligence and something that might have been regret. "You are here now." Dumbledore said, "That is what matters. I assume you received this year's letter." "I received every year's letter. I chose to respond to this one." "And why this year?" Harry met his eyes directly. Most people couldn't hold Dumbledore's gaze. Harry knew about legilimency, the magical art of reading minds through eye contact. He also knew that his own mental defenses were, according to Zatanna, like trying to read a book locked inside a bank vault wrapped in a black hole. She'd been somewhat drunk when she said it, but the assessment was accurate. Because Tom Riddle used the blood of his enemy and the bone of his father and the flesh of his servant to reconstitute a body last June, because he's recruiting, because the ministry is pretending it isn't happening, and because there's a prophecy that says I'm involved in how this ends. Dumbledore went still, not the practiced stillness of a politician, but the genuine stillness of a very old, very powerful man who had just been struck by something he didn't expect. "How do you know about the prophecy?" "I know about everything, Professor. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, the Order of the Phoenix, the First War, the Death Eaters who bought their way out of Azkaban, and the ones who are still there. I know that Severus Snape is your spy, that Sirius Black is innocent, and that the real reason you placed me with the Dursleys wasn't just blood wards, it was control. You wanted to know where I was, who shaped me, and what I became." Harry let that sit for a moment. "You lost that control 15 years ago. I'm not here to give it back." The wind picked up, carrying the distant sound of the Hogwarts express whistle. The train was approaching Hogsmeade Station. Below, more activity stirred as staff prepared for the arrival. Dumbledore removed his spectacles, cleaned them on his robe, and replaced them. It was a stalling gesture, and they both knew it. "You know about the Horcruxes," he said quietly. "Yes. How many?" 7 intended pieces, 6 Horcruxes plus the fragment in his body. The diary was destroyed in 1993 by Ginny Weasley's encounter in the Chamber of Secrets, or more precisely, by the basilisk fang that pierced it. That leaves 5. Dumbledore stared at him. "I have spent years piecing together that information. Decades of research, memory collection, careful deduction. My father is the world's greatest detective. I had access to every magical library, archive, and informant money and intimidation could reach. We've been working on this for 4 years. And yet you've come to Hogwarts only now. I wasn't ready before, now I am. And the school is where several threads converge politically, strategically, and personally." Harry paused. "Also, there's a Horcrux here." Dumbledore's hand twitched toward his wand, not a threat, a reflex. "Shock, in the school, Ravenclaw's diadem. It's in a room on the 7th floor that the house elves call the come-and-go room. Room of requirement in common parlance. It's been there since Riddle came to ask you for a teaching position in," Harry calculated, 1957 or 58. He hit it during that visit. For the first time since the conversation began, Dumbledore looked his age. He sat down on the parapet's edge slowly, as if his knees had simply decided they were finished. "You've been inside the castle since before dawn," he said, not a question. "Yes, and you found the room of requirement. Among other things, the wards should have, your wards are designed to detect magical intrusion, brute force apparition, portkey arrival, broom approach. They're elegant and thorough." Harry allowed a fraction of something that wasn't quite a smile. "I walked in. Through the forbidden forest, past the tree line, along the eastern foundation, where the original Viking-era stonework meets the medieval addition. There's a structural join that creates a resonance gap in the ward lattice about 2 feet wide. I identified it from the architectural survey. I squeezed through and climbed the outer wall." "You climbed the outer wall. It's well maintained, but the mortar between the 3rd and 4th floor stones is original 11th century work. Excellent handholds." Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. Then he did something Harry hadn't anticipated. He laughed. A real laugh, surprised and slightly helpless, the laugh of a man who had spent decades planning for every contingency and had just encountered a variable that shattered his models. "Well," Dumbledore said, recovering himself. "Well, well. I believe this will be an interesting year. I'd prefer efficient to interesting." "I'm sure you would." Dumbledore stood again, composure restored, though something in his eyes had shifted, a new wariness mixed with what might have been reluctant respect. There are practicalities to address. You'll need to be sorted, you'll need to attend classes. I'll submit to the sorting for operational purposes. It'll be useful to have a house affiliation. Classes are non-negotiable only if they're worth my time. If a professor is teaching something I already know, I won't sit through it. Hogwarts has rules, Harry. So does war. They stared at each other. Two chess players, as Harry had anticipated. But Dumbledore was used to playing against opponents who didn't know they were in a game. Harry had been playing chess, literal and metaphorical, since he was 4 years old, across a board from a man who could anticipate criminal masterminds 17 moves ahead. Very well, Dumbledore said finally. We will discuss specifics after the feast. But Harry... He stepped closer, and for a moment, the mask fell completely. Underneath, it was an old man with haunted eyes and the weight of a war on his shoulders. Voldemort is more dangerous than you know. Whatever your father taught you, however prepared you believe you are, Tom Riddle is not a problem that can be solved with cleverness and physical prowess alone. He is something fundamentally broken at the soul level, and confronting that kind of darkness changes a person. Harry looked at him steadily. My father dresses as a bat and fights psychopaths in a city that would eat most men alive. I spent 6 months training with a man who has lived for over 600 years and believes suffering is the purest form of education. I have looked into the eyes of people who kill for pleasure, for ideology, for boredom. He turned back to the parapet and looked out at the approaching carriages. Darkness doesn't change me, Professor. I've been living in it my whole life. I know its shape, I know its weight. And I know the way out. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was very soft. I hope that's true, Harry. I truly do. Then he was gone, a soft crack of apparition, and Harry was alone on the tower with the wind and the sounds of Hogwarts waking up below. The Great Hall was exactly as the books described it. Harry had read Hogwarts, a history cover to cover at age 9, along with every published account of the school's layout and traditions. But the books couldn't capture the scale of it, the vaulted ceiling enchanted to mirror the sky outside, currently a deep twilight purple streaked with the first stars. The thousands of floating candles, the 4 long house tables already buzzing with students finding their seats, greeting friends, shouting across the hall. It was chaotic and warm and alive in a way that was entirely foreign to someone who'd grown up in the echoing quiet of Wayne Manor and the sterile precision of the Batcave. Harry entered through a side door that wasn't on any map he'd seen. The castle had shown it to him, a panel in the stone that simply wasn't there until it was. He emerged behind a tapestry near the head table, stepped out, and began walking down the center aisle between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. He changed into Hogwarts robes, plain black, no house colors, tailored to his frame by Alfred before he'd left. The material was standard issue, but Alfred had reinforced the seams and added internal pockets in places that were, as the old butler had put it, useful for a young man of your particular lifestyle. The robes concealed the lean musculature that 5 years of intensive physical training had built, but they couldn't hide the way he moved, fluid, centered, every step deliberate, weight always balanced. It was the walk of someone who expected to be attacked at any moment and was looking forward to it. The hall was loud, and it took a few seconds for people to notice him. But silence spreads faster than sound, and within 30 seconds of Harry walking down the center aisle, the great hall had gone from a roar to a hush. He felt the eyes. Hundreds of them, tracking him like he was a particularly interesting specimen in a cage. He didn't acknowledge any of them. He walked to the front of the hall, where the staff table sat on its raised platform, and stopped. Dumbledore was already in his seat at the center of the table, watching with an expression of mild amusement that Harry knew was entirely for the audience. To his left, a severe woman in emerald robes, McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress Transfiguration, stared at Harry with open shock. To Dumbledore's right, a man in billowing black sat rigid, his sallow face unreadable. dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on violence, Severus Snape. Harry had studied him extensively. Potions master, former Death Eater, Dumbledore's double agent, and the man who had been in love with Harry's mother since childhood. The most emotionally compromised element in the entire Hogwarts equation, and therefore the most unpredictable. Snape's eyes found Harry's, and something happened in them, a fracture quickly sealed, Lily's eyes in a stranger's face. Harry filed away the reaction. "Ah," Dumbledore said, rising from his chair with the same theatrical warmth he'd used on the tower. "Before we begin the sorting of our first years, I have a rather unusual announcement. We are joined this year by a new student who will be entering the 5th year. Many of you will recognize his name." He paused, and the hall held its breath. "I'd like you to welcome Harry Potter." The silence that followed was so complete that Harry could hear a candle dripping wax somewhere above, then the explosion. Whispers became gasps, became voices rising in shock, disbelief, excitement, fear. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, heads craned. People stood up from their seats. At the Gryffindor table, a red-haired boy with freckles, one of the Weasleys, probably Ronald, based on age, had gone white. A girl with bushy brown hair next to him had her hand pressed over her mouth. At the Slytherin table, a pale, sharp-featured boy with platinum hair, Draco Malfoy, unmistakable, was staring at Harry with an expression that mixed shock with something hungrier. Calculation. Ambition. Fear. Harry stood in the center of it all and waited. He'd been trained to endure far worse than attention. McGonagall recovered first. She rose from her chair, lifted a battered old hat from a stool that Harry hadn't noticed, and cleared her throat with a sound like a gunshot. "Mr. Potter, if you'll sit, please." He sat on the stool. It was absurdly small for a 15-year-old, and he felt ridiculous, which he suspected was part of the point. The sorting was designed for 11-year-olds, for children who could be awed and made pliable. He was neither. McGonagall placed the sorting hat on his head. It sank past his ears, too large, and the hall disappeared into leather and darkness. "Well," said a voice inside his head. Well. Harry had been briefed on the hat. It was a sentient artifact created by the founders, capable of reading minds to determine house placement. He'd prepared for this. His mental defenses, what Zatanna called his psychic architecture, were layered and formidable, but he'd deliberately opened a foyer, so to speak. A controlled space where the hat could read what he chose to show it without accessing anything deeper. "Aren't you clever?" the hat murmured. "You've built yourself quite the little reception room, very polite, very calculated. But I've been doing this for 1,000 years, Mr. Potter, and I must say," the hat paused. "Good Lord. What are you?" "I'm a student," Harry thought back. "Sort me, a student." "Yes, certainly. A student who has mental defenses that would make Salazar Slytherin weep with envy, a body trained to weaponized perfection, and magical reserves that." Another pause. "You don't use a wand, no. The magic moves through you directly, through your muscles, your nerves, your blood. That isn't supposed to be possible, not at this level. The last wizard who could channel at this magnitude without a focus was Merlin. I know, sort me, impatient are we." The hat sounded almost amused. "Very well, let me see what we're working with. Courage, oh my, yes, courage that borders on pathological. You're not brave because you've overcome fear, you're brave because you've been taught to metabolize it. That's Gryffindor. But the mind, analytical, strategic, 14 steps ahead of everyone in the room, that's Ravenclaw. Loyalty. Narrow but absolute. You would burn the world for the people you love, all 3 of them. That's Hufflepuff in a terrifying sort of way. And ambition. No, not ambition. Purpose. You don't want power for its own sake, you want to complete the mission. That's sort me, Harry thought for the 3rd time. That's all of them and none of them. You're a contradiction, Mr. Potter, a weapon with a conscience, a shadow that protects. I haven't seen anything like you in 1,000 years, and I've seen some extraordinary. I need a house for practical purposes. Strategic access. Which table puts me closest to the largest number of relevant players? The hat was silent for a moment. Then it laughed, a strange sensation, laughter inside your own skull. Oh, you wonderful, terrifying child. You're not asking me to sort your soul. You're asking me for tactical positioning. Yes, Gryffindor, the last word exploded out of the hat and into the great hall. Harry pulled the hat off and set it on the stool. The Gryffindor table erupted, not entirely in cheers. There was cheering, yes, but also frantic whispered conversations, wide eyes, a few students who looked more frightened than celebratory. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table without hurrying and sat down at the far end where there was space. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He sat, folded his hands on the table, and waited for the noise to die. It took a while. The red-haired boy, Ron Weasley, Harry confirmed from the face match to Arthur Weasley's ministry file photo, was staring at him from 6 seats away with an expression of open-mouthed shock. The bushy-haired girl, Hermione Granger, top of every class, muggle-born overachiever, was staring too, but her expression was different. She was studying him. Her eyes moved over his face, his posture, his hands, the way he'd placed himself at the table back to the wall, clear sightlines to both doors. And Harry saw the moment she noticed something was off about him. Not wrong, just unusual. She was observant. He filed that away too. The sorting of the first years proceeded. Harry paid attention with part of his mind, learning names, watching where they were placed, noting which children looked confident and which looked terrified, while the rest of his attention mapped the hall. Exits, 3 visible, 2 concealed. The one he'd used and another behind a suit of armor near the Slytherin table. Staff, Dumbledore at center, flanked by McGonagall and Snape with a tiny man who was probably Flitwick, a round woman with earth-stained robes who was likely Sprout, and Harry's eyes narrowed, a woman in pink. Squat, toad-like, with a smile that was all sugar and no warmth. She wasn't dressed like a professor. She was dressed like a ministry official, Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. Bruce's intelligence file on her was 30 pages long and none of it was flattering. She was Fudge's enforcer, a political animal with a sadistic streak she hid behind girlish mannerisms, and her presence at Hogwarts meant the ministry was making its move to control the school. Harry had expected her, but not this early. That meant Fudge was more frightened than their intelligence suggested. The sorting ended. Dumbledore stood. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I have a few announcements. First, I am pleased to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor. Hem. The entire hall turned. Umbridge had risen from her seat and was smiling at Dumbledore with the serene malice of a cat watching a mouse it fully intended to eat later. Thank you, Headmaster. I'm sure we'll all be the very best of friends. She launched into a speech. Harry listened to every word, not because it was interesting. It was bureaucratic pablum designed to sound reassuring while establishing legal authority. But because the specific phrases she used, progress for progress's sake, pruning practices that ought to be prohibited. New era of openness and accountability told him exactly what the ministry's playbook was. Control the curriculum. Undermine Dumbledore. Suppress any mention of Voldemort's return. Slowly strangle the school's independence until it was a ministry puppet, standard authoritarian consolidation. He'd seen it before. Ra's al Ghul had explained the technique in detail, using historical examples that spanned 3,000 years during a training session in the mountains of Nepal. Institutions are captured from within, boy. The walls don't fall, they're hollowed out until they collapse under their own weight, Umbridge finished. Scattered, confused applause. Dumbledore completed his announcements. Food appeared on the golden plates, an absurd abundance of it, roasts and pies and vegetables and things Harry couldn't identify. And the hall dissolved into the happy chaos of eating. Harry didn't eat. He sat with his hands folded and his back to the wall and waited. It took 4 minutes. "You're Harry Potter." The voice came from his left. The bushy-haired girl, Hermione Granger, had moved down the table and was now sitting across from him. Her plate was loaded but untouched. Her eyes were bright and fierce and utterly unintimidated. Behind her, Ron Weasley hovered, clearly torn between curiosity and the desire to be anywhere else. "Yes," Harry said, "you've been missing for 15 years. Everyone thought you were dead or hidden, or there were theories. The Daily Prophet ran a series last year, Where's the Boy Who Lived? It was awful, mostly speculation, but she stopped herself, took a breath, and visibly reorganized her approach. Where have you been, America? America, the entire time, most of it. Ron edged closer. You're really Harry Potter, like the Harry Potter. You know who and the scar and everything. Harry pushed his hair back from his forehead, exposing the lightning bolt. Ron flinched. Hermione leaned forward. Blimey, Ron whispered. Where's your wand? Hermione asked. Her eyes had gone to his hands, his robes, scanning for the telltale shape. You weren't carrying one during the sorting. I don't use a wand, Hermione blinked. Then she frowned, a deep, offended frown, as if Harry had just told her that books were overrated. That's not, you can't do magic without a wand. I mean, accidental magic, yes. Children do it all the time before they're trained, but controlled spellwork requires a focus. It's in Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, Chapter 3. Harry raised his right hand, palm up. A sphere of light formed an inch above his skin, cold, white, perfectly controlled. It cast no shadows because it wasn't fire or lumos or any spell she'd recognize. It was raw, magical energy, shaped by will and channeled through nerve and muscle. He'd learned the technique from Zatanna when he was 11, and it had taken him 2 years to master it because Zatanna did it through spoken spells, and Harry had to find a way to do it through pure intent. The sphere rose from his hand, drifted across the table, and came to rest in front of Hermione. She stared at it, her lips parted. The light reflected in her eyes, and Harry saw something there he hadn't expected, not fear, not shock, but hunger. The desperate, burning hunger of someone who loved knowledge the way other people loved oxygen. That's impossible, she whispered. Clearly not. The sphere dissolved. Around them, students who'd noticed were whispering furiously. Ron looked like he'd been hit in the face with a fish. How? Hermione demanded. How are you doing that? Wandless magic at that level of control requires the theoretical power output alone. You'd need to be channeling through your entire nervous system, which would mean, she stopped. Her eyes widened. You're using your body as the focus. Instead of a wand core, that's Merlin. That's what Merlin did. There are references in ancient magical practices of the British Isles, but everyone assumed they were exaggerated. They weren't, Harry said. Hermione stared at him. Then she pulled a roll of parchment and a quill from somewhere. Harry genuinely did not see where, and began writing furiously. Oi, Ron said, finding his voice. Could you maybe not interrogate the bloke before he's even had a chip? He just got here. Ronald, he's doing Merlinian class wandless magic, and you want to talk about chips? I want to talk about anything that doesn't make my head hurt, yeah. Harry looked at Ron Weasley. The boy was tall, red-haired, freckled, with big hands and an open face that broadcast every emotion like a neon sign. He was uncomfortable, out of his depth, and covering it with humor. There was nothing calculating about him, nothing hidden. He was exactly what he appeared to be. Harry found this almost alien. In his entire life, he had never met a person who was exactly what they appeared to be. Bruce was layers within layers. Alfred was gentle over steel. Zatanna was laughter over grief. Even Dick and Tim, the closest things Harry had to brothers, were performers, acrobat smiles hiding battle scars. Ron Weasley was just Ron Weasley. And there was something almost disarming about that. I'm not hungry, Harry said, but thanks. Ron blinked, apparently startled that Harry had responded to him at all, and then a tentative grin broke across his face. Right. Well, welcome to Gryffindor, I suppose. It's mental here, fair warning. The stairs move, the portraits talk, and Peeves, that's the poltergeist, once put jam in everyone's shoes. I'm aware of Peeves. Course you are. You probably researched the whole castle before coming, didn't you? You've got that look. Hermione's got the same look. You two are going to be insufferable together. Hermione looked up from her parchment long enough to glare at Ron, and something about the dynamic, the ease of their bickering, the comfort of it, made Harry feel a sensation he couldn't immediately categorize. He filed it away for later analysis. The feast continued. Harry catalogued every face at the staff table, memorized the layout of the Gryffindor table, who sat with whom, which groups were tight-knit, which students were isolated, and tracked the movements of ghosts through the hall. Nearly headless Nick drifted past and did a visible double-take when he saw Harry. Good heavens, Harry Potter, my dear boy, we've been wondering, that is to say, the house ghosts have speculated for years. I'm sure, Harry said. Nick, quick question, the ghost in the second-floor bathroom. The girl who died in the 40s, she's still there? Nick blinked, moaning Myrtle. Yes, she haunts the girls' lavatory on the second floor. Dreadful business, her death. Never found out exactly what, basilisk, Harry said. She looked it in the eye. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in that bathroom, behind the sink with the snake engraving. The basilisk is dead now, killed in '93 during the diary incident, but the chamber itself is still accessible. Nick stared at him. Ron stared at him. Hermione's quill had stopped moving. How could you possibly know that? Hermione breathed. Research. The Chamber of Secrets was discovered by accident by a second year 3 years ago, and the details were never made public. The school hushed it up. How could you research something that was kept secret? Harry looked at her. Nothing is secret if you know where to look. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and then said something that surprised him. You're not just a wizard, are you? You're something else, something I've never read about. For a fraction of a second, Harry felt that unclassifiable sensation again. Not quite discomfort, not quite warmth. Something adjacent to being seen. He said nothing. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was still watching him. Harry met his gaze deliberately, held it for 3 seconds, long enough to communicate awareness, short enough to deny escalation, and then looked away. Malfoy's hand, he noticed, was trembling slightly where it rested on the table. Interesting. The feast ended. Students began filing out toward their dormitories, a river of black robes and excited chatter. Prefects herded first years with the brisk efficiency of sheepdogs. Harry rose and moved against the current, heading not toward Gryffindor Tower, but toward the staff table. Snape was still seated, watching him approach. The man hadn't eaten much. His plate showed the careful rearrangement of someone who'd pushed food around without consuming it. His face was a mask of cold disdain, but his eyes, dark, fathomless, burning, tracked Harry with a desperation he probably thought he was hiding. Harry stopped in front of him. Professor Snape, Potter. The word was bitten off, sharp, loaded with years of complicated emotion. Or do you prefer Wayne? Either works, I'm sure. Snape's lip curled. Your entrance was sufficiently dramatic. Your father, your biological father, would have approved. He did so love an audience. I wouldn't know. He died before I could form memories. Something shifted in Snape's expression. The cruelty faltered, just for an instant, replaced by something that looked uncomfortably like pain. He recovered quickly. Dumbledore tells me you don't carry a wand. That's correct. Then my potions classroom will suit you. Potions requires no wand work, only precision, discipline, and intelligence, qualities which, based on your parentage, may be in short supply. Harry looked at him for a long moment. He could see it, the wound that Snape carried like a blade lodged between his ribs. Lily Evans, Harry's mother. The woman Snape had loved and lost and never, ever recovered from. Every time Snape looked at Harry, he saw her eyes in a face that reminded him of the man who'd taken her away. Harry understood wounds. He'd been trained by a man defined by one. My mother loved you, Harry said quietly. Snape's facade shattered, not dramatically. There was no gasp, no stagger. But the color drained from his face so completely that he looked like a ghost, and his hand, resting on the table, clenched into a fist tight enough to whiten the knuckles. What did you say to me? His voice was barely above a whisper, but it vibrated with something volcanic. Lily Evans, she loved you, not the way you loved her. She loved you as the boy who told her what she was when the world called her a freak. Her letters survived. My father acquired them. She wrote about you until the end. Harry paused. You should know that. Whatever else happens this year, whatever you think of me, you should know she didn't forget you. Snape sat perfectly still for 10 seconds. 15. 20. His jaw worked. His eyes were bright and savage and wet. Get out of my sight, Potter. He said in a voice like broken glass. Now. Harry left. Behind him, he heard a sound that might have been a chair being pushed back or might have been something else entirely. He didn't look. Gryffindor Tower was accessed through a portrait of a large woman in a pink dress who required a password, Mimbulus Mimbletonia, which Harry had already obtained through the simple expedient of listening to the prefects during the feast. The common room was round, warm, cluttered with overstuffed furniture and decorated in aggressive red and gold. A fire crackled in the grate. Students milled about, riding the post-feast energy high, and conversations died in pockets as Harry entered. He scanned the room in 2 seconds. 3 exits, the portrait hole, the boys' dormitory staircase, and the girls' dormitory staircase, enchanted against male entry, which he could bypass but wouldn't without reason. Windows along the tower's curved 30-foot drop to the nearest roof surface, manageable. The room was defensible but not ideal. Too many people, too much glass, and the portrait hole was a single point of entry that could be sealed from outside. Harry walked to the boys' dormitory staircase. The 5th-year room was easy to find, a circular chamber with 5 4-poster beds. His trunk was already there, delivered by house elves. The bed nearest the window was unclaimed, and he took it, best sightlines, easiest egress. He was unpacking when the door opened and Ron Weasley came in, trailed by 3 other boys. Neville Longbottom, round-faced, nervous, clutching a toad, Dean Thomas, tall, dark-skinned, carrying a West Ham poster, and Seamus Finnegan, sandy-haired. Irish accent audible before he even entered the room, they all stopped when they saw Harry. "So," Ron said, with the air of someone who'd been designated spokesperson against his will, "you're sleeping here then. That appears to be the arrangement, right?" Ron looked at the others. Neville was staring at Harry with wide eyes. Seamus looked wary. Dean looked mostly curious. "Look, no offense, but you're a bit scary, mate. The way you walked into the hall, the thing with the light, Hermione nearly fainted, and Hermione doesn't faint for anything." "I'm not trying to be scary." "Yeah, that's what makes it scary." Harry almost smiled, almost. "I'm not a threat to any of you. I'm here as a student." "A student who climbed the castle walls at 3 in the morning and doesn't have a wand," Seamus said. "That's not really standard student behavior." "I've never been standard," Neville spoke up, his voice quieter than the others. "My Gran talks about your parents. She says they were brave, the bravest people she knew, aside from my mum and dad." He swallowed. "My parents were tortured by Death Eaters after the war. They're in St. Mungo's. They don't recognize me." The room went quiet. Ron looked at the floor. Seamus studied his shoes. Harry looked at Neville Longbottom and saw something he recognized, a boy shaped by violence he hadn't chosen, carrying weight he hadn't asked for, not trained by it like Harry. Crushed by it slowly over years. "Bellatrix Lestrange," Harry said. "She used the Cruciatus Curse, prolonged exposure well past the point of permanent neural damage. She's in Azkaban. She won't be there forever. Voldemort will free her when he moves on the prison." Neville flinched at the name but didn't look away. "You think he'll break them out? I think it's a strategic certainty. Azkaban's security depends on the Dementors, and the Dementors will join Voldemort. It's in their nature to seek the most suffering, and he'll offer them an open buffet. When the prison falls, Lestrange will be among the first out." "Then what?" Neville's voice was barely a whisper, but there was something underneath it, not fear, something harder. "Then she becomes a target," Harry said simply. Neville stared at him. Something passed between them, not friendship, not yet, but a recognition. A shared understanding of what it meant to have your life defined by someone else's cruelty, and the bone-deep need to make that mean something. "Right," Neville said. He straightened up, just a fraction, but it was there. "Right." The other boys exchanged glances. Ron cleared his throat. "Well, this is going to be the weirdest year ever. I'm going to bed." They settled in, lights out. The other 4 boys fell asleep within 20 minutes. Harry tracked their breathing patterns shifting from waking to sleep state, and then he was alone in the dark. He didn't sleep. Not yet. He reached into the hidden pocket in his trunk's lining and withdrew a small device, matte black, no visible markings, warm to the touch. It looked like a flat stone but was actually a communication unit, one of a matched pair. Bruce had designed them to work within magical fields, which had taken him 3 years, and a reluctant collaboration with Zatanna to achieve. Muggle electronics died in places of high magical concentration. This wasn't entirely electronic. Harry pressed his thumb to the surface. A soft pulse of warmth answered. 3 seconds later, a voice, low, controlled, familiar as breathing. "You're in." "I'm in. The castle's security is worse than we projected in some areas, better in others. The wards are strong but have physical gaps. The staff is mixed. Dumbledore is sharper than his profile suggested. He's running at least 3 agendas simultaneously. Expected, Snape, compromised as predicted, but functional. He'll be useful if managed correctly. The Horcrux, confirmed. Room of requirement, 7th floor. I'll retrieve and destroy it within the week. I need a basilisk fang from the chamber. That's tomorrow." A pause. "Harry." "Yes, how are you?" The question was simple, and from anyone else, Harry would have answered with a status report. But this was Bruce, and Bruce didn't ask questions he already knew the answer to. He was asking something else, something that existed in the space between tactical debriefing and fatherly concern, a space that Bruce Wayne navigated with the same determined awkwardness with which he navigated everything emotional. "The school is loud," Harry said. "There are a lot of people." "That's not what I asked." Harry stared at the ceiling. The canopy of the 4-poster bed was dark red, heavy fabric, and through the window he could see stars over the Black Lake, different constellations than Gotham's light-polluted sky, cleaner, older. "A girl asked me how I do magic without a wand, and then she started taking notes. A boy told me his parents were tortured into insanity and asked what I was going to do about the woman who did it. Another boy told me I was scary and then said it wasn't my fault, which," Harry paused. "I don't know what to do with that." Another pause. Longer this time. When Bruce spoke, his voice was different, softer, the way it got when the cowl was off and it was just the two of them in the cave at 3 in the morning, the bats a rustling ceiling overhead. "You're going to meet people who don't operate on mission parameters, Harry. People who are kind because that's what they are, not because they want something. That's going to feel wrong. It's going to feel like a trick. It's not. You don't know that. I do. Because I felt the same way when Alfred first told me he loved me. I was 12 and I spent a week trying to figure out his angle, a beat. He didn't have one." Harry closed his eyes. "How do you know the difference? You don't at first. You just let people in a little at a time and see what they do with it. It's the hardest thing I've ever taught you because it's the one thing I'm worst at." The communication device pulsed softly, their signal for mission-relevant time running short. "I'll check in tomorrow after the Horcrux retrieval." Harry said, "Be careful, always, Harry." "Yeah, I'm proud of you." The device went dark. Harry held it for a moment longer, then slid it back into the trunk. He lay in the dark and listened to the castle. It breathed, not metaphorically. The stones expanded and contracted with tidal shifts of magic, a low hum below the threshold of normal hearing. The portraits whispered to each other in the corridors. Somewhere deep in the castle's foundations, something vast and ancient turned in its sleep. Harry Potter Wayne, shadow, soldier, weapon, orphan, son, closed his eyes. Tomorrow the mission continued. Tomorrow he would descend into the Chamber of Secrets, retrieve a basilisk fang, and destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul. Tomorrow he would attend classes and allow professors to teach him things he already knew. Because cover required patience, and patience was the first lesson Bruce had ever taught him. Tomorrow he would navigate the political minefield of a school full of teenagers, a ministry stooge in a pink cardigan, a headmaster playing a long game, and a potions master who looked at him and saw a dead woman's ghost. But tonight, for just a moment, he allowed himself to feel the weight of where he was. Hogwarts, the school his parents had attended, the place where James Potter had been a troublemaker and Lily Evans had been brilliant, and they had fallen in love in a world that was about to tear itself apart. He was sleeping in a tower where his father, his first father, had slept. Walking halls his mother had walked, he didn't feel what he'd expected to feel. He'd expected nothing. He'd been trained to compartmentalize, to set emotion aside like a tool not currently needed. But something was there, pressing against the inside of his chest like a fist trying to open. Not grief exactly, not longing. Something older and simpler. You were here, he thought, not to anyone in particular. You were here and you were real and you loved me enough to die for me. I'm going to finish what you started. The castle sighed around him, stones settling, and Harry Potter fell asleep in Gryffindor Tower for the first time. He dreamed of bats and broomsticks and a woman with red hair who called his name from very far away. He woke at 4:30 a.m., as he always did. The dormitory was dark, the other boys still sleeping. Ron Weasley snored like a chainsaw. Harry made a mental note to acquire earplugs or develop a localized silencing technique. He dressed in silence, black trousers, black shirt, Hogwarts robes over top, soft-soled shoes that Alfred had custom-made for him. No sound, no wasted movement. He was out of the dormitory and into the common room in 90 seconds. The common room was empty except for the fire, which had burned down to embers. Harry crossed it, exited through the portrait hole. The fat lady grumbled something about ungodly hours and stepped into the corridor. Hogwarts at night was a different creature than Hogwarts during the feast. The corridors were dark, lit only by occasional torches that guttered in drafts from unseen windows. The portraits were asleep, their occupants slumped in painted chairs or curled under painted blankets. The silence was thick and alive, broken by the distant drip of water, the groan of moving staircases, and the whisper of wind through stone. Harry moved through it like he'd been born to it. His feet made no sound. His breathing was controlled, 4 counts in, 4 counts out, a rhythm so ingrained it was automatic. He navigated by memory and by the castle's subtle cues, the way a draft shifted to guide him around a corner, the way a wall sconce flickered to indicate a staircase ahead. The castle was still helping him, still curious about the shadow that moved through its veins. He reached the 2nd floor in 6 minutes. The girls' lavatory was exactly where the plans indicated, a nondescript door that most students avoided because of Myrtle's reputation. Harry pushed it open and stepped inside. The bathroom was damp, cold, tiled in chipped white. Several sinks in a row, mirrors spotted with age, toilet stalls with warped doors, and floating near the ceiling, translucent and luminous, a ghost. Moaning Myrtle looked exactly as described, a teenage girl in old-fashioned Hogwarts robes, thick spectacles, a perpetual expression of wounded misery. She drifted down when she saw Harry, her face cycling through surprise, suspicion, and something that might have been interest. "A boy," she said. "In my bathroom, in the middle of the night. Are you here to make fun of me too?" "No, I'm here for the chamber." Myrtle's expression shifted, the self-pity evaporated, replaced by something sharper. "You know about that, about him. The boy with the diary came through here 3 years ago. Went down into the pipes, came back covered in blood." She floated closer. "You don't look like him. You look dangerous. I am dangerous, but not to you." Harry approached the sinks. He found the one with the tiny snake engraving on the copper tap, barely visible, easy to miss if you weren't looking. This was the entrance. The mechanism required Parseltongue, the language of snakes, a ability Harry possessed as a side effect of the Horcrux fragment in his scar. He hadn't spoken Parseltongue in years. He discovered the ability at age 8, when a black mamba at the Gotham Zoo had told him, in perfectly clear language, that the mouse they'd given her was insultingly small. Bruce had been startled, one of the only times Harry had ever seen Bruce Wayne genuinely startled, and had immediately begun researching the phenomenon. Zatanna had explained it, the soul fragment, the connection to Voldemort, the inherited gift. Harry looked at the snake engraving and spoke. The sound that came out wasn't English. It was a hissing, sibilant language that felt like it bypassed his conscious mind entirely, rising from somewhere deeper. Open. The sink mechanism activated, porcelain ground against porcelain. The sink separated, revealing a wide pipe that dropped into absolute darkness. Harry could feel the air rising from it, cold, damp, ancient. The smell of deep stone and stagnant water and something else, something that had been dead for 3 years but hadn't entirely decayed. Myrtle watched from above, her ghostly face pale with reflected torchlight. "Are you coming back?" "Yes. The last one almost didn't." "I'm not the last one." Harry stepped into the pipe and dropped into the dark. The slide was long. Bruce would have estimated the depth at roughly 60 feet below the castle's foundation, placing it beneath the lake bed. Harry controlled his descent with hands and feet against the pipe walls, slowing himself, and landed in a crouch at the bottom on a floor of wet stone and old bones. Small bones, rats mostly. The basilisk had fed down here for centuries. The tunnel stretched ahead, roughly carved, sloping downward. Harry moved through it quickly, cataloging. The shed skin of the basilisk, enormous, at least 60 feet of translucent scales. The collapse point where a previous visitor had apparently caused a cave-in, partially cleared. And finally, the vault door. 2 serpents with emerald eyes, their bodies intertwined. Another parcel-tongue command, and they separated, the walls splitting open to reveal the chamber itself. It was vast. Cathedral vast, with towering pillars carved as serpents, a long walkway over black water, and at the far end, the massive stone face of Salazar Slytherin himself, mouth open, the aperture through which the basilisk had emerged. The ceiling was lost in darkness. The air was cold and still and smelled of old death. And on the floor, in a pool of long-dried blood, lay the basilisk. It was enormous even in death, easily 60 feet, its scales dulled to dark gray but still intact, its mouth frozen open in its final agony, revealing fangs the length of short swords. 3 years dead but preserved by the ambient magic of the chamber. A killing machine rendered into a resource. Harry knelt beside the skull. The fangs were what he needed. Basilisk venom was one of the few substances capable of destroying a Horcrux. The venom remained potent in the fangs long after death. He gripped the nearest fang, tested its structural integrity, and then channeled a precise blade of magical force along the gum line. The fangs separated cleanly. He repeated the process 3 more times. Redundancy was a habit Bruce had beaten into him, sometimes literally, 4 basilisk fangs. Enough to destroy the remaining Horcruxes with margin for error. He wrapped them in dragonhide cloth from his pocket, another of Alfred's useful additions, and secured the bundle inside his robes. Then he stood and looked around the chamber, Salazar Slytherin's legacy. A hidden room built by a founder who believed in blood purity, in the superiority of certain wizards over others. A room designed to house a weapon against the unworthy. It was, Harry reflected, not unlike the ideological bunkers he'd encountered during his time with the League of Shadows, monuments to zealotry, preserved by magic and madness. He could destroy it. Collapse the ceiling, flood the tunnels, erase this place from the map. Part of him wanted to. But the chamber was also a resource, defensible, hidden, warded against detection. If Hogwarts came under siege, it could serve as a refuge. He left it intact, filed the location and access method in his mental map, added it to his tactical options. Then he climbed back up the pipe, hand over hand, 60 feet of vertical stone, using finger holds invisible to anyone without his training, and emerged in the bathroom. Myrtle was waiting. "You look pleased," she said, sounding almost offended that someone could look pleased after visiting the place she died. "I got what I needed. Everyone does. No one ever comes back to visit me." Harry paused at the door. "Myrtle, the boy who killed you, Tom Riddle, he's still alive. He's the one calling himself Voldemort." Myrtle's ghostly face went very still. "I'm going to end him," Harry said. "When I do, I'll come back and tell you." He left before she could respond. Behind him, he heard a sound that might have been a ghost crying, but differently than before. Not in self-pity. The corridors were still empty. 5:17 a.m. He had time. Harry climbed to the 7th floor. The room of requirement was exactly where his research indicated, a stretch of blank wall opposite a tapestry of Barnabas, the barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet. The mechanism was simple. Walk past 3 times while concentrating on what you needed. Harry walked. 3 passes. On the third, a door materialized in the wall, heavy, ornate, warm to the touch. He opened it and stepped into a room the size of a cathedral. Towers of discarded objects stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow, broken furniture, old textbooks, confiscated items, forgotten experiments, centuries of Hogwarts detritus piled in mountains and valleys of junk. The sheer volume was staggering, but Harry didn't need to search. Bruce had taught him to think like the person who'd hidden the object. Tom Riddle was arrogant. He would have placed the Horcrux somewhere prominent, visible but protected, a trophy hidden in plain sight among lesser objects. Harry moved through the room with purpose, scanning. Not with his eyes, with his magic. The Horcrux would have a signature, a wrongness, a resonance that his scar would pick up. He'd felt it before in proximity to Voldemort-touched objects, a coldness at the base of his skull, a vibration in the scar tissue. There. 20 yards in, atop a cabinet, beside a chipped bust of an ugly old warlock. A tarnished tiara, silver, set with a sapphire, inscribed with words in tiny script. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Harry felt the Horcrux before he saw it clearly. The scar prickled, then burned, a cold fire that radiated down his forehead and into his right eye. The fragment of Voldemort's soul inside the diadem was aware, not intelligent, not conscious, but aware the way a sleeping animal was aware of a predator's approach. It pulsed with dark magic, thick and oily, the psychic equivalent of putting your hand in something dead. Harry had dealt with dark magic before. Zatanna had exposed him to cursed objects under controlled conditions, building his tolerance the way a toxicologist builds immunity, gradually, painfully, with precision. He'd held objects that screamed, objects that tried to possess him, objects that showed him his deepest fears. Bruce had sat beside him through every session, a hand on his shoulder, an anchor. He reached out and picked up the diadem. The soul fragment shrieked. Not audibly, psychically, a blast of rage and fear and corrupted magic that slammed into Harry's mental defenses like a battering ram. Images erupted. A pale face with red eyes, a high cold laugh, a flash of green light, a woman screaming, Harry's defenses held. The psychic architecture that Zatanna had built and Harry had reinforced over years of practice absorbed the assault the way a breakwater absorbed a wave, letting the force wash over and around without penetrating. He stood perfectly still, holding the diadem, and waited for the tantrum to subside. It took 30 seconds. The soul fragment exhausted its initial burst and settled into a low, venomous hum. Harry set the diadem on the floor. He unwrapped a basilisk fang. "Goodbye, Tom," he said. He drove the fang through the sapphire. The diadem screamed, this time audibly, a sound like metal being torn, like a voice being ripped from a throat. Black smoke erupted from the puncture, writhing and coiling, forming shapes that almost resolved into a face before dissolving. The room shuddered. Objects toppled from their piles. The air temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant, then it was over. The diadem lay on the floor, cracked, the sapphire shattered, the silver tarnished to black. The dark magic was gone, burned out, leaving only a dead artifact and the acrid smell of spent enchantment. 1 down, 4 to go. Harry wrapped the destroyed diadem in cloth and pocketed it. Evidence. Bruce would want to analyze the residual magic. He cleaned the basilisk fang, rewrapped the bundle, and left the room of requirement. 6:02 a.m. Students would begin waking soon. Breakfast was at 7. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, stashed his materials, and settled into the common room's most defensible armchair with a book. Advanced Potion Making. The standard 5th-year text, which he'd already read but was reviewing for class-specific context. Hermione Granger was the first person down at 6:34 a.m. She stopped at the bottom of the girls' staircase, saw Harry in the armchair, and blinked. "Have you been up long?" "A while." She sat down across from him, already dressed, her bag already packed, her hair already battling the forces of gravity and humidity in its eternal war. She had a book in her hand, Theoretical Foundations of Wandless Magic, which Harry recognized as obscure, expensive, and not on any Hogwarts reading list. I owled flourish and blots at midnight, she said, answering a question he hadn't asked. Paid for emergency delivery. I couldn't sleep. Your demonstration at dinner. The light construct. It shouldn't be possible according to every magical theory textbook published in the last 300 years. But it clearly is possible because I saw it with my own eyes. Which means either the textbooks are wrong or you're operating under an entirely different paradigm, and I need to understand which. Harry looked at her over the top of his potions book. She was vibrating with intellectual energy, practically crackling with it. He'd seen this kind of intensity before, in Bruce when a case broke open. In Tim when a pattern emerged from chaos. It was the hunger of a mind that couldn't rest while questions remained unanswered. Both, he said. Both what? The textbooks are wrong and I'm operating under a different paradigm. Hermione leaned forward. Explain. Wands are crutches. Useful, efficient, excellent for precise spell work. But the fundamental assumption that magic requires an external focus is wrong. Magic is inherent. It's generated by the wizard's body, processed through their magical core and expressed through intent. A wand channels and focuses that expression the same way a lens focuses light, but the light exists without the lens. Then why does everyone use wands? Because it's easier. Because Ollivander and his predecessors built an industry around it. Because wandless magic requires a level of body awareness, mental discipline, and raw power that most wizards never develop, not because they can't, but because they're never taught. The wand does the work for them. They become dependent. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Her eyes were bright. That's like saying everyone's been using calculators so long they've forgotten how to do math. Exactly like that can anyone learn wandless magic. Anyone with sufficient magical power and the discipline to train. It's like any physical skill. It requires practice, repetition, and pain tolerance. The early stages are physically exhausting. Your body isn't used to channeling that directly. Could you teach me? Harry studied her. She met his gaze without flinching, one of very few people who could. There was no calculation in her eyes, no hidden agenda, just hunger, just the desperate need to know. Maybe, he said, maybe, we'll see. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue. He could see the reflex, the automatic pushback of someone used to demanding answers, but she controlled it. She opened her book and began reading. Harry returned to his potions text. They sat in companionable silence as the common room slowly filled with waking students, and if anyone noticed the two of them sitting together like an island in a stream, neither of them acknowledged it. Ron arrived at 7:12, bleary-eyed and yawning. He took one look at Harry and Hermione sitting with their books, shook his head, and said, "I'm going to need a lot of toast for this year." They went to breakfast together, not because Harry chose it, but because Hermione and Ron simply fell into step beside him and didn't leave, and Harry found, to his own quiet bewilderment, that he didn't ask them to. The great hall was bright and noisy with morning light and student chatter. Owls streamed through the high windows, delivering mail. Harry sat in the same position as last night, back to the wall, and accepted a cup of black coffee. No cream, no sugar. Bruce's influence. Hermione was halfway through explaining the day's schedule when a voice cut through the ambient noise, sharp, drawling, pitched to Carrie. "So the famous Harry Potter graces us with his presence. I'd have thought the boy who lived would be taller." Draco Malfoy stood at the end of the Gryffindor table, flanked by two large boys who were clearly bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle. Harry identified. Low intelligence, moderate magical ability, useful only as physical barriers. Malfoy himself was slim, pale, sharp-featured, with the kind of aristocratic bone structure that came from centuries of selective breeding. His expression was a careful arrangement of contempt, but his eyes, gray, cold, restless, told a different story. He was afraid. Not of Harry specifically, of everything. Of his father's expectations, of the changing world, of the war he could feel coming. He was a boy standing on the edge of a cliff, sneering at the wind. "Malfoy," Harry said, not a greeting, an acknowledgement. "You know who I am. Good. Then you know my father, Lucius Malfoy, Death Eater. Inner Circle." He was present at the graveyard ceremony last June when Voldemort reconstituted. He's currently operating as Voldemort's primary political asset, using his ministry connections to suppress information about the Dark Lord's return. He's also skimming from Voldemort's war chest, not much, but enough to notice if someone audits the accounts, which someone will eventually. The color drained from Draco's face. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle exchanged confused looks, the information having sailed several miles over their heads. The surrounding students had gone silent. Forks were suspended halfway to mouths. Even the owls seemed to have paused their deliveries. You can't. My father is a respected. Your father is a servant of a man who would kill him without hesitation if his usefulness expired. You know this. You've always known this. Harry picked up his coffee and took a sip. I'm not your enemy, Malfoy. I'm not interested in schoolyard rivalries or house politics, but if you threaten me or mine, I will respond. And if your father sends you instructions to do something stupid on Voldemort's behalf, and he will, I'd encourage you to think very carefully before following them. Draco stood frozen. His mouth opened, closed. The sneer was gone, stripped away like paint in a storm, leaving the raw material underneath. For a fraction of a second, Harry saw the real Draco Malfoy, a 15-year-old boy who was absolutely terrified of the world his parents had built for him. Then the mask slammed back into place. You don't know anything about my family, Draco spat, but his voice cracked on the last word and he turned and walked away before anyone could notice. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered after him. Ron let out a breath. Bloody hell, you just in front of everyone, he needed to hear it. Yeah, but did you see his face? I almost felt sorry for him, almost. Hermione was watching Malfoy's retreating back with an expression Harry couldn't read. You said his father was skimming from Voldemort, she said quietly. Is that true? Everything I said was true. Then Draco's in danger. If Voldemort finds out about the skimming, Lucius is in danger. Draco is leverage. There's a difference, and it matters. Hermione looked at him. You see people like chess pieces. It wasn't an accusation, it was an observation, delivered with the clinical precision of a diagnosis. And it stung, not because it was wrong, but because it was right, and because something in the way she said it made Harry want it to not be right. I see the board, Harry said. I can't help it. Can you see the players too, as people, not pieces? He didn't answer, because the honest response was I'm working on it, and that felt like more vulnerability than he was prepared to show on his second morning at Hogwarts. The Morning Post arrived in a flurry of wings. A large eagle owl dropped a letter in front of a student at the Slytherin table. Malfoy, from the crest on the envelope, Lucius, writing to his son. Harry noted it. A smaller owl, tiny, hyperactive, buzzing like a feathered tennis ball, crashed into the toast rack in front of Ron, bearing a red envelope. Ron went white. Oh no, what is it? Harry asked, Howler. From my mum. She must have heard. Everyone's heard by now. Oh, this is going to be. The envelope began to smoke. Ron tore it open with the resigned expression of a man facing a firing squad, and a woman's voice erupted from it at roughly the volume of a small explosion. Ronald Weasley. I have just heard from your sister that Harry Potter is at Hogwarts and you didn't think to mention IT. I want you to make that boy feel welcome, do you hear me? His parents were wonderful people and he deserves. The howler continued at considerable length and volume. Ron sank lower and lower in his seat. Hermione pressed her lips together to keep from laughing. Around them, the Gryffindor table alternated between second-hand embarrassment and open amusement. Harry listened to Molly Weasley's voice, passionate, loud, deeply caring, absolutely mortifying for her son, and felt that strange pressure in his chest again. The fist trying to open. This woman had never met him, would probably never meet him. And she was screaming at her son to be kind to him because his parents had been wonderful people and he deserved welcome. He didn't know what to do with that. The howler burst into flames and disintegrated. Ron surfaced from behind the toast rack, his ears crimson. Sorry about that, he muttered. Don't be, Harry said, and meant it. The morning bell rang. Students began gathering their things, checking schedules, moving toward the doors in a river of black robes. Harry's first class was potions in the dungeons with Snape. He stood, adjusted his robes, and felt the weight of the basilisk fangs in their hidden pocket. One Horcrux destroyed before breakfast. A confrontation with a Death Eater's son before the first class. The mission was progressing. But as he walked toward the dungeons, flanked by an overachieving Muggle-born with more questions than a congressional hearing, and a gangly redhead, whose mother had just publicly ordered him to be Harry's friend, Harry Potter found himself thinking not about the mission, but about the way Hermione's eyes had looked when she'd asked, "Can you see the players too?" He could see the board. He could always see the board. But she was asking him to see something else. Something Bruce had never put on a training schedule. Something Ra's al Ghul had called weakness, and Zatanna had called the whole damn point. The castle shifted around him, a staircase swinging into place exactly where he needed it, and Harry descended into the dungeons with the strange, unsettling sensation that the most dangerous thing at Hogwarts wasn't the Dark Lord or the Ministry or the ancient monster under the lake. It was the possibility that he might actually start to care. The dungeons were cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. It was a psychic cold, the weight of stone pressing down, the absence of natural light, the particular stillness of air that hadn't moved in centuries. Harry recognized it immediately. It felt like the deeper chambers beneath Wayne Manor, the ones Bruce had carved into the bedrock when the original cave wasn't enough. Functional spaces. Spaces designed to strip away distraction and leave only focus. Snape's classroom suited the man perfectly. Harry arrived 7 minutes before class. The room was empty except for Snape himself, who sat behind his desk at the front, reading a stack of parchments with the aggressive disinterest of someone who would rather be doing literally anything else. He didn't look up when Harry entered, but Harry caught the minute tension in his shoulders, the involuntary bracing of a man who knew exactly who had walked through his door. Harry chose a seat in the second row, far left, back against the wall. Clear sightline to the door, Snape's desk, and the student supply cupboard. Optimal positioning without being obvious about it. "You're early," Snape said without looking up. "Habit. Most students avoid arriving early to my class. They find the atmosphere unwelcoming." "I've been in less welcoming environments." Snape's quill paused. He looked up and their eyes met, and Harry saw the fracture again, that hairline crack in Snape's composure where Lily Evans bled through. The man sealed it quickly, his expression hardening into the mask of cold disdain that Harry suspected was as carefully constructed as any of Bruce's personas. "Last night," Snape said, his voice low and dangerous, "what you said to me was true. It was impertinent, you know nothing about." "I know what her letters said. Would you like to know? Or would you prefer to keep hating a ghost?" Snape's hand clenched around his quill hard enough that it snapped. The crack was sharp in the dungeon silence. Neither of them flinched. "You have your father's arrogance," Snape said. "I have my mother's directness, and my other father's tactical sense, which is why I told you privately instead of in front of the entire school. I'm not trying to hurt you, Professor. I'm trying to establish a working relationship. We're on the same side of this war. You presume to know which side I'm on. You're Dumbledore's agent inside Voldemort's circle. You've been feeding intelligence since before the First War ended. Your cover is secure. Voldemort trusts you because you've given him enough real information to maintain credibility while withholding anything critical. It's a good operation. It would be better with coordination." Snape stared at him. The broken quill fell from his fingers. For a long moment, the only sound was the drip of moisture from somewhere in the dungeon ceiling. "Who are you?" Snape whispered. "I'm the person the prophecy is about, and I'm offering you something Dumbledore never has, complete transparency. I won't manipulate you. I won't withhold information. I won't play the cryptic old mentor dropping hints and waiting for you to piece things together. I'll tell you exactly what I know, what I'm planning, and what I need from you. In exchange, I need your intelligence from the inner circle, real-time, unfiltered. You're 15 years old." "My age is the least relevant thing about me." Snape's jaw worked. He looked away toward the shelves of preserved specimens that lined the walls, jars of things floating in amber liquid, eyes and organs and creatures pickled for eternity. When he spoke again, his voice was different, quieter. Stripped of performance, she wrote about me, until the end. You were in her last letter to a friend, a woman named Marlene McKinnon, who was killed 2 weeks after receiving it. The letter was recovered from McKinnon's belongings after the war and ended up in a private collection. My father purchased the collection. What did she say? Harry recited from memory. He'd read the letter once 3 years ago, and his recall was precise. Severus sent a message through a mutual friend. He didn't say what it was about, he never does, you know how he is, but I could read between the lines. He's worried about us, about me. After everything that happened between us, after all the ugly words and the years of silence, he's still worried. I think about writing back. I think about it every day, but James would. Harry paused. James wouldn't understand, and maybe Sev wouldn't either. Some bridges burn from both ends. The dungeon was absolutely silent. Snape sat with his eyes closed, his face a battlefield. Something was happening beneath the surface, tectonic, seismic, the kind of emotional shift that rearranges the landscape permanently. Harry watched without judgment. He understood what it meant to receive information that changed the shape of your grief. After a full minute, Snape opened his eyes. They were dry. Whatever storm had passed through him had been processed, contained, filed in whatever internal architecture the man used to survive his double life. "What do you need from me?" Snape asked. His voice was steady now, professional. The mask was back, but the thing underneath it had shifted, not warmth exactly, but a grudging willingness to engage. 3 things. First, any intelligence about Voldemort's current operations, recruitment, and strategic priorities. Second, information about the Horcruxes, specifically any objects Voldemort may have discussed, shown, or given to his followers for safekeeping. Third, potions expertise. I need to brew several things that aren't in any textbook. What things? We'll discuss specifics in a secure setting. Not here. Students will arrive in 4 minutes. Snape's eyebrows rose fractionally. You timed this conversation. I time everything. Insufferable, but there was no heat in it. Snape picked up a new quill and turned back to his parchments. Sit down, Potter. And if you answer a single question in my class with that same air of omniscient superiority, I will assign you detention for the remainder of the year. Understood. Harry returned to his seat. Exactly 4 minutes later, the first students began filing in. Potions was a joint class, Gryffindor and Slytherin, a combination that Harry understood was traditional, but which he suspected had been maintained specifically because the conflict between the two houses generated useful data for whatever educational philosophy Hogwarts operated under. Or possibly Snape just enjoyed watching Gryffindors suffer. The Slytherins arrived in a tight cluster, Draco Malfoy at the center. He'd recovered from breakfast, his mask was back in place, the aristocratic sneer carefully arranged. But Harry noticed the way his eyes swept the room and found Harry first, the way his hand touched his wand pocket like a reflex, the way he chose a seat that put the maximum number of bodies between himself and Harry's position. He was afraid. And he was doing a reasonably good job of hiding it. Reasonably. The Gryffindors filtered in with less coordination, Ron and Hermione together, Neville trailing behind with the nervous expression of someone entering an execution chamber. Seamus and Dean took seats in the back, the universal position of students who wanted to be forgotten. Hermione sat next to Harry without asking. Ron took the seat behind them, leaning forward with his elbows on their desk. Fair warning, Ron muttered. Snape hates Gryffindors, especially ones who breathe too loudly. I'm aware of Professor Snape's pedagogical approach. His what now? He's mean, Hermione translated. Right, that. Snape rose from his desk and the room went silent with the abruptness of a switch being flipped. The man had presence, Harry gave him that. He moved to the front of the classroom with the coiled economy of someone who is always slightly ready for violence, his black robes trailing like a shadow, and turned to face the class with an expression that suggested he found their continued existence personally offensive. The draft of peace, he said, without preamble. A potion that calms anxiety and soothes agitation. It is among the most difficult potions on your OWL examination, and given the general incompetence this class has displayed over the past 4 years, I hold very little hope that any of you will produce anything remotely drinkable. His eyes swept the room. The ingredients and instructions are on the board. You have 90 minutes. Begin. He flicked his wand. Chalk began writing on the blackboard in Snape's sharp, angular hand. Students scrambled for their cauldrons and ingredients. Harry read the instructions once, committing them to memory. The draft of peace was indeed complex. The ingredients had to be added in precise order, at precise intervals, with precise quantities. The stirring patterns were specific. 3 clockwise, 2 counterclockwise, a pause of exactly 7 seconds, repeat. The heat had to be regulated with minute adjustments. It was the kind of potion that punished impatience and rewarded discipline. Harry had been disciplined since before he could walk. He gathered his ingredients from the student cupboard: powdered moonstone, syrup of hellebore, powdered porcupine quills, unicorn horn, the rest, and returned to his station. Hermione was already working beside him, her movements quick and precise, her brow furrowed in concentration. She was good, her knife work was clean, her measurements exact. She'd clearly practiced. Harry began. His hands moved with the fluid economy that came from years of laboratory work, not just potions, but chemistry, biology, forensic science. Alfred had taught him to cook at age 6, which was in many ways the same skill set: timing, temperature, precision, patience. Bruce had taught him chemistry in the Batcave, not gentle academic chemistry, but practical, field-applicable chemistry. How to synthesize compounds from limited materials. How to identify substances by smell, taste, texture. How to brew things that could save a life or end one. Potions was just chemistry with magic. Harry found it almost relaxing. He worked in silence, adding ingredients at the precise moments indicated, adjusting the flame beneath his cauldron with tiny pulses of wandless magic that nobody could see, just shifts in the air temperature, imperceptible unless you were watching his hands. His stirring was metronomic. His timing was flawless. 20 minutes in, a silver vapor began rising from his cauldron, the correct indicator of proper progression. Across the room, only 2 other cauldrons were producing the right vapor: Hermione's and, surprisingly, Draco Malfoy's. Snape was circling the room like a shark in shallow water. He paused at Neville's cauldron, which was producing a concerning green sludge, and delivered a critique so withering that Neville's ears turned crimson. He passed Seamus, whose potion was emitting sparks, always a bad sign, with a contemptuous sniff. He stopped at Ron's cauldron, which was an optimistic shade of blue. Weasley. "Did you add the hellebore before or after the moonstone?" Ron swallowed. "After. The instructions clearly state before." "Your potion is now useless. Start over." Snape moved on, leaving Ron deflated. Then he reached Harry. Snape looked into Harry's cauldron. The potion was a perfect silver white, the vapor rising in the gentle spirals described in the textbook, the consistency exactly as specified. It was, by any objective measure, flawless. Snape studied it for a long time. His expression didn't change, but Harry saw the muscles in his jaw tighten. "Acceptable," Snape said. From Snape, this was the equivalent of a standing ovation. Hermione's head whipped around so fast her hair hit Ron in the face. "I also improved the stabilization," Harry said quietly, not looking up from his cauldron. "The standard recipe calls for 3 clockwise stirs in the final phase. 4 is more efficient. It distributes the unicorn horn more evenly and extends the shelf life by approximately 2 weeks. Snape went still. The entire class was watching now, conversations dying mid-word. Nobody corrected Snape's recipes. Nobody even suggested that Snape's recipes could be corrected. 4 stirs, Snape repeated, his voice flat. The textbook is written for mass instruction. It optimizes for reproducibility, not quality. If you're brewing for a single patient and can control the variables, 4 is better. You can verify it. The vapor density will be 7% higher. Snape looked at the vapor rising from Harry's cauldron, then he looked at Harry. The silence stretched until it was almost a physical object occupying space in the dungeon. 7%, Snape murmured. And then, so quietly that only Harry could hear, "Your mother made the same observation, her 6th year." He moved on without another word. Hermione was staring at Harry with an expression that combined academic hunger, competitive annoyance, and reluctant admiration in roughly equal proportions. "You modified the recipe," she hissed. "On your first day, in your first class, you modified Snape's recipe. It needed modifying." "You can't just," she took a breath. "Is it actually better? Look at the vapor density." Hermione looked, her eyes narrowed. She pulled out her wand, muttered a diagnostic charm, and a small number appeared in the air above Harry's cauldron. A measurement that meant nothing to Harry but clearly meant something significant to Hermione. Because her expression shifted from competitive annoyance to something approaching reverence. "It's better," she said faintly, "I know. Your modifications are better than the textbook." The textbook was written in 1952. Potions theory has advanced. Hermione set her jaw. Harry could see the calculation happening, the fierce pride of someone who had been the best at everything her entire life, confronted with someone who was casually, effortlessly better. He'd seen the same look on Tim's face the first time Harry had solved one of Bruce's puzzle boxes faster than Tim could. "You're going to teach me that stabilization technique," she said. It wasn't a request, after class. The rest of the period passed without incident. Harry finished his potion in 72 minutes, 18 minutes under the allotted time, bottled a perfect sample, cleaned his station, and sat with his hands folded while the rest of the class struggled through the final steps. Hermione finished second, 4 minutes after Harry, and her potion was excellent by any standard, just not quite as good as his. She handled this with the tight-lipped grace of someone filing away a defeat for future revenge. When the bell rang, Snape assigned homework, 12 inches on the properties of Moonstone, and the class filed out. Harry was the last to leave, and as he passed Snape's desk, the potions master spoke without looking up from his grading. "Thursday evening, 8 o'clock, my office. Bring your questions about those potions you mentioned. I'll be there, and Potter." A pause. 4 stirs is better. I verified it 20 years ago. The textbook publisher refused to update the edition. Harry nodded once and left the dungeon. Behind him, he heard Snape's quill resume its scratching, and the sound was somehow less angry than before. The corridor outside the potions classroom was a chaos of students transitioning between classes, robes swishing, voices bouncing off stone walls. Harry moved through the crowd with the fluid ease of someone accustomed to navigating dense environments. Gotham's streets at rush hour were more challenging than this, and considerably more dangerous. Hermione fell into step beside him. She'd been waiting, he realized. Positioned herself just outside the door at an angle that appeared casual but ensured she'd intercept him. "Our next class is Transfiguration," she said, pulling a schedule from her bag. "Professor McGonagall, 3rd floor, we have 12 minutes. I know the schedule. I know you know." "I'm being conversational. It's a social behavior humans engage in." Harry looked at her. She raised an eyebrow, something that might have been humor flickered at the corner of her mouth. "Was that sarcasm?" he asked. "Cutting-edge stuff, I know, you'll catch on." Ron appeared on Harry's other side, slightly out of breath, smelling of failed potion. "My cauldron's going to need therapy after that class." And Snape called my Moonstone preparation an affront to the art of magical brewing, which I think is a new personal best for me. They climbed the stairs toward the 3rd floor. Harry was aware that they were forming a unit, a 3-person formation that moved through the corridors together, drawing stares and whispers. The boy who lived, flanked by companions. It looked like friendship. Harry wasn't sure it was yet. It might have been proximity or curiosity or the gravitational pull of unusual circumstances, but it felt, the word came unbidden and he couldn't stop it, natural. The Transfiguration classroom was bright and airy after the dungeons, with large windows that overlooked the grounds. Professor McGonagall stood at the front, ramrod straight, her spectacles perched on her nose. her expression suggesting that foolishness would be neither tolerated nor survived. Harry liked her immediately. She reminded him of Alfred, the same combination of rigid propriety and underlying steel, the same sense that affection was expressed through standards rather than softness. Today, McGonagall began, once the class was seated, we will be reviewing vanishing spells which are essential for your OW. Examination. The incantation is Evanesco. The difficulty lies not in the wand movement or the pronunciation, but in the conceptual understanding. You must fully comprehend where the vanished object goes, which is to say, into non-being, which is to say, everything. She surveyed the class. Who can explain the theoretical basis? Hermione's hand shot up. Harry's didn't, but McGonagall's eyes found him anyway. Mr. Potter, as our newest student, perhaps you'd care to demonstrate what you already know. There was a challenge in her voice, not hostile, but testing. McGonagall wanted to see what she was dealing with. Harry respected that. Of course, Professor. He stood. McGonagall placed a snail on the desk in front of him. The class leaned forward. Harry could feel their attention, 30 pairs of eyes hungry for spectacle. Harry didn't reach for a wand. He extended his right hand, palm down, over the snail. He didn't speak an incantation. He didn't make a gesture. He simply willed the snail to vanish, channeling his intent through his palm, shaping the magic with the precision of a surgeon and the force of a sledgehammer. And the snail ceased to exist, not gradually, not with a shimmer or a fade. One frame it was there, the next it was gone. The desk was bare. The air where the snail had been was slightly colder, the only physical evidence that matter had just been translated into non-being. The class was silent. McGonagall stared at the empty desk for 3 seconds. Then she placed a second snail, then a teacup, then a thick textbook. Then her own hat. If you would, she said, her voice carefully neutral. Harry vanished them all, simultaneously. 5 objects gone in the same instant, without a word or a wand movement, with no more visible effort than blinking. The desk was bare. McGonagall's head was bare. The class made a collective sound that was somewhere between a gasp and a moan. McGonagall summoned her hat back from non-being with a brisk wand movement and placed it on her head. Her expression hadn't changed, but there was something new in her eyes, the look of a master craftsman watching someone perform their craft at a level they'd thought theoretical. I see, she said, and the theoretical basis, Mr. Potter, for the benefit of the class. Vanishing is a subset of matter-to-energy-to-void conversion. The object's physical structure is disassembled at the molecular level, and the resulting energy is dispersed into what magical theorists call the ambient field, the background magical energy that permeates all space. The object doesn't go somewhere. It becomes everywhere, distributed across the field at a density too low to reconstitute spontaneously. Summoning reverses the process by providing a template, the caster's memory of the object, and drawing the dispersed energy back into physical form. The class was staring at him. Hermione was writing frantically. Ron had his mouth open. That, McGonagall said slowly, is the most precise explanation of vanishing theory I've heard in 40 years of teaching. It is also, I might note, approximately 6 years ahead of the standard curriculum. She paused, 10 points to Gryffindor. Then, in a lower voice that only Harry could hear. And Mr. Potter, after class, I'd like a word. Class continued. The other students struggled with their snails. Most managed partial vanishing at best, leaving transparent or half-present gastropods on their desks. Hermione vanished hers completely on the 3rd try, which earned her 5 points and a satisfied nod from McGonagall. Ron managed to vanish his snail's shell, but not the snail, which was arguably worse for everyone involved. Harry spent the remainder of the class helping Neville, who had been paired at the desk beside him, and whose snail remained stubbornly corporeal despite increasingly desperate wand movements. You're overthinking it, Harry said quietly, while McGonagall was occupied with Lavender Brown's partially invisible snail. You're focused on the incantation and the wand movement, but those are just triggers. The actual work happens in your mind. You need to see the snail not being there. I can't, I'm rubbish at transfiguration, Harry. McGonagall's given up on me. She hasn't. She's frustrated because she can see your potential and you're not reaching it. There's a difference. Neville blinked. My potential? You have strong magic, Neville. I can feel it. You're just... Harry considered how to say this without being insulting. Your confidence is the bottleneck. You don't believe you can do it, so you can't. Magic is will. If your will is undermined by self-doubt, the magic falters. Easy for you to say. You can vanish 5 things at once without a wand. I couldn't always. When I was 12, I tried to levitate a pencil and gave myself a nosebleed that lasted 3 hours. My father had to carry me to the medical bay. Neville stared at him. You got nosebleeds, spectacular ones. I once passed out in the middle of a training exercise and woke up in a puddle of my own blood. My father's associate, a woman named Zatanna, told me I was the worst student she'd ever had. Then she made me do it again. And you did, 237 times. That's how many attempts it took before I could levitate the pencil without bleeding. The 238th time, I levitated the pencil and every piece of furniture in the room. My mentor said, "About damn time," and poured herself a drink. Neville laughed, a surprised, genuine sound that seemed to shock him as much as anyone. 237. Mastery isn't talent, it's repetition and pain tolerance. Neville looked at his snail. He took a breath. He raised his wand. Don't think about the incantation, Harry said. Think about the empty desk. Neville closed his eyes. He was quiet for a moment. Then he spoke the incantation, softly, almost conversationally, without the desperate intensity he'd been using before, and the snail vanished. Neville opened his eyes. The desk was empty. He looked at Harry, then at the desk, then back at Harry. I did it, he whispered. You did it. I've never. McGonagall's been trying to get me to vanish things all last year. Neville. Harry let a fraction of warmth into his voice. It's your magic, not hers, not mine. Yours. Stop acting like it's borrowed. Neville's face did something complicated. His eyes went bright and his jaw set, and for just a second, Harry saw a flash of something underneath the nervousness, steel. Buried deep, but there, McGonagall had noticed. She walked over, looked at the empty desk, looked at Neville, and her expression softened by approximately 1 degree, which for McGonagall was the equivalent of a bear hug. Well done, Mr. Longbottom. 5 points to Gryffindor, Neville beamed. Harry filed away his observation. Neville Longbottom had more potential than anyone, possibly including Neville himself, realized. He'd need support, training, and someone who believed in him without reservation, another piece on the board. But Harry was trying, genuinely trying, to see the person too. The class ended, students filed out, and Harry remained as McGonagall had requested. She waited until the room was empty, then closed the door with a flick of her wand and turned to face him. Mr. Potter, I was your parents' head of house. I know. I was there the night Dumbledore left you with the Dursleys. I argued against it. I told him those people were the worst sort of muggles. Her voice was steady, but something underneath it vibrated. I should have argued harder. You couldn't have known. I should have checked. In 15 years, I never once verified that you were safe, happy, or even alive. I trusted Dumbledore's judgment, and that trust was... She stopped, collected herself. I failed your parents, Professor McGonagall. Harry held her gaze. My parents' friends failed me. Dumbledore failed me. The Ministry failed me. The entire wizarding world wrote think pieces about the boy who lived for a decade and a half without once confirming that the boy in question was actually alive. I'm not interested in apologies. I'm interested in what happens next. McGonagall's chin lifted. Something in her expression sharpened. Respect, Harry thought. She was the kind of person who preferred directness to sentiment. What happens next, she said, is that I ensure you receive the education you came here for. Your wandless abilities are extraordinary, but transfiguration is about more than raw power. It requires finesse, understanding, and theory I don't have, Harry finished. I know. My practical skills are advanced, but my theoretical foundation in formal magical disciplines is uneven. I learned from practitioners, not academics. There are gaps. Then we'll fill them. I propose additional sessions weekly outside of class, not remedial, she added quickly. Advanced, you're beyond what I teach in OWL preparation. If we're going to do this, we might as well do it properly. I'd appreciate that, McGonagall nodded crisply. Then, in a different voice, your mother was the best transfiguration student I ever taught. She had an intuitive understanding of the discipline that I've seen perhaps 3 times in my career. A pause. You have it too. The way you vanished those objects, that wasn't brute force, that was understanding. Deep structural understanding. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me, earn it. She opened the door. Now get to your next class. I believe you have defense against the dark arts. She said the name of the class with a particular inflection, carefully neutral, deliberately controlled. That told Harry everything he needed to know about what to expect. The defense against the dark arts classroom was on the 3rd floor, in a room that had the unsettled energy of a space that had been redecorated too many times. The walls were now hung with pink drapes. There were doilies on the desk. A framed photograph of Cornelius Fudge smiled blandly from a position of prominence. The room smelled of perfume, floral, cloying, the olfactory equivalent of a smile that didn't reach the eyes. Dolores Umbridge stood at the front of the classroom in her pink cardigan, her face arranged in that toad-like smile, her eyes sweeping the incoming students with the watchful satisfaction of a prison warden during intake. Harry chose a seat in the center of the room. Not the back, not the front. Center? Visible, he wanted Umbridge to see him, the class filled. This was a Gryffindor-only session, and the mood was notably different from potions. No Slytherin tension, just Gryffindor energy, which ran hot and loud. Students chattered, scraped chairs, shuffled books. Umbridge waited until they settled, then spoke. "Good afternoon, class," a scattered, uncertain response. "Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge." "Tut tut, that won't do. Let's try again, shall we? Good afternoon, class." "Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge." Louder this time, with the mechanical compliance of students who recognized a power play. Much better. Umbridge's smile widened. "Now then, welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. I am Professor Umbridge, and I will be your instructor this year. I want you to know that the Ministry of Magic has taken a personal interest in your education. We want to ensure that you are being taught in a manner that is safe, responsible, and, a delicate pause, age-appropriate." She tapped the blackboard with her wand. Words appeared, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard. Please open your textbooks to Chapter 1 and begin reading. Hermione's hand went up. "Professor, there's nothing in the course description about practical work. The Ministry feels that a theoretical understanding is more than sufficient for students your age. There will be no need to use defensive spells in my classroom. I can't imagine why you would need to." "Maybe because there's a war coming," Ron muttered, not quietly enough. Umbridge's smile didn't change, but her eyes snapped to Ron with a predatory focus that reminded Harry of Killer Croc tracking movement in the sewers. "I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean by a war coming. The Ministry has been very clear. There is no threat. The rumors about a certain dark wizard returning are exactly that, rumors, spread by attention seekers and fearmongers." The temperature in the room changed. It wasn't physical, it was emotional, a collective stiffening as students processed the implications of what Umbridge had just said. Harry watched their faces, anger on some, confusion on others. And on a few, Neville, Dean, Seamus, the particular frustration of people who knew the truth and were being told it wasn't real. Hermione's hand was up again. "Professor, Dumbledore himself has stated that Voldemort has returned. Are you saying the headmaster is lying?" Umbridge's smile turned glacial. "I'm saying that certain people have made claims that are not supported by evidence. The Ministry's position is clear, and it is the Ministry's position that will be taught in this classroom." Harry had heard enough. He closed the textbook on his desk. The sound was quiet, just a soft thump of pages meeting cover, but in the charged silence of the room it carried. Umbridge's eyes swiveled to him. "Mr. Potter, is there a problem?" "Several," Harry said, "but we can start with the most immediate one. This textbook is useless." Umbridge's smile froze. The class went very quiet. "I beg your pardon," Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard. Published in 1978, revised in 1991. The book advocates a purely theoretical approach to defense, with no practical component, no dueling instruction, and no coverage of any dark creature or curse developed after 1975. It's a political document, not an educational one. It was commissioned by the Department of Magical Education during the last period of ministry overreach, and designed to produce students who are compliant rather than competent. Harry paused. You know this, the ministry knows this. The book wasn't chosen because it's effective. It was chosen because it ensures that students leave this school unable to defend themselves against the threats the ministry is pretending don't exist. The silence that followed was so complete that Harry could hear Umbridge's breathing, slightly elevated, slightly faster. Her smile hadn't changed, but her eyes had gone flat and hard, the eyes of a bureaucrat who had just identified a threat to her authority. Detention, Mr. Potter. For what? For disrupting my class and spreading dangerous misinformation. I stated facts. The book's publication history is public record. The ministry's commissioning of the text is documented in the Department of Magical Education's archives, file number 7749B, if you'd like to check. And the claim that Voldemort has returned isn't misinformation. It's confirmed by multiple witnesses, physical evidence, and the direct testimony of Albus Dumbledore, who is, whatever the ministry's current position, the most credible magical authority in Britain. Umbridge stood very still. Her fingers, Harry noticed, were white-knuckled where they gripped her wand. The smile was now a rictus, a baring of teeth that had abandoned any pretense of warmth. Detention, she repeated. This evening, my office, 5 o'clock. I'll be there, and Mr. Potter, I would advise you to mind your tone. The Ministry of Magic does not take kindly to. The Ministry of Magic, Harry said, is a political institution that is currently more concerned with maintaining its own credibility than protecting its citizens. That's not an opinion, Professor. That's an observable pattern of behavior documented across the last 6 months of policy decisions. He held her gaze steadily. I'll attend your detention, but I won't pretend that this textbook is adequate, and I won't pretend that the threats facing every student in this room aren't real. If that's what you require for a passing grade in this class, then I suggest you fail me now and save us both the time. Umbridge's face had gone an interesting shade of purple-pink, like a sunset having an allergic reaction. Her mouth opened and closed twice. The class was frozen, 30 students holding their breath, watching the collision of an unstoppable force and an immovable bureaucrat. You will serve detention, Umbridge said, her voice squeezed through clenched teeth. And you will read Chapter 1 of the textbook, and you will learn, Mr. Potter, that there are consequences for defiance. I've always known that, Harry said. The question is whether the defiance is worth the consequences. In this case, it is. He opened the textbook, set it on the desk, and began reading. Not because Umbridge had told him to, but because the conversation was over and there was no tactical advantage in prolonging it. He'd made his point. The class had heard it. And Umbridge now knew exactly what she was dealing with, not a child she could intimidate, but an adversary she would have to outmaneuver. She wouldn't succeed. But she'd try, and her attempts would reveal her methods, her boundaries, and her connections. Every bureaucrat, when pressed, exposed their network. Harry was patient enough to watch around him. The class slowly resumed breathing. Hermione was staring at him with something fierce in her eyes. Ron looked like he'd witnessed a religious experience. Neville was sitting straighter than Harry had ever seen him. And in the back of the room, nearly invisible, a quick quotes quill was writing furiously in someone's bag, a detail Harry noticed and filed. Someone in this class was reporting to the press. That could be useful. The rest of the afternoon passed in a series of classes that ranged from moderately useful charms, with the tiny Professor Flitwick, who was delighted by Harry's wandless abilities and spent 20 minutes after class asking questions, to actively tedious history of magic. Taught by a ghost named Binns, who had apparently died mid-lecture and never noticed. Harry used the history of magic period productively. He sketched a map of the castle's ward structure from memory, annotated it with the gaps he'd identified, and began planning his approach to the remaining Horcruxes. The Diadem was destroyed. That left four: Slytherin's Locket, Hufflepuff's Cup, Nagini the Snake, and the fragment in Harry's own scar. The Locket and Cup were the next priorities. Bruce's intelligence indicated the Locket had been hidden in a cave along the British coast, a location with personal significance to Riddle's childhood. The Cup was in a vault at Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, which presented significant logistical challenges. Gringotts' security was legendary, but Harry had broken into facilities with comparable protections before. The key was reconnaissance. Nagini would be the most difficult. She was Voldemort's constant companion, which meant getting to her required getting to him. That was an in-game move. And the fragment in his scar, that was a problem he hadn't solved yet. Every solution he and Bruce had developed required either his death or a level of magical precision that bordered on impossible. He was working on alternatives. Bruce was working on alternatives. Zatanna was working on alternatives. One of them would find a way, or they wouldn't, and Harry would do what needed to be done. He'd made peace with that possibility a long time ago. Bruce hadn't. That was the one argument they'd never resolved: Bruce's absolute refusal to accept any plan that included Harry's death as a variable. "There's always another way," Bruce had said, his voice carrying the raw intensity he usually reserved for criminals. "I didn't raise you to be a sacrifice." "You raised me to finish the mission," Harry had replied. They hadn't spoken for 3 days after that conversation. It was the closest thing to a fight they'd ever had, and the silence had been worse than any argument. Harry set aside the Horcrux problem and focused on the immediate situation. Classes were a cover, a useful one, because he was genuinely learning things about formal magical theory that his practical training had skipped, but a cover nonetheless. The real work happened outside of class: the Horcruxes, the political situation, Voldemort's network within the school. And tonight, Umbridge's detention. At 5 o'clock, Harry knocked on the door of Umbridge's office. It opened to reveal a room that looked like a doily factory had exploded inside a retirement home. Pink walls, pink curtains, pink carpet. Plates mounted on the walls displayed painted kittens that mewed and pawed at their borders. A desk dominated the center, covered in lace. The room smelled of perfume and something else, something sweet and slightly chemical, like sugar dissolved in formaldehyde. Umbridge sat behind the desk, her smile firmly in place. "Do sit down, Mr. Potter." Harry sat. The chair was deliberately uncomfortable, too low, positioned to make the occupant feel small. Harry adjusted his posture to compensate and waited. "You're going to do some lines for me today," Umbridge said, pushing a piece of parchment across the desk. "You will write, 'I must not tell lies.'" Harry looked at the parchment, then at the quill she'd placed beside it, black, sharp, with no accompanying ink pot, a blood quill. He recognized it instantly. Bruce's file on restricted magical artifacts had included an entry: "Blood quills, classified as instruments of torture by the International Confederation of Wizards, banned from use on minors in every magical jurisdiction, possession of which carried a minimum sentence of 6 months in Azkaban." Umbridge was watching him with hungry anticipation. She wanted him to pick it up. She wanted him to write, to feel the words carve into the back of his hand, to experience the particular horror of having his own blood used as ink. She wanted the pain, the humiliation, the slow grinding down of defiance through physical suffering. She had no idea who she was dealing with. Harry picked up the quill. He examined it, the nib, the shaft, the enchantment structure. He could feel the magic woven into it, dark and precise, designed to bypass the user's skin and draw blood in the pattern of whatever was written. It was cruel, elegant, and deeply illegal. "This is a blood quill," Harry said conversationally. Umbridge's smile flickered. "It's a special quill." "It's a blood quill. Classification: Grade 3 dark object. Banned under Statute 447 of the International Confederation of Wizards, ratified 1932. Possession is a criminal offense in 37 magical jurisdictions, including Britain. Use on a minor carries an automatic sentence of 6 months to 2 years in Azkaban, depending on the severity of the injury and the age of the victim. Harry set the quill down on the desk. You're going to need a different quill, Professor. Umbridge's face went through a rapid series of transitions: surprise, anger, fear, calculation, before settling on a smile that was all teeth and no humanity. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Potter. That is a standard correction quill provided by the Ministry. I can identify a blood quill by the enchantment signature. I can also identify this specific model, Mulpepper's, circa 1987, distinguishable by the double-twist nib, as one of a batch that was confiscated from a dark artifacts dealer in Nocturne Alley in 1993 and supposedly destroyed. The confiscation was handled by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The destruction was signed off by, Harry paused for effect, the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. The color had drained from Umbridge's face. The painted kittens on the walls mewed nervously, sensing their owner's distress. You signed off on the destruction of these quills, Harry continued, but you kept at least one. That's misappropriation of confiscated dark artifacts, which is a separate offense from possession. It falls under corruption and abuse of office, carrying additional penalties of up to 5 years. You have no proof of that. Harry reached into his robes and produced a small, flat device, the communication unit Bruce had given him. With a precise tap, he activated its secondary function, a recording and transmission feature that had been documenting everything since he'd entered the room. I do now, Harry said. Umbridge stared at the device. She didn't know what it was. Muggle technology was as foreign to her as decency, but she understood the implication. Her hands trembled on the desk. The toad-like smile had collapsed entirely, leaving a face that was pale, sweating, and utterly terrified. How dare you? You can't. This is entrapment. It's documentation. There's a legal difference. Harry stood. Here's what's going to happen, Professor. You're going to stop using the blood quill on students. You're going to stop assigning detentions designed to physically harm children. And you're going to teach this class according to the standards set by the Hogwarts Board of Governors, not the political agenda of a ministry that's more interested in propaganda than education. You can't threaten me. I am the undersecretary to the minister. You were the undersecretary. Right now, you're a teacher at Hogwarts who just attempted to torture a 15-year-old with an illegal dark artifact. That recording is being transmitted as we speak to a secure storage facility. If anything happens to me, to any student, or to anyone I've designated, it will be released simultaneously to the Daily Prophet, the Wizengamot, and the International Confederation's Oversight Committee. Fudge will deny any knowledge of your methods, disavow your appointment, and throw you to the Wizengamot without a backward glance. That's what politicians do when their proxies become liabilities. You know this. You've watched him do it to others. Umbridge sat behind her desk, her mouth opening and closing like a landed fish. The kittens on the plates had stopped mewing. Even they seemed to understand that the balance of power in this room had shifted irrevocably. Harry walked to the door. Detention's over, Professor. I trust we understand each other. He left. The corridor outside was empty and cool, and he walked through it with the steady, unhurried pace of someone who had just dismantled a threat without raising his voice or his hand. It was clean. It was efficient. It was exactly the kind of operation Bruce would have approved of. Halfway down the corridor, he stopped. A sound, faint, muffled, coming from behind a closed classroom door to his left. Crying. The particular kind of crying that someone was trying very hard to suppress. Hitched breaths, swallowed sobs, the raw sound of someone in pain they didn't want anyone to know about. Harry opened the door. The classroom was dark, chairs stacked on desks, unused. In the corner, sitting on the floor with her knees drawn up and her hand cradled against her chest, was a girl Harry didn't recognize, a 4th year maybe, with a round face and reddish hair. She looked up when the door opened, and her expression cycled through terror, shame, and the desperate hope of someone caught in a moment they wanted to erase. Her right hand was raw. The words "I must not tell lies" were carved into the skin, fresh and bleeding. Harry went cold. Not the practiced cold of tactical assessment, something deeper, something that lived in the base of his spine and tasted like iron. He'd seen injuries before. He'd treated his own, stitched his own wounds, set his own bones in the field when there was no one else. But this, a child carved open by a woman who smiled while she did it, this was different. He crossed the room and knelt beside the girl. "Let me see your hand." She pulled it closer to her chest. "It's nothing, I'm fine, you're not fine, let me see." Something in his voice, calm, certain, carrying the absolute authority of someone who would not be argued with, cut through her resistance. She extended her hand, trembling. Harry took it gently, tilting it toward the faint light from the window. The words were shallow but clean-edged. The blood quill's enchantment ensured precise cuts. They would scar without treatment. "How many times has she done this?" Harry asked. "This was my third detention." The girl's voice was small. "She gave me detention for, I said in class that you know who was back. My mum was at the Quidditch World Cup. She saw the Death Eaters. She told me, 'What's your name?' Hannah. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, 4th year, daughter of a half-blood family." She'd spoken the truth in class and been carved open for it. Harry held her hand and channeled healing magic through his fingers. Not a spell, not anything with a name, just raw restorative energy directed with surgical precision at the damaged tissue. The cut sealed. The blood dried and flaked away. The skin knitted itself together, leaving nothing but faint pink lines that would fade within hours. Hannah stared at her hand. "How did you? You didn't use a wand." "I don't use a wand." Harry released her hand. "How many other students has she done this to?" "I don't know, a few. She chooses the ones who talk about you-know-who coming back. Lee Jordan, Nigel Walpert, maybe others. Nobody talks about it because she told us. She said if we complained, she'd make it worse." Harry stood. The cold inside him had crystallized into something precise and sharp, not rage, because rage was uncontrolled, and he had been trained to never be uncontrolled. But something adjacent to rage, something with teeth. "She won't touch you again," Harry said. "She won't touch any of you." "I've handled it." "How? You don't need to know how, just know that it's done. If she tries anything at all, come find me. Gryffindor Tower, or ask any portrait in the castle, they'll find me." Hannah looked at him with eyes that were still wet but no longer desperate. "You're really Harry Potter?" "Yes. My mum says you're supposed to save us, from you-know-who." Harry looked at this girl, this 14-year-old child who had been cut open by a representative of her own government for the crime of telling the truth, and felt something shift inside him. Not the tactical coldness that was his default, not the mission-focused clarity that Bruce had instilled. Something warmer and more dangerous, caring. He was starting to care. "I'm working on it," he said. He helped her up, walked her to the corridor, and pointed her toward the Hufflepuff common room. She went, clutching her healed hand, glancing back at him twice. Then she was gone around a corner, and Harry was alone in the corridor with the taste of iron still in his mouth, and a growing certainty that Dolores Umbridge's career at Hogwarts was going to be significantly shorter than the Ministry planned. He already had the recording. That was leverage insurance, but insurance was passive, and Harry was not a passive person. Umbridge needed to be removed, not just contained. She was a symptom of a larger problem, the Ministry's infiltration of Hogwarts, and symptoms could be treated while addressing the disease. He needed allies. Political ones. He needed to talk to Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was on the second floor, behind a gargoyle that required a password. Harry didn't have the current password, but the gargoyle, a stone creature with more personality than most living things Harry had encountered, took one look at him and stepped aside without being asked. The castle was definitely helping him. Harry was beginning to suspect the castle liked him, in whatever way an ancient magical structure was capable of liking something. He climbed the spiral staircase and entered the office without knocking. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk, poring over a map that he folded and pocketed the moment Harry appeared, not quickly enough to prevent Harry from identifying it as a map of coastal Britain with several locations marked. The Horcrux cave, Harry guessed. Dumbledore was doing his own research. Harry, I didn't expect you until later. Umbridge is using a blood quill on students. Dumbledore went still. The pleasant twinkle in his eyes dimmed, replaced by something cold and hard. You're certain? I have a recording of her offering it to me during detention. I also have the testimony of a student who's been subjected to it 3 times, Hannah Abbott, 4th year Hufflepuff. The cuts are healed, but the magical residue would be detectable for another 48 hours if examined. A recording. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. May I ask how? Technology. Muggle technology doesn't function within Hogwarts. Mine does. Dumbledore studied him for a moment, then set aside his curiosity, a rare act of restraint that told Harry the old man understood the severity of what was being discussed. If I move against Umbridge openly, Fudge will replace her with someone worse, someone I can't monitor, and it will accelerate the Ministry's plans to take control of Hogwarts entirely. I know. That's why I'm not suggesting you move against her openly. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. What are you suggesting? Umbridge is a weapon. Right now she's pointed at us. I'm suggesting we redirect her. Explain. Harry sat down in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk, an ornate, high-backed chair that was considerably more comfortable than Umbridge's deliberately unpleasant alternative. Umbridge is loyal to Fudge because Fudge is in power. If Fudge's position weakens, her loyalty becomes negotiable. She's a survivalist, not an ideologue. She doesn't believe the Ministry's line about Voldemort. She doesn't care one way or the other. She cares about being on the winning side. And you propose to show her which side is winning. I propose to show her which side is going to win. There's a difference. Fudge is propped up by public trust and institutional inertia. Both are eroding. When the truth about Voldemort becomes undeniable, and it will because Voldemort is incapable of subtlety, Fudge will fall. Umbridge knows this. She's already hedging her bets. I noticed 3 separate communication artifacts in her office, one of which was tuned to a frequency that doesn't match any Ministry standard channel. She's talking to someone outside the government. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You deduced all of this from one detention. I deduced most of it before I arrived at Hogwarts. The detention confirmed specific details. Harry, you've been here less than 2 days. I know, I'm behind schedule. Dumbledore made a sound that was half laugh, half sigh. He removed his spectacles and rubbed the bridge of his nose. You are, without question, the most extraordinary student who has ever attended this school, and the most exhausting, I've been told. I can't condone the recording. The legal framework is irrelevant. We're at war, even if the Ministry refuses to acknowledge it. Umbridge is torturing children. The recording ensures she stops. If you need legal cover, the Hogwarts Charter of 1296 grants the headmaster emergency authority over staff conduct when student welfare is at risk, a provision that's never been revoked because the Ministry doesn't know it exists. The charter is in a vault beneath this office. I assume you have access. Dumbledore stared at him. The Charter of 1296, Section 12, Paragraph 4. In the event that a member of staff engages in conduct detrimental to the physical or magical well-being of students, the headmaster may invoke extraordinary measures without prior approval of the Board of Governors or the Ministry of Magic. The language is broad enough to cover Umbridge's removal if you choose to exercise it. You've read the Hogwarts Charter. Twice. The original Latin and the 1847 translation, which has several interesting errors that could be exploited depending on interpretation. Dumbledore put his spectacles back on. His expression had settled into something Harry recognized, the look of a man reassessing his entire strategic framework. Bruce got the same look when a case took an unexpected turn. It wasn't displeasure. It was the particular exhilaration of encountering a variable that made the game more interesting. I won't remove Umbridge yet, Dumbledore said. For the reasons I stated, Fudge would send someone worse, but I will ensure she stops using the blood quill. I'll speak with her tonight. The charter will be mentioned. That works for now. And Harry, the other matter, the Horcrux, have you? The diadem is destroyed. I handled it this morning. Dumbledore's face went through a remarkable transition. Shock, relief, disbelief, and then a dawning realization that rearranged every line. You destroyed a Horcrux on your first morning, before breakfast. The basilisk fangs from the chamber are effective. I have 3 remaining. You went into the Chamber of Secrets. It wasn't difficult. It requires Parseltongue, which I speak. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, there was something in them that Harry hadn't seen before, not calculation, not manipulation, but genuine emotion. The old man looked at Harry, and for the first time since they'd met, there was no mask. You are your mother's son, Dumbledore said softly, and your father's, both of them, all of them. Harry didn't know what to say to that, so he said nothing. The silence between them was different this time, not the charged stillness of adversaries, but something warmer. Something that might, in time, become trust. We should discuss the remaining Horcruxes, Harry said, because trust was uncomfortable and strategy was not. The locket is in a cave along the coast. I have the location. I'd like to retrieve it within the next 2 weeks. Dumbledore said. We should retrieve it, together. Harry studied the old man. This was an offer of partnership, genuine, not performative. Dumbledore was extending a hand, not a leash. Together, Harry agreed. Something passed between them, an understanding, unspoken, that changed the shape of their alliance from adversarial to cooperative. It wasn't complete trust. Harry wasn't sure he was capable of complete trust, but it was a start. He left the office and descended the spiral staircase, passing the gargoyle, which gave him what might have been a respectful nod. The castle's corridors were emptying as students headed toward their common rooms for the evening. The sun was setting, painting the windows in gold and amber, and the castle hummed around him with its slow, ancient awareness. Harry walked toward Gryffindor Tower. He was thinking about Horcruxes and strategy and the look on Hannah Abbott's face when she'd shown him her hand. He was thinking about Umbridge's recording and Snape's fractured eyes and Dumbledore's offer of partnership. He was thinking about the mission, always the mission, and how the board was taking shape around him, pieces moving, patterns emerging. He turned a corner and nearly walked into Draco Malfoy. They both stopped. The corridor was narrow, a connecting passage between the main stairwell and the west wing, and for a moment neither of them moved. Draco was alone. No Crabbe, no Goyle, no audience. Without the bodyguards and the persona, he looked smaller. Younger. His tie was loosened, and his hair was out of its usual precise arrangement, hanging across his forehead in a way that made him look almost like a normal 15-year-old boy. His eyes were red-rimmed. He'd been crying. Recently, Harry said nothing. He waited. My father wrote to me, Draco said. His voice was flat, drained of its usual performative drawl. After breakfast, after what you said, I expected he would. He told me to. Draco stopped, his jaw clenched. He told me to stay away from you, that you're dangerous, that you'll say things to confuse me, to turn me against my family. Is that what you think I'm doing? I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what anyone is doing. My father says one thing, Dumbledore says another, the ministry says something else, and now you show up, out of nowhere, no wand, talking about Horcruxes and Death Eaters and... Draco's voice cracked. You told the entire school my father is a Death Eater. I told you and 2 other students, that's not the entire school. It will be by tomorrow. You know how this place works. Harry studied him. Draco Malfoy, stripped of his armor, was a frightened boy standing in a corridor, trying to figure out which way the ground was tilting. He reminded Harry of himself at 12, standing in the Batcave after learning the truth about Voldemort, feeling the floor of his life drop out from under him. Bruce had been there. Bruce had put a hand on his shoulder and said, the truth doesn't care about your feelings, but I do, so let's figure this out together. Harry wasn't Bruce. He wasn't warm, wasn't comforting, wasn't good at the human things that came naturally to Alfred and clumsily to Bruce and not at all to Harry. But he could offer something else, something he was good at, honesty. Your father is a Death Eater, Harry said. That's not going to change. The question isn't whether it's true, you already know it's true. The question is what you're going to do about it. He's my father. I know what fathers are. I have one who taught me everything I know, and I'd die for him without hesitation. But if he were wrong, if he were serving something evil, I'd still stand against it, not because I don't love him, because love doesn't require obedience. Draco stared at him. The rawness in his face was almost painful to witness, the vulnerability of someone who'd spent their entire life behind a mask and was now involuntarily exposed. You make it sound simple. It's not simple, it's the hardest thing there is. But you already knew that, or you wouldn't be standing here talking to me instead of following your father's instructions to stay away. The corridor was silent. Torchlight flickered on stone walls. Somewhere distant, a clock chimed. "I'm not joining your side," Draco said. But there was no conviction in it. It was a line being delivered by someone who'd forgotten why they were saying it. "I'm not asking you to join anything. I'm asking you to think for yourself. When the time comes, and it will come, Draco, make your choice with your eyes open. That's all." Harry moved past him, continuing down the corridor. He didn't look back. Behind him, he heard Draco's breathing, ragged, shaky, the breathing of someone whose world was rearranging itself in real time, then footsteps. Quick, retreating, heading in the opposite direction. Harry let him go. Gryffindor Tower was warm and loud when Harry arrived. The common room was full of students doing homework, playing games, arguing about Quidditch, and engaging in the general chaos that seemed to be Gryffindor's default state. Several conversations paused when Harry entered, then resumed at lower volumes with significantly more glancing in his direction. Hermione and Ron had claimed a corner near the fire. Hermione had spread her homework across an entire table, multiple textbooks open simultaneously, parchment scrolls at various stages of completion, ink bottles arranged with military precision. Ron sat beside her with one textbook open and a glazed expression that suggested he was present in body but had sent his mind on vacation. Harry sat down across from them. Hermione looked up immediately. "How was detention?" "Brief. Brief. Umbridge's detentions are supposed to be," she stopped. Her eyes narrowed. "What did you do?" "Resolved the situation." Ron leaned forward. "What does that mean? Did you hex her? Please tell me you hexed her." "I didn't hex her. I made it clear that her methods were unacceptable and that continuing them would have consequences." Hermione studied him with the particular intensity she'd been directing at him since their first conversation. "You're not going to tell us the details, are you?" "Not all of them. Some of it involves other students' privacy." Something shifted in Hermione's expression, surprise, maybe, or reassessment. She'd expected evasion for strategic reasons. She hadn't expected consideration for others. Harry saw her file this data point away, adjusting her model of who he was. "Fair enough," she said. Then, "While you were gone, I started on the potion's homework, and I have 17 questions about your modified stabilization technique." 17. I wrote them down. She produced a parchment. They're organized by category. Theoretical basis, practical application, and implications for other brewing processes. Ron groaned. "She's been like this for 2 hours. I tried to talk about Quidditch, and she told me to prioritize my intellectual development." "I said that once, Ronald." Harry looked at the list. 17 questions, neatly numbered, each one demonstrating a level of analytical thinking that would have impressed Bruce. They weren't simple questions. They were the kind of questions that revealed Hermione understood enough about the underlying principles to know precisely what she didn't understand. "These are good questions," Harry said. "Of course they are." He almost smiled again. That was twice in 2 days. A dangerous trend. They spent the next hour working through Hermione's questions, and it became, despite Harry's tactical resistance to the concept, something very close to a study session between friends. Hermione challenged every answer, demanded explanations for his explanations, and twice caught logical gaps in his reasoning that he had to acknowledge and address. She was brilliant, relentless, and completely unintimidated by his competence. She didn't want to be in awe of him. She wanted to understand what he knew, internalize it, and build on it. It was the most intellectually stimulating conversation Harry had had with someone his own age. Possibly ever. Ron contributed in ways Harry didn't expect. He wasn't academic, his strengths lay elsewhere, but he had an intuitive grasp of strategic thinking that surfaced in unexpected moments. When Harry described the principles behind wandless magic, Ron's first question was, "So if magic is about willpower, does that mean someone who really believes in what they're doing is stronger than someone who's technically better but doesn't care?" Harry stared at him. Yes, exactly. That's the fundamental insight that formal magical education misses entirely. Huh. Ron looked pleased with himself. Weird. It's not weird, it's strategic theology, the intersection of belief and power. Mate, I just asked a question about magic. You don't have to make it sound like a university lecture. Hermione smothered a laugh. Harry blinked. The fist in his chest was pressing harder now, trying to open, and he was running out of reasons to keep it closed. These people were not pieces on a board. They were messy, loud, opinionated, brilliant in uneven ways, and completely ungoverned by the rules of tactical engagement that Harry had used to navigate every human interaction for the past 15 years. They didn't want anything from him, not strategically. They were just there. Sitting with him, talking to him, including him, it was terrifying, and something else, something he didn't have a word for yet. The common room emptied slowly as students drifted toward bed. Ron left first, yawning with a casual "Night, Harry. Night, Hermione. Try not to overthink anything while I'm asleep. Wouldn't want to throw off the Earth's rotation." Hermione stayed. She was working on an essay, Charms, 12 inches on the Protean charm, and Harry was reviewing the castle ward map he'd sketched during History of Magic. The fire crackled. The room was quiet. "Can I ask you something?" Hermione said, not looking up from her essay. "You can ask. The way you talk about your father, Bruce Wayne, you talk about him the way soldiers talk about their commanding officers. Respect, loyalty, obedience. But you also called him your father. Those aren't the same relationship. They're not. He's both. How does that work? A father who's also what is he? A soldier? A fighter?" Harry considered how much to say. The truth was classified literally in several jurisdictions. But Hermione was asking about the emotional reality, not the operational details, and that was a different kind of truth. "He's a man who lost his parents when he was 8 years old," Harry said. "He watched them die. It broke something in him, not his mind, but his assumptions. About the world, about safety, about what you can count on. He spent the rest of his life preparing to make sure no one else suffered the way he did. He trained obsessively, studied obsessively, built systems and networks and contingencies for every imaginable threat. And then he found me, a baby on a doorstep, about to be abandoned to people who would either neglect or abuse him. And he did something he'd never planned for. He became a father. He tried. He had no idea how. His own father was killed when he was a child, so his model was a butler named Alfred who raised him, a man who expressed love through perfectly folded shirts and precisely timed meals and the absolute refusal to give up on a boy who'd been broken by grief." Harry paused. "My father is the same. He doesn't say 'I love you,' he says again when I fail a training exercise. He says you're not ready when I want to do something dangerous. He says there's always another way when I suggest plans that risk my life. His love is in the preparation, in making sure I survive." Hermione had stopped writing. She was looking at him with an expression he couldn't parse, soft and fierce at the same time, eyes bright in the firelight. "That's the saddest, beautiful thing I've ever heard," she said. "It's not sad. It is, though. You were raised by someone who loves you through preparation for danger. That means every moment of tenderness was also a moment of training. Every act of care was also an act of war. You've never had love that was just love without the armor." Harry opened his mouth to argue and found that he couldn't. She was right. She'd identified the core tension of his entire upbringing in 4 sentences, and the precision of her insight was almost physically painful. "I don't know what that kind of love looks like," he said. The admission cost him something. He felt it leave, a small piece of the wall he'd been building since childhood, extracted like a brick. It looks like your friend telling you bad jokes when you're having a terrible day, Hermione said quietly. It looks like someone saving you a seat at dinner. It looks like boring, stupid, ordinary kindness that doesn't train you for anything except knowing you're not alone. The fire popped. Shadows danced on the wall. Harry sat in a chair in Gryffindor Tower and felt something unfamiliar happening to his defenses. Not a breach, not a collapse, but a slow, deliberate lowering. Like someone setting down a weapon they'd been holding so long their muscles had forgotten what relaxation felt like. "Is that what you and Ron are?" he asked. Ordinary kindness, Hermione smiled. It was different from her other expressions, not fierce, not analytical, not competitive, just warm. Ron once ate a cursed chocolate that was meant for someone else because he didn't want them to get hurt. He spent 2 days in the hospital vomiting slugs. That's what Ron is, she shrugged. I'm the one who sat by his bed and read him Hogwarts, a history, until he begged me to stop. He doesn't seem like the type to enjoy that book. He's not. That's why it was funny. Harry made a sound that surprised him. It was brief, involuntary, and entirely foreign. It took him a moment to identify it. He'd laughed. Hermione's smile widened. There it is. I was starting to wonder if you could. I don't usually. Then I'll have to give you more reasons to. She gathered her things, stood, and headed toward the girls' staircase. At the bottom step, she turned back. Harry, for what it's worth, you're not as cold as you think you are. A cold person wouldn't have healed Hannah Abbott's hand. She was gone before he could ask how she knew about that. Small school, he supposed. Or maybe Hannah had talked. Or maybe Hermione Granger was simply more observant than anyone had any right to be. Harry sat alone in the common room, the fire dying, the castle breathing around him. He looked down at his hands, the hands that had destroyed a Horcrux that morning, dismantled a torturer that evening, and somewhere in between, begun to learn what it felt like to be known. The fist in his chest was opening. Slowly, painfully, like a flower growing through a crack in concrete. He didn't know what was inside it. He wasn't sure he wanted to find out, but he was starting to suspect it might be the most dangerous thing of all. Hope. The fire died to embers. Harry sat in the dark and let the feeling exist without trying to name it or control it or file it away. Just for a moment. Just this once. Then he stood, climbed the stairs to the dormitory, and lay in the dark listening to Ron Weasley snore and the castle breathe and the distant, impossible sound of his own heartbeat, steady and alive in a place where his parents had once been young. Tomorrow the mission continued. There were Horcruxes to destroy, a conspiracy to unravel, a war to win. But tonight, Harry Potter let himself be 15 years old, just for a few hours, just while no one was watching. The castle sighed around him, and the torches dimmed, and the stars wheeled overhead through the enchanted windows. And something ancient and patient in the stones of Hogwarts. Something that remembered every student who had ever slept within its walls. Every heartbreak and triumph and small, ordinary act of kindness, settled a little closer around the boy in the tower who was just beginning to understand that the hardest battle he'd ever fight wouldn't be against a dark wizard. It would be the fight to let himself be human. Chapter 3. What the dark taught me. Harry woke to screaming, not external, internal. The scar on his forehead was burning white-hot, a searing line of pain that split his skull from front to back, and behind it came images. A dark room, stone floor, a man kneeling, Voldemort's voice like a blade drawn slowly across glass. You failed me, Avery. My lord, please. The boy appeared from nowhere. No one knew he would be at the school. Excuses are the currency of the weak. Crucio. The man screamed. Harry felt it, not sympathy, but resonance. The Horcrux fragment in his scar acting as a receiver, pulling him into Voldemort's mind like a radio tuned to a frequency he couldn't shut off. He saw through Voldemort's eyes, the kneeling Death Eater, the circle of masked figures watching, Nagini coiled by the fireplace, a room that might have been a manor house, old and dark and cold. The Potter boy is at Hogwarts. Voldemort's voice carried a quality Harry hadn't expected, not rage but calculation. Cold, measured analysis. He was not raised by muggles. He was not raised by anyone in our world. He appeared without warning, without a wand, and according to Draco's report, demonstrated abilities that should not exist. Perhaps Dumbledore hid him, trained him in secret. Dumbledore was as surprised as anyone. I felt it through Severus. No, someone else shaped this boy. Someone outside our knowledge. A pause. Nagini shifted, her scales whispering against stone. I want to know who, I want to know how. And I want to know why a 15-year-old boy walked into the most heavily warded magical institution in Britain as if it were a common inn. Shall we send someone to the school, my lord? There is already someone at the school, several someones. Patience, Lucius. The boy will reveal himself in time, they always do. The vision snapped. Harry was back in his bed, drenched in cold sweat, the scar pulsing with residual pain. He controlled his breathing, 4 counts in, hold 4, out 4, and waited for the tremors to subside. 3:47 a.m. The dormitory was dark. Ron was snoring. Neville murmured something in his sleep and turned over. Normal sounds, safe sounds. Harry sat up and pressed his palm against the scar. The connection was fading, the door between his mind and Voldemort swinging shut. He hadn't tried to access it. The vision had come unbidden, forced through his defenses by the sheer intensity of Voldemort's emotional state. The Dark Lord had been focused, intent, his mind a razor cutting through the noise of the meeting, and that focus had punched through Harry's psychic architecture like a needle through cloth. He needed to reinforce his defenses. The current structure was designed to resist deliberate intrusion, legilimency, psychic probes, the hat's gentle reading. It wasn't designed for this. The Horcrux fragment was a backdoor, hardwired into his nervous system, and no amount of mental architecture could fully seal a connection that was embedded in his own flesh. But the vision had given him something. Intelligence. Voldemort knew Harry was at Hogwarts. He knew Harry was unusual. He didn't know about Bruce, about the training, about the Horcrux hunt, and he had assets inside the school, multiple assets based on the phrasing, not just Snape. Others. Harry reached for the communication device and tapped it awake. 3 seconds, then Bruce's voice, alert despite the hour because Bruce Wayne kept the same schedule as his nocturnal alter ego, report, vision through the scar connection. Involuntary. Voldemort held a meeting, inner circle, at least 12 present. He knows I'm at the school. He's tasking intelligence gathering to multiple assets inside Hogwarts, not just Snape. Multiple assets, students, probable. Draco Malfoy is reporting to his father, who relays to Voldemort, but Voldemort implied others. His exact words were there is already someone at the school, several someones. Staff, possible. I'll need to investigate. The vision also confirmed Nagini's location. She's with Voldemort at what appears to be a manor house. Old construction, stone, large enough for a gathering of at least 15. Could be the Riddle House in Little Hangleton or a Death Eater property. I'll cross-reference known Death Eater real estate holdings. The Malfoy, Lestrange, and Knott families all have ancestral properties that match that description. A pause. The scar connection, how bad, manageable, but it's a vulnerability. The fragment acts as a passive receiver when Voldemort's emotional state is elevated. I can't fully block it without addressing the fragment itself. We're working on that. Zatanna has a lead, a ritual from the Atlantean archives that might separate soul fragments without killing the host. She's translating the source material. Timeline, weeks, not days, be patient. Harry almost said something about patience being easier when you didn't have a piece of a dark wizard's soul embedded in your forehead, but he held it. Bruce knew, he didn't need to be reminded. One more thing, Harry said. I destroyed the Diadem yesterday. Basilisk Fang. Clean destruction, no complications. Good, what's next? The Locket. Dumbledore wants to retrieve it together. I've agreed, his knowledge of Riddle's defensive measures is more complete than ours, and the cave location likely has protections I'll need a second pair of hands for. You trust him. Harry considered this. Trust was binary in the Wayne household. You trusted someone or you didn't, and trust, once given, carried operational implications. You shared information with trusted allies, you exposed vulnerabilities, you relied on them in the field. I trust his commitment to destroying Voldemort, Harry said. I trust his competence. I don't fully trust his methods. He still treats information as a resource to be hoarded rather than shared. But he's moving toward transparency. Keep your guard up, always, Harry. Bruce's voice shifted. The Batman voice receded, and the father voice emerged rougher, less controlled, carrying emotion like a river carrying stones. The scar visions. If they get worse, if the fragment starts affecting your judgment, your perception, your sense of self, you tell me, immediately, no matter what. I will. Promise me? I promise. The device went dark. Harry sat in the silence and pressed his fingers to the scar again. It was cool now, dormant, the connection closed, but the memory of Voldemort's mind lingered like the taste of something rotten. Cold, ordered, brilliant, and absolutely empty of anything resembling human warmth. Looking through Voldemort's eyes was like looking through a window into a room where nothing lived, all furniture, no inhabitants. Harry understood emptiness. He'd been accused of it often enough, by trainers who mistook his control for absence, by opponents who confused his calm for coldness. But his emptiness was a discipline, a choice, the deliberate silencing of noise to sharpen signal. Voldemort's emptiness was a void, a fundamental absence where something human should have been. The Horcruxes hadn't just split his soul. They'd hollowed him out, leaving a brilliant, powerful shell animated by nothing but hunger and fear. It was, Harry thought, the saddest thing he'd ever seen, and the most dangerous. Because a man with nothing inside had nothing to lose, and nothing to appeal to, and no limit to what he'd destroy. Harry dressed in the dark and left the dormitory. He needed air, movement, the physical rhythm of exertion to flush the psychic residue from his system. The castle was deep in its nighttime stillness, but as he moved through the corridors, he felt it stir, the faint awareness in the stones, the subtle shifts in temperature and airflow that meant the building was tracking him. He found an empty classroom on the 4th floor, large, with the desks pushed against the walls, a clear space of perhaps 30 by 30 feet. The windows showed a sky full of stars, the moon hanging low over the forbidden forest. Perfect. Harry stripped his robes and began to move. The training sequence was called the Cascade. Bruce had developed it from a synthesis of 12 martial arts disciplines, refined over 20 years, and Harry had been practicing it since he was 6 years old. It began with basic forms, stances, transitions, strikes, and built in complexity until the practitioner was flowing through a continuous chain of movement that engaged every muscle group, every reflex, every aspect of spatial awareness simultaneously. Harry moved through the first phase in the starlit classroom, his body falling into the patterns with the ease of deep muscle memory. Feet on cold stone, hands cutting air, spine rotating, weight shifting. The movements were silent. Bruce had trained him on surfaces that amplified sound, punishing any footfall that exceeded a whisper, until silence became as natural as breathing. The second phase incorporated evasion, dodging, rolling, redirecting momentum. Harry imagined opponents, their positions, their attacks, their timing. He'd sparred with Dick Grayson, who was faster, with Tim Drake, who was more analytical, with Bruce himself, who was stronger, smarter, and more experienced, and who had never once gone easy on him. The day I go easy on you is the day you become someone who expects easy, Bruce had told him during their first real sparring session. Harry was 9. He'd ended up on the floor 17 times. The 18th time, he'd lasted 11 seconds before going down, and Bruce had said, "Better." That was love in the Wayne household. Better. The third phase was where magic entered. Harry began channeling as he moved, not spells, but raw energy, shaping it with his body the way a dancer shapes space. Force gathered in his palms, discharged through strikes, flowed along his limbs like electric current. The classroom air hummed, loose objects vibrated. The windows fogged from the thermal displacement. This was what Zatanna had taught him in the years between ages 11 and 14. Not spells. Not incantations, not the structured, formulaic approach that Hogwarts and every other magical school taught. She taught him to treat magic as a physical discipline, as real and trainable as flexibility or strength or endurance. Wands are training wheels. She'd said, sitting cross-legged on the floor of the Batcave's training room, a glass of wine in one hand and a ball of blue fire floating above the other. They work. They're reliable, and they'll keep you limited forever. You want to fly, throw away the wheels. That metaphor doesn't work. Bikes don't fly. Neither do wizards with wands, that's my point. She'd started him with the basics, moving energy through his body, feeling the pathways, learning to direct intent through muscle and nerve instead of through an external focus. It had been agonizing. The human body wasn't designed to channel raw magic, or rather it was, but millennia of wand dependence had atrophied the pathways. Reactivating them felt like running electricity through dead wires. Everything burned, everything bled. He'd passed out, seized, hemorrhaged from the nose and ears. Zatanna had healed him each time and said, again. It took 2 years before the pain stopped, another year before control emerged, and then, suddenly, the way mastery always arrives, not gradually but in a single pivotal moment, it clicked. He'd been practicing in the cave, trying to levitate a ball bearing, failing, bleeding, and then something inside him shifted, and the ball bearing rose, and so did every other object in the room. And the lights exploded, and the bats erupted from the ceiling in a screaming black cloud. And Harry stood in the center of the chaos, feeling, for the first time in his life, complete. Bruce had found him standing in the wreckage, bleeding from both nostrils, smiling. He'd looked at the destruction, shattered monitors, scattered equipment, a $3 million computer with a ball bearing embedded in its screen, and said, "We'll need a dedicated space for this." They'd built one. A chamber beneath the cave, shielded and reinforced, where Harry could push his limits without destroying anything irreplaceable. He'd spent thousands of hours there, channeling, shaping, breaking, rebuilding, learning that magic wasn't a tool you picked up and set down. It was a language your body spoke, if you were willing to learn the grammar through pain. Now, in a moonlit classroom in a Scottish castle, Harry moved through the Cascade's final phase, and the magic flowed through him like water through a riverbed. He was barely aware of it anymore. The energy was simply there, an extension of his body, as natural as breath. He struck the air and force rippled outward. He twisted and the shadows bent with him. He leaped and gravity loosened its hold just enough to carry him higher than physics should allow. He was beautiful when he moved. He didn't know this. Self-awareness of that kind had been deliberately excluded from his training because vanity was a vulnerability. But if anyone had been watching, they would have seen something that existed at the intersection of violence and art. A young man who had been made into a weapon and who moved like one, precise, lethal, and strangely graceful. Someone was watching. Harry sensed the presence at the 40-minute mark, a shift in the air near the classroom door, a warmth that didn't belong to the stones, the faintest whisper of fabric. He didn't stop moving. He tracked the presence in his peripheral awareness while completing the sequence, then stopped, breathing steadily, and turned toward the door. Hermione Granger stood in the doorway, wearing pajamas and a dressing gown, her hair in a state of magnificent chaos, her eyes wide. She held a book against her chest like a shield. She looked like she'd been on her way to the library, because of course Hermione Granger would visit the library at 4 in the morning, and had been arrested mid-stride by the sight of Harry's training. They looked at each other. "How long have you been standing there?" Harry asked. "About 10 minutes. Her voice was slightly breathless. "I heard there was a humming sound and I felt the magic. I could feel it through the wall. I followed it. You should be in bed, so should you." "That's not what we're going to talk about, is it?" Harry reached for his robes and pulled them on. He was sweating. The Cascade was a full-body workout, and the magical component added an additional metabolic load. His muscles were warm, loose, functioning at peak capacity. The psychic residue from the scar vision was gone, flushed from his system by exertion. Hermione hadn't moved from the doorway. She was studying him with the same intensity she brought to everything, but there was something else in her expression now, something she was working to understand. "That wasn't exercise," she said, "and it wasn't magic practice. It was both, simultaneously. You were channeling while performing physical combat sequences. The Cascade, a training form that integrates physical and magical disciplines. Who developed it? My father. With input from a magical practitioner named Zatanna Zatara. Hermione's lips moved as she filed the name. Zatanna Zatara. She's in Modern Magical Luminaries, listed as one of the foremost practitioners of backward-spoken incantation magic. She trained you. She trained my magical abilities. My father trained everything else. Everything else meaning, Hermione gestured vaguely at the space where Harry had been moving. That, the fighting, you move like, I don't know what you move like, I've never seen anything like it. Come in or go back to bed, Hermione, don't hover. She came in. She sat on a desk against the wall, legs dangling, and watched him with the direct, unembarrassed attention that he was learning was simply how she operated. Hermione didn't do coy, Hermione didn't do indirect. Teach me, she said. The Cascade takes years to learn, not the whole thing. The principle? The integration, you channel magic through physical movement, that's the key, isn't it? The body becomes the focus, muscle memory substitutes for incantation. Physical discipline substitutes for wand movement. Her eyes were bright. That's why you don't need a wand. Your entire body is the wand. Harry looked at her. She deduced the core principle of his training from 10 minutes of observation. It had taken Zatanna weeks to explain it to him, and he'd had the advantage of actually experiencing it. You're terrifyingly smart, he said. I know, teach me. It's painful. The initial phase involves reactivating magical pathways in the body that haven't been used in centuries of evolutionary atrophy. It feels like, imagine pushing electricity through a wire that's corroded shut. The wire has to burn clean before the current flows. I can handle pain. This isn't stubbing your toe, Hermione. When I started, I had seizures, nosebleeds that lasted hours. Muscle spasms so severe I couldn't move for days. And I was 11 with a magical core that was already unusually large. For someone who's been using a wand exclusively for 5 years, the transition would be even harder. Hermione's jaw set. He recognized the expression. It was the same one she wore when someone told her something was impossible. On Hermione Granger, impossibility wasn't a wall. It was a personal insult. I'm not asking you to make it easy, I'm asking you to make it real. Harry studied her. She sat on the desk in her pajamas with her ridiculous hair and her fierce eyes, and she was asking him for something no one had ever asked for before, not his protection, not his strategy, not his mission. She was asking him to share the thing that made him who he was, the discipline, the pain, the transformation. We start tomorrow morning, he said. 4:30, this room, wear something you can move in. I don't really have transfigure something. You're excellent at transfiguration. The ghost of a smile crossed her face. Was that a compliment? It was an assessment. From you, I think that's the same thing. She hopped off the desk, book still clutched to her chest, and headed for the door. Then she stopped and turned back. Harry, the scar vision tonight. I heard you moving around. I wasn't sleeping, I was reading. My room is directly above yours, and the floors here are thin for a castle, and you were making sounds, not screaming, but distressed sounds, like an animal in pain. Harry went still. He hadn't realized he'd made any sound during the vision. His training should have prevented it. Bruce had conditioned him to endure pain silently. But the scar connection bypassed physical discipline. It was a psychic event, and his body's responses to psychic pain weren't fully under his control. It was nothing. It wasn't nothing. Your scar connects you to Voldemort. That's the Horcrux fragment, isn't it? It acts as a conduit. You know about Horcruxes. I've read everything about them that exists in published magical literature, which isn't much. They're mentioned in magic, most evile and obliquely in secrets of the darkest art. Neither book is in the Hogwarts library, but I found references in other texts and pieced together the basics. She paused. You have a fragment of Voldemort's soul in your scar. That's why you can speak Parseltongue. That's why the connection exists, and that's why, her voice softened. That's why you're so controlled, isn't it? Because you have to be. Because there's something dark inside you that you can't afford to let slip. The classroom was very quiet. Moonlight lay across the floor in silver rectangles. Harry stood in one of them, Hermione in another, and the distance between them was both physical and something larger. "Yes," Harry said. Because she deserved honesty, and because lying to her felt worse than the truth, Hermione nodded. She didn't flinch, didn't recoil, didn't look at him with the particular mix of pity and fear that he'd always imagined this revelation would produce. She looked at him the way she looked at a complex equation, with intensity, with determination, with the absolute certainty that there was a solution. "We'll figure it out," she said. "The fragment, there has to be a way to remove it without, there has to be. My father's working on it, and Zatanna." "Good, I'll work on it too." She held up her book, Theoretical Underpinnings of Soul Magic. "I've been researching since you mentioned Horcruxes on the first night. I haven't found an answer yet, but I've only been looking for 2 days. Give me time." She left. Harry stood in the moonlit classroom and felt something he'd felt only once before, standing in the Batcave after his first successful channeling, with the bats screaming overhead and the monitors shattered and Bruce looking at the destruction with something that might have been pride. The feeling of not being alone in the dark. Dawn broke over Hogwarts in shades of gray and gold. Harry showered, dressed, and was in the Great Hall before most students had opened their eyes. He actually ate this time because the Cascade burned calories he needed to replace, and reviewed his plans for the day. Classes were secondary. The primary objectives were: investigate Voldemort's additional assets inside Hogwarts, continue mapping the castle's defenses, and begin planning the Locket retrieval with Dumbledore. Secondary objectives: Snape's Thursday meeting, wandless training curriculum for Hermione, and the ongoing Umbridge containment. The Great Hall filled gradually. Ron arrived looking disheveled and confused, as if consciousness itself had caught him off guard. Hermione arrived looking alert, focused, and carrying 3 books she hadn't had last night. She sat across from Harry and opened the first book without speaking. Ron looked between them. "Why do I feel like I missed something?" "You were asleep," Hermione said. "Yeah, that's usually when I miss things." "You didn't miss anything important. See, when you say that, it means I definitely missed something important." The Morning Post arrived. Owls streamed through the windows in a chaotic swarm. Barn owls, tawny owls, great grays, eagle owls, and one tiny owl that was more enthusiasm than aerodynamics, crashing into a pitcher of orange juice before delivering its letter to a second year at the Hufflepuff table. A large, handsome eagle owl landed in front of Draco Malfoy at the Slytherin table. Harry watched from the corner of his eye as Draco took the letter, read it, and went very pale. His hand crept to his left forearm, an unconscious gesture, but one that sent a cold spike of recognition through Harry's chest: the dark mark. Draco was touching the place where the dark mark would be. He didn't have it yet. The gesture was anticipatory, fearful, but the fact that he was thinking about it meant Lucius was escalating. Applying pressure, Harry filed it away. Draco Malfoy was approaching a tipping point. The question was which way he'd fall. A plain brown owl landed in front of Harry. No markings on the bird, no seal on the letter. Harry scanned it for curses, a quick pulse of magic through his fingertips, checking for embedded hexes, compulsions, or tracking charms. Clean. He opened it. The handwriting was unfamiliar. The message was short: "I know what you did to the Diadem. We need to talk. Come to the room of requirement tonight. Midnight. Come alone. R.B." Harry read it twice, then a third time. Then he folded the letter carefully and placed it inside his robes. R.B., Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius Black's younger brother. A Death Eater who had defected, and, according to the intelligence Harry and Bruce had compiled, had discovered the truth about Voldemort's Horcruxes, and attempted to destroy the Locket before dying in the attempt. Regulus Black was dead. Had been dead for 16 years. Which meant either someone was using his initials as a signal, someone who knew about the Horcruxes, knew about the Diadem, and knew Harry had destroyed it. Or something considerably stranger was happening. Harry didn't believe in ghosts as a rule, despite attending a school populated by them. The magical dead were an established phenomenon, echoes of consciousness imprinted on ambient magic. But Regulus Black had never been reported as a ghost. He died in a cave, dragged underwater by Inferi, his body never recovered. Someone alive was using the initials. Someone who knew what Regulus had known. Someone who had been monitoring the room of requirement. Harry ran through the possibilities. A house elf, Regulus had a house elf, one he'd cared about, one he'd ordered to destroy the Locket. The elf had survived, if the elf was at Hogwarts. Creature. The Black family house elf. Currently in the service of, Harry's mind raced through genealogies and legal inheritance. Sirius Black, who was Harry's godfather, who had inherited the Black family estate, and whose house elf would have transferred to. Harry looked up from his plate. Ron. Does your family know Sirius Black? Ron nearly choked on his toast. Sirius Black, the escaped prisoner. Why would my family? He's innocent. He was framed by Peter Pettigrew, who faked his death and spent 12 years disguised as a rat. Specifically, as your brother Percy's rat, and then your rat. A rat named Scabbers. Ron's face went through a remarkable series of expressions. Horror, disbelief, dawning recognition, and then a particular shade of green that suggested he was reconsidering every moment he'd ever spent sleeping with the rat on his pillow. Scabbers was a person, a Death Eater. Pettigrew betrayed my parents to Voldemort. He was their secret keeper, not Sirius. The whole thing was a frame job. Sirius has been in hiding since he escaped Azkaban 2 years ago. And you know this because research. Right, of course, research. Ron pushed his plate away. I'm going to be sick. That rat slept in my bed for 3 years. Hermione had gone very still. Her book was forgotten. Harry, if Sirius Black is innocent, why hasn't anyone? Because the Ministry convicted him without a trial. Bartemius Crouch Sr. sent him to Azkaban directly. No hearing, no evidence review, no defense. Admitting that would mean admitting the entire judicial framework is compromised, which the Ministry will never do voluntarily. Harry paused. Sirius is alive and in hiding. He's a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and he's my godfather. Your godfather, James Potter's best friend. He was supposed to raise me if anything happened to my parents. Instead, he was imprisoned, and I was placed on a doorstep. Harry kept his voice neutral, but something underneath it was less than neutral. Anger, old, deep, carefully contained. He'd made peace with his own history, but the injustice done to Sirius Black was a separate wound, one he intended to address. Is he okay? Ron asked. Being on the run for years, that can't be. He's damaged. 12 years in Azkaban with the Dementors would damage anyone. He's functional but fragile. Bruce, my father, has been providing him with resources and medical support through intermediaries. Your Muggle father is providing support to a fugitive wizard, Hermione said, in the tone of someone trying to maintain a grip on a reality that kept sliding sideways. My father provides support to anyone who needs it and deserves it. It's what he does. There was a quality to Harry's voice when he talked about Bruce Wayne that both Hermione and Ron had noticed, a warmth that broke through the tactical precision, a softness in the consonants, a slight loosening of the jaw. It was the only topic that made Harry sound like a normal person talking about someone they loved. Hermione heard it. She glanced at Ron. Ron glanced back. Something passed between them, an unspoken agreement, the kind that forms between people who have been friends long enough to communicate in glances. They were going to help. Whatever Harry was doing, whatever war he was fighting, they were in. The decision had been made somewhere between the first night's feast and this moment, and neither of them could have pointed to the exact instant, but it was done. What do you need from us? Ron asked. Harry looked at him. What? You heard me. You're fighting a war. You've got plans and strategy, and you need people. Whatever you're doing it mostly alone, and that's stupid. Ron's ears were red. They always went red when he was saying something important, but his voice was steady. I'm not a genius like Hermione or a whatever you are. But I'm good at chess. I'm loyal to a fault. Literally, that's what my mum says, and I've lived in this world my whole life. I know things you don't. People, families, politics, how this world actually works under all the fancy castle stuff. Harry opened his mouth. And before you say you don't need help, Hermione cut in. Consider that you've been here 3 days, you've destroyed a Horcrux, confronted a ministry official, mapped the entire castle, and started a political crisis at the breakfast table. You're operating at a pace that's unsustainable for a single person, no matter how well trained. You need a team. I have a team. My father, Zatanna, you have a team in America. You need a team here. People who can be in 3 places when you can only be in 1. People who know this school, these students, these families. Hermione leaned forward. You need us, Harry, and I think, somewhere underneath all that training and control, you know it. The great hall bustled around them. Students ate and laughed and complained about homework and lived their ordinary lives, oblivious to the conversation happening at the far end of the Gryffindor table. Harry looked at Hermione, then at Ron, and felt the walls inside him groan under a pressure they weren't designed to withstand. Bruce's voice in his head let people in a little at a time and see what they do with it. The letter I received this morning, Harry said. He pulled it out and laid it on the table between them. Read it, they read it. Ron's eyebrows climbed, Hermione's descended. R.A.B., Hermione murmured. Regulus Arcturus Black, but he's dead. 16 years. Someone is using his initials, someone who knows about the Horcruxes and knows I destroyed the Diadem. It could be a trap, Ron said immediately. It could. It's also the first lead on the remaining Horcruxes that I didn't generate myself. The risk-reward ratio favors investigation. You're going, Hermione said, not a question. Tonight, midnight. We're coming with you. The letter says come alone. The letter also comes from someone pretending to be a dead man. I think we can take its instructions with a grain of salt. Hermione's jaw was set, the impossibility face. We're coming, non-negotiable. Harry looked at them. 2 teenagers in school robes, one with toast crumbs on his chin and the other with ink on her fingers. They weren't soldiers, they weren't trained. They were civilians volunteering for a war because a boy they'd known for 3 days had shown them his scars, and they'd decided, with the irrational courage of youth, that his fight was their fight. It was either the bravest thing he'd ever witnessed or the most foolish. Possibly both. Fine. Harry said, but you follow my lead. If I say run, you run. If I say get down, you get down. No arguments, no heroics. Deal, Ron said. I reserve the right to argue if your instructions are tactically unsound, Hermione said. Hermione, fine, no arguments unless you're wrong, Ron grinned. This is going to be brilliant. The day's classes passed with the surreal normalcy that Harry was beginning to recognize as Hogwarts' default state. A school that carried on teaching and learning and bickering about Quidditch, while a war gathered on its doorstep, because what else could it do? The alternative was paralysis, and Hogwarts had survived 1,000 years by refusing to be paralyzed. Charms was productive. Professor Flitwick, tiny, excitable, standing on a stack of books to see over his desk, had them practicing summoning charms. Harry summoned every object in the room simultaneously, including Flitwick's stack of books, which nearly resulted in the professor's first unscheduled flight. Flitwick took it with good humor, awarded Gryffindor 20 points, and asked Harry to stay after class. The conversation that followed was technical and rapid-fire. Flitwick was a former dueling champion with a deep understanding of magical combat, and he recognized immediately that Harry's abilities had implications far beyond classroom exercises. Your channeling efficiency, Flitwick said, practically vibrating with academic excitement. I've never measured anything like it. The standard wizard loses approximately 60% of their magical output to wand focus resistance. You're channeling directly through your body, which means near zero resistance. The trade-off is physical strain, but I've conditioned for it. The applications for combat magic alone, Mr. Potter, a wizard without a wand is typically helpless. You've reversed that equation entirely. In a duel, your opponent would prepare for wand-based combat. They'd watch your hand, anticipate the motions. You could strike from any position, any angle without telegraph. That's the idea. Would you consider assisting me with the dueling club? I've been trying to revive it for years, but... I'd be interested. Let me settle in first. Flitwick beamed. Of course, take your time, but Mr. Potter, his expression shifted, the excitement dimming to something more serious. Be careful who you show your full capabilities to. The Ministry is watching this school very closely, and a wizard who doesn't need a wand is a wizard they can't disarm. That will make them very nervous. Good, Harry said. Herbology was next, in the greenhouses with Professor Sprout, a cheerful, earth-stained woman who taught with the practical enthusiasm of someone who genuinely loved her subject. The class was working with venomous tentacula, a plant that justified its name enthusiastically. Most students approached it with the caution of bomb disposal technicians. Harry approached it the way Bruce had taught him to approach any hostile organism, calmly, directly, with an understanding of its behavior patterns. The tentacula lashed at him. Harry caught the vine mid-strike, redirected its momentum, and channeled a pulse of calming magic through the contact point. The plant went still, not limp but attentive, the way a dog stills when it recognizes an alpha. Its tendrils, which had been thrashing aggressively, slowly lowered and curled around Harry's arm with something that looked almost like affection. Remarkable, Professor Sprout breathed. In 30 years, I've never seen a student pacify a mature tentacula by hand. It's as if it recognized him, Neville said quietly from the next station. He was watching Harry with an expression of fascinated recognition. Plants are sensitive to magical signatures. If his magic is channeled through his body instead of a wand, the tentacula would perceive it as a direct communication, like one organism speaking to another. Everyone turned to look at Neville. He went red. That's exactly right, Mr. Longbottom, Sprout said, sounding both proud and surprised. 5 points to Gryffindor. Harry caught Neville's eye and nodded. Neville stood a little straighter. The afternoon brought care of magical creatures with Hagrid, the enormous man Harry had seen from the tower on his first morning. Hagrid was waiting for them at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, beaming with an enthusiasm that was both infectious and mildly alarming, given that his definition of interesting creature historically included things that could eat students. Today's subject was the Strals. Now, who can see him? Hagrid asked, gesturing toward an apparently empty paddock. Harry raised his hand. So did Neville. A few others shifted uncomfortably but stayed silent. Most of the class saw nothing, an empty field, a pointless lesson. Harry saw them clearly. A herd of perhaps 8 the Strals, skeletal and dark, their wings folded against their bony flanks, their white eyes gleaming. They were simultaneously beautiful and unsettling, death made visible, a reminder that the world had edges. One of the Strals separated from the herd and approached Harry. It moved with a liquid grace that belied its gaunt appearance, each step deliberate, its head lowered to bring its eyes level with Harry's. It was large, the size of a horse, but leaner, sharper. Its breath was cold and smelled of nothing at all. Harry extended his hand. The Thistral sniffed it, then pressed its muzzle against his palm. Its skin was cool, smooth, like leather that had never seen sun. A pulse of something passed between them, not magic, exactly, but recognition. The Thistral saw him. Not just physically, but in whatever way death-touched creatures perceived the living. Blimey, Hagrid said softly. She don't do that for anyone. That's Tenebra, the herd leader. She's older'n me, and she don't trust nobody. She trusts him, Neville said. Harry stroked Tenebra's neck. The other Thistrals were drifting closer, drawn by their leader's acceptance. One nudged Harry's shoulder. Another sniffed his hair. He stood in a circle of creatures that most of the wizarding world couldn't see and didn't believe in, and felt a strange kinship, creatures of shadow. Visible only to those who'd been touched by death, feared by everyone else, he understood them perfectly. Harry, Hagrid said, his voice thick with something that might have been emotion. I knew your parents, went to their house the night it happened. I was the one who pulled ye from the rubble, he swallowed. Ye were so small, tiny thing, barely cryin'. I held ye all the way too well, to where Dumbledore wanted ye to go. I know, Harry said. Thank you, Hagrid, for carrying me. Hagrid's eyes filled with tears. He was a man who felt everything at full volume, with no filter, no protection, and the gratitude of a boy he'd carried 15 years ago hit him like a physical blow. He turned away, pretending to adjust something on the paddock fence, his massive shoulders shaking. Harry let him have the moment. Some pain needed space, not solutions. The class continued. Harry learned that the Strals could be ridden, a useful piece of intelligence for future operations. They were fast, silent, and invisible to most observers, a perfect stealth transport he was already planning. Evening came. The castle shifted from its daytime bustle to its nighttime quiet, the transition marked by the gradual dimming of torches, the settling of portraits into sleep, and the emergence of Peeves, the poltergeist, who spent the hours between dinner and midnight causing chaos in whatever corridor he found most amusing. Harry used the evening hours productively. He met with Snape at 8 o'clock, as arranged, in the potions master's office. A cramped, dark room lined with jars of specimens that watched the proceedings with preserved, unblinking eyes. The conversation was technical and efficient. Harry outlined the potions he needed. A modified wolfsbane variant that could serve as a general anti-dark creature agent, a concentrated healing draft for field use. And, most critically, a potion that could safely neutralize the magical protections Voldemort likely placed on the cave containing the Locket Horcrux. The cave defenses, Snape said, leaning forward over his desk. What do you know? The cave is on the coast, near a village where Riddle spent time as a child in the orphanage. He visited it as a boy. There's a record in the orphanage files. The cave was significant to him, which means the defenses will be personal, layered, and designed to exploit specific psychological vulnerabilities. Inferi, Snape said immediately. He would use Inferi, they're his signature, a statement of power over death. Agreed, what else? A consumption requirement. Tom was always theatrical. He would design a defense that forced the intruder to participate in their own destruction. A potion that must be drunk, perhaps, that induces despair or madness. Can you brew a counteragent? Snape's eyes narrowed. If I know the specific mechanism, I can counter almost anything. But without a sample of the defensive potion, then I'll get you a sample, on the retrieval mission. You intend to enter the cave, encounter unknown defensive magic, and take a sample before proceeding. I intend to be thorough. Snape regarded him with an expression that blended exasperation and something that might, in a very dim light, have been respect. You are nothing like your father. James Potter charged into every situation with bravado and blind luck. He paused. You plan. I plan. Then plan to survive, Potter. I did not spend 15 years protecting your mother's legacy to watch her son drown in a cave because he was too arrogant to bring adequate preparation. You're worried about me. I am annoyed by you. There is a difference. Snape stood abruptly, robes swirling, and pulled a thick reference volume from his shelf. The modified wolfsbane will take 2 weeks. The healing draft I can have ready in 3 days. The counteragent requires the sample. Now get out. I have papers to grade, and your presence is making my specimens nervous. Harry left. On his way out, he noticed that Snape's desk held a small photograph, half hidden by a stack of parchment. A girl with red hair and green eyes, laughing at something outside the frame. The photo was old, the colors faded, the edges worn from years of handling. He said nothing. Some things were sacred, even in war. At 11:45 p.m., Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood in the 7th-floor corridor outside the room of requirement. The castle was deep in its nighttime stillness. Harry had navigated them through the corridors using routes he'd mapped over the past 3 days, passages that avoided the most common patrol patterns for Filch, the caretaker, a bitter, squib-born man with a psychotic cat, the prefects, and Peeves. Ron had been impressed. Hermione had been taking notes. Right, Ron whispered. So how does this work? You walk past 3 times thinking about what you need. Yes, but the room responds to intent, not words. You have to genuinely need what you're asking for. And what are we asking for? A meeting place. Somewhere the sender of that letter expects to find me. Harry walked, 3 passes, concentrating. On the 3rd, a door materialized different from the one he'd entered yesterday. Smaller, older, with iron fittings that looked medieval. He pushed it open. The room beyond was small and austere, a stone chamber with a single table, 2 chairs, and a fireplace in which a fire burned without fuel or smoke. Sitting in one of the chairs, waiting, was a house elf. He was old, ancient, even by elf standards. His skin was gray and papery, stretched over a frame that was thin even for his kind. His ears drooped. His eyes were enormous, roomy, and held a depth of sorrow that was almost physically painful to witness. He wore a filthy rag that might once have been a pillowcase, and around his neck, on a chain that was too large for him, hung a heavy gold locket, the locket of Slytherin. Harry stopped. His scar prickled, the Horcrux's resonance, faint but unmistakable, the same dark frequency he'd felt from the Diadem. But something was wrong. The resonance was weak, muffled, as if the Horcrux's power had been contained or damaged. "Creature," Harry said, the elf's enormous eyes focused on him. Something shifted in them, recognition, grief, and a desperate, aching hope. "Master Regulus told Creature to destroy the locket," the elf said. His voice was a croak broken by years of failure and sorrow. Creature tried everything. Nothing works, nothing breaks it. Creature has carried it for 16 years, and it whispers and it hurts, and Creature cannot fulfill Master Regulus's last order." He began to cry. Not human crying, elf crying, which was louder, wetter, and more wretched. Great hiccuping sobs that shook his tiny frame and made the locket swing on its chain. Hermione made a soft sound of distress. Ron looked deeply uncomfortable. Harry crossed the room and knelt in front of the elf, bringing himself to Creature's eye level. "Creature, look at me." The elf looked. Through tears, through years of pain and failure, through the particular misery of a creature who had loved his master and been given a task he couldn't complete. "I can destroy it," Harry said. "I have the means, right now, if you let me." Creature's hands went to the locket. His fingers closed around it, protective, desperate. "Master Regulus's locket. Master Regulus gave his life, I know. He went to the cave, he drank the potion. He was pulled under by the Inferi. He did it because he discovered what Voldemort truly was, and he chose to fight." Harry's voice was steady, gentle in a way he didn't know he was capable of. "He was brave, Creature. He was braver than anyone knew, and his last act was to give you a mission to destroy this Horcrux. You've carried it for 16 years. Let me finish what he started." Creature's face crumpled. The war between obedience and grief and hope played across his features with the transparency of all elf kind. They had no masks, no defenses. Every emotion was surface level, raw and exposed. Slowly, with trembling hands, Creature lifted the chain over his head and held out the locket. Harry took it. The Horcrux pulsed in his hand, angry, aware, sensing threat. The scar burned. The locket vibrated with dark magic, its surface suddenly hot, and Harry felt the soul fragment inside it pressing against his consciousness, trying to find a way in. He set the locket on the table. He reached into his robes and produced a basilisk fang. "Creature, would you like to do it?" The elf stared at him. His mouth opened, his eyes went impossibly wider. "Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy it," Harry said. "This is your mission, your master's last wish. I'm just providing the tool." He held out the basilisk fang. Creature took it with both hands. The fang was nearly as long as the elf's arm, wickedly curved, gleaming with residual venom. "Open the locket," Harry said. "I'll handle that part." He looked at the locket and spoke in Parseltongue, a sharp, sibilant command that cut through the air like a blade. "Open." The locket burst open. Inside, instead of a compartment or a picture, there was darkness. A living darkness that boiled and writhed and reached outward with tendrils of black smoke. A face formed in the smoke, Voldemort's face, young and handsome and terrible, the face of Tom Riddle as he'd been when he created this abomination. The face spoke. Its voice was honey and venom. "I know what you are, elf. A failure. A servant who couldn't fulfill his master's dying wish. 16 years you've carried me, and for what? Your master is dead because of you. He died screaming in the dark, and you did nothing." Creature screamed, a raw, primal sound of anguish, and drove the basilisk fang into the heart of the darkness. The Horcrux detonated. The explosion wasn't physical, it was magical, psychic, a shock wave of dark energy that blew outward from the locket in a sphere of corrupt force. Harry shielded Hermione and Ron with his body, absorbing the brunt of the blast with a barrier of raw magic that he threw up instinctively, arms crossed, feet braced. The energy hit him like a truck, cold, hateful, screaming, and dissipated against his defenses. The room was silent. The locket lay on the table, cracked open, dead. The darkness was gone, the face was gone. The whisper was gone. Inside the locket, where Riddle's soul fragment had lived for decades, there was nothing but tarnished gold and an inscription too corroded to read. Creature stood over it, the basilisk fang in his hands, shaking violently. Tears streamed down his face, but his expression was something Harry recognized, completion. The face of someone who had carried a weight so long they'd forgotten what lightness felt like and had just set it down. "It's done," Harry said. "Creature, it's done. Master Regulus's order is fulfilled." Creature looked at the destroyed locket, then at Harry, then at the locket again. And then he did something that no one in the room expected. He straightened up. His spine, which had been curved with age and sorrow, extended. His shoulders, which had been hunched beneath the weight of 16 years of failure, drew back. He wasn't taller, he was the same tiny, ancient elf, but he was different. The misery that had defined his existence was still there in the lines of his face and the room in his eyes, but it was no longer the dominant note. Something else had risen above it, dignity. "Creature thanks Harry Potter." The elf said. His voice was steadier now, still cracked, still old, but steadier. "Creature has served the House of Black for longer than most wizards live. Creature has seen masters come and go. Creature has been ordered, punished, forgotten." He looked at Harry with eyes that held 1,000 years of house elf servitude and one moment of unprecedented kindness. "No one has ever let Creature finish what Master Regulus started. No one has ever thought to ask." "It was your mission," Harry said simply, "not mine." "Harry Potter is a strange wizard, so I've been told." Ron exhaled. He'd been holding his breath, Harry realized, probably since the locket opened. "That was the most terrifying and beautiful thing I've ever seen, and I'd like to never do it again." Hermione was crying. She was trying to hide it, wiping her eyes with her sleeve, sniffing with the aggressive dignity of someone who wanted to pretend they weren't emotional. But she was crying, not from fear, from something else. "You let him do it," she said. "You could have destroyed it yourself. It would have been faster, easier, safer, but you let Creature do it because it was his mission." "It was the right thing to do. I know, that's why She wiped her eyes again. "Shut up, I'm not crying. I didn't say you were. Good, because I'm not." Ron patted her shoulder. "You're definitely crying. Ronald Weasley, I will end you." Harry looked at the destroyed locket on the table, 2 Horcruxes down, the ring, the cup Nagini, and his own scar remaining. Wait, he'd been counting 6 Horcruxes plus the fragment in Voldemort. The diary was destroyed in 93. The diadem this morning. The locket now. That left the ring, the cup Nagini, and his scar, 3 Horcruxes to find and destroy, plus the fragment in his head. The ring was somewhere he hadn't identified yet. Bruce's intelligence had narrowed it to properties connected to Voldemort's family, the Gaunts. The cup was in Gringotts. Nagini was with Voldemort. Progress. Real, measurable progress. In 3 days, Harry had done more damage to Voldemort's immortality than anyone had managed in decades. But the night wasn't over. Creature was still standing by the table, and something in his posture suggested he had more to say. "Creature," Harry said, "the letter you sent. You said you knew what I did to the diadem." "How?" Creature watches. The castle speaks to Creature, all the elves hear it, but Creature listens more than most. The castle told Creature that a new wizard had come, a wizard who moved in shadows and destroyed dark things. Creature's eyes found Harry's. "Creature also knows other things. Things about the school, things about who comes and goes. Voldemort's assets, the ones inside Hogwarts." Creature nodded slowly. "Creature cleans, Creature serves. Wizards do not notice house elves. They speak freely in front of Creature, and Creature hears." "Who, Creature? Who in this school is working for Voldemort?" The elf was quiet for a moment. Then, "The boy, the Malfoy boy, writes letters to his father. Creature has seen them. They contain information about you, about Dumbledore, about the school's defenses, but the boy is not dangerous. The boy is afraid. I know about Malfoy. Who else? A student in the 7th year, a girl. She does not write letters. She has a mark, not the dark mark, but something else. Something on her arm, hidden under her sleeve. She meets someone in Hogsmeade on the weekends, a man with a silver hand. Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, the man who had betrayed Harry's parents. He had a silver hand, a replacement given to him by Voldemort. If he was meeting a student in Hogsmeade, that student was an active intelligence asset. Which student? Harry asked. His voice was very calm. Too calm, perhaps, because Ron shifted uncomfortably and Hermione touched his arm. Creature does not know her name, a Slytherin, dark hair, she is quiet, she sits alone. Not enough to identify yet, but enough to narrow the field. Harry would find her. Is there anyone else? Creature is not certain. There are whispers in the walls, in the pipes. Something is wrong with the castle. Creature has felt it for months, a wrongness, a sickness. The castle is in pain. Harry went very still. The castle is in pain. Creature has served Hogwarts for many years. Creature knows its moods, its rhythms. Something is hurting it, something dark, buried deep. Creature cannot find it. The remaining Horcrux. The ring, or something else, another piece of dark magic embedded in the castle's structure. If the castle itself was being affected, the source was somewhere foundational, somewhere deep. I'll find it, Harry said. Creature, thank you. For the letter, for the information, for 16 years of carrying that locket, you've been braver than most wizards I've known. Creature's lower lip trembled. Then he drew himself up to his full height, which was not impressive by any standard except the standard of personal dignity, and bowed. Creature serves the House of Black. Harry Potter is the godson of Sirius Black, if Harry Potter has need of Creature. The elf trailed off, but the offer was clear. I may take you up on that. Creature disappeared with a soft pop, and the room was quiet. Ron let out a long, slow breath. So, we've destroyed 2 Horcruxes, identified a spy network, discovered the castle is in pain, and found out my childhood pet was a murderer. I feel like this should be a bigger deal than it feels. It is a big deal, Hermione said. She'd stopped crying and was now in full analytical mode, her eyes sharp. Harry, the student Creature mentioned, the Slytherin girl meeting Pettigrew, we need to identify her. I'll handle it. We'll handle it, Hermione corrected. I can check the Slytherin class rosters, cross-reference with Hogsmeade visit sign-out sheets, and narrow the field based on Creature's description. I can ask around, Ron added. Subtly, I know people in other houses. Fred and George, he paused, then explained for Harry's benefit. My twin brothers, 7th years, they know everyone, and they've got a map. Harry looked at him sharply. A map, yeah, they nicked it from Filch's office years ago. It shows the whole castle real time, everyone in it, where they are, what they're doing. It's brilliant. Harry stared at him. A real-time surveillance map of the entire castle. Yeah, and you didn't mention this before, didn't think of it. It's just Fred and George use it to avoid teachers and set up pranks. I didn't realize it was, tactically significant. Ron. A real-time map that shows every person in a building is the single most valuable intelligence asset I've encountered since arriving. I need that map. I'll talk to Fred and George. They might want something in return, though. They're entrepreneurs. I'll pay whatever they want. Don't tell them that they'll bankrupt you. The room of requirement was warm, the fire crackling, the destroyed locket on the table a testament to what they'd accomplished. Harry looked at his 2. What were they? Allies, assets, friends. The word still felt foreign, like wearing someone else's clothes. Thank you, he said. The words came out stiff, unpracticed, but genuine. Both of you, for being here. Ron shrugged, ears red. Where else would we be? Hermione smiled. You're welcome. Now can we please go to bed? It's past midnight, and we have herbology at 8. They left the room of requirement together, moving through the sleeping castle in a tight formation. Harry on point, Ron covering the rear because he was tallest and could see over the others' heads. Hermione in the center with her wand lit at the lowest possible setting. They navigated back to Gryffindor Tower without incident, slipping through the portrait hole to find the common room dark and empty. Good night, Hermione whispered, heading for the girls' staircase. She paused at the bottom step. Harry, 4:30 tomorrow morning, I haven't forgotten. I didn't think you had. She smiled, that warm, fierce smile that was becoming familiar, and disappeared up the stairs. Ron yawned. I have no idea what she's talking about, and I don't want to know. Night, Harry. Night, Ron. They climbed the stairs to the dormitory. Ron was asleep within minutes. Harry lay in the dark, listening to the castle breathe, feeling the faint pulse of the scar, quiet now, dormant, and thinking about what Creature had said. The castle is in pain. Something dark, buried deep. Something hurting the living structure of Hogwarts itself. If it was a Horcrux, its proximity would explain the scar visions. The fragment in Harry's head resonating with another fragment nearby, creating a feedback loop that amplified the connection to Voldemort. But Creature had said the wrongness had been building for months. The Diadem had been in the castle for decades without causing this kind of disturbance. Something had changed, something new or something activated. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his senses, not his physical senses, but the magical awareness that Zatanna had trained him to use. He felt the castle around him, the pulse of the wards, the slow heartbeat of ancient magic in the stones, the whisper of 1,000 years of enchantment layered into every surface. And underneath it all, faint but unmistakable, a wrongness. A discordant note in the castle's song, like a single out-of-tune string in an orchestra. It was coming from below, deep below, beneath the dungeons, beneath the foundations, from somewhere in the bedrock itself, not the Chamber of Secrets. He'd been there. The chamber was empty, its guardian dead, its purpose spent. This was somewhere else. Somewhere deeper. Harry opened his eyes. He had a new objective: find the source of the castle's pain, identify it, destroy it if necessary, heal it if possible. The castle sighed around him, a sound like wind through ancient trees or the breath of something very large and very old, and for a moment Harry felt it. Not heard, not sensed, but felt in the same way you feel a hand on your shoulder in the dark. Gratitude. The castle was grateful. Someone had finally noticed its pain. I hear you, Harry thought. I'll find it. I promise. The castle's stones settled and the torches dimmed, and somewhere deep in the bedrock, the discordant note pulsed like a wound. Harry lay in the dark with his eyes open, planning, calculating, and, beneath the strategy, beneath the discipline, beneath the 15 years of training that had made him into a weapon, feeling something that had no tactical value whatsoever. He felt like he was home. Chapter 4. The Chessmaster's Gambit. The map changed everything. Fred and George Weasley were not what Harry expected. He built profiles on the entire Weasley family from Bruce's intelligence files. 7 children, 2 parents, 1 house that defied structural engineering. But the files hadn't captured the essential quality of the twins. They were chaos given human form, finishing each other's sentences, moving in sync like a 2-headed organism that had decided the universe was a joke and they were the punchline. Ron brought them to the room of requirement the following evening, and they arrived with the energy of people who'd been told there was a party and were mildly disappointed to find a strategy meeting. So, said Fred, or George, dropping into a chair with the boneless grace of someone who'd never sat properly in his life. Our Eichel brother says you want the map, and that you'd pay anything for it, said the other twin, grinning. Which Ron definitely wasn't supposed to tell you we'd charge for. I told him not to say that, Ron muttered. Harry stood across the table from them, arms folded. The twins studied him with identical expressions of cheerful appraisal, not intimidated, not awed, just genuinely curious. It was refreshing. Most people looked at Harry and saw the scar, the legend, the weapon. The Weasley twins looked at him and saw a potential business opportunity. The Marauder's map, Harry said, created by Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, Messrs, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, Sirius Black, and James Potter. My father and his friends made that map. The twins exchanged a glance. We knew the names, Fred said slowly. Didn't know who they were. Your dad made it, my biological father. Yes, blimey. George leaned forward. That makes it a family heirloom, doesn't it? It does. Well, that changes the calculus a bit, Fred rubbed his chin. Can't very well charge a man for his own inheritance. Bad form. Terrible form, George agreed. However, Fred held up a finger. We are, as Ron may have mentioned, entrepreneurs. We're developing a product line, joke shop, mail order, the works, skiving snack boxes, canary creams, extendable ears, the lot. What we lack is capital. How much? Harry asked. 1,000 galleons would set us up nicely. Ron choked. Hermione raised her eyebrows. 1,000 galleons was a substantial sum in the wizarding economy, roughly £5,000, enough to lease a shop in Diagon Alley for a year. Done, Harry said. Now the twins exchanged a different kind of glance. Just like that, on one condition. Name it. You continue developing the extendable ears. I want a version with a longer range, at least 50 feet, and the ability to record what they hear. I also want a set of your decoy detonators, if you have them, and anything else in your inventory that has surveillance or distraction applications. Fred and George stared at him, then they looked at each other, then they both broke into grins so wide their faces seemed in danger of splitting. Mate, Fred said reverently, you're not just buying our products, you're giving us a defense contract. This is the greatest day of my life. George said, and I include the day we dropped a dung bomb in Filch's filing cabinet. Fred reached into his robes and produced it, a piece of parchment, old, folded, blank. He laid it on the table and tapped it with his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Ink bloomed across the parchment like blood spreading through water. Lines formed, curves, corridors, staircases, the entire castle rendered in exquisite detail, every room, every passage, every secret door. And moving through the map, tiny dots labeled with names, showing every living person in the building in real time. Harry looked at it and felt something he very rarely felt: admiration for someone else's work. The map was a masterpiece of magical cartography, layered enchantments that tracked biological signatures, updated in real time, and displayed the information in an intuitive visual format. It was, in essence, a magical surveillance system decades ahead of anything the Ministry possessed. His father had made this. James Potter, at 16, had created a piece of magic that rivaled professional intelligence tools. It shows everyone, Harry asked. Everyone. Dumbledore, Filch, Mrs. Norris, the cat, even the ghosts, though they flicker a bit. Can't fool it with invisibility cloaks or polyjuice either. Shows who you really are. Harry scanned the map. Hundreds of dots clustered in dormitories and common rooms at this hour, teachers in their offices or quarters. Filch prowling the second floor with Mrs. Norris. Dumbledore in his study, motionless, reading, probably, Snape in the dungeons. And there, in the Slytherin dormitories, the students. He searched methodically, matching names to locations, cross-referencing against the description Creature had given. A 7th-year Slytherin girl, dark hair, quiet. Sits alone. The map didn't show physical appearances, but it showed names and positions. Harry traced the Slytherin 7th-year girls' dormitory. Millicent Bulstrode, Daphne Greengrass, Pansy Parkinson, Tracy Davis, and, set apart from the others in a corner of the room by herself, a dot labeled Flora Caro. Harry's mind supplied the file immediately. Amicus and Alecto Caro, Death Eaters, brother and sister, inner circle, violent, sadistic, true believers. Flora Caro was listed in Bruce's files as a niece, daughter of a deceased cousin, raised by the Caro siblings after her parents died, a girl raised by Death Eaters. Meeting Peter Pettigrew in Hogsmeade, a spy inside the school, found her, Harry said. Found who? Hermione asked. She'd been studying the map with the same hungry intensity she brought to everything, her eyes tracing the corridors and rooms with barely contained excitement. The Slytherin asset. Flora Caro, 7th year. Harry pointed to the dot. Her guardians are Amicus and Alecto Caro, Death Eaters. She's been passing intelligence to Pettigrew at Hogsmeade meetings. Ron leaned over to look. Caro, yeah, I've seen her around, quiet girl, never talks to anyone. Always looks like she's waiting for something bad to happen. She probably is, Harry said, because he understood, with the clarity of someone who'd spent time around children raised by dangerous people, that Flora Caro might not be a willing spy. She might be a weapon aimed by others, loaded, pointed, and given no choice about the trigger. He'd seen it before. In Gotham. In the League. Children shaped into instruments by adults who saw them as tools rather than people. It was the thing that made Bruce angriest, angrier than murder, angrier than corruption. The corruption of children was the one line that turned Batman from a detective into something closer to a force of nature. "What do we do about her?" Hermione asked. "I watch her. For now, just watch. I need to determine whether she's acting willingly or under coercion before I make a move." "And if she's willing," Ron asked, "then I neutralize the intelligence channel, quietly, cleanly, without exposing Creature or our knowledge of the network." "And if she's not, if she's being forced?" Harry looked at the dot on the map. Flora Caro, alone in her corner of the dormitory, separated from her housemates by the invisible walls that children build when they learn early that closeness means vulnerability. "Then I get her out," he said. Fred and George had been listening to this exchange with expressions of increasing sobriety. The cheerful mask of the prankster twins had thinned, and underneath it, Harry could see something harder, the faces of young men who understood, perhaps better than most, that the world was darker than the jokes they used to navigate it. "Is there anything else we can do?" George asked. The question was serious. No punchline waiting. Stay alert. Keep your ears open, your regular ears, not the extendable ones, though those too. If you hear anything about unusual activity, particularly among Slytherin upperclassmen, I want to know. "You've got it," Fred said. He stood and George stood with him, mirror images of sudden resolve. "And Potter, the money, keep it. Consider the map a donation to the war effort. We'll fund the shop ourselves." "Take the money," Harry said. "Consider it an investment. When this is over, the wizarding world is going to need places that make people laugh. That's not less important than what I'm doing. It's more." The twins looked at him. Something passed between the three of them, not the easy camaraderie of friendship, but the deeper, quieter recognition of shared purpose. The twins understood, in the way that people who use humor as armor always understand, that laughter in dark times was itself an act of resistance. "Right then," Fred said, his voice slightly rough. "We'll get those extendable ears upgraded. Give us a week." They left. Harry turned back to the map and began a systematic sweep of the entire castle, corridor by corridor, room by room. The map showed him everything. The students in their dormitories, the teachers in their quarters, the ghosts drifting through walls, and, he stopped, a dot in the dungeons, not in Snape's office, not in the Slytherin common room. In a corridor that the map labeled as a dead end, a passage that shouldn't contain anyone at this hour. The dot was labeled Bartemius Crouch Jr. Harry stared at it. Bartemius Crouch Jr., Death Eater. Convicted of the torture of the Longbottoms alongside Bellatrix Lestrange, sentenced to Azkaban. Reported dead in prison years ago, dead men didn't appear on maps that showed only the living. "Hermione," Harry said quietly, "look at this." She looked, her face went white. "That's not possible. Bartemius Crouch Jr. died in Azkaban. It was in the reports could be wrong. Or the death could have been faked." Harry's mind was already racing. Crouch's father had been a senior ministry official, powerful enough to arrange a prison switch, perhaps. A dying family member substituted via Polyjuice. The prisoner officially dead, but actually smuggled out, hidden, controlled. If he's alive and in this castle, that's Voldemort's most significant asset, a trained Death Eater operating inside Hogwarts undetected. But where? The map shows him in a dead-end corridor. There's nothing there. Nothing on the map. The map has limits. It was created by students, however brilliant. There could be spaces it doesn't fully render, hidden rooms, secret passages not discovered by the Marauders. Ron had gone quiet. He was staring at the dot with an expression that mixed fear with the beginnings of strategic thought, the chess player seeing the board. "If he's using Polyjuice," Ron said slowly, "he could look like anyone. A student, a teacher, you wouldn't know. Polyjuice requires a regular dose, every hour. That's a logistical vulnerability. He'd need a supply of the potion and access to the identity he's borrowing." Harry traced the dot's movement on the map. It was stationary now, but if he watched long enough, we need to identify who he's impersonating. Hermione, can you research Bartemius Crouch Jr.'s history? Everything, his skills, his specialties, his psychological profile. Ron, I need you to pay attention to anyone who behaves oddly, specifically anyone who leaves rooms at regular intervals, hourly, or who seems to have moments of inconsistency, personality shifts, knowledge gaps, physical tics that come and go. You think he's impersonating a teacher, Ron said. A teacher would have access to students, to the castle's inner workings, to Dumbledore's movements. A student wouldn't. Hermione grabbed parchment and started writing, I'll have a profile by tomorrow morning. Good, and nobody. Harry looked at each of them in turn. Nobody acts on this information alone. We watch, we gather intelligence, we confirm, and then we move together. Ron and Hermione nodded. The map glowed between them on the table, the dot labeled Bartemius Crouch Jr., pulsing in the dungeon depths like a heartbeat, the castle's pain. The wrongness creature had described. Was it this, a Death Eater hiding in its walls, a parasite in the body of the school? Or was it something else entirely? Harry didn't sleep that night. He sat in the common room with the map open, tracking the Crouch dot. At 2:17 a.m. it moved. Slowly, carefully, it traveled from the dead-end corridor through a passage the map rendered as a faint dotted line, uncertain, partially mapped, and emerged into the main dungeon corridor. It moved upward through the castle, past sleeping students and oblivious portraits, until it reached the defense against the dark arts office, and disappeared, not off the map. The dot simply merged with another dot already present in the office, a dot labeled Dolores Umbridge. Harry stared. Umbridge's dot was exactly where it should be in her office at 2 in the morning, but Crouch's dot had merged with it, not replaced it. Merged, as if two people were occupying the same space, Polyjuice. No, two separate labels, two separate identities. The map showed who you really were. Fred had said it couldn't be fooled by Polyjuice. If Crouch were disguised as Umbridge, the map would show only Crouch's name. Something else was happening. Something the map was struggling to render. Two people in the same room, or two people in the same body. Possession, imperious curse, or something Harry hadn't considered. A magical concealment so sophisticated that even the map could only approximate what it was detecting. Crouch might be hidden within Umbridge's quarters, in a space the map couldn't fully resolve, an extension of the room, a pocket dimension, a hidden chamber accessed from within the office. Umbridge was harboring a Death Eater, or she was being controlled by one, or she was collaborating with one. None of the options were good. Harry closed the map at 3:00 a.m., having watched the merged dot for 40 minutes without change. He needed more data. He needed to get inside that office again, this time looking for hidden spaces rather than legal leverage. He also needed to tell Dumbledore. Or did he? Harry sat in the dark common room and weighed his options. Dumbledore was an ally, but an ally with his own agenda. If Harry told him about Crouch, Dumbledore would act, but he'd act according to his own priorities, his own timeline, his own methods. He might move too slowly, too cautiously. He might try to use Crouch as an intelligence asset, the way he used Snape, turning the spy rather than eliminating the threat. Harry didn't have time for that. Every day Crouch operated inside Hogwarts was a day Voldemort had eyes and ears in the castle. Every day was a day students were at risk, Bruce's voice in his head. When you have actionable intelligence, act on it. Hesitation kills, but also Bruce's voice. Never move without understanding the terrain. The difference between a soldier and a detective is that the soldier shoots first and the detective knows who deserves to be shot. He needed to confirm. He needed to get into that office, find the hidden space, identify exactly what Crouch was doing and how he was connected to Umbridge. And he needed to do it without alerting either of them, tomorrow night. After his training session with Hermione, after classes, after the castle settled into sleep. He'd go in alone. No, not alone. He'd promised Hermione and Ron they'd move together. And more than that, he'd meant it. Something had shifted in the room of requirement when Creature destroyed the locket. The three of them had become something that operated as a unit, each element complementing the others. Harry was the point, the weapon, the strategist. Hermione was the analyst, the researcher, the detail finder. Ron was the reader, the one who understood people and patterns, and the unspoken dynamics that Harry's training hadn't equipped him to see. Together, they were more effective than Harry alone. It was an unfamiliar calculus. Bruce worked alone. It was his defining characteristic, his greatest strength and his deepest limitation. He'd trained Harry to be self-sufficient, to need no one, to operate as a single point of maximum capability. But Harry was beginning to think that self-sufficiency might be the most sophisticated form of weakness. Because a person who needed no one had no one to need them, and that absence, that hollow at the center of a perfectly functional machine, was what made the machine brittle. He went to bed at 3:30 a.m. and set his internal alarm for 4:15. At 4:30, he was in the fourth-floor classroom. Hermione arrived at 4:31, wearing transfigured workout clothes, a fitted shirt and trousers in Gryffindor red, because of course she'd color-coordinated, and an expression of fierce determination. "Before we start," she said, "I want to set expectations. I've read everything available on wandless magic channeling overnight. I understand the theory. I accept the physical consequences. I'm not going to complain or quit. I know you're not. Good, then let's begin." Harry started her with breathing. Not the dramatic, mystical breathing of movie martial arts, but the precise, functional breathing that Bruce had taught him. 4 counts in, 4 hold, 4 out, 4 hold. Box breathing. It regulated the autonomic nervous system, oxygenated the blood, and created a baseline of physiological calm that magic could build on. "Magic responds to internal state," Harry said, standing across from her in the moonlit room. "Anxiety, fear, excitement, they all distort the signal. Before you can channel through your body, you need to be able to control your body's baseline. That starts with breath." Hermione breathed. She was good at it, disciplined, precise, quick to adjust. After 10 minutes, her heart rate had dropped and her breathing was metronomic. "Now, close your eyes. Feel your magic. Feel it how? You know the sensation when you cast a spell, the warmth in your chest, the tingle in your wand hand. That's your magical core generating energy and routing it to the external focus. I want you to find that sensation without the spell, just the energy. Just the warmth." Hermione closed her eyes. Harry watched her, not with his physical eyes but with his magical awareness, the sensitivity Zatanna had trained him to use. He could feel Hermione's magical core, bright, dense, churning with potential. It was concentrated in her chest, just left of center, and from it, threads of energy ran to her extremities. Faint, atrophied, the pathways that centuries of wand use had allowed to wither. "I feel it," Hermione whispered. "It's like a ball of light right here." She touched her sternum. "Good. Now I want you to push it outward, not to your wand hand, to your whole body. Spread it like warmth into your arms, your legs, your fingers, your toes." Hermione concentrated, her brow furrowed. Harry felt her magic stir, the core pulsing, sending tentative threads of energy down pathways that hadn't been used in years. The sensation, he knew from experience, would be uncomfortable, like blood returning to a sleeping limb, pins and needles at first, building to a burn. Hermione's jaw clenched, her hands trembled. A thin line of blood appeared at her left nostril. "Don't stop," Harry said. "The bleeding is normal. Your channels are opening. It hurts. I know. Keep going." She kept going. The blood trickled down her lip. Her trembling intensified. Harry watched her magical pathways light up one by one, faint, uncertain, like circuits flickering to life after years of disuse. Her hands began to glow, not visibly, not to normal sight, but in his magical awareness he could see the energy reaching her fingertips, pooling there, building. "Now," Harry said, "open your eyes and look at your hands." Hermione opened her eyes. She looked down, her hands were glowing. Faintly, barely perceptibly, a soft golden light emanated from her skin, not a spell, not a charm, but raw magical energy surfacing through her body for the first time. "Oh." She breathed. "That's your magic, without a wand, without an incantation, just you." Hermione stared at her hands. The glow flickered, wavered, faded. The effort had exhausted her, her shoulders were shaking, her face was pale, and the nosebleed was getting worse. But her expression, God, her expression. It was the face of someone who had just discovered a new continent, a new dimension. A door she'd never known existed, now standing open. Again, she said, you need to rest. The channels, again. Harry looked at her. Blood on her lip, fire in her eyes, shaking with exhaustion and absolutely refusing to stop. She looked exactly like he had at 11, standing in the Batcave with blood streaming down his face and Zatanna telling him that was enough for today. He hadn't listened either. Again, he agreed. They worked for another hour. By the end, Hermione could sustain the glow for 12 seconds, a remarkable achievement for a first session. She was also pale, trembling, and bleeding from both nostrils. Harry healed the nosebleed with a touch, the same way he'd healed Hannah Abbott's hand. How long before I can do what you do? Hermione asked, wiping blood from her lip with the back of her hand. Years. Unacceptable. Give me a realistic timeline with accelerated training. Harry considered. 6 months for basic channeling, a year for combat applications. 2 years before you can do it reflexively. But Hermione, you don't need to replicate my abilities. You need to develop your own. Everyone's magic is different. Yours is, he searched for the right word. Precise, structured. My magic is raw force shaped by discipline. Yours is architecture. You build things with it, patterns, structures, frameworks. That's not a lesser approach, it's different. Architecture, she repeated, turning the word over. I like that. They cleaned up and headed to breakfast. In the corridor outside the Great Hall, they encountered Neville, who was struggling with an armful of herbology textbooks and a small cactus that was trying to bite him. Morning, Neville said, wrestling the cactus into submission. You two are up early. Training, Harry said. Can I, would you? Neville went red. Could I train too? Not the fighting stuff, I'd be rubbish at that, but the magic, the wandless thing. You said I had strong magic. I want to be better. Harry looked at Neville and saw, again, the steel underneath the uncertainty. It was closer to the surface now. 3 days of proximity to Harry's unshakable confidence had started to erode the layers of self-doubt that Neville wore like ill-fitting clothes. Tomorrow morning. Same time, same room, bring comfortable shoes. Neville's face broke into a smile that transformed him, lighting up features that were usually clouded by anxiety, revealing a warmth and solidity that had been there all along, waiting for someone to call it forth. Brilliant. Thanks, Harry. He hurried off with his biting cactus. Hermione watched him go with a soft expression. You're collecting people, she said. I'm building a team. Same thing the way you do it. Breakfast was interrupted by Dumbledore. The headmaster appeared at the Gryffindor table, unusual in itself, as he typically remained at the staff table during meals, and bent to speak in Harry's ear. His voice was barely audible beneath the hall's ambient noise. My office. Immediately after breakfast, we need to discuss the locket. The locket is destroyed. Dumbledore went very still, then with admirable composure he straightened up and said, my office. Immediately, he swept away. Harry finished his coffee and followed. The headmaster's office was different in morning light, warmer, the silver instruments on their spindly tables catching the sun. Fawkes the Phoenix preening on his perch with the self-satisfied air of a creature that knew it was gorgeous. Dumbledore stood by the window, his back to the room, his hands clasped behind him. When you say destroyed, Dumbledore began without turning, you mean basilisk fang through the soul fragment, clean kill. The locket was being carried by a house elf named Creature who belonged to the Black family. He'd been trying to destroy it for 16 years on the orders of Regulus Black. Regulus, Dumbledore turned. His expression was complex, shock overlaid with the particular frustration of a man who prided himself on omniscience and was discovering blind spots. I never suspected Regulus Black had discovered the Horcruxes. He infiltrated the cave, drank the protective potion, retrieved the locket, and replaced it with a fake. He died in the attempt. Creature survived and spent the next 16 years carrying the real locket, unable to destroy it. And you found Creature how? He found me. The castle told him I was here and what I was doing. House elves have a connection to Hogwarts that wizards don't share. They hear it, feel it. Harry paused. Creature also provided intelligence on Voldemort's assets within the school. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Assets, plural. Draco Malfoy is reporting to his father, low level, expected, manageable. A seventh-year Slytherin named Flora Caro is meeting Peter Pettigrew in Hogsmeade. That's more significant. She's a direct conduit to Voldemort's inner circle. Flora Caro. Dumbledore's voice was soft. I know the girl. Quiet, withdrawn. She came to Hogwarts at 11 with bruises she couldn't explain and a flinch response to raised voices. Raised by Amicus and Electo Caro. Yes, I've been concerned about her for years, but never had grounds to. The Caros are careful. No evidence, no witnesses. The girl says nothing. She's being used. Whether willingly or not, I haven't determined yet. And your approach, surveillance first, then intervention, tailored to her circumstances. Dumbledore nodded slowly. There's a compassion in your strategy that I didn't expect, Harry. You're planning to help her, not just neutralize her. She's a child being used by adults. That's the one thing I will not tolerate. Something in Harry's voice, a cold edge that cut through the tactical calm, made Dumbledore look at him more closely. The old man saw it, Harry knew, the wound. The particular fury of someone who understood, at a cellular level, what it meant to be a child shaped by forces beyond their control. There's a third asset, Harry said, moving past the moment, and this one is more serious. He told Dumbledore about the map. About the dot labeled Bartemius Crouch Jr., about its movement through the castle, and its convergence with Umbridge's dot in her office. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. His face, usually so carefully arranged, went through a series of changes that Harry tracked with clinical attention. Surprise, calculation, alarm, and finally, a cold, focused intensity that stripped away the grandfatherly persona and revealed the war leader underneath. Bartemius Crouch Jr., Dumbledore said, this is deeply troubling. I was present at his trial. I watched him sentenced. I was told he died in Azkaban. His father was head of magical law enforcement. He had the means and the authority to arrange a substitution. If Crouch Sr. smuggled his son out of prison using polyjuice, substituting a dying person for the real prisoner, the body in Azkaban would have reverted to its original form after death. But if Crouch Sr. controlled the narrative, no one would have looked closely at the corpse. And you believe he's now operating within the castle, in or near Umbridge's quarters. The map doesn't lie. It was created by my father and his friends, and Fred Weasley confirmed it shows true identities regardless of disguise. Whatever Crouch is doing in that office, he's there. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The silver instruments on his tables clicked and whirred. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. I need to verify this independently before acting, Dumbledore said. If Bartemius Crouch Jr. is alive and in this castle, the implications are enormous, not just for Hogwarts, but for the Ministry. His father is dead, you know, died under mysterious circumstances last year. I know, the official ruling was natural causes. The unofficial assessment is that he was murdered by his son, who had been held under the imperious curse in his father's home for over a decade and eventually broke free. Dumbledore stared at him. You know that. My father investigated the Crouch family after identifying anomalies in Bartemius Sr.'s behavior during the Triwizard Tournament. The senior Crouch displayed signs of mental deterioration consistent with long-term imperious casting. A known side effect is psychological erosion of the caster when maintaining the curse over extended periods. Bruce hypothesized that someone in the Crouch household was both victim and prisoner, and the most likely candidate was the son everyone believed was dead. Your father, Bruce Wayne, investigated a wizarding family from America. My father investigates everything. It's what he does. Dumbledore sat down. He looked for a moment, genuinely overwhelmed, not by the information itself, but by the sheer scope of the intelligence apparatus Harry represented. Here was a 15-year-old boy backed by a muggle with resources and investigative capabilities that rivaled any magical intelligence service in the world. Dumbledore had spent decades building the Order of the Phoenix, cultivating sources, gathering intelligence one painstaking piece at a time. Harry had arrived with more actionable intelligence in his first week than the Order had produced in a year. "I am going to have to rethink my entire approach," Dumbledore murmured, more to himself than to Harry. "I'd welcome that." "Your approach relies too heavily on single-source intelligence, Snape, and too little on technical surveillance and open-source analysis. You operate on the assumption that the wizarding world is self-contained, that magical threats require only magical solutions. That's a blind spot. And your father exploits blind spots. It's his specialty." Dumbledore was quiet again. Then he did something unexpected. He laughed. Not the theatrical chuckle of the public Dumbledore, but a genuine, surprised laugh that shook his silver beard and made Fawkes look up from his preening. "I have spent 50 years believing I was the most strategically sophisticated person in any room I entered," Dumbledore said. "It is a humbling experience to be outmaneuvered by a child and his muggle father. You're not being outmaneuvered, you're being augmented. There's a difference. Is there? I'm not trying to replace you, Professor. I'm trying to win a war. That requires the best of everyone, not the dominance of anyone." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The office was warm with morning light, dust motes drifting in the sunbeams, the portrait headmasters on the walls pretending to sleep while obviously eavesdropping. "You know," Dumbledore said softly, "when I lost you 15 years ago, I imagined every possible outcome. The boy raised by muggles who knew nothing of magic. The boy found by Death Eaters and corrupted. The boy who simply vanished, lost to the world forever." He paused. "I never imagined this. A boy raised by someone who taught him to think, to plan, to see the world as it is, rather than as he wished it to be. You are, in many ways, the strategist I always wanted to be, but never had the discipline to become. You had the discipline. You just applied it to the wrong things. You spent decades managing information instead of deploying it. You built a network of agents and then micromanaged them instead of trusting them to operate. You played chess against Voldemort and forgot that chess is won by the player who controls the most squares, not the one who protects the king most carefully." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You play chess. I was taught by a man who plays 13 simultaneous games in his head while fighting crime. And more recently by a Weasley. Ah, Ronald, his strategic instincts are extraordinary. He doesn't know it yet. Most great minds don't at 15. Harry stood. "I'm going to investigate Umbridge's office tonight. I need to find where Crouch is hiding and determine his operational role. I'll report back tomorrow. Be careful, Harry. If Crouch is a trained Death Eater, I've handled trained combatants before, I'm sure. But I'm asking you to be careful nonetheless, as someone who cares about your well-being, not just your tactical value." Harry paused at the door. The statement had caught him off guard, not the sentiment, but the directness. Dumbledore rarely said things plainly. He hinted, suggested, maneuvered. This was a straight line, no curves. "I'll be careful," Harry said. "And Professor, the Horcrux count. The diary, the diadem, and the locket are destroyed. That leaves the ring, the cup, Nagini, and my scar, 4 fragments plus the piece in Voldemort's reconstituted body. We're past the halfway point. The ring," Dumbledore said. "I believe I know where it is. The Gaunt family shack near Little Hangleton. I've been planning a retrieval." "Then plan it with me. Not alone. The defenses will be Riddle's work, which means they'll be brilliant, vicious, and designed to exploit the emotional vulnerabilities of whoever triggers them. You need someone with you who can see past the manipulation." Dumbledore hesitated. Harry saw the instinct to refuse, the lifelong habit of self-sufficiency, of bearing burdens alone, of trusting no one with the full picture. The same instinct Bruce had, the same instinct Harry had, together. Dumbledore said finally, This weekend. Harry left the office and descended into the morning bustle of the castle. Students streamed past him, heading to breakfast, to classes, to the ordinary business of a school day. He moved among them like a current through water, present but separate, part of the flow but not carried by it. He had 3 days until the weekend. 3 days to investigate Crouch, monitor Flora Caro, train Hermione and Neville, attend classes, and prepare for a Horcrux retrieval that would take him off school grounds and into a trap designed by the darkest wizard of the century. He needed to be in 5 places at once. He needed the team. He found Ron at breakfast and sat down across from him. Ron had 3 sausages in his mouth and a copy of the Daily Prophet spread across the table. The headline read, "Ministry assures public, no dark wizard threat." "Ron," Harry said, "I need your help with something." Ron looked up. The sausages didn't slow him down. "Yeah, I need to get into Umbridge's office tonight, undetected. The map shows a Death Eater may be hiding somewhere in or near her quarters. I need to find the concealed space and identify what he's doing." Ron chewed, swallowed, and took a sip of pumpkin juice with the deliberate calm of someone sorting through a complex problem. His eyes had gone slightly unfocused, the same look he got during chess, when the board was shifting and the patterns were forming. "Umbridge's office is on the 3rd floor, East Wing," Ron said. 2 corridors in, 1 staircase up from the defense classroom. She's got a standard teacher's suite, office, private quarters behind it, bathroom off the side. The door has a password lock, probably something pink and stupid. "You know the layout. Fred and George mapped every teacher's suite years ago. Part of their operational planning. They've got notes." "What about patrol patterns? Filch, the prefects." "Filch does the 3rd floor between midnight and 2. Mrs. Norris sweeps ahead of him. The prefects don't patrol the teacher's wing. They stick to the student corridors. Your window is between 2 and 4 a.m. Harry looked at Ron with new eyes. The boy had just provided a tactical briefing that would have earned commendation in any intelligence service in the world, delivered between bites of sausage with the casual ease of someone discussing the weather. "You've been thinking about this already," Harry said. "Since you told us about Crouch last night, couldn't sleep, so I lay there and worked through the problem." Ron shrugged, ears going pink. "I think about spaces, you know, where things are, how they connect, where the gaps are. It's like chess, but with rooms instead of squares." "Ron, that's called tactical spatial analysis. It's a specialized skill that takes professional intelligence operatives years to develop." "It is. You've been doing it instinctively since you started navigating this castle." Ron blinked, then a slow grin spread across his face. "So I'm what, a secret genius? You're an unrecognized one. There's a difference. I'll take it." Classes that day were a blur. Harry attended them with surface attention, enough to participate, enough to maintain the cover of normal student behavior, while his deeper focus was on the evening's operation. In defense against the dark arts, Umbridge was different. Subdued. She didn't call on Harry, didn't make eye contact, didn't display any of the toad-like aggression that had characterized their first encounter. She taught from the textbook with the mechanical precision of someone going through motions, and her eyes, when Harry caught them, were nervous. She was afraid, but not of Harry or not just of Harry. There was something else. A new tension in her posture, a tightness around her mouth that suggested she was under pressure from multiple directions. If Crouch was operating from her quarters, she knew about it. The question was whether she was a willing host or an unwilling one. Harry watched her through the entire class and saw, in the last 10 minutes, the tell he was looking for. Umbridge's right hand went to her left forearm, a quick, involuntary gesture, identical to the one Draco had made. The touching of a place where a mark would be, but Umbridge didn't have the dark mark. She was a ministry bureaucrat, not a Death Eater. So why the gesture unless she'd been marked with something else? Something newer, something designed not to brand allegiance but to compel obedience. An imperious analog, perhaps, a control mechanism. Harry revised his assessment. Umbridge might not be a collaborator, she might be a puppet. The blood quill, the cruelty, the ministry agenda, those were authentically Umbridge, but the harboring of a Death Eater in her quarters. That might be something forced upon her. The picture was getting more complex. Harry appreciated complexity. It was more honest than simplicity. But it also meant more variables, more uncertainty, more risk. After class, he pulled Hermione aside. "Tonight, 2 a.m., common room, bring the map." "What's the plan?" Ron is our tactical analyst. He'll brief you on the layout. I go into Umbridge's office. You and Ron provide overwatch from the corridor using the map, track every dot in the vicinity, and warn me if anyone approaches. And if Crouch is there, then I deal with Crouch. Define deal with. Harry met her eyes. I'll contain him, non-lethally. Crouch alive is more valuable than Crouch dead. He has intelligence we need. But if he threatens students, if he escalates, I will do whatever is necessary. Hermione studied him. Do you always think in terms of necessary force? Yes. That must be exhausting. It's the only way I know. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then, when this is over, when Voldemort is defeated and the war is won, what are you going to do? The question caught Harry completely off guard. He literally didn't have an answer. His entire life had been preparation for this, for the war, for the mission. The concept of after was as foreign to him as the concept of leisure or hobbies or a life not organized around strategic objectives. I don't know, he said. And for the first time, the admission wasn't tactical. It was honest. Hermione reached out and squeezed his hand. Brief, warm, surprising. We'll figure it out, she said. After. She walked away. Harry stood in the corridor and looked at his hand where she touched it. The warmth lingered like an afterimage of light. After. He'd never thought about after. Bruce probably had. Bruce thought about everything, but he'd never raised it because the mission was ongoing and the mission came first, and there was always one more contingency to plan for. But Hermione's question lodged in his mind like a splinter, and throughout the rest of the day, through charms and herbology and the tedium of history of magic, it kept surfacing. What would he do when the war was over? Who would he be when the mission was complete? A boy who knew how to fight but not how to live, a weapon without a war, a shadow without a darkness to hide in. The thought was uncomfortable. Harry filed it away and focused on the night ahead. At 2:07 a.m., Harry stood outside the door to Umbridge's office on the 3rd floor. The corridor was dark and empty. Filch had completed his patrol 18 minutes ago. Ron had called the timing perfectly. And the map, which Hermione was monitoring from a concealed position around the corner, showed no one else within 3 corridors. Ron crouched beside Hermione, providing real-time spatial analysis through a set of the twins' extendable ears, which allowed him to whisper directions that only Harry could hear through a flesh-colored tendril that ran along the wall and into Harry's ear. Clear on all approaches, Ron whispered. Umbridge is in her quarters behind the office. The crouch dot is weird. It's there, but it keeps flickering, like the map's having trouble pinning him down. Harry examined the door. Standard Hogwarts teacher's door, reinforced with a locking charm. He pressed his palm to the wood and sent a thread of magic into the mechanism, feeling its structure, its tolerances, the shape of the enchantment that held it shut. It was a basic security charm, ministry standard, designed to stop students, not professionals. Harry twisted the magic and the lock clicked open. He eased the door inward and stepped inside. Umbridge's office was exactly as he remembered, pink, doily-laden, reeking of floral perfume. The kittens on the plates were asleep, their painted eyes closed, their painted flanks rising and falling. Umbridge's desk was neat, her papers organized with bureaucratic precision. Nothing out of place. The door to her private quarters was at the back of the office, closed. Harry pressed his ear to it and heard the slow, even breathing of someone deeply asleep. Natural sleep, not enchanted. The rhythm was too irregular for magical sedation. Harry turned his attention to the office itself. The map had shown Crouch's dot converging with Umbridge's position, which meant the hidden space was somewhere within this suite, accessible from the office or the quarters, but not visible on the map's standard rendering. He began a systematic search. Not physical, magical. He extended his awareness into the room, feeling the structure of the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Hogwarts stone was saturated with ancient magic, which created a lot of background noise, but Harry's training had honed his sensitivity to the point where he could distinguish between ambient enchantment and active concealment. There, behind the wall to the left of Umbridge's desk. A space, not large, perhaps 6 feet by 8, hidden behind what felt like a Fidelius charm variant. Not a full Fidelius. That would require a secret keeper, and was nearly impossible to cast on a space within an already enchanted building. This was something simpler. A notice-me-not field layered over a physical concealment, both powered by an external source. Harry found the source. A small object mounted on the wall behind a kitten plate, hidden by the frame, a rune stone, dark, pulsing with magic that Harry recognized. It was similar to rune work he'd seen in the League of Shadows hideouts. Concealment technology designed by ancient magical traditions that predated modern wand magic. He lifted the plate and examined the rune stone without touching it. It was trapped, a defensive enchantment that would trigger on unauthorized contact, probably an alarm, possibly something more harmful. Harry studied the trap for 60 seconds, identified its trigger mechanism, and neutralized it with a precise pulse of counter-magic that dismantled the alarm without disturbing the concealment. Then he took the stone. The concealment collapsed. The wall behind Umbridge's desk shimmered, rippled, and resolved into a door, small, arched, made of old wood. It hadn't been there a moment ago, and now it was the most obvious thing in the room. Harry opened it. The space beyond was a cell. There was no other word for it. 6 feet by 8, stone walls, no windows, lit by a single enchanted candle that burned without warmth. A narrow cot against one wall, a bucket in the corner. And on the cot, sitting upright with his back against the wall, watching the door with the alert stillness of a caged animal, a man. He was gaunt, thin to the point of emaciation, his skin stretched over bones that seemed too close to the surface, his hair lank and dark with streaks of premature gray. His eyes were the worst part wide, too bright, burning with an intensity that oscillated between cunning and madness. He wore what had once been good robes, now filthy and torn, and his bare feet were dirty. He didn't look surprised to see Harry. He looked like he'd been waiting. "Harry Potter," Bartemius Crouch Jr. said. His voice was a rasp, damaged by disuse, but underneath the roughness was something sharp. "Intelligent. I was wondering when you'd find me." Harry stood in the doorway, balanced, every sense alert. He could feel Crouch's magic depleted, weakened by confinement, but still present. The man was dangerous. Even starved and imprisoned, a trained Death Eater was a threat. "How long have you been here?" Harry asked. "Since September." "The woman Umbridge, she was given custody of me by my master. I was to be his eyes and ears in the castle." Crouch's mouth twisted, not a smile, something uglier. "I was his most loyal servant. I gave everything, and he gave me to her. To the Toad Woman, to be kept in a box like a pet. You're not under Imperius," I was, for the first week. Then she decided it was more efficient to simply lock me in and extract information when she needed it. She comes in, asks questions, writes down my answers, and leaves. I tell her what my master wants her to hear. His eyes glittered. I also tell her things my master doesn't want her to hear, small truths, destabilizing truths. The Toad Woman is paranoid by nature. I've been feeding her paranoia like a fire. Why? Crouch leaned forward. His eyes locked onto Harry's with an intensity that most people would have found unbearable. Harry didn't flinch. "Because my master put me in a box," Crouch said, and his voice cracked with something raw, not just anger, but betrayal. The particular devastating betrayal of a fanatic who discovers their god doesn't love them back. I gave him everything, my youth, my sanity, my soul. I broke the Longbottoms for him. I spent 12 years in Azkaban for him. I escaped, I came back, I was ready to serve again, and he... His hands clenched. He gave me to a bureaucrat, like I was a thing, a tool to be used and stored. Harry understood the psychology immediately. Crouch was a textbook case of fanatical disillusionment, the most dangerous psychological state a former true believer could reach. He'd given his identity to Voldemort's cause, and Voldemort had treated that gift with contempt. The resulting wound wasn't just emotional, it was existential. Crouch's entire reason for being had been invalidated, and the void it left was filled with a volatile mix of rage, grief, and desperate need for meaning. This man could be turned, or he could detonate. The margin between the two was razor thin. "What do you want, Crouch? Out of this room." Out of her control, I want to matter again. You want revenge on Voldemort. I want him to know what it feels like to be discarded, to be nothing. Crouch's voice dropped to a whisper. I know things, Potter. Things he thinks I've forgotten, things he told me when I was his favorite, his most faithful. I know where the cup is hidden. I know the protections on it. I know the names of every Death Eater who serves him and the weaknesses of each. I know his plans. Harry's heart rate didn't change. His expression didn't shift, but inside, his mind was moving at the speed of a supercomputer processing new data. Crouch was offering to become an intelligence asset, a defector from Voldemort's inner circle, driven by personal vengeance. It was the most valuable category of source in any intelligence operation. It was also the most unreliable. If I release you, Harry said, what guarantee do I have that you won't run back to Voldemort the moment it serves you? He put me in a box. Anger fades, especially in fanatics. You've spent your entire adult life serving him. That kind of conditioning doesn't break cleanly. Crouch's face twisted. You think I'd go back? I think people do unexpected things when their identity collapses. I think you need something to replace what Voldemort gave you, a purpose, a cause, a reason to be. And I think that if I can't provide that, you'll either self-destruct or return to the only framework that gives you structure, which is him. Crouch stared at him. The madness in his eyes warred with something else, a reluctant, grudging recognition, the recognition of being understood. You're not what I expected, Crouch said. I expected a child. Everyone does. Harry made his decision. It was a risk, calculated, significant, but manageable with proper containment. Crouch was too valuable to leave in a box and too dangerous to simply free. He needed to be controlled, managed, and given just enough purpose to keep him stable. Here's what happens, Harry said. You stay here for now. Not because I want you caged, but because your release needs to be managed. If Voldemort discovers you've been turned, he'll move to eliminate you and any intelligence you've provided. I need to extract your information in a controlled setting, verify it against existing intelligence, and build an operational framework before you become visible. You want me to stay in the box. I want you to stay alive. Voldemort's response to betrayal is murder, and he has assets in this castle who would report your freedom within hours. When I move you, it will be to a secure location where you can be debriefed properly and protected. Crouch was silent for a long moment. Then, the cup, Hufflepuff's cup. It's in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, Vault 711. The protections include a Gemino curse on all objects, everything multiplies when touched, and a Flagrante curse, everything burns. The cup is on the upper shelf, behind a suit of armor. The vault is also guarded by a dragon. Harry filed every detail. What else? The ring. It's at the Gaunt Shack outside Little Hangleton. The defenses are the ring itself is cursed, a death curse embedded in the stone. Anyone who puts it on dies, slowly, painfully. The curse is Voldemort's own design. He was particularly proud of it. A compulsion to put on the ring. Yes, the curse is layered. The outer layer is a compulsion, almost irresistible, that drives the finder to wear the ring. The inner layer is the death curse itself, which activates on contact with skin. Harry thought of Dumbledore, brilliant, curious, emotionally vulnerable to objects connected to his past. The Gaunt ring had a connection to the Deathly Hallows, if Harry's research was correct. The Resurrection Stone. If Dumbledore found it, the compulsion to put it on wouldn't just be magical. It would be personal. I need everything you know about the ring's defenses, Harry said. Every detail. I'm retrieving it this weekend, with Dumbledore. Yes, Crouch's expression flickered. Tell him about the compulsion. The old man has weaknesses, everyone does, and Voldemort designed that curse to exploit the kind of person who would seek the ring. Someone who values knowledge, someone who has lost people they loved, someone who might want, even for a moment, to bring them back. Harry looked at Crouch for a long time, then he nodded. I'll be back tomorrow. With food, clean water, and medical supplies, you'll be treated as a human being. That's not negotiable, regardless of your history. Why? Because that's the line between me and him. He puts people in boxes. I get them out. Harry turned to leave. At the doorway, Crouch spoke again. Potter, the girl Caro, Flora Caro. Harry stopped. She's not willing. The mark on her arm, it's a protean charm linked to Pettigrew. It burns when he summons her. She goes because the alternative is pain. I heard Umbridge discussing it with someone, a mirror, a communication mirror, someone on the other end I couldn't see. How do you know she's unwilling? Because I heard her crying through the wall after each meeting, every time. Harry's jaw tightened. He restored the concealment, replacing the rune stone, reactivating the Notice Me Not field, and left the office. The door locked behind him with a click that seemed very loud in the silent corridor. He found Hermione and Ron in their concealed position. Both looked tense. They'd been monitoring the map throughout. Well, Ron whispered, he's there. Bartemius Crouch Jr., alive. Imprisoned by Umbridge on Voldemort's orders, she's been using him as an intelligence source, and he's been feeding her disinformation to destabilize her. Hermione's eyes went wide. A Death Eater has been living in Umbridge's wall, in a concealed cell behind her office. He's been there since September. That's, Hermione seemed to be searching for a word strong enough, monstrous on multiple levels. The imprisonment, the exploitation, she's been using a prisoner as he's also offered to defect. He's angry at Voldemort for discarding him. He has intelligence on the remaining Horcruxes, the cup's location, the ring's defenses, details I didn't have. Ron was very quiet. His chess player's eyes were distant, seeing the board. This is the advantage, Ron said finally, not just the intelligence, the psychology. Voldemort's weakness is that he doesn't value people. He uses them and throws them away. That creates enemies. Crouch isn't the first servant Voldemort's discarded, just the most useful one we've found. Exactly. So we turn that into strategy. We look for others, other Death Eaters who have been used and abandoned, other people in Voldemort's orbit who have reasons to want out. Ron, that's the foundation of every successful counterintelligence operation in history. Is it? It's called exploiting human factors. You just independently derived the core principle of the CIA's defection program. Ron blinked. I don't know what the CIA is, American Intelligence Agency. My father consults for them occasionally. Your father consults for spy agencies, among other things. Ron shook his head. Your life is mental, mate. They made their way back to Gryffindor Tower, moving through the sleeping castle with practiced efficiency. Harry's mind was churning with new data, new connections, new plans. The Crouch intelligence had accelerated his timeline. The cup's location was confirmed, the ring's defenses were mapped, and he had a potential asset inside the enemy's former inner circle. But the Flora Caro situation was pressing harder. A girl being summoned through pain, meeting a servant of Voldemort, crying alone in her dormitory afterward. Every hour she remained in that situation was an hour too long. Harry made a decision as they climbed through the portrait hole. He would deal with Flora Caro first. Before the ring, before the cup, before any of the larger strategic objectives. Because there were things that mattered more than strategy, and the suffering of a child used as a tool was at the top of that list. Bruce would understand. Bruce had built his entire life around that principle. In the common room they paused. The fire was dead, the room cold and dark. Tomorrow, Harry said. I need to find Flora Caro and get her out. Ron, I need the map to track her movements, where she goes when she's alone. Hermione, I need everything you can find on protean charms, specifically how to break one that's been embedded in someone's skin. Breaking a skin-embedded protean charm requires counter-runic application, Hermione said immediately. It's an advanced rune theory by Moriarty. I read it last year. The key is identifying the anchor rune, the specific symbol that links the charm to its controller, and inverting it. If the charm is burning her when activated, the anchor is probably pain-based. I can design a counter-sigil, but I'll need to see the mark. I'll get you access to it. How? By asking her. Ron and Hermione looked at him, then at each other, then back at him. You're going to walk up to a terrified Slytherin spy, Ron said, and just ask her to show you the mark that a Death Eater burned into her skin. Yes. And you think she'll show you? I think she's been waiting for someone to ask. The common room was quiet. Somewhere in the castle, a clock chimed 3. The stars outside the tower windows were beginning to fade. "Get some sleep," Harry said. "Tomorrow's going to be a long day." They went to their respective dormitories. Harry lay in the dark, listening to the familiar symphony of Ron's snoring and the castle's breath. He was tired, genuinely tired, the accumulated weight of 3 days of operating at maximum intensity. His body wanted rest. His mind wanted to plan. He compromised. He closed his eyes and let his mind run, not in focused analysis, but in the looser, more associative mode that Bruce called background processing. The brain's natural tendency to find patterns, make connections, and surface insights that conscious thought missed, patterns emerged. Voldemort's treatment of his followers as tools, not people. Umbridge's treatment of students as threats to be managed, not children to be taught. The Ministry's treatment of Sirius Black as a narrative to be controlled, not a person to be saved. A pattern of institutional dehumanization that ran through the wizarding world like a fault line, invisible until pressure made it crack. Harry had been trained by a man who dressed as a bat and fought crime in a city that had tried to break him. Bruce Wayne understood institutional failure at a cellular level. Gotham was a city where every system had failed, where the police were corrupt, the courts were compromised, the politicians were bought. And the only thing standing between civilization and chaos was one man's refusal to accept that the system couldn't be fixed. Harry wasn't Bruce. He didn't have Bruce's faith in systems. He was younger, colder, more willing to work outside structures rather than repair them. But he had Bruce's core conviction that every person mattered, that suffering was never acceptable as a cost of doing business, and that power existed to serve, not to dominate. Flora Caro, Hannah Abbott, Neville Longbottom, Creature, Draco Malfoy. Even Bartemius Crouch Jr., wasted and mad in his hidden cell, people who had been used by systems that should have protected them. People who were waiting for someone to notice, to care, to act. Harry wasn't a hero. He didn't believe in heroes. Bruce had cured him of that early. Heroes were narratives, stories people told to make sense of chaos. What Harry believed in was capability applied with purpose. You saw a problem, you had the skills to address it, you acted, not because you were chosen or special or prophesied, but because you were there and you could. That was enough. It had to be enough. The castle sighed, the stones settled, and Harry Potter slept. His dreams were dark but purposeful, corridors and doors and the faces of people waiting behind them, waiting to be found, waiting to be freed. In a hidden cell behind a pink office, a broken man sat in the dark and thought about revenge. In a Slytherin dormitory, a girl with a burning mark on her arm stared at the ceiling and tried not to cry. In a house far from Scotland, a man with no nose sat in a dark room and moved pieces on a board he thought he controlled. And in the highest tower of the oldest school in Britain, the castle itself, ancient, patient, hurting, waited for the shadow that moved through its halls to find the source of its pain and make it stop. The pieces were moving. The board was taking shape. And somewhere in the space between strategy and compassion, between the shadow and the light, Harry Potter was becoming something none of them expected. Not a weapon. Not a savior. Not a piece on anyone's board. A player. Chapter 5. Blood and Shadow. Harry found Flora Caro on a Tuesday. She was sitting alone in the library, tucked into an alcove between the restricted section and a window that looked out over the lake. It was the most defensible position in the room, walls on 3 sides, clear sightline to the entrance, an escape route through the window if necessary. Harry recognized the positioning because it was exactly what he would have chosen. She was reading. Or pretending to. Her eyes weren't moving across the page, and she hadn't turned it in the 12 minutes Harry had been watching from 3 aisles away. Her left hand rested on the table, palm down. Her right hand was in her lap, fingers wrapped around her left forearm, holding the mark. Guarding it, she was small for 17. Dark hair, cut short in a way that suggested practicality rather than style. Thin face, thin wrists, thin shoulders that curved inward as if trying to make herself smaller. Her robes were neat but old, second-hand probably, the hems slightly frayed. She wore no jewelry, no accessories, nothing that drew attention. Everything about her was designed to be overlooked. Harry recognized the camouflage. He'd used it himself in the years before Bruce had taught him that invisibility was a tool, not a way of life. He walked to her alcove and sat down across from her. Flora Caro didn't startle. She froze, a total body stillness that was more animal than human, the immobility of prey that believes motion will trigger the predator. Her eyes found his and locked on, and Harry saw in them everything he needed to see. Fear, exhaustion, a desperate hope she was trying to crush before it could disappoint her, and underneath it all, a weary, resigned awareness that this moment had been inevitable. She knew who he was. She knew why he was here. She'd been waiting for the hammer to fall, and here it was, sitting across a library table with green eyes and a lightning scar. "I'm not here to threaten you," Harry said quietly. The library was mostly empty, late morning, most students in class. Madame Pintz, the librarian, was at the front desk, 50 feet away and thoroughly engrossed in cataloging new acquisitions. Flora said nothing. Her hand tightened on her forearm. "I know about the meetings in Hogsmeade. I know about Pettigrew. I know about the mark on your arm, a protean charm, pain-activated, used to summon you." Harry kept his voice even, conversational, as non-threatening as he could manage. "And I know you didn't choose any of it." Flora's breath caught, a tiny sound, barely audible, but Harry heard it. "How?" She whispered, just the one word, barely a breath. "I have sources. That doesn't matter right now. What matters is that I can remove the mark and end the summoning. Permanently, if you'll let me." Flora stared at him. The frozen stillness was giving way to something else. A trembling that started in her hands and worked its way inward. The kind of shaking that comes not from cold, but from the sudden loosening of a tension held so long, the body has forgotten what relaxation feels like. "You don't know what you're offering," she said. Her voice was low, careful, the voice of someone who had learned to speak quietly because loud voices drew attention and attention drew pain. "If the mark is broken, they'll know, my aunt, my uncle, they'll know something changed. And they'll come for me. Let them come. You don't understand, the Caros, they're not like other Death Eaters. They're not political, they're not strategic, they enjoy it. Hurting people it's the only thing that makes them feel anything. If they think I've betrayed them, Flora." Harry leaned forward. "I have dealt with people who enjoy hurting others my entire life. I grew up in a city where a man in clown makeup murdered people for entertainment. I have looked into the eyes of someone who believed pain was the highest form of art. The Caros are not special. They are small, cruel people who use a child to feel powerful because without her, they are nothing." Something cracked in Flora's expression. Not broken, cracked like ice over deep water, letting something warm rise through. "I can't go back," she whispered. "If the mark breaks, I can't go back to them. I have nowhere, they're the only family you'll have somewhere, I'll make sure of it. Why, you don't know me, I've been spying on you, on the school, you've been surviving. There's a difference between an enemy and a hostage. I know which one you are." Flora's eyes filled with tears. She didn't let them fall. The control was too deep, too practiced, but they were there shimmering, turning her dark eyes to glass. She looked at Harry with the raw, helpless expression of someone who has been offered rescue and is terrified that it's a trick. "Show me the mark," Harry said gently. For a long moment, she didn't move. Then slowly, with the careful deliberation of someone defusing a bomb, she pushed up her left sleeve. The mark was ugly. Not the skull and snake elegance of the dark mark, this was cruder, more brutal. A series of runic symbols burned into the skin of her inner forearm. The scars thick and raised, the magical residue pulsing with a dark, sick light that only someone with Harry's magical sensitivity could perceive. The anchor rune was at the center, a symbol Harry recognized from Hermione's research notes as a variant of the Elder Futhark Thurisaz, the thorn rune associated with pain and compulsion. It was not just a communication device, it was a leash. The runic structure was designed to cause escalating pain when activated, with a secondary function that Harry identified with growing fury, a tracking component. The Caros could find Flora anywhere in the world. There was no running from this mark. There was no hiding. She'd been carrying this since she was 11. 6 years of pain, fear, and absolute captivity disguised as freedom. Hermione, Harry said, not raising his voice but projecting it with enough precision to carry to the next aisle. Hermione emerged from behind a bookshelf with the casual air of someone who absolutely had not been eavesdropping from 3 feet away. She carried a leather case that she'd prepared the night before, filled with tools, reference materials, and the countersigil she'd designed based on Harry's description of the Protean variant. "Let me see," Hermione said, sitting down beside Flora. Her voice was different from Harry's, softer, warmer, carrying the particular gentleness of someone who understood vulnerability because she'd experienced it. Hermione had been a friendless, frightened girl once. She remembered. Flora flinched when Hermione touched her arm but didn't pull away. Hermione examined the mark with clinical focus, tracing the runic pattern with her fingertip, her lips moving as she identified each element. Thurisaz anchor, as I predicted, linked to an external controller, Pettigrew, presumably through a sympathetic resonance channel. The tracking component is secondary, powered by the main pain circuit. Hermione opened her leather case and produced a silver stylus inscribed with counterrunes. "I can invert the anchor. When I do, the sympathetic link will collapse, the tracking will die. But the process will hurt, the mark will resist inversion, and the pain will be significant." "I know pain," Flora said quietly. Hermione looked at Harry. He nodded. "Hold on to me," Hermione said to Flora, extending her free hand. Flora took it. Her grip was fierce, the grip of someone holding on to a lifeline. Hermione placed the stylus against the anchor rune and began the inversion. Silver light flared from the contact point, and Flora made a sound that Harry had heard before, in Gotham, in the field, in the places where people broke. A sound beyond screaming, beyond words. The raw vocalization of a body in extremis. Harry put his hand on Flora's shoulder. He channeled calming energy, not a spell, just presence, warmth, stability. An anchor for someone being unmoored from 6 years of bondage. The silver light intensified. The runic marks on Flora's arm writhed like living things, blackening, cracking, splitting apart as Hermione's countersigil dismantled them one by one. The process took 90 seconds. It felt like hours. The last rune shattered. The light died. Flora's arm was bare, scarred, the skin marked with the ghost images of the runes, but clean. The dark pulse was gone. The leash was broken. Flora was shaking violently, tears streaming down her face, her hand crushing Hermione's. She looked at her arm, at the absence where the mark had been, and something happened in her expression that was beyond Harry's ability to categorize. Not relief, not joy. Something bigger and older and more fundamental. She was free. Hermione healed the residual scarring with a murmured charm, reducing the marks to faint silver lines that would fade over time. Flora watched her own skin heal with wide, disbelieving eyes. "It's gone," Flora said. I can't feel them anymore. I can't feel the pull. It's gone." Harry confirmed, "And it's not coming back. Hermione's inversion is permanent. But they'll know. When Pettigrew tries to summon me and it doesn't work, let me worry about that. For now, I need to get you somewhere safe, somewhere the Carrows can't reach." "Where?" Harry had already arranged this. A conversation with Dumbledore that morning, brief and efficient. He'd laid out the situation, the mark, the plan, and the need for protected accommodations. Dumbledore had listened without interrupting, and then provided exactly what Harry needed. A room in the castle, warded by Dumbledore personally, accessible only to Flora and those she authorized. Not a hiding place, a home. The first real home Flora Carrow would have had in her life. "Come with me," Harry said. They left the library together. Flora walked between Harry and Hermione, her steps unsteady, her eyes darting to every corridor and doorway with the hypervigilance of someone who had spent 6 years expecting attack. Harry walked on her left, her vulnerable side, the arm where the mark had been, and positioned himself between her and the direction from which any threat would most likely come. He did this without thinking, the same way he breathed. The room Dumbledore had prepared was on the 4th floor, behind a portrait of a woman reading a book who smiled at Flora and asked for no password. Inside was a small but comfortable space, a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, a window overlooking the lake. It was warm. It smelled of clean linen and old wood. It was, by any standard, unremarkable. Flora stood in the doorway and stared at it as if she'd been shown a palace. "This is mine," she said. "This is yours." Flora walked inside. She touched the bed, running her hand over the quilt, pressing the pillow, sitting on the edge and bouncing slightly, testing its reality. She opened the wardrobe, looked inside, closed it. She went to the window and put her palm flat against the glass, feeling the cold, the solidity. Then she sat on the bed and put her face in her hands and cried. Not the controlled, suppressed tears of the library. Full, open, wrenching sobs that shook her entire body, the kind of crying that happens when someone finally feels safe enough to let go of everything they've been holding. Hermione sat beside her and put an arm around her shoulders. Harry stood by the door and watched, not because he didn't care, but because he knew that sometimes the most helpful thing a person could do was hold the door and let someone fall apart in safety. It took 10 minutes. When Flora finally quieted, her face was blotchy and swollen, and she looked, for the first time since Harry had seen her, like what she actually was. A teenage girl who had been through hell and was just beginning to realize it was over. "I'll check on you tomorrow," Harry said. "If you need anything before then, tell the portrait. She'll find me." Flora looked at him, tear-streaked, exhausted, and utterly bewildered. "Why are you doing this, really?" Harry considered the question. The true answer was complex, a web of principle, strategy, personal history, and something that resisted analysis. But the simplest answer was also the most honest. "Because someone did it for me once," he said. "A man found a child on a doorstep and decided that child deserved better. That's the only reason I'm standing here instead of in a cupboard under someone's stairs." He left. In the corridor outside, Hermione was waiting. "She'll be okay," Hermione said. Not a question, an assessment, carrying the firm conviction of someone who intended to make sure of it personally. "I know." Harry, the protean charm on her arm, it was extraordinary work. Dark, yes, and cruel, but technically extraordinary. Whoever designed it understood sympathetic magic at a level I've only seen in theoretical texts. The Carrows didn't make that mark. Voldemort did. That's what I thought. Which means he has a personal investment in Flora as an asset. When her mark goes dead, he won't just notice, he'll investigate. I know. That's why we need to move fast. The Carrows will try to contact her through normal channels first, owl post, messages through other Slytherins. When that fails, they'll escalate. We have a window of maybe 48 hours before Voldemort gets directly involved. And then I make sure he has bigger problems to worry about." Hermione studied him. "The ring, this weekend with Dumbledore. If we destroy the ring, that's 4 Horcruxes down. Voldemort will feel it. The soul fragments are connected. Each destruction weakens the whole structure. At some point, he'll realize what's happening, and when he does, the game changes. From chess to war. It was always war. It's just been played at the chess table until now." They walked together toward the great hall. Lunch was in 20 minutes, and Harry was hungry, genuinely hungry, in the way that emotional intensity always left him. The body's demand for fuel after burning through reserves of empathy and controlled fury. Ron met them at the entrance, looking agitated. He pulled Harry aside. "We've got a problem. Malfoy's been talking, not to his father, to other Slytherins. He's telling them Flora Carrow left her dormitory this morning and hasn't come back. Her things are gone. Her things, Creature." Ron glanced around, lowered his voice. "I asked Creature to move her belongings to the new room. He did it while the Slytherins were in class, but Malfoy noticed. He's not stupid, he knows something's changed. Where is Malfoy now? Great Hall. He looks like he's about to vibrate out of his skin." Harry adjusted his plans in real time. Malfoy was a secondary concern, but his connection to Lucius made him a potential trigger. If he reported Flora's disappearance to his father before Harry was ready, the timeline would compress even further. "I'll talk to him," Harry said. "You want backup?" "No, this one's personal." Harry entered the Great Hall. It was loud with lunchtime energy, students eating, talking, laughing, living their ordinary lives in the ordinary way that Harry found simultaneously alien and deeply, painfully appealing. He scanned for Malfoy and found him at the Slytherin table, sitting apart from his usual group, not eating. Harry walked directly to the Slytherin table. The conversations around him died in ripples as students noticed a Gryffindor, specifically that Gryffindor, approaching their territory. Crabbe and Goyle stood up, reaching for their wands with the reflexive aggression of guard dogs. Harry didn't slow down. He sent a pulse of magic through the floor, subtle, invisible, but carrying enough force to buckle the stone beneath Crabbe and Goyle's feet just enough to unbalance them. They staggered, reached for the table, missed, and sat down hard on the bench. It looked like clumsiness. It was precision. Harry sat down across from Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin table went silent. 200 eyes stared. At the staff table, Snape had stopped eating with his fork halfway to his mouth. McGonagall's spectacles had slid down her nose. Even Dumbledore was watching, though his expression was more curious than concerned. "We need to talk," Harry said. Draco's face was a controlled mask, but his hands were shaking. He shoved them under the table. "You've got nerve, Potter. Sitting at our table, Flora Caro is safe." Draco's mask cracked, just a fraction, a widening of the eyes, a tension in the jaw, but enough for Harry to read. He knew about Flora, not the details, but the broad strokes. He knew she was being used, and he cared enough that her safety mattered. "I don't know what you're talking about," Draco said stiffly. "Yes, you do. You noticed her things were gone. You've been watching her for weeks, not for your father, not for Voldemort, because you're worried about her. Because you're one of the only people in this school who understands what it's like to have a family that uses you." The mask shattered. Not dramatically, Draco wasn't the type for public breakdowns, but in a quiet, devastating way. His eyes went bright, his throat worked, his hands under the table clenched into fists. "She's 11 when they started," Draco whispered. "I saw the mark at the start of second year. She was 12. She was 12 and she had that thing on her arm and she couldn't tell anyone, and he stopped, swallowed. "I couldn't do anything. My father would have. I couldn't, I know." "No, you don't. You don't know what it's like to watch someone drowning and know that if you reach out your hand, you'll be pulled under too. You don't know what it's like to choose yourself over someone who needs you because the alternative is, I know exactly what that's like." Harry's voice was quiet, firm. "I've watched people suffer and calculated that intervening would compromise the mission. I've made choices that kept me safe and left others in danger. The difference between you and me isn't that I'm braver. It's that I had someone who taught me that the mission isn't worth completing if you lose yourself in the process." Draco stared at him. Around them, the Slytherin table was absolutely silent, students straining to hear a conversation they could feel but not follow. "She's really safe?" Draco asked. His voice was small, younger than 15. "She's really safe. The mark is removed. She's in protected quarters. The Caros can't reach her. My father, if he finds out I knew, your father doesn't need to know anything." As far as the world is concerned, Flora Caro left the Slytherin dormitory and moved to private accommodations provided by the headmaster for undisclosed reasons. "You know nothing. You saw nothing." Draco's relief was visible, a loosening of the shoulders, a release of held breath. But underneath it, something else stirred, a conflict that Harry had been watching develop since his first night at Hogwarts. "I can't keep doing this," Draco said. The words seemed to surprise him. "The being two things, being my father's son in public and whatever I am in private, it's killing me." "It doesn't have to. You make it sound simple again. It's not simple, but it is a choice, and the longer you wait to make it, the harder it gets." Harry stood. "When you're ready, Draco, not if, when, find me." He walked away from the Slytherin table, through the silent hall, and sat down at his own table between Ron and Hermione, as if he'd just come back from the bathroom. Ron leaned over. "How'd that go?" "He's close." "Close to what?" "To choosing." The next 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. Harry spent every available hour planning the ring retrieval with Dumbledore. They met twice, once in the headmaster's office, once in the room of requirement, which Harry had configured as a tactical planning space complete with a detailed magical model of the little Hangleton area that Dumbledore provided from memory. Crouch's intelligence was invaluable. The compulsion on the ring was the primary threat. Harry and Dumbledore developed a protocol for approaching the Horcrux that minimized exposure to the curse. Dumbledore would locate and retrieve the ring using a containment field that Harry would generate wandlessly, preventing direct contact. The basilisk fang would handle the destruction. The compulsion targets desire, Harry said, reviewing the plan for the third time. Specifically, the desire to reclaim something lost. Voldemort designed it for a specific type of victim, someone with deep personal losses who might see the ring as a means of restoration. Dumbledore was quiet. He sat in a conjured chair in the room of requirement, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The firelight cast deep shadows in the lines of his face. "You know about the resurrection stone," Dumbledore said. "I know the ring contains it, or is suspected to contain it." The Gaunt family ring passed down through the line of Cadmus Peverell, one of the three brothers who supposedly received the Deathly Hallows. "It is not a supposition. I have spent my life researching the Hallows. The stone is real. The ring contains it." Dumbledore's voice was careful, precise, the voice of a man navigating a minefield of personal weakness. "And the compulsion you describe would be particularly effective against me. Because of Ariana," Dumbledore flinched. A tiny motion, almost invisible, but Harry saw it. The name hit the old man like a physical blow. "You know about my sister," Dumbledore said softly. "I know she died young, in circumstances that were traumatic for your family. I know you've carried guilt about it for decades. I know that a stone that could speak to the dead would be, for you, the most dangerous object in the world." Yes, the word was barely a breath. "Yes, it would. That's why I'm going to handle the ring, not you." Dumbledore looked at him sharply. "Harry, you'll be there for the cave defenses, the outer protections, the approach. Your knowledge of Riddle's methods is essential for navigating the traps, but when we reach the ring itself, you step back and I go forward. The compulsion won't work on me. You have no losses you'd wish to reclaim. No dead you'd wish to speak to." Harry thought of James and Lily Potter, faces he'd never known, voices he'd never heard. A mother who died screaming his name and a father who died buying time. "I have losses," Harry said, "but I was taught to carry them, not to fix them. My father, Bruce, lost his parents in front of him when he was 8 years old. He could have spent his life trying to undo that. Instead, he built something from the wreckage. He taught me that the dead don't need us to bring them back. They need us to deserve their sacrifice." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. The room of requirement hummed with ambient magic. "You are a remarkable young man, Harry Potter," Dumbledore said finally. "And I say that not as flattery, but as an observation that carries considerable weight, coming from someone who has known a great many remarkable people and been disappointed by most of them. Save the evaluation for after we survive the cave. Quite right. Shall we review the approach one more time?" They reviewed it. And then again. And then one more time, because Bruce had taught Harry that plans weren't ready until you could execute them in your sleep, and even then, you should practice once more. Saturday morning arrived gray and cold, a Scottish autumn bearing down on the Highlands with the grim determination of weather that didn't care about anyone's plans. Harry woke at 4, completed an abbreviated cascade, and was dressed and equipped by 5. Equipment. The word felt strange applied to a school outing, but Harry had packed as if for a field operation, because it was one. Basilisk fangs, 2 remaining, wrapped in dragonhide, the communication device. A healing kit Alfred had assembled with his usual meticulous attention to detail. A length of enchanted rope that could support 10 times its apparent capacity. A set of lock-picking tools, because some doors responded better to mundane methods than magical ones. And his body, trained, conditioned, channeling magic through every nerve and muscle. He met Dumbledore at the school gates at 6 a.m. The headmaster was dressed in traveling robes of deep blue, carrying nothing visible but his wand. His expression was calm, focused, carrying none of the theatrical warmth he displayed in public. This was the war leader. The man who had defeated Grindelwald. The wizard that Voldemort feared. Ready, Dumbledore asked. Ready, they apparated. Dumbledore sighed along, which required physical contact. Harry gripped the old man's forearm and felt the sickening compression of apparition, the sensation of being squeezed through a tube too small for his body. It lasted a fraction of a second and deposited them on a hillside overlooking a village. Little Hangleton, a small, mundane English village, cottages, a church, a pub, a graveyard. On the hill above the village, a large manor house stood dark and empty. The Riddle house, where Voldemort's muggle father and grandparents had been murdered. Harry took in the landscape with professional speed. The village was quiet, early morning, no movement. The air smelled of damp earth and approaching rain. The hillside was exposed, offering little cover, but the tree line 50 yards to the east would provide concealment for their approach to the gaunt shack. "The shack is through those woods," Dumbledore said, pointing toward a path that wound through the trees. "A half-mile, perhaps less. I visited the area once before, years ago, researching Tom's family history." They moved. Harry took point, his senses extended, magical and physical, scanning for wards, traps, surveillance. The woods were dense, the path barely visible beneath years of leaf litter and undergrowth. The morning light filtered green through the canopy, giving the forest a subaquatic quality. At 300 yards, Harry felt the first ward. A detection perimeter, subtle, almost invisible, designed to alert the caster when someone crossed it. Harry identified the structure, found the gap, there was always a gap, and guided Dumbledore through. At 200 yards, the second ward. This one was nastier, a compulsion to turn back, to forget why you'd come, to feel suddenly and overwhelmingly certain that there was nothing here worth finding. It hit Harry like a wave of apathy, and he felt his motivation sag, his purpose blur. He breathed through it. 4 counts in, hold 4 out. The compulsion broke against his mental defenses like water against stone. Dumbledore was less affected, his own occlumency was formidable, but Harry saw the old man's step falter for a moment before he steadied. "Nasty," Dumbledore murmured. Standard psychological deterrent, powerful but one-dimensional. He relied on the layers. Most people would have turned back at the first ward. At 100 yards, the path opened into a clearing, and there, in the center of the clearing, stood the gaunt shack. It was barely standing. A hovel, really, crumbling stone walls, a collapsed roof, windows that were dark, empty sockets. The door hung from one hinge, and the threshold was overgrown with weeds that had long since won their war against human habitation. The building radiated abandonment and decay. But underneath the decay, Harry could feel it. Dark magic. Thick, heavy, saturating the ground like oil soaking into earth. The Horcrux was here. His scar confirmed it, a low, steady burn that intensified as they approached, the fragment in his head resonating with the fragment in the ring. "Stop." Harry said. They stopped 20 feet from the door. Harry extended his senses, probing the building's magical structure. The wards here were different from the perimeter, more personal, more vicious, not designed to deter but to destroy. "There's a proximity curse on the threshold." Touch the door frame and Harry traced the magical structure. Withering curse. Everything organic in contact with the surface decays. Flesh, bone, wood, cloth. Can you neutralize it? Already done. Harry sent a pulse of counter-magic through the ground, following the curse's root structure to its anchor point, a rune carved into the foundation stone, and unraveled it. The dark energy dissipated with a faint hiss. "We're clear." They entered the shack. Inside, the decay was worse. The floor was rotting, the walls were stained with something that might have been damp or might have been something else, and the air was thick with dust, and the sweet, sick smell of advanced decomposition. Furniture was overturned, broken. A dead snake lay coiled in a corner, preserved by the ambient dark magic. The ring was in the floor. Harry could feel it, directly below them, buried under the floorboards, pulsing with a darkness so concentrated it made the air taste metallic. His scar was burning steadily now, a white-hot line of pain that he compartmentalized with the efficiency of long practice. Under the floor, Harry said. Central point, the curse on the ring is, he probed deeper. Layered, as Crouch described, outer compulsion, inner death curse. The compulsion is already active. Can you feel it? Dumbledore's face was tight. His eyes, usually so controlled, held a shimmer that Harry recognized as the compulsion working. The old man wanted the ring, not for its Horcrux value, for the stone, for his sister. For the chance to say the things he'd never said, to ask the forgiveness he'd never asked. I feel it, Dumbledore said, his voice strained. Step back. Harry, I can step back. Dumbledore met his eyes. The compulsion warred with the man desire against discipline, grief against duty. Harry watched the battle play across the most powerful wizard's face and saw the moment discipline won. It was close, closer than Harry was comfortable with. Dumbledore stepped back. He retreated to the doorway, putting distance between himself and the ring's influence, and gripped the doorframe with white-knuckled hands. Harry turned to the floor. He knelt, pressed his palms to the rotting wood, and channeled a diagnostic pulse into the structure. The ring was 18 inches below the surface, encased in a stone box warded with 6 layers of protection. The compulsion was the outermost layer, already compromised since Harry had identified it. Beneath that, a pain curse, a confusion hex, a magical lock, a disintegration ward on the box itself, and finally, the death curse on the ring, 6 layers. Voldemort was thorough. Harry dismantled them one by one. The pain curse neutralized with a counterpulse that reversed the curse's polarity. The confusion hex absorbed into Harry's mental defenses, where it dissolved against his psychic architecture like smoke in a hurricane. The magical lock, picked, using the same principles as a physical lock, finding the tumblers and aligning them with precise threads of magic. The disintegration ward, the most dangerous layer, requiring Harry to match its frequency exactly and create a phase cancellation wave that nullified the destructive energy. It took 12 minutes. When it was done, Harry lifted the floorboards and reached into the cavity below. The stone box was small, 6 inches square, cold, heavy. Harry opened it. The ring sat on a bed of black velvet, gold band, black stone, the Peveril coat of arms engraved on the surface. It looked ordinary. It looked harmless. It looked like something you'd find in an antique shop, priced at a few pounds, passed over by everyone who didn't know what they were looking at. The death curse pulsed from it like heat from a furnace. Harry didn't touch it. He produced the basilisk fang and held it over the ring. The Horcrux sensed the threat. The soul fragment stirred, pushing against its container, trying to influence, to compel, to make Harry put the ring on just for a moment, just to see, just to know. No, Harry said, and drove the fang down. The ring screamed. The same sound as the diadem, the same sound as the locket, the death cry of a severed soul, a shriek that existed at the intersection of sound and magic. The black stone cracked. Dark energy erupted from the fissure, not smoke this time, but something more visceral. Images. A woman with red hair falling in front of a green light. A man in a doorway, wandless, defiant, dying. A baby crying in a crib, his parents. The Horcrux was showing him his parents' deaths. Harry watched. He didn't look away. He owed them that, the willingness to see what had been done to them, to carry the truth without flinching. The images dissolved. The ring went dark, the death curse evaporated, the compulsion vanished. In the doorway, Dumbledore made a sound, low, broken, the sound of a man watching a boy endure something no child should have to endure and being unable to stop it. Harry picked up the ring. It was just metal now, gold, cold, inert. The black stone was cracked but intact. Inside the crack something glimmered, not magical darkness, something else, the resurrection stone, if the legends were true. Harry looked at it for a long moment, then he pocketed the ring and stood. 4 down, he said, his voice was steady, his eyes were dry. The cup, Nagini, and my scar. That's what's left. Harry, what you just saw, I saw my parents die. I've known the details for years. Seeing it doesn't change anything. It changes everything. You've just, no one should have to, Professor. Harry turned to face him. I'm fine. He wasn't fine. Somewhere deep inside, In the space beneath the training and the discipline and the 15 years of preparation, something was hemorrhaging. He could feel it, a warm, spreading pain that had nothing to do with the scar and everything to do with the image of a woman with his eyes falling in slow motion, her hand reaching for a crib, her mouth forming a name, his name, but he was operational. He was functional. He was Harry Potter Wayne, and he had been taught to carry pain the way other people carried wallets, always present, always accessible, never allowed to interfere with function. "Let's go," Harry said. They left the shack. The morning had advanced while they worked. The sun was above the trees now, pale and watery through the overcast, and the village below was waking up. Smoke rose from chimneys. A dog barked somewhere. Harry and Dumbledore stood on the hillside, the destroyed ring in Harry's pocket, the weight of what they'd accomplished settling over them like snowfall. 4 Horcruxes destroyed, Dumbledore said quietly. In less than a week. I spent years, decades, just identifying them. You've destroyed 4 in days. I had better intelligence and better tools and help. You had more than that. You had will, the kind of will that doesn't bend, doesn't break, doesn't compromise. Dumbledore paused. Your mother had the same will. She stood in front of your crib and refused to move, even when moving would have saved her life. She chose you over survival. That's not courage. Courage implies the possibility of retreat. What Lily did was something beyond courage. It was absolute. Don't compare me to her. I'm not comparing. I'm recognizing. You are her son, Harry. In every way that matters, you are Lily Evans's son. And I believe she would be proud of you in a way that words cannot adequately express. Harry said nothing. The hillside was quiet. The village stirred below them, oblivious to the 2 wizards on the ridge, oblivious to the war being fought in its margins, oblivious to the boy who had just watched his parents die for the 4th Horcrux and the 100th time and the first time all at once. Let's go back, Harry said. I need to. There are things to do. They apparated back to Hogwarts gates. The castle rose before them, gray stone against gray sky, ancient and patient and hurting. Harry could feel the castle's pain more clearly now, the discordant note he'd sensed on his first night, stronger, more defined. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. The remaining fragments were destabilizing, their connections fraying, the dark magic that bound them deteriorating. Voldemort would feel it soon, if he didn't already. The game was changing. The chess table was about to be overturned. Harry walked through the gates and the castle reached out to him, a warmth in the stones, a settling in the air, welcome, recognition. Something that might have been hope. Inside, the entrance hall was busy with weekend activity. Students going to Hogsmeade, visiting friends, heading to the library or the Quidditch pitch. Normal life continuing. Ron and Hermione were waiting for him by the main staircase. They took one look at his face and fell into step beside him without asking questions. Hermione took his left side. Ron took his right. They walked together up the stairs, through corridors, past portraits and ghosts and students who stared and whispered. They reached the 7th floor. The room of requirement opened for them, configured as a comfortable sitting room this time, with a fire and deep chairs, and the particular warmth that the castle generated when it was trying to take care of its occupants. Harry sat down. Ron and Hermione sat across from him. The ring is destroyed. Harry said, good, Ron said, 4 down, 3 to go, plus my scar. Good, Hermione said. The cup is in Gringotts, the Lestrange vault. It's going to require a full infiltration operation. The bank's security is extensive, and the vault has its own protections. I'm going to need the team for this one. We'll be ready, Ron said. Harry looked at them. These 2 people. These 2 impossible, ordinary, extraordinary people who had attached themselves to his life 3 days ago and refused to leave. Ron, who understood strategy like breathing and expressed affection through sarcasm and steadfast presence. Hermione, who could dismantle a dark curse before breakfast and cried when she saw an elf set free. I saw my parents die, Harry said. The words came out before he could stop them, before the internal filters could engage, before the training could intervene. The Horcrux showed me. When it was dying, it showed me my mother falling and my father fighting, and he stopped. His throat had closed, his eyes were burning. His hands, resting on his knees, were trembling. He never trembled. He never lost control. He was Harry Potter Wayne, trained by Batman, forged in the dark, unbreakable and unbending, and Hermione moved. She crossed the space between them, sat on the arm of his chair, and put her arms around him. Not tentatively, not carefully, she just held on the way you hold someone who is coming apart, with the full weight of your body and the full force of your heart. Ron moved too. He sat on Harry's other side and put a hand on his shoulder, heavy, warm, anchoring. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Harry sat between them and felt the walls collapse. Not all of them, not the deep structures, the foundational architecture that kept him functional, but the outer walls, the ones he'd built to keep people at distance, the ones that said, "I'm fine, I don't need help, I can carry this alone." He didn't cry. He wasn't there yet, maybe wouldn't be for a long time, maybe ever. But he sat in the silence with two people who had chosen to be there, and he let them hold the weight for a moment, and the fist in his chest, the one that had been trying to open since his first night at Hogwarts, cracked open just a little bit more. The fire crackled. The castle hummed. And outside the windows, rain began to fall on Hogwarts, soft, steady, washing the old stones clean. Chapter 6. The ones we can't save. The rain didn't stop for 3 days. It came down in sheets, relentless and gray, turning the grounds into a bog and the lake into a roiling dark mirror that reflected nothing but cloud. Students huddled in common rooms and corridors, the castle's torches burning brighter to compensate for the gloom that pressed against every window. Quidditch practice was cancelled. Hagrid's classes relocated to an unused dungeon, where the man looked profoundly uncomfortable surrounded by walls instead of sky. Harry used the rain. It was cover, visual and auditory, masking movement and muffling sound. He spent the 3 days in constant motion, training Hermione and Neville at dawn, attending classes during the day, conducting intelligence operations at night. The map never left his pocket. He checked it compulsively, every hour, sometimes more, tracking the dots that mattered. Flora Caro in her protected room. Draco Malfoy pacing the Slytherin common room at 2 a.m., Snape in his office, never sleeping, Dumbledore in his study, the dot stationary for hours, which meant the old man was thinking, planning, worrying. The Horcrux count was down to 3 plus Harry's scar, and the silence from Voldemort was louder than any scream. Harry knew what the silence meant. He'd seen it in Bruce's adversaries, the quiet before adaptation. Voldemort was processing the loss of 4 soul fragments, reorienting his strategy, gathering information. The silence was not peace. It was the held breath before the storm. On Wednesday morning, the storm broke. Harry was in the great hall at breakfast, sitting with Ron and Hermione, reviewing Hermione's latest research on Gringotts security protocols. She'd produced a 30-page analysis overnight, 30 pages of dense, meticulous work that covered everything from the bank's ward structure to its goblin staffing patterns to the historical precedents for vault breaches, of which there were exactly 0 successful ones in Gringotts' 700-year history. "The primary challenge isn't getting in," Hermione was saying, her voice low, her finger tracing a diagram she'd drawn on parchment. "The primary challenge is getting to the Lestrange vault specifically. The high-security vaults are in the deepest levels, accessible only by cart, and the carts are controlled by goblins who verify identity through a combination of key, wandprint, and blood. We don't have any of those. We have Crouch," Harry said. "He has detailed knowledge of the vault's interior layout and protections, and Snape can brew Polyjuice. Polyjuice won't fool the goblins. They have Thief's Downfall, enchanted water that strips all magical disguises. Anyone passing through it reverts to their true form. Then we don't use Polyjuice, we use the Imperious Curse on a goblin." Hermione's quill stopped. She looked at him. "That's an unforgivable curse. I know what it is." "Harry, you can't. The Imperious Curse is, it's one of the 3. "Hermione, I'm not going to pretend that conventional methods will work here. Gringotts is designed to be impregnable to conventional approaches. Breaking in requires unconventional methods, and some of those methods are ugly. I'm not going to enjoy it, but I'll do it. Ron had been quiet, listening. Now he spoke. There might be another way. They both looked at him. My brother Bill works for Gringotts, Cursebreaker. He's been there for years, knows the goblins, knows the systems, knows the vaults. If anyone can find a way and that doesn't involve unforgivable curses, it's him. Harry considered this. An inside source at Gringotts, someone with legitimate access, institutional knowledge, and the trust of the goblin hierarchy. It was a vastly superior approach to brute force. Can you contact him? I can owl him today. He's in Egypt right now, but he checks his post. Do it. Don't put anything operational in writing. Just ask him to meet. Face-to-face, secure location. You think the owls are being monitored. I think everything is being monitored. Voldemort had months to establish surveillance before I arrived. We should assume every standard communication channel is compromised. Ron nodded and pulled out parchment to compose a carefully mundane letter to his brother. Harry turned back to Hermione, who was still watching him with an expression that mixed concern with something harder, not disapproval exactly, but the beginning of a conversation she intended to have. We'll talk about the imperious thing later, she said. We don't need to. We really do. But later, the morning post arrived. The usual avalanche of owls, the usual cascade of letters and packages, the usual small chaos of breakfast mail. Harry had learned to scan the incoming flock automatically, tracking trajectories, identifying unusual birds, noting which students received what. Today was different. Today, the flock included a bird that didn't belong, a raven, not an owl, coal-black, larger than any normal bird. It entered through the high windows with the silent precision of a guided missile and dropped a single envelope on the staff table before anyone could react. The envelope was black. It pulsed with magic that Harry felt from across the hall, dark, concentrated, carrying a signature he recognized instantly. Voldemort. The hall didn't notice at first. Students continued eating, talking, complaining about homework, but the staff table had gone silent. Dumbledore was staring at the envelope with an expression of absolute focus. McGonagall had her wand in her hand. Snape was motionless, his face chalk-white. Umbridge reached for the envelope. "Don't touch it," Harry said. His voice carried across the hall, not shouted, but projected with the particular authority that comes from absolute certainty. Conversations died. Heads turned. Harry stood and walked to the staff table. He could feel the magic radiating from the envelope, not a curse, not a trap, something worse. A message. Voldemort wanted this read, wanted it heard. "It's a howler," Harry said, reaching the staff table. "Modified, dark magic infused, it won't detonate, it's designed to deliver a message." "Harry," Dumbledore began, "let it play, he wants us to hear it. If we destroy it, he'll send another." "Better to know what he's saying." Dumbledore hesitated for exactly 1 second. Then he nodded. Harry picked up the envelope. The dark magic crawled over his fingers, cold, invasive, trying to find a way past his defenses. He let it slide off him like water and opened the seal. The envelope didn't burst into flames like a normal howler. It unfolded slowly, deliberately, and a voice rose from it, high, cold, carrying across the great hall with the effortless power of a man who had spent decades making people listen. "Good morning, Hogwarts." The hall went absolutely still. 500 students frozen mid-bite, mid-conversation, mid-breath. Every eye on the unfolded envelope hovering before Harry's hands. "I trust you are all well. Enjoying your education, your friendships, your petty little lives behind ancient walls that you believe will protect you." The voice was conversational, almost warm. That was the worst part, the casual intimacy, as if Voldemort were sitting at the table with them, making small talk. "I am speaking to you because I wish you to understand what is coming. Not as a threat, I have no need to threaten children, as a courtesy. A warning, if you prefer. The Ministry will not protect you, they cannot even protect themselves. Dumbledore will not protect you. He is an old man playing an old game, and he has already lost pieces he does not yet know are missing." A pause. The silence in the hall was so total that Harry could hear a first-year's teacup rattle against its saucer. "I have been patient. I have waited while the world rearranged itself around my absence. That patience is ending. What comes next will not be gradual, it will not be negotiable. I offer this warning once: those who stand aside will be remembered, those who stand against me will be forgotten. Another pause, and then, with a shift in tone that was almost intimate, directed, personal, a blade aimed at a single target: Harry Potter, I know you are listening. I know what you have been doing. You are clever, cleverer than I expected, and I do not say that lightly. You have taken things from me that I will reclaim. But you have also shown me something I did not anticipate, that you are worth my personal attention. Consider that a compliment. It is the last kindness I will offer you. The envelope burst into black flame and disintegrated. Ash drifted to the staff table and dissolved. The great hall erupted, not into screams, into something more complex. A wave of sound that mixed terror with outrage, confusion with defiance. Students stood, shouted, grabbed each other. A first-year started crying. A sixth-year Gryffindor stood on the bench and yelled something obscene about Voldemort that would have earned him a month of detentions under normal circumstances. At the Slytherin table, faces were white and still, some afraid, some calculating, a few wearing expressions that Harry identified with cold precision as sympathetic. Dumbledore rose. He didn't raise his voice, he didn't need to. His presence was enough to press the chaos back, to create a pocket of authority that the room oriented around. Students will return to their common rooms immediately. Prefects, escort your houses. No one is to leave the common rooms until further notice. Staff with me. He looked at Harry. The message was clear: you too. Harry followed Dumbledore. Around him, the hall emptied with frantic efficiency, students pouring toward exits, prefects herding, voices bouncing off stone. Hermione and Ron fell in beside Harry without being asked. He knows about the Horcruxes. Hermione said, her voice tight. He said you have taken things from me. He knows. He knows something has changed. He may not know how many we've destroyed. The soul fragments don't communicate that clearly, but he's felt the damage. Harry's mind was racing, processing the message, extracting intelligence from every word and pause and inflection. The message itself is data. He's broadcasting to the school, which means he wants to create fear. Fear destabilizes institutions. But the personal address to me means something else. He's trying to establish a psychological dynamic. Predator to prey, he wants me afraid. Are you? Ron asked. No, and that's going to make him very, very dangerous. They reached the staff room. Dumbledore was already there, along with the full teaching staff. McGonagall stood with her back rigid and her wand drawn. Snape leaned against the far wall, his arms folded, his face a mask. Flitwick perched on a chair, looking grim. Sprout wrung her hands. Umbridge sat in a corner, her pink cardigan incongruent with the tension in the room, her face the color of old milk. The wards held, Dumbledore said without preamble. The message penetrated because it was not an attack, it was communication. The castle's defenses are designed to repel threats, not letters. The raven, Harry said. It bypassed the detection charms on the windows. It was summoned, not sent. Voldemort conjured it inside the ward boundary, which means he has a way to project magic into the castle from outside. A relay point and anchor, something within the wards that he's using as a conduit. Harry's mind snapped to the castle's pain. The discordant note, the wrongness deep in the bedrock, not a Horcrux. The remaining Horcruxes were accounted for, something else. A different kind of dark magic, embedded in the castle's structure, acting as a transmitter. There's something in the foundations, Harry said. I've felt it since I arrived. The castle is in pain, the house elves feel it, and I've been sensing a dissonance in the ward structure. Something dark, buried deep, acting as a conduit between the castle's internal magic and an external source. Every teacher in the room was staring at him. McGonagall's eyebrows had climbed to the vicinity of her hairline. Snape's mask had cracked slightly, revealing what might have been alarm. Flitwick leaned forward with the intense focus of a dueling champion assessing a tactical situation. The foundations, Dumbledore said slowly, below the dungeons. Below the dungeons, below the Chamber of Secrets, in the bedrock itself. The castle was built on a nexus of magical ley lines. It's why this location was chosen. If something has been planted at the nexus point, it would have access to the entire ward structure, like a virus in a nervous system. Can you find it? McGonagall asked. I can find it. But reaching it may be the problem. The deepest levels of the castle predate the current structure by centuries, possibly millennia. There are spaces down there that no one alive has seen. I'll go with you, Snape said. It wasn't a request. His voice was flat, decisive, the voice of a man who had been waiting for the war to arrive and was grimly relieved it finally had. I know the dungeon levels better than anyone. I've been exploring them for 20 years. Professor Snape and Mr. Potter will investigate the foundations. Dumbledore said, Professor McGonagall, I need the castle in full defensive posture. Seal every entrance except the main doors. Activate the secondary ward layer, the one keyed to the heads of houses. Professor Flitwick, I need you to reinforce the anti-apparition jinx and extend it to cover the grounds. Professor Sprout, the greenhouses contain materials that can be weaponized in an emergency. Begin preparations. The staff moved. Harry watched them transform, teachers becoming soldiers, educators becoming defenders. It was a transition he'd seen before in different contexts. Bruce's team in Gotham when a crisis hit, the seamless shift from civilian life to combat readiness, the putting away of ordinary concerns and the picking up of extraordinary ones. Umbridge hadn't moved. She sat in her corner, pink and pale, her hands folded in her lap. She was trembling. Professor Umbridge, Dumbledore said, his voice carrying a particular quality that Harry recognized as controlled fury masked by civility. I trust the Ministry will be informed of this development through appropriate channels. The Ministry, Umbridge's voice cracked. The Minister's position is that. The Minister's position is irrelevant. Lord Voldemort just broadcast a threat to 500 children. If the Ministry's position is that this is not happening, then the Ministry's position is a danger to every student in this school. I will be writing to the Minister personally. I suggest you do the same, and I suggest your letter contain an accurate account of what just occurred, not a sanitized version designed to protect the Ministry's reputation. Umbridge opened her mouth, closed it, and said nothing. She looked like a woman watching the ground crumble beneath the foundation she'd built her career on. Harry caught Dumbledore's eye and gave a fractional nod. The old man had found his spine. About time. The dungeons were cold. Not the comfortable cold of Snape's classroom. This was deeper, older, the cold of stone that hadn't seen sunlight in centuries. Harry and Snape descended through levels of the castle that most students never knew existed, sub-basements, ancient storage chambers, corridors carved from raw rock that predated the medieval construction above. Snape led, his wand lit, moving through the dark with the familiarity of someone who had spent decades exploring these depths. Harry followed, his senses extended, feeling the castle's structure change as they descended. The upper levels were alive, pulsing with enchantment, warm with centuries of human habitation. Down here, the magic was different, older, rawer. The ley lines that powered the castle were closer to the surface, their energy humming through the rock like blood through veins. And threaded through that energy, like a wire through a muscle, was the wrongness. I can feel it, Harry said. We're getting closer. Snape glanced back. His face was drawn in the wandlight, the shadows carving his features into something hawkish and severe. What does it feel like? Like a splinter, something foreign embedded in the castle's magical structure. It doesn't belong here, the frequency is wrong. The castle's ambient magic is old, organic, layered. This thing is sharp, artificial. It was placed here deliberately. When? Recently. Within the last year. The castle's reaction, the pain the house elves sense, started building months ago. Voldemort must have planted it during the summer when the school was empty. How? The wards should prevent, the same way I got in. Every system has gaps. Voldemort is the last living heir of Slytherin. The castle's wards include allowances for the founders' bloodlines. It's buried in the original enchantment structure, so deep that no one thought to remove it because no one knew it was there. Snape was quiet for several steps. Then, Slytherin's heir, of course. The castle would have recognized his blood. not welcomed him. The wards are defensive, but it wouldn't have fought him the way it would fight an ordinary intruder. He slipped through on a bloodline exemption and planted this thing in the foundations. It's been growing since, feeding on the ley line energy, expanding its reach, establishing itself as a conduit between the castle's internal systems and Voldemort's external magic. A parasite. Exactly. They descended further. The corridors became tunnels, the tunnels became natural caves, and the caves opened into a chamber that made both of them stop. It was vast. Cathedral vast, the ceiling lost in darkness, the floor a smooth expanse of natural stone. The ley lines were visible here, not literally but to magical sight. They were rivers of light flowing through the rock, converging at a point in the center of the chamber. A nexus. The heart of the castle's magic, the place where the founders had anchored their enchantments 1,000 years ago. And at the nexus point, embedded in the stone like a blade driven into flesh, was a black crystal. It was the size of a man's fist, faceted, dark, and absolutely wrong. The light of the ley lines bent around it, warped by its presence, the clean energy of the castle's magic distorted into something sick and twisted. The crystal pulsed with a rhythm that Harry recognized, Voldemort's heartbeat. The same rhythm he felt through the scar connection, the slow, cold pulse of a man who had split his soul so many times that what remained was barely human. "There," Harry said. Snape stared at the crystal. His face was ashen. "That's the magical output. If that thing has been feeding on the ley lines for months, it's been growing. Establishing root structures through the bedrock. I can feel them, thin filaments of dark magic spreading through the castle's foundations like a fungal network. It's not just a conduit. It's a weapon. Given enough time, it could corrupt the ward structure entirely, turn the castle's defenses against itself. Can you remove it?" Harry extended his senses toward the crystal. The closer he got, the more the wrongness intensified, a pressure behind his eyes, a ringing in his ears, the scar burning with the particular agony that meant proximity to Voldemort's magic. The crystal wasn't a Horcrux, it didn't contain a soul fragment, but it was connected to Voldemort in a way that was almost as intimate. His magic, his intent, his will, all compressed into a crystalline structure designed to infect and control. I can remove it, but it's going to fight back. The crystal is self-defending. It will draw on the ley line energy to protect itself. I need to cut it off from the ley lines first, then extract it. What do you need from me? A containment barrier. When I sever the crystal's connection to the ley lines, the released energy will have to go somewhere. If it disperses uncontrolled, it could destabilize the foundations. I need you to contain the backlash long enough for me to extract the crystal. Snape's jaw tightened. You're asking me to contain a ley line energy surge. That's the power levels involved. You're the most skilled wizard in this castle after Dumbledore. You can do this. Flattery from you. Assessment, same as always. Something that was almost a smile flickered across Snape's face. Almost. Very well, I'll hold the containment. You extract the crystal, and Potter, if this goes wrong, it won't. If it does, tell Dumbledore, tell him I kept my promise. He'll know what it means. Harry looked at Snape, this bitter, brilliant, tortured man who had spent his adult life paying for a mistake he'd made at 20, who carried a dead woman's memory like a torch in an endless dark, who was volunteering to contain forces that could kill him because a boy with Lily's eyes had asked him to. I'll tell him, Harry said, but you're going to tell him yourself. They moved to positions. Snape at the perimeter of the nexus point, wand raised, his face set in the concentrated focus of a man marshalling every ounce of skill he possessed. Harry at the crystal's base, hands extended, his magic already reaching out, feeling the structure, mapping the connections. The crystal's roots were deep, dozens of filaments threading through the stone, each one drawing energy from a ley line tributary. Harry identified them all, counted them, 37 connections. He needed to sever every one simultaneously, or the crystal would reroute through the remaining links and compensate. 37 simultaneous cuts. each one requiring precise magical force applied at a specific frequency to sever a dark magic filament without damaging the underlying ley line. Harry closed his eyes. He felt the filaments, each one a thread of Voldemort's magic, cold and sharp. He felt the ley lines, warm, ancient, patient. He felt the crystal pulsing, hungry, aware. He breathed. 4 counts in, hold, 4 out, hold, and then he moved, not physically, magically. 37 blades of force, shaped and launched simultaneously from 37 points of his consciousness, each one calibrated to the exact frequency needed to cut its target. The effort was staggering, the most complex single act of magic Harry had ever attempted, demanding total focus from every pathway in his body, every nerve channeling at maximum capacity. The filaments severed. All 37 in the same instant. The crystal screamed, not sound force. A detonation of dark magic that erupted from the crystal like blood from a severed artery. A shockwave of corrupt energy that slammed outward in every direction. Harry felt it hit him, cold, brutal, carrying Voldemort's rage and his pain and his fundamental wrongness. And he held his ground, absorbing the impact through his body, channeling the excess into the stone beneath his feet. Behind him, Snape's containment barrier activated. A wall of shimmering force materialized around the nexus point, catching the energy surge and holding it. Harry could hear Snape's breathing, harsh and ragged, the sound of a man pushing his magic to its absolute limit. The crystal fought. Without its ley line connections, it drew on its stored energy, flaring with dark light, the facets blazing black-violet. The chamber shook. Cracks raced across the ceiling. Dust rained down, and somewhere above, the castle itself groaned, a deep structural sound, the sound of ancient stone being stressed. Harry reached for the crystal. His hands closed around it. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. Touching Voldemort's concentrated magic was like plunging his hands into acid, a burning that went through skin and muscle and bone. His scar detonated. His vision went white. For a terrible instant, he was inside Voldemort's mind again, seeing through those red eyes, feeling the cold fury of a creature that had just felt one of its anchors torn free. Harry ripped the crystal from the stone. The ley line surged. With the crystal removed, the energy it had been siphoning flooded back into the nexus point, a tidal wave of pure magical force that lit the chamber like a sun. Snape's barrier held for 1 second, 2, 3, and then cracked. The energy burst through, and Harry threw himself over the crystal, wrapping it in a cocoon of his own magic, containing the dark artifact while the ley line energy roared around them. Snape was down, thrown backward by the barrier's collapse, hitting the cave wall, sliding to the ground. His wand rolled away, his eyes were closed, blood from his nose and ears, the telltale sign of massive magical exertion. Harry sealed the crystal with one hand and reached for Snape with the other. Healing energy, raw, desperate, poured into the potion's master through contact. He felt Snape's magical core, depleted, flickering, dangerously low. The man had given everything to that containment barrier. Everything. Snape, stay with me. The ley line energy was settling, the surge dissipating as the nexus point rebalanced itself. The chamber's light dimmed from blinding to merely bright, and then to a steady, warm glow, the ley lines flowing clean for the first time in months, the crystal's corruption flushed from the system. Above them, Harry felt the castle respond. Not heard, not seen, felt. A deep, slow release of tension, like a body relaxing after long pain. The discordant note was gone. The wrongness was gone. The stones settled with a sound like a sigh of relief, and the magic that flowed through the castle's structure, from the foundations to the highest tower, ran clear. The castle was healed. Snape coughed. His eyes opened dark, unfocused, then sharpening with the rapid recovery of a man who had survived worse than a magical backlash. "Potter," he rasped. "Did you? It's done. The crystal is contained, the ley lines are clear." Snape's head fell back against the cave wall. He stared at the ceiling, or rather at the darkness where the ceiling should be, and breathed. "I held it," he said, not a boast, a statement of wonder. I held a ley line surge. You held it long enough, that's what mattered. I shouldn't have been able to. The power levels. You're stronger than you think, Professor. You always have been. Snape looked at him. In the warm light of the restored ley lines, his face was different, the habitual bitterness smoothed by exhaustion and something else. Harry had seen the same expression on Bruce's face after a difficult operation, the raw, unguarded relief of someone who has risked everything and survived. Your mother would have been insufferable about this, Snape said. She would have said I told you so in that way she had, that smile, like she'd known all along. I believe it. Help me up. I refuse to be found sitting on the floor of a cave. Harry helped him up. Snape was unsteady. His legs trembled, and he gripped Harry's arm for support with a strength that suggested he was less recovered than he wanted to appear. They stood together in the heart of Hogwarts, in the light of the ley lines, and something that had been broken between them was no longer broken, not fixed, not healed, but acknowledged, set aside. Replaced by something that was neither friendship nor forgiveness, but contained elements of both. A mutual recognition that they were fighting the same war from different positions, and that the war mattered more than the wounds they carried. Can you walk? Harry asked. Of course I can walk. I'm not an invalid. Snape took one step and nearly collapsed. Harry caught him. I'm carrying you. You will do no such thing. Professor, you just held a ley line surge to save both our lives. Let me carry you up some stairs. This is deeply undignified. Think of it as physical therapy. Harry got Snape's arm over his shoulders and half carried, half supported him up through the caves, through the tunnels, through the sub-basements and back into the dungeon corridors. It took 40 minutes. Snape complained the entire way, about the pace, the route, the indignity, Harry's technique, the temperature, and the fundamental injustice of a universe that required him to be rescued by a 15-year-old. It was the most human Harry had ever seen him. They emerged into the main dungeon corridor and nearly walked into Dumbledore, who was descending with McGonagall and Flitwick in tow. The headmaster took one look at Snape, bloodied, exhausted, leaning on Harry's shoulder, and his face went white. Severus, I'm fine. The boy is being dramatic. He held a ley line containment barrier while I extracted a dark artifact from the castle's nexus point, Harry said. He needs medical attention, rest, and probably a drink. I need to be put down, Snape hissed. Harry lowered him into a chair that McGonagall conjured with a flick of her wand. Snape sat with visible relief and immediately adopted an expression of irritated composure, as if being carried up 9 flights of stairs by a teenager was a minor inconvenience he'd already forgotten. Harry held up the crystal. It was inert now, contained within a shell of his magic, the dark energy sealed and dormant. But it was still ugly, still wrong, and the staff members who saw it recoiled. This is what Voldemort planted in the foundations, Harry said. A parasitic relay, drawing power from the ley lines and establishing a conduit between the castle's internal systems and his external magic. It's how he conjured the raven. It's how he projected his voice. And given enough time, it would have given him the ability to manipulate the wards themselves. Dumbledore took the crystal, holding it at arm's length, his expression one of profound dismay. This was beneath us for months, and I didn't feel it. The crystal was designed to mask its presence. It mimicked the ley line frequency, like a parasite that matches its host's immune signature. You'd have needed to be physically present at the nexus point to detect it, and no one has been down there in years. I should have been. I should have checked. The wards have been behaving oddly since September. I attributed it to the political pressure, the ministry interference, Dumbledore stopped. His face was drawn. Excuses. I was making excuses while the school was being corrupted from within. The school is clean now. The ley lines are restored. The wards should be back to full strength within 24 hours. Thanks to you and Severus. Thanks to teamwork. Which is a concept you should embrace more often. Dumbledore looked at Harry over the crystal, and something in his expression shifted, a final, reluctant surrender of the old man's conviction that he had to carry everything alone. Harry saw it happen. The moment Dumbledore accepted that the war couldn't be won by one man's brilliance, that it required trust and cooperation and the willingness to let others share the weight. "You're right," Dumbledore said quietly. "I have been a fool. A well-intentioned fool, but a fool nonetheless. The intentions matter, so does learning from the mistake. When did you become so wise?" "I was raised by a man who makes the same mistake every day and fights it every day. He thinks he has to do everything alone. He's wrong, and he knows he's wrong, and he does it anyway because the habit is stronger than the knowledge. I'm trying to break the habit before it takes root in me." Dumbledore smiled, not his public smile, not the twinkling eye performance, but a real smile, tired and warm and human. "Then I shall endeavor to learn from your example, Mr. Potter." He turned to the staff. "Minerva, please inform the students that the threat has been addressed and normal schedules will resume tomorrow. Phileas, begin the ward restoration. Severus, if you tell me to go to the hospital wing, I will resign. I was going to tell you to go to your quarters and rest, and perhaps accept a glass of the Ogdens I know you keep in your desk." Snape stood shakily but under his own power, and gave Dumbledore a look that communicated, in the space of a single glance, 15 years of complicated loyalty, grudging affection, and profound irritation. "Fine," Snape said. He walked away slowly with the careful dignity of a man who refused to limp. At the corridor's end he paused. "Potter, Professor, the stabilization technique, for the draft of peace, it's not 4 stirs, a pause. It's 4.5. The half rotation at the end redistributes the sediment layer." He disappeared around the corner. Harry stared after him. Was that a teaching moment? Ron asked. He and Hermione had appeared, of course they had, drawn by some gravitational instinct that Harry was beginning to accept as simply part of how his life worked now. "I think it was an apology," Hermione said. "For what? For everything. That's how he communicates, through potions and corrections and being slightly less awful than usual." Harry filed away the information. 4.5 stirs. He'd test it tonight. The castle settled. The rain continued. Students returned to their routines with the remarkable resilience of the young. Within hours of Voldemort's broadcast, the great hall was loud again, the corridors full, the ordinary machinery of school life grinding on. But underneath the normalcy, something had changed. Harry could feel it in the way students looked at each other, in the way conversations lowered when certain topics arose, in the way people moved through corridors with a new awareness of exits and defensible positions. The war had announced itself, and even the most sheltered pureblood firsty understood, on some instinctive level, that the world outside these walls was becoming dangerous. Harry used the shift. Fear was a tool, Bruce had taught him that, and while Harry didn't weaponize it the way Batman did, he understood its utility. Students who were afraid were students who were motivated. Students who were motivated could be trained. The idea crystallized on Thursday evening in the room of requirement, during a conversation with Ron, Hermione, and Neville that started about homework and ended somewhere considerably more consequential. "We need to train them," Harry said. "The students. Not just Hermione and Neville, everyone who's willing. Defensive magic, tactical thinking, the practical skills that Umbridge isn't teaching." "Like a club?" Ron asked. "Like a militia?" Hermione's eyebrows rose. "That's a strong word. It's an accurate one. Voldemort just told 500 students that war is coming and no one can protect them. The Ministry won't act, Dumbledore can't be everywhere, and Umbridge is actively preventing them from learning to defend themselves. Someone needs to fill the gap. And that someone is you. That someone is us, all of us. I can teach the combat magic, wandless techniques, defensive channeling, tactical movement. Hermione, you can handle the theoretical framework, wards, counter-curses, the academic foundation they need to understand why the techniques work. Ron, tactics." Ron said immediately. "Strategy, how to think under pressure, how to read a situation, how to work as a team, like chess but with people." "Exactly, and Neville, me." Neville looked startled. "What can I? Resilience. You know what it's like to face something terrifying and keep going. You know what it's like to fail and try again. That's the thing most of them need more than any spell, the knowledge that fear doesn't have to stop them." Neville's face went through its familiar transformation, surprise, self-doubt, and then the emergence of that buried steel closer to the surface every day. "Yeah," Neville said. "I can do that. It'll have to be secret," Hermione said, her mind already racing. "Umbridge will shut it down the moment she finds out. She has that educational decree authority. Fudge gave her power to disband student organizations." "It won't be secret," Harry said. 3 pairs of eyes stared at him. "It won't be secret because Umbridge can't stop it." The Hogwarts Charter of 1296, the same document that gives Dumbledore emergency authority over staff, also guarantees students the right to self-organized education when the formal curriculum is deemed inadequate. Section 9, Paragraph 2. In times of extraordinary peril, students of Hogwarts may form assemblies for the purpose of mutual defense and education, and no authority, internal or external, may dissolve such assemblies without the unanimous consent of the heads of houses. Hermione's mouth fell open. "You've memorized the entire charter." "I've memorized every legal document that governs this institution. Knowledge is armor." Ron was grinning. "So Umbridge can't touch us, not legally. She'll try, she'll pass more decrees, increase surveillance, apply pressure. But the charter predates every ministry regulation by 6 centuries, and its provisions have never been formally repealed. We have legal standing." "What do we call it?" Neville asked. Harry considered. The name mattered. It would shape how people thought about the group, how they felt about joining, what identity they took on. It needed to be strong but not aggressive, organized but not military, aspirational but grounded. "Dumbledore's army," Ron said. Everyone looked at him. "Think about it." Ron said, ears going slightly pink. "The Ministry's biggest fear isn't Voldemort, it's Dumbledore. They're terrified he's building a personal army to overthrow the government, so we lean into it. We call ourselves exactly what they're afraid of. It's a statement. We're not hiding, we're not apologizing, and we're not asking permission." Harry stared at Ron. The strategic brilliance of the suggestion was staggering, not just the psychological warfare aspect, but the political calculation. By naming themselves after Dumbledore, they tied the group to the most credible authority figure in the wizarding world. Attacking them meant attacking Dumbledore, which the Ministry was already doing but couldn't afford to escalate. It was a shield and a weapon in 2 words. That's genius. Hermione said flatly. Ron's ears went fully red. "It's just common sense, it's genius. Accept the compliment." "Dumbledore's army," Harry said. "DA for short. We start recruiting tomorrow." They spent the next 2 hours planning. Harry outlined the training curriculum. A progressive program that started with basic defensive spells and built toward advanced combat techniques, including the foundations of wandless channeling for those who showed aptitude. Hermione designed the organizational structure, meeting schedules, communication protocols, using modified protean charms on a set of coins, which was her idea and was brilliant, and a membership vetting process to ensure no one joined who would report to Umbridge or Voldemort. Ron mapped the tactical considerations: where to meet, the room of requirement configured for training, how to move through the castle without detection, using the Marauder's map and the twins' intelligence on patrol patterns, and how to organize the members into functional units. Neville listened, asked questions, and made one contribution that silenced the room. "We should invite the Slytherins." Hermione blinked. "What? Not all of them, but some of them. There are Slytherins who are scared, who don't want to follow Voldemort, who don't agree with their parents but don't know how to resist. If we shut them out, we're confirming what they've always been told, that no one outside Slytherin will ever trust them." Harry looked at Neville and felt something he rarely felt: surprise, not at the suggestion, it was tactically sound, but at who was making it. Neville Longbottom, whose parents had been destroyed by Slytherin-aligned Death Eaters, was arguing for inclusion, for bridge building, for the radical proposition that a person's house didn't determine their character. "He's right," Harry said. "The DA is open to anyone willing to fight. House affiliation is irrelevant." "Draco," Hermione asked carefully, "if he's ready, that's his choice." The meeting ended late. They dispersed to their dormitories, carrying plans and lists, and the particular energy of people who had just decided to do something that mattered. Harry didn't go to bed. He went to the owlery, climbing the winding stairs to the high tower where hundreds of owls perched and preened and watched the night with round, luminous eyes. The rain had finally stopped. The sky was clearing, stars emerging from behind the clouds in tentative clusters. He sat on the windowsill, legs hanging over a 100-foot drop that didn't concern him in the slightest, and pulled out the communication device. Bruce answered on the second pulse. Report. Harry gave him everything. Voldemort's broadcast, the crystal, the ley lines, Snape's containment, the castle's healing. The plan. Bruce listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, there was a long silence, longer than usual, carrying a weight that Harry could feel through the device. You removed a ley line parasite using simultaneous multipoint severance. Yes. That's a technique Zatanna said was theoretical. She said no living practitioner had the channeling capacity to execute it. She was wrong. She often is about your limits. Another pause. And Snape held the containment barrier. He nearly died doing it, but he held. You trust him now. Harry considered this. I trust that he'll fight for what he believes in. His beliefs are complicated. They're tangled up with grief and guilt and a love he's never moved past. But at the core, he's on our side. He proved it in that cave. Good. Trust is a weapon too, Harry. One of the most powerful. Use it carefully, but use it. I am. This training program. It's the right move. An organized resistance within the school gives Voldemort a problem he didn't plan for. He expected to face Dumbledore and a handful of adults. He's going to face a generation. That's the idea. Your mother and father, your biological parents, they did something similar. The Order of the Phoenix started as a student group, did you know that? Dumbledore organized it, but the core members were recent Hogwarts graduates. James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, the Longbottoms. They were your age when they started fighting. Harry hadn't known that. He turned the information over in his mind. His parents, 15, 16, 17 years old, deciding to fight a war that adults had failed to prevent. Making the same choice Harry was making now for the same reasons, with the same mix of courage and desperation and stubborn refusal to accept that the world couldn't be better. Did they win? Harry asked, though he knew the answer. They survived long enough to have you. And they fought hard enough to give you the chance to finish what they started. That's what winning looks like sometimes. Not the end of the war, just making sure there's someone left to keep fighting. Harry sat on the windowsill, 100 feet above the ground, and looked at the stars. They were the same stars his parents had seen from this tower, and Bruce from the rooftops of Gotham, and every person who'd ever looked up at the night sky and decided that the darkness wasn't all there was. Bruce. Yeah, when you found me on that doorstep, what made you take me? A long silence. When Bruce spoke, his voice was different, stripped of the tactical precision, the controlled calm. Raw in a way that Bruce Wayne almost never allowed himself to be. You were awake. Most babies would have been screaming. It was November, it was cold, you'd been left on a stone step in the middle of the night. But you were awake and quiet, and you were looking at the sky, and I thought, he stopped. What? I thought, this child is already surviving. He's already decided to be alive, even though the world has given him every reason not to be. And I thought, I know what that feels like, and I thought, no one should have to survive alone. The owls stirred around Harry, ruffling feathers, shifting on their perches. Below, the castle lay dark and quiet and healed. Thank you, Harry said, for everything. Don't thank me, when the device went dark. Harry sat in the owlery and let the night settle around him. And for the second time since arriving at Hogwarts, he let himself feel something that had no tactical value, no strategic purpose, no place in the mission parameters. Love. For a man in a cave on the other side of the world who had picked up a stranger's child and decided that child would never be alone again. The stars wheeled overhead. Somewhere in the castle, students slept and dreamed and prepared without knowing it for a war that would define their generation. Somewhere beyond the castle, a dark wizard sat in a dark room and raged at the boy who was dismantling his immortality one piece at a time. Somewhere in between, in the space where strategy met compassion and discipline met heart, Harry Potter existed, imperfect, evolving, more human than he'd been a week ago and more dangerous because of it. Tomorrow, the DA would begin. Tomorrow, students would learn to fight. Tomorrow, the war would take another step forward, and another, and another. But tonight, Harry climbed down from the owlery, returned to Gryffindor Tower and found, sitting in the common room, waiting for him with a cup of tea she'd somehow obtained at 1 a.m, Hermione Granger, who took one look at his face and said, "You talked to your father. How do you know?" "Because you look like someone who just remembered they are not alone. You always look like that after you talk to him." She handed him the tea. He took it. They sat in the common room in comfortable silence, and Harry drank the tea, hot, strong, with too much sugar, exactly wrong by every standard he'd ever been taught, and thought that maybe the things that mattered most were exactly the things that couldn't be planned for. The fire crackled. The castle breathed, and in the quiet, in the dark, in the space between the shadow and the light, something grew, not a strategy, not a plan, not a weapon, a family. Improbable, unplanned, held together by shared danger and stubborn kindness, and the radical, terrifying decision to love people in a world that was trying to tear itself apart. Harry finished his tea. Hermione finished hers. They went to bed, and the castle settled around them like arms closing in an embrace, and somewhere in the foundations, clean now, flowing with restored energy, the ley lines hummed a frequency that sounded, if you listened carefully, like the beginning of a song. Chapter 7. The Detective. The first meeting of Dumbledore's army took place on a Friday evening, and 43 students showed up. Harry had expected 20. Maybe 25 if Ron's networking and Hermione's Protean charm coins worked as intended. But word had traveled through the school with the viral efficiency of genuine need meeting genuine fear. And by 7 o'clock, the room of requirement had configured itself into a training space the size of a small gymnasium, and bodies were still filing through the door. Gryffindors made up the largest group. The Weasley contingent alone accounted for 6, with Fred, George, Ginny, and Ron joined by their friends Lee Jordan and Angelina Johnson. Hermione had recruited Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, who recruited Padma from Ravenclaw, who brought 3 friends. Neville arrived with Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, both of whom had personal reasons for wanting to fight. Hannah's experience with the blood quill. Susan's Aunt Amelia being a high-ranking ministry official who'd spoken publicly about the threat Voldemort posed. The Ravenclaws came in force. Luna Lovegood, a 4th year with protuberant silvery eyes, dirty blonde hair, and an expression of permanent, gentle abstraction, wandered in as if she'd simply been going for a walk and happened upon the meeting. She was followed by Michael Corner, Terry Boot, Anthony Goldstein, and Cho Chang, a 5th year who was pretty in the conventional way and looked at Harry with an intensity that he catalogued as attraction and filed under not operationally relevant. And then, 7 minutes after the meeting was supposed to start, 3 Slytherins walked through the door. The room went silent, not hostile, wary. The 3 Slytherins stood in the doorway like people entering a room where they expected to be ejected, their faces carrying the particular combination of defiance and vulnerability that Harry recognized as the armor of the outnumbered, Daphne Greengrass. Blonde, composed, from a family that had maintained careful neutrality in the First War. Beside her, Tracy Davis, half-blood, dark-haired, whose jaw was set with the determination of someone who'd argued with herself for hours before coming. And behind them both, trying to be invisible and failing completely, Blaise Zabini, tall, dark-skinned, aristocratic, wearing an expression of studied indifference that fooled nobody. "We heard there was a meeting," Daphne said. Her voice was controlled, but Harry caught the faintest tremor underneath, about self-defense. The room held its breath. 40 pairs of eyes looked at Harry. "Come in," Harry said. "Find a space." Something shifted, not in the room, in the idea of the room. The DA had just become something larger than a Gryffindor project or a house rivalry. It had become a statement that the lines drawn by an old hat on 11-year-old heads didn't have to be the lines that defined a war. Ron caught Harry's eye and gave a fractional nod. This was what they'd planned for. This was why they'd named it what they named it, not Gryffindor's Army, not Potter's Club. Dumbledore's Army, for everyone. Harry walked to the front of the room. He didn't use a platform or a podium. He stood at ground level among them, because leadership that elevated itself above its people was leadership that had already failed. "I'm not going to give a speech," he said. "You're here because you know what's coming and you want to be ready. That's enough. That's the only qualification. I don't care what house you're in, what your blood status is, or what your family's politics are. If you're willing to work, to hurt, to fail, and to get up and try again, you belong here." He paused. 43 faces looked back at him, scared, determined, young. "Here's what I can promise you. The training will be hard. Harder than anything you've done in a classroom. I will not coddle you, I will not lower my standards, and I will not pretend that what we're preparing for is anything other than war. But I will also not waste your time. Everything I teach you will be real, everything will work, and when the time comes, and it will come, you will be ready." Silence. Then Fred Weasley from the back of the room said, "When do we start?" Now, Harry started them with the basics, not spells, fundamentals. How to stand, how to breathe, how to move under pressure. The same foundation he'd given Hermione, adapted for a group. "Magic is willpower," he told them, walking through the crowd, adjusting stances, correcting posture. "Your spell is only as strong as your intent, and your intent is only as strong as your physical and mental state. If you're panicking, your spells will be weak. If you're exhausted, your aim will drift. If you're afraid, and you will be afraid, that's not a failure, that's biology, your magic will scatter." He stopped in front of Neville. "Show them." Neville stepped forward. Harry could see the nervousness. It was still there, hadn't disappeared, probably never would entirely. But it was controlled now, contained, a thing Neville carried rather than a thing that carried him. "Disarm me," Harry said. Neville raised his wand. The room watched. And Neville, who 2 weeks ago couldn't vanish a snail, cast a disarming charm that hit Harry's magical defenses with enough force to stagger him. Harry didn't let the spell through, he absorbed it, channeling the force into the floor, but the impact was genuine and the room felt it. A ripple of surprised murmurs. 2 weeks ago, Neville couldn't reliably vanish a snail, Harry said. "He's not a different wizard. He didn't gain new abilities. He learned to stop doubting himself. That's what we're teaching here, not new spells, new confidence." Neville stood straighter. His face was flushed, but his eyes were steady. Several students looked at him with reassessed expressions. This was not the bumbling Longbottom they'd dismissed for 4 years. Harry divided them into pairs and began working through the disarming charm, moving from pair to pair, correcting, encouraging, demonstrating. He used wandless magic openly, blocking spells with his bare hands, redirecting curses with a gesture, catching hexes in his palm and dissolving them. Not to show off, but to show them what magic looked like when it wasn't filtered through an external focus. To expand their understanding of what was possible, Hermione worked beside him, coaching the theoretical underpinnings. Ron circulated with a different focus, watching the pairs interact, identifying natural leaders, noting who worked well together and who didn't. He was building a team structure in his head, and Harry could see it in the way Ron's eyes moved, the chess player assessing the board. Luna Lovegood, Harry noticed, was remarkably good. Her spells had a dreamy, unpredictable quality that made them difficult to counter. They didn't follow the standard trajectories that trained reflexes expected. She disarmed her partner 3 times in a row, and then commented, in her ethereal voice, that the room of requirement had a mild infestation of rack spurts, but that it was nothing to worry about. Harry had no idea what a rackspurt was, but he appreciated anyone whose combat instincts defied categorization. Unpredictability was a weapon. The 3 Slytherins stayed clustered together initially, wary of the reception they might get from other houses. But Ron, with the social intelligence that Harry was learning to rely on, deliberately paired Daphne Greengrass with Ginny Weasley. A calculated move, because Ginny was fierce enough to earn respect and open enough to offer acceptance. Within 20 minutes, Daphne and Ginny were dueling with competitive intensity and genuine smiles, and the invisible wall between green and red had developed its first crack. 2 hours passed. By the end, the room was sweaty, energized, and transformed. Students who had walked in frightened walked out purposeful. Handshakes crossed house lines. Conversations formed between people who'd never spoken before. Harry stood in the emptying room and felt something unfamiliar, satisfaction. Not the satisfaction of a mission accomplished, this was different. Warmer. The satisfaction of watching people discover they were more than they thought they were. Ron and Hermione lingered as the last students filed out. 43, Ron said, shaking his head. We're going to need a bigger room. The room will adapt, it always does, Harry. Hermione's voice had a particular quality, the tone she used when she'd been thinking about something for hours and had finally decided to say it. The imperious curse, we need to talk about it. Ron winced. Harry met Hermione's eyes. Go ahead. I've been thinking about the Gringotts problem since you raised it, and you were right that conventional approaches won't work. The bank's security is designed to defeat every standard method of infiltration. But the imperious curse isn't the answer. I'm listening. The imperious curse works by overriding the target's will. It strips them of autonomy, makes them a puppet. That's not strategy, that's violation. And it's exactly what Voldemort does. It's exactly what the Carrows did to Flora. It's exactly what we're fighting against. The words hit with precision because they were precisely aimed. Hermione wasn't making a moral argument in the abstract. She was holding up a mirror and showing Harry what he looked like when he rationalized crossing the line. Harry was quiet for a long moment. In the silence, he heard Bruce's voice, not a memory, but the internalized voice of a man who had spent his life walking the edge between justice and vengeance. The line exists for you, not for them. The moment you cross it for a good reason, you'll find another good reason and another, and eventually the line doesn't exist anymore. You're right, Harry said. Hermione blinked. She'd clearly been prepared for an argument. You're right. The imperious curse is off the table. We find another way, Ron exhaled. Thank Merlin, because I was not looking forward to that conversation going sideways. Bill might have alternatives, Hermione said, recovering her momentum. And there are other approaches, goblin politics, for instance. The goblins have grievances against the wizarding establishment, long-standing ones. If we could negotiate with goblins, Ron repeated. Hermione, goblins don't negotiate, they hold grudges for centuries and communicate primarily through interest rates. That's a prejudiced generalization, Ronald. It's what my brother Bill says, and he's worked with them for 6 years. Then Bill can advise us on how to approach them without prejudiced generalizations. Harry let them argue. The bickering was familiar now, not hostile but generative, the friction of two very different minds grinding against each other and producing sparks that neither could generate alone. Ron's instinctive understanding of how people actually worked. Hermione's refusal to accept that how things worked was how they had to work. Between them, they covered the ground that Harry, for all his training, couldn't cover alone. He was learning. Every day, in small ways and large, he was learning that the most important skill Bruce had never taught him was the one he was teaching himself: how to need people. Saturday morning brought 2 developments. The first was a letter from Bill Weasley, delivered by an owl that Ron identified as a company bird from Gringotts' Egyptian office. The letter was brief, written in code that Ron translated with the practiced ease of someone whose family communicated in codes as a matter of routine. Bill could meet them during the next Hogsmeade weekend. He had information about the Lestrange vault that he couldn't put in writing. He'd be at the Hog's Head pub at noon. The second development arrived in the form of Draco Malfoy. Harry was in the room of requirement alone, reviewing the Marauder's map, when the door opened and Draco walked in. He looked terrible, pale, thinner than he'd been at the start of term, with dark circles under his eyes that spoke of sleepless nights and grinding anxiety. His robes were slightly rumpled, which for a Malfoy was the equivalent of appearing naked in public. He stood just inside the door, as if the room itself might reject him. "I heard about the training group," Draco said. His voice was flat, stripped of its usual performative edge. "The news travels fast. Daphne told me. She said," Draco swallowed. "She said you let Slytherins in. I let everyone in. Even me." Harry looked at him. The boy in the doorway was not the sneering aristocrat who'd confronted him at the breakfast table on his first morning. That boy had been performing a role, his father's son, the Malfoy heir, the Prince of Slytherin. This boy had stopped performing. He was raw, exposed, standing in the doorway of a room that represented everything his family stood against, and he was asking to be let in. "Especially you." Draco's face did something complicated. Relief and terror in equal measure, like a man stepping off a cliff and discovering he can fly but hasn't yet worked out the landing. "My father will find out," Draco said. "If I join, he'll find out and I don't know what he'll do." "What do you think he'll do? Disown me? Or worse, tell the Dark Lord, if the Dark Lord thinks I've turned." Draco trailed off, but the implication hung in the air like smoke. "Draco, sit down." Draco sat. Harry pulled a chair across from him and sat too, leaning forward, elbows on knees. "Your father's position is untenable," Harry said. "He's serving a master who doesn't value loyalty in a war he can't win for a cause he doesn't believe in. Lucius Malfoy isn't an ideologue, he's an opportunist. He joined Voldemort in the First War because it was politically advantageous. He'll leave Voldemort when it becomes advantageous to do so. The question is whether you want to wait for your father to do the math, or whether you want to make your own choice now. You make it sound like a business decision. For your father it is. For you, it's something else. It's about what kind of person you want to be." Draco stared at the floor. His hands hung between his knees, loose, empty. The hands of someone who'd let go of everything he was holding and hadn't yet reached for anything new. "Flora Caro came to see me," Draco said quietly. "Yesterday. She's different. The mark is gone and she's different." She smiled. "I haven't seen her smile since second year." He paused. "She said you saved her, that you walked up to her in the library and just offered, no conditions, no leverage, just you offered to help. That's what happened." "Why?" "What's in it for you?" "Nothing. That's not how help works." Draco looked up. His gray eyes were wet. He was fighting it, the Malfoy conditioning, the belief that vulnerability was weakness, that needing help was failure. Harry watched the fight play out across his features and waited. "I want to join," Draco said. I want to be someone who helps, not because it's advantageous, because it's right." Harry extended his hand. Draco stared at it, this offered hand, this bridge across everything that had divided them, every assumption and prejudice and inherited hatred. Draco took it. His grip was firm, slightly desperate, the grip of someone pulling themselves out of deep water. "Welcome to Dumbledore's army," Harry said. Draco laughed, a broken sound, halfway to a sob, but real, the most real sound Harry had ever heard from him. "My father is going to kill me." "Your father is going to have to get through me first." Something settled in Draco's expression. Not peace, it was too early for peace, but the beginning of something. The first brick in a new foundation, laid in the rubble of the old. They sat in the room of requirement and talked. Not about strategy or war or Horcruxes, but about ordinary things. Classes, professors, the absurdity of divination as an academic discipline. Draco was funny, Harry discovered. Sharp, dry, self-deprecating in a way he'd never been when performing the Malfoy role. He did a devastating impression of Umbridge that made Harry produce his second genuine laugh since arriving at Hogwarts. "Don't tell anyone I can be funny," Draco said. "It'll ruin my reputation." "Your reputation as what? Insufferable git. I've worked very hard on it." "I think you can retire the act." Draco's smile faded slightly. "I don't know who I am without it. The act is, it's all I've been for 15 years. Lucius Malfoy's son, the Slytherin prince, the boy who says the cruel thing at the right moment because that's what's expected. I know the feeling. I was a weapon for 15 years. Now I'm trying to be a person. It's harder. Being a person is harder than being a weapon. Weapons don't have to figure out what they want, they just do what they're pointed at. People have to choose their own targets. Draco considered this. What are you pointed at now? I'm trying to figure that out, but I think it's something bigger than just destroying Voldemort. What's bigger than destroying the darkest wizard who ever lived, building something worth protecting afterward? The room of requirement was quiet, warm. The castle hummed around them, its ley lines flowing clean, its ancient consciousness settled and content. Two boys, one raised in shadow, one raised in privilege, both carrying weights they hadn't chosen, sat in a room that appeared for people who needed it and began, tentatively, the work of becoming something neither had been before: friends. The investigation into Flora Caro's intelligence network bore fruit on Sunday morning. Harry had been using the Marauder's map to track Pettigrew's movements, but the map only covered Hogwarts and its immediate grounds. Pettigrew's meetings with Flora had taken place in Hogsmeade, beyond the map's range. With Flora free and the Protean charm broken, the summoning channel was dead. Pettigrew would know something had changed, but wouldn't know exactly what. Harry needed to find Pettigrew before Pettigrew found answers. He sat in the room of requirement with the map spread across a table, Hermione at his right reviewing a stack of intelligence files Harry had compiled, Ron at his left eating an apple and studying the map with his spatial analyst's eye. "Pettigrew's a rat," Ron said. "Literally. His animagus form is a rat. That's how he hid for 12 years as Scabbers. If he's operating near Hogsmeade, he could be hiding in rat form anywhere. Walls, cellars, gutters. Finding him conventionally would be nearly impossible." "So we don't find him conventionally," Harry said. "What do we do?" "We let him find us." Harry tapped the map. Pettigrew's job was to gather intelligence from Flora and relay it to Voldemort. With Flora's channel dead, he'll need a new source. He'll come to Hogwarts physically in rat form to investigate what happened. When he does, the map will show him. And then I catch him. Hermione looked up from her files. "There's more value in Pettigrew than just neutralizing a spy. He's a living witness to the betrayal of your parents. If we capture him alive and present him to the Wisengamot, Sirius Black is exonerated." Harry went still. He'd been so focused on the tactical implications that he'd missed the personal one. Hermione hadn't. Hermione never missed the personal implications. Sirius, his godfather. A man who had spent 12 years in wizard prison for a crime he didn't commit, who was still living as a fugitive, who had been denied the chance to raise the godson his best friend had entrusted to him. Catching Pettigrew didn't just neutralize a threat. It freed an innocent man. Alive. Harry said. His voice had gone flat and hard in a way that Ron and Hermione both recognized as controlled emotion. "We take him alive, non-negotiable." "Agreed," Hermione said. They set the trap. Harry programmed the map to alert him whenever any dot labeled Peter Pettigrew appeared within its range, a modification that required channeling a thread of his magic into the map's enchantment structure, carefully, respectfully, because the map was his father's work, and he treated it with the reverence it deserved. Then they waited. The wait lasted 31 hours. Monday night, 2:47 a.m. Harry was in the common room, ostensibly studying, actually monitoring the map. The alert came as a warm pulse against his palm, the map's enchantment responding to the detection trigger. A dot appeared at the edge of the grounds, near the Whomping Willow. Peter Pettigrew. Moving fast, in the erratic pattern of a small animal. He'd entered through the secret passage beneath the willow, the passage that led to the shrieking shack in Hogsmeade, and was now scurrying across the grounds toward the castle. Harry was in motion before the dot had crossed the tree line. He woke Ron with a tap on the shoulder. Ron came awake instantly, the product of 2 weeks living in a state of perpetual readiness, and they moved. "East corridor, ground floor," Harry said, descending the stairs at a pace that was just shy of running. "He's heading for the nearest entrance. The door by the greenhouses, it has a gap at the bottom. Rat-sized. I'll cover the corridor from the north end. If he gets past you, I'll seal the passage." They split. Harry reached the ground floor in 90 seconds and positioned himself in an alcove near the greenhouse door, magic gathered and ready. every sense extended. He could feel the castle around him, alert, responsive, tracking the foreign presence the same way his own instincts tracked it. The gap beneath the door was small, perhaps 2 inches of space where old wood met older stone. Harry crouched and waited. The rat appeared at 2:53 a.m. A brown, unremarkable rat with a distinctive feature. One of its front paws was silver. A metallic replacement for a finger Pettigrew had severed to fake his own death 15 years ago. The rat squeezed through the gap and froze. Its nose twitched. Its beady eyes scanned the corridor with an intelligence that was profoundly un-rat-like. Harry struck, not with magic, with speed. His hand closed around the rat before it could react, lifting it from the floor, holding it firmly but not crushingly. The rat thrashed, squealed, twisted, its silver paw scratching at Harry's fingers. And then, in a flash of magical distortion, it transformed. A man stood in Harry's grip. Short, fat, balding, with watery eyes and a pointed nose. His right hand was silver, gleaming, artificial, a gift from Voldemort. He was dressed in dirty robes and smelled of fear and something else, something stale and underground. Harry had him by the throat. "Hello, Peter," Harry said. Pettigrew's eyes were wild, darting, searching for escape, calculating angles. He was a coward, but he was a survivor's coward, the kind who'd do anything, betray anyone, sacrifice everything to stay alive. Cornered animals were dangerous, and Peter Pettigrew had been a cornered animal his entire miserable life. Harry," Pettigrew stammered. "Harry, you have to understand, your father, James, was my friend. I didn't want to, the Dark Lord, he would have killed me. You betrayed my parents to Voldemort. You framed Sirius Black for murder. You lived as a rat for 12 years to avoid justice." Harry's voice was flat, clinical, carrying none of the rage that was burning in his chest. He channeled the rage into control the way Bruce had taught him. Rage was fuel, control was the engine. "Those are facts, Peter. They're not up for discussion. Please, I'll do anything. I'll tell you everything, the Dark Lord's plans. I know things. You'll tell me everything regardless. But right now, I need you to understand something." Harry leaned close. His green eyes, Lily's eyes, bored into Pettigrew's watery ones. "I am not going to kill you. I am not going to hurt you. I am going to hand you over to the proper authorities, and you are going to testify under Veritaserum to everything you've done. My godfather will be freed. My parents will have justice, and you," Harry paused. Pettigrew was trembling violently, his silver hand clenching and unclenching, tears streaming down his fat cheeks. "You will face the consequences of your choices. That's all I want. That's all I've ever wanted." Ron appeared at the far end of the corridor, wand drawn. "Got him, got him. Brilliant. He looks exactly like Scabbers. Merlin, he even smells like Scabbers." "Ron, right, sorry, professional mode." Ron straightened. "What's the plan? We take him to Dumbledore now, tonight." They marched Peter Pettigrew through the sleeping castle, Harry's grip on his arm reinforced by a binding charm that Hermione had taught Ron specifically for this purpose. Pettigrew whimpered the entire way. He tried twice to transform back into a rat. Harry blocked both attempts with wandless counter-magic that locked Pettigrew's animagus ability like jamming a key in a lock. Dumbledore was awake. Of course he was. The man seemed to operate on a schedule that transcended normal human circadian rhythm. He opened his office door before they knocked, took one look at the tableau, 2 students flanking a fat, weeping man in dirty robes, and his eyebrows rose to approximately the altitude of his hat. "Peter Pettigrew," Dumbledore said softly. "After all these years, Albus, please, I can explain. You can explain to the Wisengamot, under oath and Veritaserum." Dumbledore's voice held none of its usual warmth. It was cold, precise, the voice of a judge who had already delivered the verdict. "Minerva, if you would." McGonagall appeared from behind Dumbledore. Apparently she'd been in the office too, which meant they'd been meeting. Late-night strategy sessions. Harry approved. McGonagall took one look at Pettigrew and her face went as hard as granite. So, the rat finally surfaced. "He entered through the Whomping Willow Passage," Harry said. "He was here to investigate why his intelligence asset, Flora Caro, had gone dark. I've been monitoring the map for his entry." "The map." Dumbledore's eyes flickered to Harry. Your father's map. James Potter's map, yes. It shows every person in the castle, regardless of disguise, including Animagi. Remarkable. Dumbledore turned to McGonagall. Minerva, please contact Amelia Bones at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Directly, not through the minister's office. We need this handled by someone who values truth over politics. With pleasure. McGonagall's smile was thin and fierce. She left with the particular energy of a woman about to ruin someone's night. Harry, Dumbledore said, this changes things, dramatically, I know. Pettigrew's testimony exonerates Sirius. It also exposes the ministry's failure to provide a trial in the first place, which undermines Fudge's credibility at the exact moment when his credibility is already deteriorating. The political fallout will be enormous. Fudge may not survive it. Good. A minister who suppresses truth to protect his position is a minister who endangers everyone he's supposed to protect. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that mixed admiration with something rueful. You have a talent for finding the precise pressure point that brings an entire structure down. My father calls it structural analysis. Find the load-bearing wall and remove it. The rest follows gravity. Pettigrew was taken to a secure room in the castle, warded by Dumbledore, guarded by Hagrid, who looked at the Rat Man with an expression of betrayed disgust that was more devastating than any threat, and held for transfer to ministry custody. Amelia Bones arrived within the hour, a formidable, square-jawed woman who listened to the briefing with military attention and asked precisely the right questions. By dawn, the machinery of justice was in motion. A trial was scheduled. Veritaserum was authorized. Sirius Black's case was reopened. Harry sent a message through the communication device. Not to Bruce, to Sirius. He didn't know the exact routing. Bruce handled the communication chain, relaying through secure intermediaries, but he knew the message would arrive. 3 words, Pettigrew is caught. The response came 12 minutes later. Not words, just a pulse. A heartbeat pattern, rapid, irregular, the pattern of a heart that had just received news it had given up hope of ever hearing. Harry held the device and felt Sirius's heartbeat through the connection. And for a moment, the mission and the strategy and the war all fell away, and there was just this. A boy who had never met his godfather, giving him back his freedom. The following days were a whirlwind. The Daily Prophet broke the story on Wednesday, Pettigrew alive, Black innocent, and the wizarding world detonated. The Hogwarts rumor mill, already running at full capacity after Voldemort's broadcast, reached a fever pitch. Students who had grown up hearing about Sirius Black, the mass murderer, were now confronted with Sirius Black, the wrongfully imprisoned hero. And the cognitive dissonance produced arguments in every common room and corridor. Fudge tried to contain the damage. He issued a statement calling the situation under review and emphasizing that proper procedures would be followed. Harry watched the political maneuvering with clinical interest. Fudge was a drowning man grabbing at anything that floated, and every move he made pulled him further under. Umbridge was conspicuously quiet. She taught her classes from the textbook, avoided Harry's eyes, and retreated to her office the moment the bell rang. Harry checked the map daily. The crouch dot remained in its hidden cell, but its behavior had changed. It was moving more, pacing, restless. Crouch could feel the shift in the wind, and he was getting anxious. Harry visited him on Thursday night. The cell was as before, small, dark, oppressive. But Crouch himself was different. The lethargy of captivity had been replaced by a feverish energy. He was on his feet when Harry entered, pacing the tiny space, his 2 bright eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on manic. I felt it, Crouch said. The shift, something's changed, the school feels different, stronger, and the Toad woman, she's afraid, more afraid than before. Voldemort's relay crystal has been removed from the foundations. The castle's wards are restored. Crouch's eyes widened. You found it, the anchor. I didn't know what it was, but I felt its influence. It was like a shadow in my mind, a pressure always pushing. It's gone, the castle is clean. And Pettigrew, the rat, I heard the portraits whispering. They gossip worse than old women. He's been caught. He's in ministry custody. He'll stand trial. Crouch processed this with the rapid calculation of an intelligence-strained mind. Pettigrew's capture exposes the Ministry's incompetence. Fudge's position becomes untenable. If Fudge falls, Umbridge loses her patron. If Umbridge loses her patron, her authority here collapses, and if her authority collapses, he looked at Harry. I become a liability she can't afford. That's why I'm moving you tonight. Crouch went still. Moving me where? To Dumbledore's protection. A secure location within the castle, warded against detection with proper accommodations. Not a cell. Dumbledore, you want me to put myself in Dumbledore's hands, the man who watched me be sentenced to Azkaban without lifting a finger. The man who is fighting the same war you're now fighting. The enemy of your enemy, Crouch. It's not ideal, but it's what we've got. Crouch's jaw worked. The madness in his eyes warred with something more calculating, the survival instinct of a man who had lived through Azkaban and captivity, and was being offered, for the first time in years, an alternative to suffering. What do I have to do? Tell Dumbledore everything you know. Complete debriefing. The Cup's location and defenses, Death Eater identities and capabilities, Voldemort's strategic priorities, operational methods, safe houses, communication networks, everything. And in return, you get a chance, not freedom, not yet. You've committed crimes that need to be answered for, but a chance to be on the right side when the balance tips, a chance to matter, like you said. Crouch was quiet for a long moment. His eyes darted around the cell, the cot, the bucket, the walls that had contained him since September. Then he looked at Harry. You're not what the Dark Lord expected. Nobody is what the Dark Lord expected. That's his blind spot. He models everyone as lesser versions of himself. Selfish, power-hungry, motivated by fear. He can't conceive of someone acting from principle because he has no principles himself. That's what makes him dangerous. That's what makes him predictable. Harry paused. Are you in? Crouch took a breath, then another. Then he nodded once, a sharp, decisive motion, the nod of a man crossing a bridge and burning it behind him. I'm in. Harry moved him that night. Creature helped. The old elf appeared at Harry's call, took one look at Crouch and wrinkled his nose in profound disapproval, but assisted without complaint. They relocated Crouch to a room adjacent to Flora Caro's protected quarters. Different wing, no contact between them, but under the same ward umbrella that Dumbledore had established. Dumbledore was waiting in the corridor when they finished. He looked at Crouch, this emaciated, broken man who had once been a zealot and was now something more complicated, and his expression held no judgment. No warmth either. Just the steady, assessing gaze of a man who understood that war made strange bedfellows and that usefulness, when properly directed, could become something like redemption. Bartemius, Dumbledore said, Headmaster. You have a great deal to tell me. Yes. Then let's begin. They disappeared into Dumbledore's office. Harry watched them go and felt a weight shift, not lift, because the war was still coming and the remaining Horcruxes were still out there and Voldemort was still gathering strength. But shift. The board was rearranging. Pieces were moving into positions that favored the light. The detective work was paying off. Bruce would be proud. The Hogsmeade weekend arrived on Saturday. Harry, Ron, and Hermione left the castle in a stream of students heading for the village, blending with the crowd despite the fact that Harry's presence turned heads everywhere he went. He'd resigned himself to being conspicuous, the scar, the reputation, the wandless magic that was now common knowledge throughout the school. Stealth wasn't an option in a community this small. So he did the next best thing. He made his conspicuousness serve a purpose. He walked through Hogsmeade openly, visibly, drawing every eye in the village. While the villagers and students were watching him, Ron and Hermione slipped into the Hog's Head pub unobserved. Harry gave them 10 minutes, then circled back through a side street and entered the pub through the kitchen. The Hog's Head was exactly as described in every account he'd read: dark, dirty clientele that made Gotham's dive bars look family-friendly. The barman was an old man with a long gray beard and piercing blue eyes that looked familiar in a way Harry immediately catalogued. Aberforth Dumbledore. Albus's brother, estranged and bitter but fundamentally on the right side. Ron and Hermione were in a back booth with a man Harry recognized from photographs, Bill Weasley. Tall, lean, long red hair pulled into a ponytail, an earring, a face marked with old scars that looked like claw marks. He wore dragon-hide boots and a leather jacket, and had the easy confidence of someone who routinely walked into ancient tombs full of lethal enchantments and walked out again. "Bill, this is Harry," Ron said. "Harry, Bill." Bill extended his hand. Harry shook it and felt the calluses of a wand hand, the firm grip of a man who worked with his hands, and the subtle tingle of protective enchantments woven into the leather bracelet on his wrist. Cursebreaker's wards. Impressive. "Ron's told me a lot about you," Bill said. "And the prophets told me more. You're the one shaking up Hogwarts. Among other things, right? So," Bill leaned forward, "the Lestrange vault you want in. We need to destroy an artifact inside it, a cup, Hufflepuff's cup. The vault's protections include Gemino and Flagrante curses, a dragon guard, and goblin-controlled access requiring key, wand print, and blood verification." Bill's eyebrows rose. "You've done your homework. I've had help. What can you add?" "Quite a lot, actually." Bill produced a rolled parchment from his jacket and spread it across the table. It was a schematic, not of the vault itself, but of the Gringotts cart system, the underground railway that connected the surface to the deep vaults. The high-security vaults, Lestrange's, Black's old families, are in the deepest level. Getting to them requires passing through the thief's downfall, which strips all enchantments and disguises. Past that, you're on goblin-controlled carts that only move with goblin authorization. The vault doors respond to goblin touch, specifically, Gringotts-bonded goblins who have been keyed to specific vaults. "So we need a goblin," Ron said. "You need a willing goblin," Bill corrected. A goblin under Imperius would trigger the bank's anti-compulsion wards. They were installed specifically because of the First War, when Death Eaters tried exactly that approach. Harry glanced at Hermione. She met his eyes with the faintest ghost of a vindicated smile. He looked back at Bill. "How do we get a willing goblin? That's where it gets interesting." Bill took a sip of his drink, something amber that smelled like fire whiskey. "There's a goblin named Gryffindor. He was a clerk at Gringotts until last year, when he was fired, officially for irregularities, unofficially because he questioned the bank's collaboration with the ministry's anti-goblin legislation. He's bitter, he's smart, and he hates the Lestranges specifically because Bellatrix tortured his cousin during the First War. Where is he now? In hiding. Goblin Underground, they have their own network separate from the wizarding world. I can make contact through intermediaries. But Harry..." Bill leaned forward, his scarred face serious. "Gryffindor won't help for free. Goblins operate on transactional logic. He'll want something in return, something significant." "What?" "Goblin-made artifacts, the cup specifically. To goblin understanding, anything made by a goblin belongs to goblins in perpetuity. Selling or giving it to a wizard is a temporary lease, not a transfer of ownership. The cup was made by a goblin artisan and stolen by Hufflepuff, in their view. Gryffindor will want it back. We need to destroy the cup." "I know, that's the problem. You'll need to negotiate the destruction as part of the deal, and Gryffindor won't like it. You'll need to offer something else of equivalent value." Harry thought. The negotiation was complex. Goblin psychology was different from human psychology, driven by concepts of ownership, craft, and reciprocity that didn't map cleanly onto wizard norms. It was, in many ways, similar to the cross-cultural negotiations Bruce had taught him, the ones that required understanding the other party's worldview before you could find common ground. "What if we offer him the sword of Gryffindor?" Everyone at the table went still. "The sword is goblin-made," Harry said. "Forged by Ragnarok I, claimed by Godric Gryffindor. By goblin law, it rightfully belongs to the goblins. It's sitting in Dumbledore's office right now. If we offer it as compensation for the cup's destruction, that would work," Bill said slowly. "That would more than work. The sword of Gryffindor is the most significant goblin artifact in wizard possession. Returning it would be unprecedented." a gesture of good faith that could reshape goblin-wizard relations for a generation. "Is it ours to give?" Hermione asked. "The sword has been in Hogwarts for centuries. It was taken from goblins for centuries," Harry said. "Returning it is justice, not generosity." Ron let out a low whistle. "You're going to fix a 1,000-year-old diplomatic crisis to break into a bank vault. That's the most Harry Potter thing I've ever heard. I'll speak to Dumbledore about the sword. Bill, can you make contact with Gryffindor? I can. Give me a week." They spent another hour in the booth, planning logistics, mapping contingencies, discussing the Gringotts operation with the detailed precision of a military briefing. Bill was impressive, sharp, practical, with a cursebreaker's instinct for identifying hidden dangers and a diplomat's skill at navigating complex relationships. Harry understood why Ron looked up to his eldest brother with such obvious admiration. When they left the Hog's Head, the day had shifted from morning to afternoon, and Hogsmeade was bustling with students enjoying their weekend. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked through the village, drawing stares and whispers, and Harry allowed himself a moment to simply exist in the noise and the light without analyzing it for threats. They passed Honeyjuke's, where Ron pressed his face against the window with the unabashed longing of a boy who would never outgrow his sweet tooth. They passed Zonko's, where Fred and George's products were already outselling the established inventory, according to a sign in the window that read, "Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, as seen at Hogwarts." They passed the Three Broomsticks, where the door swung open and the warm smell of butterbeer wafted out, and Hermione suggested they stop in for a drink. They sat at a table by the window. Harry ordered black coffee, Bruce's influence permanent and non-negotiable. Ron ordered butterbeer. Hermione ordered tea. "I've been thinking about the Gringotts plan," Hermione said, warming her hands on her cup. "And about what comes after. After Gringotts, after the cup is destroyed, that leaves Nagini and your scar. Nagini is with Voldemort, which means getting to her requires getting to him. And your scar," she paused. "Zatanna's Atlantean ritual. Has there been progress?" Bruce said. "Weeks, not days. That was a week and a half ago. I'll check in tonight." "And if the ritual doesn't work?" "If there's no way to remove the fragment without," Hermione couldn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. "There's always another way," Harry said. He heard Bruce's voice in the words, felt the weight of the conviction behind them. "My father believes that. I choose to believe it too." "Choosing to believe something doesn't make it true." "No, but it makes it worth trying." Hermione looked at him across the table. The afternoon light caught her hair, turning the brown to copper at the edges, and her eyes were fierce and soft at the same time. The particular expression she wore when she was about to say something that cost her. "I need you to know that if there isn't another way, if the choice comes down to you or the mission, we're choosing you. Ron and I, we're choosing you." "Hermione, I'm not finished. I know you were raised to complete the mission at any cost. I know your father taught you that the mission comes first. But he also picked up a baby off a doorstep because he couldn't stand the thought of a child being alone, and that baby was you, and that means the mission was never first. You were first. You were always first." Harry sat in the pub with his cold coffee and his two friends, and felt the thing that had been growing in his chest since his first night at Hogwarts. The thing he'd been afraid to name because naming it made it real and real things could be lost. It was love. Simple, terrifying, ordinary love. The kind that didn't come with mission parameters or tactical objectives. The kind that existed because two people had decided, for no strategic reason whatsoever, that Harry Potter mattered more than the war he was fighting. "I don't know how to respond to that," Harry said honestly. "You don't have to," Ron said. "Just don't do anything stupid. Define stupid. Dying. Don't die. That's the only rule." Harry looked at Ron, this tall, freckled, gloriously uncomplicated boy who reduced the most complex emotional landscape to two words, and felt a smile form. Not the controlled, tactical, almost smiles he'd been producing. A real smile. Full, warm, slightly bewildered, the smile of someone who had just discovered that the world contained things more powerful than any weapon or any war. "I'll do my best," Harry said. They finished their drinks. They walked back to the castle together, not in tactical formation, not monitoring exits, not scanning for threats. Just three friends walking through an autumn afternoon, their shoulders touching, their footsteps matching, their shadows stretching long behind them on a path that was, for once, simply a path. The castle rose before them, gray stone against a clearing sky. The rain had stopped. The sun was breaking through. Harry looked at Hogwarts, this ancient, impossible, beautiful place where his parents had fallen in love and where he was learning, slowly and painfully, and with considerable help, to become something more than a weapon. 3 Horcruxes left, a bank heist to plan, a war to win, and beyond all of it, waiting in the uncertain territory of after, a life he was only beginning to imagine. The gates opened. The castle welcomed them in. And Harry Potter, the shadow who was learning to stand in the light, walked through the doors with his friends and felt, for the first time with certainty, that whatever was coming, he wouldn't face it alone. Chapter 8. The War Council Gryffindor arrived at Hogwarts on a Tuesday night, smuggled in through the Hog's Head cellar, through a passage that Aberforth Dumbledore had maintained for decades for exactly this sort of clandestine purpose. He was smaller than Harry expected, barely 3 feet tall, with long fingers, sharp dark eyes, and an expression of permanent suspicion that suggested he'd been born mistrusting the world, and every subsequent experience had confirmed his instincts. Bill Weasley accompanied him, handling the introduction with the careful diplomacy of someone navigating a minefield made of cultural grievances and centuries-old resentment. "Gryffindor," Bill said, "this is Harry Potter." The goblin looked up at Harry with eyes that missed nothing. His gaze traveled from the scar to the hands, always the hands with goblins, because hands told them whether you were a maker or a destroyer, and then to Harry's eyes where it stopped. "You carry no wand," Gryffindor said. His voice was rough, accented, carrying the clipped consonants of gobbledygook beneath the English. "No. Why, I don't need one." Gryffindor's thin lips twitched, not a smile. Goblins didn't smile the way humans did, an acknowledgement. "The wizards who come to Gringotts carry wands like badges of office. They wave them at our counters as if the sticks make them superior. A wizard without a wand is either very weak or very dangerous. Which do you think I am?" "I think you are the wizard who wants to break into the most secure vault in the most secure bank in the world. That requires either insanity or capability beyond the ordinary." His dark eyes glittered. "Which do you think you are?" "Capable," Harry said, "and motivated." They met in the room of requirement, which had configured itself as a formal meeting chamber, a round table, 5 chairs, torches in iron brackets. The room understood the gravity of the occasion, apparently. Or maybe it understood goblins, and the importance of not appearing casual when negotiating with a species that considered informality an insult. Present: Harry, Ron, Hermione, Bill, and Gryffindor. 5 people planning a heist that had never been successfully accomplished in 7 centuries of Gringotts operation. Harry laid it out. The cup of Hufflepuff, the Lestrange vault, the necessity of its destruction. He held nothing back: the Horcruxes, the war, the stakes. Goblins despised being given partial information, and Harry had been raised by a man who understood that trust was built through transparency. Gryffindor listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, the goblin was silent for a long time, his long fingers steepled, his sharp eyes focused on a point somewhere in the middle distance. "You wish to destroy a goblin-made artifact," Gryffindor said finally. "Yes." "A cup crafted by Hepzibah the Hammer, one of the finest goblin silversmiths of the 13th century. A piece that has been held unlawfully by wizards for 700 years. I understand its significance to your people. I'm not asking lightly. You cannot comprehend its significance. You are a wizard. To you, a cup is an object, a thing to be owned, used, discarded. To goblins, a crafted object is alive. It carries the spirit of its maker, the intention of its creation, the history of every hand that has touched it. Destroying such an object is, to my people, murder." The word hung in the air. Hermione shifted uncomfortably. Ron's jaw tightened. Bill remained perfectly still, his scarred face betraying nothing. Harry leaned forward. Gryffindor, the cup is no longer what Hepzibah created. Tom Riddle took it, stole it, in fact, after murdering the woman who possessed it, and corrupted it with a fragment of his own soul. The spirit of the maker, the intention of the creation, those have been overwritten by something parasitic and evil. The cup, as Hepzibah knew it, is already dead. What remains is a vessel for dark magic wearing the shape of a goblin masterwork. Gryffindor's eyes narrowed. You understand the distinction between an object and what inhabits it. I understand that a thing can look the same and be completely different inside. I've spent my life around people like that. Another long silence. Gryffindor's fingers moved, a subtle, intricate pattern that Harry recognized as a goblin meditation gesture, a way of processing complex decisions through physical motion. What do you offer in return? Gryffindor asked. The sword of Gryffindor. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Gryffindor's entire body went rigid, his eyes widened, the most extreme expression Harry had seen on a goblin face. His fingers stopped their motion and curled into fists. The sword, Gryffindor whispered. Ragnar's sword. Forged by Ragnar I, taken by Godric Gryffindor, held at Hogwarts for 1,000 years. I've spoken with Dumbledore. He agrees that the sword should be returned to its rightful owners. Dumbledore agrees. Gryffindor's voice held a tremor that might have been emotion, or might have been the supreme effort of controlling emotion. Albus Dumbledore, the same Dumbledore who has sat in his office for 50 years with a stolen goblin artifact on his wall, agrees to return it. He does. Not as a trade. As an act of justice long overdue, the trade is separate, the sword's return is unconditional. What I'm asking for in exchange for the cup's destruction is your help getting into the vault. Gryffindor stared at him. Harry held the gaze, steady, patient, letting the goblin process. Goblin negotiations were not like human negotiations. They didn't follow the linear logic of proposal, counterproposal, agreement. They followed a deeper logic, a calculus of honor, debt, and reciprocity that operated on timescales humans found difficult to comprehend. You separate the gift from the transaction, Gryffindor said slowly. The sword is returned regardless, the assistance is requested separately. Correct, that is, not how wizards negotiate. I'm not negotiating like a wizard. Gryffindor's thin lips moved, not quite a smile. Something closer to recognition. The recognition of a mind that operated on principles rather than leverage, something goblins valued above all else, because a principled partner was a predictable partner, and predictability was the foundation of trust. I need to examine the sword, Gryffindor said, to verify its authenticity. And I need assurances, binding assurances, not wizard promises, that the return is permanent and unconditional. Dumbledore will provide a magical contract, co-signed by the Hogwarts heads of houses, binding the school to the return in perpetuity. And you can examine the sword tonight, Gryffindor nodded. A single, precise nod that carried the weight of 7 centuries of grievance being addressed for the first time. Then I will help you enter the Lestrange vault, not for the cup's destruction, that I accept as necessary, though it grieves me. I will help because you are the first wizard in 1,000 years to offer justice without being forced to. And because, he paused, his voice dropped. Because Bellatrix Lestrange tortured my cousin to death in her drawing room, and I would very much like to see the inside of her vault stripped bare. The planning session lasted 4 hours. Horcrux Knowledge was extraordinary. Decades of Gringotts employment had given him an encyclopedic understanding of the bank's systems, security protocols, and weaknesses. And there were weaknesses, despite the bank's reputation. No system was perfect. Bruce had taught Harry that, and Gryffindor confirmed it from the inside. The cart system is the primary vulnerability, Gryffindor explained, his long fingers tracing the route on a map he'd produced from memory. The carts are controlled by goblins, but they're mechanical devices, enchanted, yes, but physical. They run on tracks, they follow fixed routes, and they can be diverted if you know the switching mechanism. You know the switching mechanism, Harry said. I designed the current version, before I was. Relieved of my position. The thief's downfall, Hermione said, leaning over the map. Bill said it strips all enchantments. That includes polyjuice, glamours, invisibility cloaks, everything, Gryffindor confirmed. The water is enchanted with goblin-forged dissolution magic. It removes any magical modification to the person passing through it, however. He held up a long finger. The downfall is located at a specific point in the track, between the mid-level and deep-level vaults. If the cart were diverted to an alternate route that bypassed the downfall, the enchantment would be irrelevant. An alternate route exists, Harry asked. A maintenance tunnel, used by goblin engineers for track repair. It connects the mid-level junction to the deep-level platforms, bypassing the downfall entirely. It is narrow, unguarded, and, Gryffindor paused, directly above the dragon enclosure. The dragon, Ron said. There's always a dragon, an elderly Ukrainian ironbilly, partially blind. Trained through pain to associate the sound of clanking metal with punishment, the goblins use a device called a clanker to control it. The dragon guards the deepest vaults, the Lestrange vault among them. It has not seen daylight in approximately 50 years. Something cold moved through Harry. Not fear, recognition. A creature imprisoned in the dark, trained through pain, used as a tool. He'd seen this pattern before. In Gotham's underground fighting rings, in the League's training camps, in every place where living things were reduced to instruments of someone else's will. "We're freeing the dragon," Harry said. Everyone at the table looked at him. "We are absolutely not freeing a dragon," Ron said. "Harry, I love your commitment to justice, but a blind Ukrainian ironbelly loose in downtown London is not a solution to any problem I can think of. Not in London. We divert it upward, through the main shaft to the surface, after we've retrieved and destroyed the cup. The dragon becomes our exit strategy. It's large enough to carry passengers, it's desperate enough to fly toward daylight, and its emergence from Gringotts will create enough chaos to cover our departure." "That's insane," Ron said. "It's elegant," Hermione said quietly. "It's both," Bill said, "and it might actually work." Gryffindor's thin lips had curved into something that was unmistakably a smile. "You wish to ride a dragon out of Gringotts, through the roof, through the roof. The goblins will never forgive this. The goblins will have the sword of Gryffindor. I think they'll manage." The planning continued. They mapped the route. Enter through the main doors with Gryffindor providing legitimate goblin access to the cart level. Descend via cart to the mid-level junction. Divert to the maintenance tunnel. Cross above the dragon enclosure. Access the Lestrange vault from the maintenance level. Destroy the cup. Release the dragon. Escape through the roof. It was audacious. It was borderline impossible. It was exactly the kind of operation Bruce would have designed, high risk, high reward, with multiple contingencies and an exit strategy that nobody would anticipate because nobody sane would consider it. "Team composition," Harry said. "Gryffindor and I are essential. He provides access, I provide combat capability. Hermione, you're the countercurse specialist. The vault's internal defenses, Gemino and Flagrante, require precise, rapid neutralization. Ron, tactics," Ron said. "Someone needs to coordinate movement through the bank, monitor timing, and manage contingencies." "That's me." "Bill, external overwatch," Bill said. "I'll be in Diagon Alley, monitoring the bank's entrance and exits. If something goes wrong inside, I need to know immediately so I can intervene or manage the fallout." "Timing. When?" "The bank is busiest on Mondays. Maximum customer traffic means maximum staff distraction. Security is marginally thinner because resources are distributed across more concurrent operations." Gryffindor paused. 2 weeks from now. The first Monday of November. I will need that time to arrange credentials and prepare the cart diversion." 2 weeks, Harry confirmed. "That gives us time to prepare, train, and brief Dumbledore." "Dumbledore." Gryffindor's expression sharpened. "You intend to inform the headmaster. He needs to know. Not the details, just the timeline and the objective. If something goes wrong, he needs to be positioned to manage the consequences." Gryffindor considered this, then nodded. "Acceptable, but Potter, the The goblins who still work at Gringotts, the ones who haven't been fired for having principles, they are not your enemies. Whatever happens inside that bank, I want your word that no goblin will be harmed. You have my word. Wizard promises. Gryffindor's mouth twisted. But yours, I think, may be worth something. They shook hands, Harry's large, Gryffindor's small, the grip fierce on both sides. An alliance forged not on power or leverage, but on something more durable. Mutual respect between beings the wizarding world insisted couldn't understand each other. Bill escorted Gryffindor back through Aberforth's passage. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in the room of requirement, the weight of what they'd committed to settling around them like armor being strapped on. Dragon, Ron said. We're riding a dragon. Try not to think about it, Hermione said. That's all I'm going to think about, forever. I'm going to be 90 years old in a rocking chair and I'll still be thinking about the dragon. Harry allowed the corner of his mouth to lift. It was becoming easier, the smiling, the lightness, not natural, not yet, but less forced. Like a muscle that had been atrophied was slowly rebuilding through use. 2 weeks, Harry said. We have a lot to do. The 2 weeks that followed were the most intense of Harry's life, and his life had included being trained by the League of Shadows. The DA met every other day now, the membership having swelled to 61 students across all 4 houses. Harry drove them hard, progressive training that built from basic defensive charms through advanced combat techniques, to team-based tactical scenarios that Ron designed with the precision of a military strategist. The transformation was remarkable. Students who had walked into the first meeting unable to produce a reliable shield charm were now dueling in pairs and trios, coordinating movements, covering each other's flanks. Neville, in particular, had undergone a metamorphosis that left even Harry impressed. The boy who had trembled through potions and whispered through transfiguration now stood in front of the DA and demonstrated defensive techniques with a quiet, steady confidence that drew others to him. Harry watched Neville teach a group of third years how to cast a Patronus, the advanced charm that required a powerful positive memory to generate a corporeal guardian, and saw something that made him pause. Neville's Patronus was a lion, not a cub, not a suggestion of a lion. A full, magnificent, corporeal lion that padded through the room of requirement with the unhurried gravity of a creature that feared nothing. It stopped in front of the third years, who stared at it with open mouths, and then turned its great shaggy head to look at Neville with eyes that held a depth of quiet power. Well done, Harry said. Neville's face was flushed but calm. I thought about my parents, not what happened to them. What they were before. My gran has photos. They were laughing in one of them, at a party, and my dad had his arm around my mum and they were just happy. I held onto that. That's the strongest Patronus I've seen anyone in this school produce, even yours. Harry hadn't cast a Patronus in the DA sessions. The truth was he hadn't cast one in years. The charm required a powerful positive memory. And for most of his life, Harry's strongest memories had been training sessions and mission successes, which generated determination rather than the pure, uncomplicated happiness the Patronus required. But something had changed. Something had shifted in the weeks since he'd arrived at Hogwarts, and the memories he now carried were different from the ones he'd brought with him. Ron saying, "Where else would we be?" Hermione holding him in the room of requirement after the ring. Neville's face when he vanished his first snail, creature, standing over the destroyed Locket, straight-backed and dignified, Draco, reaching across the table to shake his hand. Bruce, saying, "I'm proud of you," through a device that shouldn't work and did. Harry raised his hand. He didn't need a wand. He'd never needed a wand. He focused on the memories, not one but all of them, layered, interwoven, a chorus of moments that defied the isolation and cold control that had defined his existence for 15 years, and channeled. The Patronus erupted from his palm. It was not what he expected. He'd assumed if he ever managed a corporeal Patronus that it would be something predatory. A bat, perhaps, in deference to Bruce. A snake for the parcel-tongue heritage. A hawk for the precision and solitary focus that defined his fighting style, It was a stag. Massive, luminous, its antlers a crown of silver light that filled the room of requirement from wall to wall. It moved through the space with a grace that was both powerful and gentle, the walk of something that was strong enough to fight and wise enough to choose peace. Its hooves left trails of light on the floor, and where it passed, the air warmed and the shadows retreated, and every person in the room felt something, a lifting, an opening, a sense that the world was wider and kinder than they'd been told. The DA had gone silent. 61 students staring at the stag, and Harry staring at it too, because he understood what it meant, prongs. James Potter's animagus form, James Potter's Patronus. The father Harry had never known, reaching forward through time and genetics and the mysterious alchemy of the soul, and emerging from his son's outstretched hand as a guardian of light. "That's your dad," Ron whispered. "Harry, that's your dad." Harry couldn't speak. The stag turned its great head and looked at him, and for a moment, a single, timeless, impossible moment, Harry felt his father. Not a memory, not an echo, a presence. Warm, proud, fierce with love, saying without words, "I'm here, I've always been here. You carry me the way you carry everything, inside where it matters." The Patronus faded. The light dimmed. Harry lowered his hand. The room was absolutely still. Then Neville started clapping, then Hermione, then Ron. And then 61 students were on their feet, applauding, cheering, some of them crying, and Harry stood in the center of it and let the sound wash over him and thought, "This is what the light feels like." Training continued. The DA's combat capability grew daily. Ron organized them into squads of 4, each squad balanced for complementary skills, with a designated leader and clear roles. He ran tactical exercises that simulated real combat scenarios, ambushes, defensive positions, fighting retreats, rescue operations. The key is communication. Ron told them during a briefing session, standing at a conjured chalkboard with diagrams that bore a striking resemblance to Quidditch plays. In a real fight, everything goes wrong. Spells miss, people panic, plans fall apart. The only thing that survives contact with the enemy is teamwork. If your squad can communicate under pressure, if you know where your teammates are and what they need without being told, you win. Period. Harry watched Ron teach and felt a pride that surprised him with its intensity. This boy, this brilliant, underestimated boy who'd spent his life in the shadow of older brothers and brighter friends, was becoming something extraordinary. Not a wizard of unusual power, something rarer, a leader. The kind of person others trusted instinctively, followed willingly, and would fight for without question. Hermione's contributions were equally vital. She developed a standardized defensive curriculum, a progression of charms, hexes, and counter-curses organized by difficulty and application, with theoretical context for each. Students who understood why a shield charm worked, the mechanics of force redirection, the relationship between intent and magical output, cast stronger shield charms. Understanding was power, and Hermione made understanding accessible. She also continued her wandless training with Harry. Every morning at 4:30, without fail, she was in the classroom. Her progress was extraordinary. Within 2 weeks, she could sustain a wandless light construct for 30 seconds and had successfully levitated a quill using only her body as a focus. The nosebleeds had stopped. Her channels were opening. "You're ahead of schedule," Harry told her one morning, watching her hold a ball of golden light between her palms, her face tight with concentration. "I couldn't do this at 2 weeks. It took me a month. I have a better teacher than you did." Zatanna would be offended to hear that. "Zatanna taught you through pain and repetition. You're teaching me through understanding. There's a difference." She was right. Harry's teaching method had evolved beyond what he'd been taught. Instead of Zatanna's brute force approach, he was guiding Hermione through the process with the precision of someone who understood both the physical mechanics and the theoretical framework. He was, he realized, a better teacher than he was a student. The act of explaining forced him to understand his own abilities at a deeper level, and Hermione's relentless questions pushed him into territory he hadn't explored. They were making each other better. It was a concept so foreign to Harry's training, which had always been hierarchical, master to student, top-down, that it took him weeks to recognize it. "You're thinking again," Hermione said, the golden light flickering as her concentration wavered. "Sorry, don't apologize. Just tell me what you're thinking about." "I'm thinking that my father trained me to be self-sufficient, and that self-sufficiency is less useful than I was taught to believe." Hermione let the light fade and wiped sweat from her forehead. "That's not a criticism of your father, it's growth." He'd say the same thing. He'd say, Harry paused, hearing Bruce's voice in his head with such clarity it was almost physical. He'd say, "The goal was never for you to be me, the goal was for you to be better." Sounds like a good father. He is, the best. The morning light was strengthening through the classroom windows. Another day at Hogwarts, another day closer to the Gringotts operation, another day closer to the in-game. "Hermione," Harry said, "the Atlantean ritual for the scar," she went still. "Yes." Zatanna sent a preliminary translation last night, through Bruce. "The ritual is possible, theoretically. It requires a caster of extraordinary power, a precise understanding of soul mechanics, and," he paused, "a willing sacrifice from the host. Sacrifice, not death, something else. The fragment is embedded in my magical core. It's been there since I was a baby. Removing it means removing a piece of what I am. My Parseltongue ability will be gone. The scar connection to Voldemort will be severed. And," another pause, "some of my magical capacity may be permanently reduced. The fragment has been feeding my core for 15 years. Without it, I'll be weaker." Hermione's expression shifted through several emotions: concern, analysis, determination. "How much weaker?" "Unknown. Zatanna estimates a 20 to 40% reduction in raw magical output." "That's significant. It's survivable, and the alternative, keeping a piece of Voldemort in my head, is not something I'm willing to do indefinitely." "When?" "After Gringotts, after the cup is destroyed. The fragment needs to be removed before we go after Nagini, because the scar connection works both ways. Voldemort can use it to find me, to see through my eyes, to influence my emotions. In a final confrontation, that's an unacceptable vulnerability." Hermione nodded slowly. "Who performs the ritual? It needs to be someone with deep knowledge of both soul magic and healing magic. Someone with enough power to maintain the ritual's containment while the fragment is extracted, and someone who," Harry met her eyes, "someone who cares about me enough to anchor the process. The ritual requires an emotional tether, a connection between the host and the caster that's strong enough to guide the fragment out without the host's consciousness following it." "You're asking me." "I'm asking if you'd be willing." Hermione stared at him. The morning light was full now, golden, filling the classroom with the particular warmth of autumn sun through old glass. She stood in it, this brilliant, fierce, compassionate girl who had walked into his life 3 weeks ago and refused to leave, and her eyes were bright. "Of course I'm willing." She said, "You absolute idiot, of course. The risks. I don't care about the risks, I care about you. You don't get to die because of some soul parasite you didn't ask for, and you don't get to sacrifice yourself because your training tells you that's acceptable. You are not acceptable losses, Harry, not to me." She said it with such fierce certainty that Harry felt something crack inside him, not break but crack open, the last wall, the deepest defense. The one he'd built at 7 years old, lying in the medical bay of the Batcave after a training injury, staring at the ceiling, and deciding that if he was going to survive this life, he had to accept that he might not survive at all. The wall that said, "My life is a tool. If the mission requires it, the tool is expendable." Hermione's words didn't destroy that wall, but they opened a door in it. And through the door, light came in. "Okay," Harry said. His voice was rough. "Okay." They stood in the classroom as the morning bell rang in the distance, and something passed between them that was too large for the moment, but exactly the right size for what they were becoming. The DA's final training session before the Gringotts operation was held on Saturday evening, 5 days before the mission. Harry had planned it as a comprehensive exercise, a simulated battle scenario that would test every skill the DA had developed. The room of requirement configured itself into a maze of corridors, rooms, and obstacles. A miniature castle, complete with moving walls, hidden passages, and conjured opponents that threw hexes with reasonable accuracy. Ron had designed the scenario. One squad defending a central objective while 3 squads attacked from different directions. The defenders had to hold for 20 minutes. The attackers had to breach the defenses and claim the objective. Harry assigned the defense to an unlikely team. Neville as squad leader, with Luna Lovegood, Draco Malfoy, and Ginny Weasley. The choice raised eyebrows. Neville and Draco had barely spoken before joining the DA, and their interactions since had been cautious. Polite but distant, 2 people circling a shared orbit without making contact. Putting them on the same defensive squad was a deliberate provocation. Harry wanted to see if they could work together. More than that, he wanted them to discover that they could. Luna was the wild card. Her magic was unpredictable in a way that conventional training couldn't replicate, and Harry had a theory that unpredictability was the best defensive weapon. Attackers who couldn't anticipate their opposition's moves were attackers who couldn't plan. Ginny was the anchor. Fierce, skilled, emotionally stable, and possessed of a bat bogey hex that was genuinely terrifying. She'd provide the squad's backbone. The exercise began. The attacking squads, led by Ron, Hermione, and Fred Weasley respectively, moved through the maze with tactical coordination that would have impressed professional soldiers. Ron's squad advanced methodically, clearing corridors, covering angles, communicating through hand signals he'd adapted from a Muggle military manual Hermione had found in the library. Hermione's squad used a different approach, slower, more analytical, probing the defenses with diagnostic charms before committing to an attack vector. Fred's squad just charged in with the controlled chaos of people who believed that enthusiasm was a legitimate tactical doctrine. Neville's defense held, not because it was flawless. It wasn't. Luna cast spells that nobody could identify, including one that turned an entire corridor into what appeared to be a tropical swamp, which technically wasn't a defensive spell, but effectively stopped Ron's squad for 4 minutes, while they tried to figure out what had happened. Draco's contribution was more conventional, precise hexes, solid shield work, the clean technique of someone who'd been trained by private tutors since childhood, but Harry noticed something else. Draco was watching Neville, following his lead, trusting his calls, and Neville was making good calls. He read the attacking squad's approaches like a chess player reading the board, except his awareness wasn't spatial, it was interpersonal. He knew his teammates. He knew what Luna would do before Luna did it, because he understood that Luna operated on a logic that was internally consistent even when externally baffling. He knew when Draco was hesitating and covered for him. He knew when Ginny was about to break formation and channeled her aggression into productive directions. 20 minutes expired. The objective was unbreached. Neville's squad had won. The room erupted in noise, cheers, groans, post-exercise analysis shouted across the maze. Harry watched Neville's squad emerge from their defensive position and saw the moment that made the whole exercise worthwhile. Draco extended his hand to Neville. Good command, Longbottom. Neville looked at the hand of a boy who had spent 4 years tormenting him, and took it. Good shield work, Malfoy. They shook. It was brief, slightly awkward, witnessed by 61 people who all pretended not to be watching, but it was real. A bridge built in the space of 20 minutes, mortared with shared purpose and the particular trust that forms when you fight beside someone and they don't let you down. Harry caught Ron's eye across the room. Ron raised an eyebrow. Harry gave a fractional nod, another piece falling into place. Another line redrawn. The DA filtered out in small groups, energized, talking excitedly about the exercise. Harry remained in the room of requirement with the core team, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Draco, Luna, and Ginny. 5 days, Harry said. The Gringotts operation is on Monday. Ron, Hermione, and I will be off-site for most of the day. If anything happens at the school while we're gone, I need a command structure in place. Neville leads, Ron said immediately. He proved it tonight. Neville opened his mouth to protest, Harry assumed, and then closed it. Something had changed in him during the exercise. The steel was at the surface now, no longer buried, and the boy who had once trembled through potions met Harry's eyes with a steadiness that needed no translation. I'll hold the castle, Neville said. I know you will. I'll support him. Draco said quietly. The Slytherins trust me, the ones who have joined at least. If there's a crisis, they'll need a voice from their own house telling them what to do. Luna and I handle communications, Ginny added. The Protean coins, the extendable ears, the map, will run the intelligence network. Harry looked at them. 6 teenagers, 7, if he counted himself, planning for a war that adults had failed to prevent, organizing a defense that institutions had failed to provide, building something that the wizarding world had never seen. A generation that refused to wait for permission to save itself. This was what Bruce had built, Harry realized, not a weapon, not a soldier, a catalyst, someone who walked into broken systems and made people realize they had the power to fix them. Batman didn't save Gotham by punching criminals. He saved Gotham by showing its citizens that they didn't have to accept the darkness as permanent. Harry was doing the same thing. Not through fear the way Bruce did, through something else, through trust. Through the radical act of looking at people who'd been told they were helpless and saying, "You're not, and I'll prove it." "Thank you," Harry said, "all of you." "Save the speeches for after we survive the dragon," Ron said. "There's a dragon," Draco said sharply. "Long story." "It's always a long story with you, Potter." "Get used to it, Malfoy." Draco's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. They were getting there, Sunday night, the eve of the Gringotts operation. Harry sat in the common room, alone, the fire dying, the castle quiet around him. He should have been sleeping. The operation required peak performance, and sleep was a non-negotiable component of operational readiness. But his mind wouldn't quiet. He pulled out the communication device. Bruce answered immediately. He'd been waiting. Of course he'd been waiting. Bruce Wayne didn't sleep before operations any more than Harry did. The hypocrisy was genetic, apparently, or at least deeply ingrained. "Ready?" Bruce asked. "Ready. The team is briefed. Gryffindor has the credentials. Hermione's countercurse prep is complete. Ron's got the contingency plans mapped to 17 variables. 17. He wanted to go to 20, but Hermione said he was overcomplicating it. She sounds like Alfred. She is like Alfred, except louder and with more hair." A brief silence. Harry could hear the smile in it, the particular quality of quiet that meant Bruce was amused but too controlled to laugh. "The Atlantean ritual," Bruce said. "Zatanna's completed the full translation. She can perform it. When? She can be at Hogwarts within 24 hours of your signal. She'll need a ritual space, somewhere with strong ambient magic, isolated from interference. The Chamber of Secrets. It's deep enough, isolated enough, and the ley line proximity will amplify the ritual's power." Agreed, but Harry, the reduction in magical capacity. Zatanna's revised the estimate. "It's not 20 to 40%. Harry's stomach tightened. "What is it?" 15 to 25%. She found a way to minimize the loss by routing the extraction through the ley lines rather than through your body. The ambient magic absorbs some of the separation energy. "That's better than we expected. Considerably." A pause. "She also said to tell you that you're still the worst student she's ever had, and she expects a thank you gift of significant monetary value. Tell her I'll buy her a vineyard. She'll hold you to that." Another silence, longer this time. The fire crackled. The castle breathed. "Harry, tomorrow, in the bank, if things go sideways, they won't. If they do, you get your team out first, you hear me? The cup can wait, the mission can wait, you get your people out. I will. Promise me." This was becoming a pattern, Bruce asking for promises before operations. It was, Harry understood, the only way Bruce Wayne knew how to say "I'm terrified for you" without actually saying the words. The promise was a talisman, a verbal handshake with the universe, a father's desperate attempt to bind his son to survival through the power of spoken commitment. I promise, Harry said. Good, now get some sleep. You first. That's not how this works. It should be. Bruce made a sound that was almost a laugh. Good night, Harry. Good night, Dad. The word slipped out. He'd never used it before, not once in 15 years. He called Bruce by his name always, the way Bruce called him Harry, the formality of two people who expressed intimacy through restraint. Dad was different. Dad was the word that other children used, the normal word, the word that implied softness and safety and the ordinary, unremarkable love of a parent for a child. The silence on the other end of the connection was absolute. Harry could hear his own heartbeat and nothing else. Then Bruce's voice, rough, raw, carrying more emotion in two words than Harry had ever heard from him. Good night, son. The device went dark. Harry held it against his chest and sat in the dying firelight, and the word echoed in the space between them, son, and it was everything, and it was enough. He went to bed, he slept. He dreamed of stags and bats and a bank vault filled with gold and a dragon rising into a sky that was, finally, beginning to clear. Monday was coming. The war was accelerating. 3 Horcruxes remained, the cup, the snake, and the scar, and after them, only the man himself. The broken, brilliant, empty creature who had started everything and would, if Harry had his way, end nothing. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, Harry Potterwain slept in a tower in an ancient castle, surrounded by people who loved him. And the word son hummed in his chest like a second heartbeat, steady and warm and absolutely, irrevocably real. Chapter 9. Siege of Hogwarts. They hit Gringotts at 9:47 a.m. on a Monday morning, walking through the front doors in broad daylight. Gryffindor led. He wore his former Gringotts uniform, pressed precise, the brass buttons polished to a mirror shine. He'd been out of the bank's employment for over a year, but he walked through the marble lobby with the proprietary confidence of someone who'd spent decades within these walls and considered them, on a fundamental level, his. The goblin guards at the entrance barely glanced at him. A goblin in uniform was invisible to other goblins. It was the uniform they saw, not the individual. Institutional blindness. Every organization had it. Harry walked behind Gryffindor in plain black robes, no house colors, no identifying markers. Hermione was at his left, her bag containing the dragonhide bundle with the basilisk fang, and a set of countercurse tools she'd assembled with the meticulous precision of a surgeon preparing for an operation. Ron was at his right, the Marauder's map folded in his pocket, useless inside Gringotts, but a reflex he wasn't willing to abandon. The lobby was busy. Monday morning traffic, wizards and witches queuing at counters, conducting transactions, arguing about exchange rates. The marble floors gleamed. The chandeliers blazed. Somewhere deep below, a dragon shifted in its chains. Gryffindor approached a goblin at the nearest counter. Vault access, deep level. Authorization, Gryffindor, Registry 7. The counter goblin looked up. His eyes moved from Gryffindor to the 3 humans behind him, and something flickered across his face, curiosity, quickly suppressed by professional protocol. Registry 7 was decommissioned when your employment was terminated, the counter goblin said. My employment was terminated. My registry access was not. Check the records. The counter goblin checked. Harry watched his expression change, a subtle shift, surprise masked by bureaucratic composure. Bill had explained this. Gryffindor's firing had been handled by a mid-level manager who terminated his employment contract, but had neglected to revoke his security clearances. An administrative oversight. The kind of gap that existed in every large institution, exploitable by anyone who knew where to look. Bruce had a word for these gaps. He called them doors. Registry 7 is active. The counter goblin confirmed, with the faintly aggrieved tone of someone discovering a clerical error that was not his problem. Cart access granted. Deep level. These 3 are with me. Authorized escorts. The counter goblin stamped a form. Gryffindor took it without expression, turned, and led them toward the cart tunnels. The transition from the marble lobby to the underground was abrupt, polished stone giving way to rough-hewn rock, bright light replaced by the flickering glow of torches embedded in tunnel walls. The air changed, cooler, damper, carrying the mineral smell of deep earth and the faint sulfuric tang of dragon. The cart was waiting on a set of iron tracks that disappeared into darkness. It was small, barely large enough for 4 adults and a goblin, and constructed with the functional brutality of goblin engineering. Iron frame, wooden seats, no safety restraints. They climbed in. Gryffindor pressed his palm to a control plate and the cart lurched forward. The descent was vertical. The cart plummeted down the tracks at a speed that turned Harry's stomach and plastered Ron against the backrest with an expression of concentrated misery. Hermione gripped the sides with white knuckles, but said nothing, her jaw set, her eyes fixed ahead, processing the experience with the grim determination of someone who had decided that fear was a data point, not a limitation. The tracks twisted, corkscrewed, plunged through caverns that opened and closed like the chambers of a vast stone heart. They passed other carts ascending, faces blurring past. They passed vault doors set into rock walls, each one numbered, the numbers climbing as they descended. Hundreds. Then thousands. Mid-level junction in 30 seconds, Gryffindor said, raising his voice over the wind. Brace. The cart hit a switch point and veered hard left off the main track and onto a narrower set of rails that Harry hadn't seen coming. The shift was violent, the cart skewed sideways, one wheel lifting off the track before slamming back down, and then they were in a different tunnel. Smaller, rougher. Unlit except for the faint phosphorescence of minerals in the rock, the maintenance tunnel. The thief's downfall is 50 yards to our right, Gryffindor said, his voice now quiet. We've bypassed it. From here the route descends to the deep-level platforms. The dragon enclosure is directly below us. Harry could feel it, not see it, feel it. The heat rising from below, the displacement of air by something enormous breathing in a confined space, the particular vibration that massive lungs produced. The dragon was awake, the tunnel narrowed further. The cart slowed, the rails terminating at a small platform carved from the rock. They climbed out, the platform overlooked a vast cavern, and there, chained to the floor, was the dragon. The Ukrainian ironbelly was the largest living creature Harry had ever seen. 50 feet from nose to tail, its scales a dull metallic gray, its wings folded against its massive flanks. Its eyes were pale and clouded, partially blind, as Gryffindor had said. Scars covered its hide, the marks of decades of confinement, and its chains were massive iron links that bit into the flesh of its legs. It turned its head toward them, nostrils flaring, sensing their presence. A low rumble built in its throat, not a roar, but a warning. The rumble of a creature that had learned to associate unfamiliar presences with pain. Harry felt something he hadn't expected, fury. Cold, controlled, precise. This creature had been imprisoned in the dark for half a century, blinded, beaten, chained. Used as a security measure, reduced from a being of fire and flight to a guard dog in a basement after, he told himself, free it after, cup first. The Lestrange vault is there. Gryffindor said, pointing across the cavern to a massive door set into the far wall. It was ornate, dark iron, engraved with the Lestrange family crest, flanked by torches that burned with cold blue flame. I can open it from this level. There's a control mechanism on this platform, a secondary access point used by maintenance goblins. The dragon, Ron whispered, the clankers. Gryffindor produced a leather bag from his coat. Inside were small metal devices, clappers essentially, that produced a specific harsh metallic sound. The dragon has been conditioned to retreat from this sound. It associates the noise with punishment. Shake them as we cross. It will back away. The plan was sound. The execution was terrifying. They descended from the platform to the cavern floor via a narrow staircase carved into the rock. The dragon sensed their movement immediately. Its head swung toward them, clouded eyes straining, nostrils working. The rumble intensified. Gryffindor shook the clankers. The metallic rattle echoed through the cavern, and the dragon flinched. It flinched, this enormous, powerful, ancient creature, and it flinched from a noise because pain had taught it to be afraid. Harry walked past the dragon, 20 feet from its massive head, and looked into its clouded eyes. He saw fear. Not aggression, not malice. Fear. The animal didn't want to hurt them. It wanted the noise to stop. It wanted the pain to stop. It wanted to be anywhere but here soon, Harry thought. Soon, they crossed the cavern. Gryffindor reached the vault door and pressed both palms to its surface. The metal responded to goblin touch, a deep hum of recognition, a click of tumblers, a grinding of ancient mechanisms. The door swung open. The Lestrange vault was a cathedral of stolen wealth. Gold, silver, artifacts, jewels, piled from floor to ceiling, a dragon's hoard of accumulated family fortune. Every surface gleamed. Every shadow held something valuable, and every object was cursed. Don't touch anything. Harry said, though the warning was unnecessary. They'd been briefed extensively on the Gemino and Flagrante protections. Touch an object and it would multiply, burying them in copies. Each copy would burn on contact, causing increasingly severe injuries as the multiplications cascaded. The cup was near the back of the vault, on an upper shelf behind a suit of armor. Harry could feel it, the Horcrux resonance, fainter than the Diadem or the Locket, but unmistakable. His scar prickled. The fragment in his head stirred. "I see it," Harry said. "How do we reach it without touching anything?" Ron asked, eyeing the precarious piles of treasure with justified suspicion. "I reach it," Harry said. "Stay here." He stepped into the vault. The floor was covered with coins and small objects, unavoidable contact. He needed a different approach. Harry rose from the floor, not levitation, not exactly. He channeled force through his feet, creating a cushion of compressed magic between his soles and the ground, walking on air. It was a technique he'd developed during his training with Zatanna, an extension of wandless flight that didn't require the sustained output of true levitation. He was standing on his own magic, 6 inches above the floor, and the cursed treasure beneath him remained untouched. Ron made a strangled sound. Hermione whispered something that sounded like impossible, but was probably incredible. Gryffindor said nothing, but his dark eyes tracked Harry's progress with an intensity that contained, for a goblin, something very close to awe. Harry moved through the vault, gliding over mounds of gold and silver, past stacked artifacts and piled jewels toward the back wall. The cup was exactly where Crouch had described, high shelf behind armor. A small golden cup with 2 handles engraved with a badger. He reached for it. The Horcrux flared, a burst of dark energy that pushed against his mind, his will, trying to drive him back. The scar burned. Images flickered at the edges of his vision. Voldemort's face, Voldemort's rage, the red eyes and the cold fury of a creature that could feel its soul being dismantled piece by piece. Harry closed his hand around the cup and pulled it from the shelf. The vault's defenses triggered. Not the Gemino or Flagrante, something else. A secondary protection that Crouch hadn't known about or had forgotten to mention. The vault door began to close. "Out," Harry shouted. Now, Ron grabbed Hermione and pulled her through the shrinking gap in the doorway. Gryffindor slipped through with the liquid agility of his kind. Harry flew forward, cup in hand, the door grinding shut behind him, the gap narrowing from feet to inches. He turned sideways, pressed through the gap with half an inch to spare, and the vault door slammed shut with a boom that shook the cavern. The dragon roared. The clankers were silent. Gryffindor had dropped the bag in the rush, and the Ironbelly was no longer cowering. It was on its feet, chains straining, head sweeping the cavern, and its clouded eyes had found them. "The cup," Harry said, setting it on the cavern floor. Now, Hermione had the basilisk fang ready. She handed it to Harry. He drove it into the cup without ceremony, without hesitation, with the efficient precision of someone destroying a piece of evil as a mechanical act. The cup screamed. Dark smoke erupted, a face forming and dissolving, the same pattern as every Horcrux. The cavern shook. The dragon roared again, pulling at its chains, the noise and dark magic driving it into a frenzy of fear and rage. The cup cracked. The smoke dissipated. The Horcrux was dead, 5 down, Nagini and the scar, 2 remaining, dragon. Ron said urgently, because the Ironbelly had wrenched one of its chains free and was now oriented directly toward them, nostrils flaring, and Harry could feel the heat building in its throat, the precursor to fire. Plan B, Harry said. We're going up. He turned toward the dragon, not away from it. Toward it, Ron made a sound of protest that Harry ignored. Hermione grabbed his arm and he shook her off gently. Harry walked toward the Ukrainian Ironbilly. He raised his hands, palms open, fingers spread, the universal gesture of non-threat that transcended species. He channeled calming energy through his palms, the same technique he'd used on the venomous tentacula, the same technique that had calmed the Stral on his first day. The dragon hesitated. The fire in its throat guttered. Its massive head lowered, bringing its clouded eyes level with Harry's, and for a moment they regarded each other across the gap between species. Two creatures who had been trained through pain and found something better on the other side. I'm going to free you, Harry said quietly. And then I need you to carry us out of here. Can you do that? The dragon didn't understand English, but it understood intent. It understood the absence of the clanker's cruel rattle, the absence of pain in Harry's outstretched hands, the presence of something it hadn't felt in decades, kindness. Harry turned to the remaining chains. 4 sets of iron links, each as thick as his arm, each bolted to the cavern floor with enchanted anchors. He channeled force into the first chain and shattered it. The second, the third, the fourth, the dragon was free for a moment. It didn't move. 50 years of captivity had taught it that chains were permanent, that darkness was all there was, that the world was pain and more pain. The absence of the chains was a concept it couldn't process. Then Harry placed his hand on its snout gently, so gently, and pushed, upward, toward the ceiling. Toward the shaft that led to the surface. Toward daylight, the dragon looked up, its nostrils flared, and something ancient and primal stirred in its massive body, the instinct that no amount of chains or darkness or cruelty could fully extinguish. The instinct to fly, get on. Harry told the others, "You're mental," Ron said, already climbing onto the dragon's back. Completely, absolutely, certifiably mental. Hermione climbed up after Ron, her face white but her jaw set. Gryffindor scrambled up with goblin agility, his fingers finding gaps between the scales with the practiced ease of someone who'd studied dragon anatomy for professional reasons. Harry vaulted onto the dragon's neck. He settled behind its horned head, gripping the ridge of scales along its spine and channeled warmth and direction into the contact point. Up, go up, the Ironbilly launched. The force was staggering, a vertical acceleration that crushed Harry against the dragon's neck and tore screams from Ron and Hermione that were lost in the roar of displaced air. The dragon drove upward through the shaft like a missile, its wings folded against its body, its massive head acting as a battering ram. Rock crumbled, stalactites shattered. The shaft widened as the dragon ascended, and the air changed warmer, drier, carrying the scent of the surface, of sunlight, of freedom. They hit the lobby. The dragon exploded through the marble floor of Gringotts' main hall like a volcanic eruption, sending slabs of stone and shattered chandeliers and screaming goblins in every direction. The ceiling, the beautiful, ornate, centuries-old ceiling, disintegrated as the Ironbilly spread its wings for the first time in 50 years, and roared with a sound that shook every building on Diagon Alley. Daylight. The dragon's clouded eyes streamed tears in the sudden brightness, and it roared again, not in rage but in something that sounded, impossibly, like joy. It cleared the roof of Gringotts, shed debris from its wings, and climbed into the October sky with 4 passengers clinging to its back. London spread below them. Muggle London, completely unaware that a Ukrainian Ironbilly was flying over their city because, thankfully, the dragon had emerged from the concealed wizarding street, and Muggle perception simply edited out what it couldn't process. They looked down and didn't look up. They heard thunder and checked the sky for clouds. The statute of secrecy held barely through the collective power of human denial. The dragon flew north. Harry guided it, gentle magical nudges, suggestions rather than commands, directing it toward open countryside where it could land safely. Ron clung to Hermione, who clung to Harry, who clung to the dragon, who clung to the sky with the desperate exhilaration of a creature tasting freedom for the first time in half a century. They flew for 20 minutes. Harry felt the dragon's heartbeat through its scales, massive, slow, powerful. He felt its joy, radiating through the contact point like heat from a furnace. He felt its gratitude, inarticulate but profound, the gratitude of a being that had been saved from the dark by a stranger who asked nothing in return. The dragon landed in an open moor, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, near a lake that reflected the grey sky. It settled onto the heather with surprising gentleness, folding its wings, lowering its head. Harry slid from its neck and stood on solid ground, his legs trembling from the adrenaline. Ron dismounted and immediately sat down on the heather. "I'm never doing that again." Hermione dismounted with more grace, though her hands were shaking. "We just rode a dragon out of Gringotts, through the roof. That actually happened." "It happened," Harry confirmed. Gryffindor dismounted last. He stood on the moor, looking at the dragon, and his expression held something Harry had never seen on a goblin face: tenderness. "She was Ironhide's daughter," Gryffindor said quietly, "the last of the Gringotts dragons. My grandmother told me stories about her, how she came to the bank as a hatchling, how she was chained as a yearling, how she grew in the dark until she forgot what light looked like." He paused. "She has light now." The dragon turned its massive head toward Gryffindor. Its clouded eyes couldn't see him clearly, but it leaned forward and pressed its snout against the goblin's chest with a gentleness that was almost heartbreaking. Gryffindor placed his small hand on the dragon's nose. "Go," he said. "Fly, don't come back." The Ironbilly lifted its head, spread its wings, and launched into the sky. It climbed, higher, higher, until it was a speck against the clouds, and then it was gone, heading north toward the wild places where dragons still lived free. Harry watched it go and felt something settle in his chest. Not satisfaction, something simpler. The knowledge that one small injustice had been corrected, one creature had been freed. In the vast, terrible calculus of the war, it was insignificant. In the moral calculus that mattered more, it was everything. 5 Horcruxes destroyed, Hermione said softly. 2 to go, 2 to go. Gryffindor extended his hand. Harry took it. "The sword will be delivered to your people within the week," Harry said. "I know, I trust you." The goblin's sharp face softened by a fraction. "That is not something I say to wizards, remember it." "I will." Gryffindor disappeared with a crack of apparition, goblin magic, different from wizard apparition, faster and less ceremonial. The moor was quiet. Wind moved through the heather, carrying the smell of rain and peat and the faint, fading scent of dragon. Harry pulled out the communication device. "Cup is destroyed, dragon is free, team is intact, heading back to Hogwarts." Bruce's response was immediate. "Zatanna is ready, she can be at the school by tonight." Harry looked at Ron and Hermione. They looked back at him. They knew what came next. The conversation had been had, the preparation done, the decision made. The fragment in Harry's scar was the 6th Horcrux, and it had to come out before they could face Voldemort. "Tonight," Harry said into the device. "Send her tonight, Harry." "Yeah." "Come home after this." "I will." He meant it. For the first time, he meant it not as a tactical commitment, but as a personal promise. Home wasn't the Batcave anymore, or Wayne Manor, or any specific place. Home was Bruce's voice on the other end of a connection. Home was Ron and Hermione standing on a moor in the Highlands, wind-blown and exhilarated and alive. Home was the castle waiting for them, ancient and patient and full of people who were learning to fight for each other. Home was everywhere he was loved. They apparated back to Hogsmeade. Harry sighed a longing, both Ron and Hermione, which was an uncomfortable squeeze but manageable, and walked through the gates of Hogwarts at 11:23 a.m., having destroyed a Horcrux, broken into the most secure bank in the world, and ridden a dragon, all before lunch. Neville met them at the entrance hall. His face was taut. "Something's happened," he said. Harry's entire demeanor shifted. The exhilaration of the Gringotts operation drained away, replaced by the cold, focused readiness that Bruce had spent 15 years installing. His senses extended, scanning the castle, feeling the wards, reading the ambient energy. The wards were intact. The castle wasn't in pain. The ley lines were clean, the crystal long removed, but something was different. A tension in the air, a vibration in the stones that Harry had learned to read as the castle's alarm system. Something had threatened Hogwarts while they were gone. What happened? Harry asked. Death Eaters, at Hogsmeade, a group of them, 6, maybe 7, appeared in the village about an hour ago. They didn't attack the school, they attacked the village. Set fires, cursed people, caused chaos. Orders responded from the ministry, but they were slow. It took them 20 minutes to arrive. Casualties, injuries, no deaths, but it was close. Madame Rosmerta was hit with a cruciatus in the 3 broomsticks. Several students who were in the village for early Hogsmeade permissions were caught in the crossfire. They're in the hospital wing. Harry's jaw tightened. Who? Colin Creevey, 4th year, Katie Bell, 6th year, and... Neville hesitated. Hannah Abbott. The name hit like a physical blow. Hannah Abbott, the girl with the carved hand. The girl Harry had healed, had promised to protect. She'd been in Hogsmeade for what? Shopping, a walk. The ordinary business of being a teenager in a world that had no interest in letting teenagers be ordinary. How bad? A blasting curse caught her near the post office. Broken arm, lacerations. Madame Pomfrey says she'll be fine, but she was asking for you, Harry. Harry was already moving. Ron and Hermione fell in behind him, matching his pace, reading his energy. They'd learned to track his emotional state the way he tracked threats, through subtle cues of posture, breathing, the particular quality of silence that meant Harry was processing something dangerous. The hospital wing was bright and antiseptic, the smell of healing potions sharp in the air. 3 beds were occupied, Colin Creevey, small and pale, sleeping under a sedation charm. Katie Bell, sitting up, her arm in a sling, talking quietly with a friend. And Hannah Abbott lying on her side, her right arm bandaged from shoulder to wrist, her face bruised, her eyes open and staring at nothing. Harry sat down beside her bed. Hey, Hannah said. Her voice was thin. She tried to smile and almost made it. You said she wouldn't hurt me anymore. The Umbridge woman, you were right about that. I'm sorry about this. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. I should have been here. You were fighting the war. That's where you needed to be. Hannah's eyes found his, and in them, Harry saw something he recognized from his own mirror, the particular clarity that comes from being hurt by the world and deciding that the world doesn't get to win. I'm not giving up, Harry. I'm not going to hide in the castle and pretend it's safe. I want to fight. You're already fighting. You survived. I want to do more than survive. Neville said in the DA, he said you talked about the difference between surviving and living. I want to live. I want to fight and live, and when it's over I want to look back and know I did something that mattered. Harry looked at this girl, this brave, wounded, 15-year-old girl who had been carved and cursed and refused to break, and felt the fury that had been building since Neville's report crystallize into something colder and more useful: purpose. Voldemort had attacked Hogsmeade not to destroy the village but to send a message. I can reach you anywhere. Your walls don't protect you. Your war hero doesn't protect you. It was terrorism in its purest form, violence designed to create fear, fear designed to create compliance. Harry didn't comply. Harry didn't fear, and he was done being reactive. Rest, he told Hannah. Heal. The DA meets on Wednesday. Be there. I will. He left the hospital wing and walked directly to Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle opened without prompting. The spiral staircase carried him up. Dumbledore was at his desk, looking every year of his age, surrounded by staff members and order members who had gathered in response to the attack. Harry swept the room. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Sprout. And 2 newcomers. A tall man with a scarred face and sandy hair who Harry identified immediately as Remus Lupin. Werewolf, former defense professor, friend of James Potter. And beside him, standing against the wall with the coiled, restless energy of a man who'd spent 12 years caged and never fully recovered, Sirius Black. Harry stopped. Sirius stared at him. He was gaunt, thinner than his photographs, his dark hair longer, his face carrying the hollowed-out quality of someone who'd been eaten from the inside by dementors and was still rebuilding what they'd consumed. But his eyes, gray and tense, alive, were were fixed on Harry with an expression that contained 15 years of grief, guilt, love, and desperate hope compressed into a single moment. "Harry," Sirius said. His voice cracked on the name. Harry looked at his godfather, the man his father had loved. The man who'd been sentenced without trial, imprisoned without cause, denied the chance to raise the child he'd been entrusted with. Sirius Black had lost everything: his best friend, his freedom, his reputation, his goddaughter's childhood, and he was standing here in this office because Pettigrew's capture had finally given the truth a chance to be heard. "You're free," Harry said, "provisional release. Pending the formal trial, but Amelia Bones is handling it, and she's fair." The Veritaserum testimony was conclusive. Sirius took a step forward. His hands were trembling. "Harry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have been there. I should have been the one who raised you. If I hadn't gone after Pettigrew, if I'd stayed with you, you'd have raised me, and I'd have grown up in the wizarding world, and I'd have been exactly the kind of sheltered, unprepared target Voldemort expected." Harry held Sirius's gaze. "I wouldn't change it, not any of it. My father, Bruce, made me what I am, and what I am is what's going to end this." Sirius's face crumpled, not in grief, in something more complex. The bittersweet recognition that the child you'd lost had been found by someone else and raised into something extraordinary, and that your loss was, in some terrible way, the best thing that could have happened to him. "Your father," Sirius said. "The Muggle Bruce has been contacting me. Sending supplies, money, intelligence, for years. He never stopped looking for ways to help. That's who he is. He sounds remarkable. He is." Sirius closed the distance between them and put his hands on Harry's shoulders. His grip was strong, stronger than his frame suggested, and his eyes, up close, were luminous with unshed tears. "You look like James," Sirius whispered, "but you move like, I don't know who you move like, someone dangerous and careful and entirely new." "I move like myself," Sirius laughed. A wet, broken sound that was half sob and half joy. Then he pulled Harry into a hug, fierce, desperate, the embrace of a man holding the only thing he had left of the people he'd loved most in the world. Harry let himself be held. He'd been held by Bruce, rarely, in moments of extremity. By Alfred, more often, in the gentle, proprietary way of someone who considered physical affection a basic human right regardless of circumstances. By Hermione, in the room of requirement, but this was different. This was a connection that predated his conscious memory. The man who'd held him as a baby, who'd made James and Lily laugh, who'd been chosen as guardian because they trusted him more than anyone else. "I've got you," Sirius said, his voice muffled against Harry's shoulder. "I've got you. 15 years late, but I've got you, I know." They separated. The room was very quiet. McGonagall was pressing a handkerchief to her eyes. Flitwick had turned away entirely. Snape was staring at the wall with an expression that was carefully, pointedly blank. Lupin stepped forward. "Harry. I'm Remus Lupin. I was my father's friend, the werewolf. You taught defense here 2 years ago and resigned when Snape revealed your condition." Harry extended his hand. "I've read your file. You're exceptionally talented, fundamentally decent, and chronically undervalued by a society that fears what it doesn't understand." Lupin blinked. Then he shook Harry's hand with a grip that was warm and slightly trembling. "That's the most flattering security assessment I've ever received." "It's not flattery, it's data. Coming from you, I gather that's a high compliment." Harry turned to the room. The reunion was over. The war was not. "The Hogsmeade attack," he said. "It's the opening move. Voldemort is escalating. He knows we've been destroying his Horcruxes. The cup was the 5th. He can feel the damage. He's running out of time, and he's running out of patience, and when Voldemort runs out of patience, he attacks." "You believe Hogwarts is the target," Dumbledore said. "I believe Hogwarts was always the target. The school is the symbolic heart of the wizarding world. It's where you educate your children, where you transmit your culture, where you form the bonds that define your society. Destroying or capturing Hogwarts would be the single most devastating blow Voldemort could strike. It would break the wizarding world's morale and establish his dominance in a way that no amount of political maneuvering could achieve." "When?" McGonagall asked. "Soon. Days, not weeks. The Hogsmeade attack was reconnaissance, testing response times, probing our perimeter, measuring our readiness. He's gathering his forces. When he's ready, he'll come here. The room absorbed this. Harry watched the faces, teachers, fighters, people who had committed their lives to educating children and were now being asked to defend them against a genocidal dark wizard. "We need to prepare," Harry said. "The castle's defenses are strong, the wards are restored, the ley lines are clean, the enchantments are operating at full capacity. But defenses alone aren't enough. We need an active defense, a strategy that uses the castle's strengths and the enemy's weaknesses." He turned to Snape. "Intelligence. What's the current state of Voldemort's forces?" Snape stepped forward. His face was drawn but focused, the mask of the double agent firmly in place. "The Dark Lord commands approximately 50 Death Eaters of varying capability. He has also recruited Dementors. Most of the Azkaban Guard has defected to his side. Giants are being courted, though negotiations are incomplete. Werewolves under Fenrir Greyback have committed, and he has," Snape's voice tightened. "In Fairy, a large number. He's been building an army of the dead for months. Numbers, hundreds, perhaps thousands. He stored them in a lake, a staging area." "The cave," Harry said, "the same cave where the locket was hidden. He was going to use it for the locket retrieval trap, but since we took the locket, the Inferi are available for redeployment." He turned to Dumbledore. "Can the wards keep out Inferi? The wards are designed to repel hostile intent." "Inferi have no intent. They're animated corpses controlled by a living wizard. The wards will slow them but not stop them." "Then we stop them." Harry began pacing, not from anxiety but from the physical need to move while his mind operated at full speed. "The castle has natural advantages. The lake provides a water barrier on one side, the forest is defensible, Hagrid knows it better than anyone, and the creatures within it are not sympathetic to Voldemort. The walls are stone, enchanted, resistant to most forms of magical assault." "What about students?" Lupin asked. "Evacuation. Younger students, 1st through 4th year, evacuate through the passage to Hogsmeade and then to predetermined safe houses. 5th year and above, anyone who's been training with the DA stays, if they want to." Harry paused. "I won't force anyone to fight, but I won't turn away anyone who chooses to." "They're children," Lupin said. "They're young people who have been training for 3 weeks to defend themselves and each other. Some of them have been tortured by a ministry official. Some of them have parents in Voldemort's ranks. Some of them just want to stand for something. They deserve the choice." Sirius spoke. "James would have stayed, Lily would have stayed. They were 16 when they joined the Order. You can't protect people by taking away their agency." "Precisely." The War Council formed rapidly. Harry outlined the defensive strategy, a layered approach that used the castle's architecture, the DA's training, and the terrain to create kill zones, choke points, and fallback positions. Ron was brought in to detail the tactical arrangements, which he did with a clarity and confidence that made several Order members reassess the gangly teenager who'd been introduced as Ron Weasley. Tactics. McGonagall would coordinate the castle's internal defenses, animated suits of armor, enchanted barriers, the moving staircases reconfigured as obstacles. Flitwick would manage the ward boundary, reinforcing weak points and maintaining the anti-apparition jinx. Sprout would deploy weaponized plants at key entry points, Devil's Snare, Venomous Tentacula, and something she called Screaming Stranglevine that made even Snape look uncomfortable. Snape would do what Snape had always done, occupy the space between the two sides, feeding intelligence, managing the impossible balance of his double role. Harry had a private conversation with him before the council dispersed. "When the battle starts," Harry said, "your cover is blown. Voldemort will know. My cover has been eroding since you arrived. The Dark Lord has been suspicious for weeks. My reports about you have been insufficient because the truth about you is insufficient. You defy categorization." Snape's mouth twisted. "When the battle comes, I will fight, openly. On this side, are you ready for that? I have been ready for 16 years. The pretending was always the hardest part." They regarded each other, two men who had been shaped by loss, who had built their lives around promises made to the dead, who understood that the cost of principle was paid daily in loneliness and pain. "After this is over," Harry said, "I'm going to find a way to let you rest." "I don't need rest." "Everyone needs rest, even you." Snape said nothing, but something in his eyes, a flicker, quickly hidden, suggested that the possibility of rest was something he hadn't allowed himself to consider in so long that the mere mention of it was almost too much to bear. Zatanna Zatara arrived at Hogwarts at 9 p.m. Stepping through a portal she'd opened in the room of requirement with the casual elegance of someone for whom the laws of physics were suggestions rather than rules. She was exactly as Harry remembered, tall, dark-haired, dressed in a tailored outfit that managed to be both practical and theatrical, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief, and a smile that could charm the wings off a hippogriff. "Hey, kid," she said. "Miss me, Zatanna?" Harry allowed himself a genuine smile, the third or fourth he'd produced at Hogwarts, and the first that felt entirely natural. "Thank you for coming. Your father made me promise. Also, he's paying me obscene amounts of money. Also," she dropped the playful tone. Her eyes found his, and what was underneath the performance was serious, focused, and deeply caring. "Your family, Harry. I don't let family walk around with pieces of evil wizards in their heads." She surveyed the room of requirement, which had configured itself as a ritual space, circular, stone-floored, lit by candles. The air hummed with the castle's magic, amplified by the room's enchantments. It was good, but not good enough. "The chamber," Harry said. "It's directly above the ley line nexus. The ambient magic will be orders of magnitude stronger. Lead the way." They descended. Harry, Zatanna, Hermione, who had insisted on being present as the emotional anchor the ritual required, and Dumbledore, who had offered his magical strength as a safety net. Ron waited at the entrance to the chamber, guarding the door with a set of Fred and George's latest inventions and the Marauder's map. The Chamber of Secrets was different now. The basilisk was gone. Harry had arranged its removal days ago, the carcass harvested for potions' ingredients, and the skeleton cleaned and preserved. The space that remained was vast, echoing, and thrumming with ley line energy that rose through the bedrock like heat from a furnace. Zatanna set up the ritual. She was meticulous, drawing runes on the stone floor in a silver ink that glowed as it dried, placing candles at precise intervals, chanting in a language that Harry recognized as Atlantean, ancient, musical, carrying a power that predated modern magic by millennia. "The ritual works in 3 phases, Zatanna explained, her voice shifting into the focused calm of a practitioner at work. "Phase 1. I isolate the fragment from your magical core. This is the most delicate part. The fragment has been integrated into your system for 15 years. It's grown tendrils, connections, intertwined itself with your own magic. Separating them is like performing surgery on your soul." "How long?" "Phase 1 takes approximately 30 minutes. You'll be conscious but immobilized. The pain will be," she paused, "significant." "I've handled significant pain." "Not like this. This isn't physical pain, it's existential. You'll feel the fragment being pulled away, and because it's been part of you for so long, your mind will interpret the separation as loss. Not just a piece of magic being removed, a piece of you. Your instincts will fight it, your magic will try to hold on, you need to let go. I can do that." "That's where I come in," Hermione said. She stepped forward, her face pale but determined. "The emotional anchor. I maintain the connection that tells Harry's consciousness where it ends and the fragment begins. I'm the reference point, the thing that says this is you, this is not you, follow my voice back." "Exactly," Zatanna said. She looked at Hermione with an appraising eye. "You've done your research." "I always do my research. She's good," Zatanna said to Harry. "I like her. Everyone likes her." "Not everyone," Hermione muttered. "Snape called me an insufferable know-it-all in 3rd year. Snape likes you too, he just expresses it through insults." Phase 2. Zatanna continued, redirecting them. "Once the fragment is isolated, I extract it through the ley lines. The ambient magic acts as a conduit. It draws the fragment out of your body and disperses it into the earth. The fragment is destroyed by the process. The ley line energy is too pure, too powerful for dark magic to survive contact. And Phase 3, healing. The extraction will leave wounds, not physical but magical, gaps in your core where the fragment was rooted. I seal those gaps, restore the integrity of your magical system, and stabilize your output. This is where the power reduction occurs. The gaps can't be filled to the same capacity. You'll be weaker, but you'll be whole. Whole. Harry repeated the word. It had a weight he hadn't expected. Zatanna touched his face, a brief maternal gesture that was so unlike her usual theatrical persona that it caught Harry off guard. When this is over, you'll be just you. No pieces of Tom Riddle, no connection to his mind, no scar that burns, just Harry. I don't know who that is. You'll find out, that's the fun part. Harry lay on the stone floor of the chamber, his head positioned at the center of the runic circle. The candles burned with a silver-white flame that cast no shadows. The ley line energy hummed beneath him, resonating through the stone and into his body. Hermione knelt beside him. She took his hand. Her grip was warm, steady, and fierce. "I'm here," she said. "I'm not going anywhere." "I know." Zatanna began the incantation. The Atlantean words filled the chamber, each syllable carrying power, building a framework of magical energy that settled over Harry like a net of light. He felt the ritual reaching into him, past his skin and muscle and bone, past his magical core and into the deepest layers of his being. The fragment stirred. It felt the threat and reacted, a burst of cold, dark energy that surged through Harry's system like ice in his veins. The scar erupted. Pain white, absolute, obliterating, and with it, images, Voldemort's memories. Not his own, the fragments. Tom Riddle at 16, handsome and hollow, standing in a bathroom and speaking to a snake. Tom Riddle at 25, killing a woman for a cup. Tom Riddle at 50, a face no longer human, splitting his soul for the 7th time, the fragment screaming as it was torn free and embedded in a baby's forehead. Harry felt it all. Every memory, every emotion, every twisted justification. He felt Riddle's fear of death, the driving terror that had motivated every Horcrux, every murder, every atrocity. He felt the loneliness, vast, cosmic, the loneliness of a man who had destroyed every part of himself capable of connection. He felt the rage, bottomless, directionless, the rage of someone who had been born into a world that didn't want him and had decided to make the world pay, and he felt something else, something unexpected, something that Voldemort himself didn't know was there, grief. Buried so deep it was almost invisible, compressed by decades of denial and self-mutilation, there was grief. For the mother who'd died giving birth to him, for the father who'd abandoned him, for the boy he'd been before the orphanage, before the cruelty, before the discovery of magic gave him the power to become something terrible. Tom Riddle had been a child once, unloved, unwanted, alone, just like Harry. The difference was that someone had picked Harry up. Harry opened his eyes. He looked at Hermione, whose face was strained with the effort of maintaining the anchor, and at Zatanna, whose hands moved through the runic patterns with the precision of a master, and at Dumbledore, standing at the edge of the circle, his magic supporting the containment. His old face luminous with focused power, people. People who cared, people who showed up. That was the difference. Not power, not intelligence, not destiny. People. "Let go," Hermione whispered. She was crying, tears streaming silently down her face, the effort of the anchor pouring through her emotional connection with Harry, letting her feel what he felt. "Harry, let go. It's not you. It was never you." Harry let go. The fragment tore free. The pain was beyond anything he had words for. It was the sensation of a part of his being, a part he'd carried for 15 years, a part he'd built his defenses around, a part that had shaped his magic and his mind and his identity in ways he'd never fully understood, being ripped away. It left a void. A cold, empty space where something had been, and the absence was worse than the pain because absence was permanent. But through the void, through the cold, through the screaming emptiness where Voldemort's soul fragment had lived, Hermione's voice. Clear, steady, fierce. "Come back. Harry, come back, follow my voice. You are not the darkness, you are not the void. You are Harry Potter and you are loved and you need to come back right now." He followed her voice, through the dark, through the cold, through the space between what he had been and what he was becoming. He followed her voice the way a drowning man follows a rope, desperately, blindly, with the total commitment of someone who has decided that survival is worth the pain. The fragment hit the ley lines. Harry felt it, a distant detonation deep in the earth, as pure magical energy met dark soul magic and annihilated it. The chamber shook. The candles flared, and then silence. Complete, perfect, ringing silence. Harry lay on the stone floor and breathed. The scar didn't burn. For the first time in 15 years, the scar didn't burn. It was just a scar, a thin, lightning-shaped line of tissue on his forehead, carrying no magic, no connection, no parasitic passenger. Just skin. He sat up. The world was different, not visually, everything looked the same. But the constant, low-level static that he'd carried his entire conscious life, the background noise of Voldemort's soul fragment, humming in his neural pathways like tinnitus, was gone. The silence was astonishing. The clarity was overwhelming. Harry, Hermione's voice was hoarse. Her face was tear-streaked and exhausted and beautiful. "I'm here. How do you feel?" Harry looked at his hands. He channeled magic through them, a simple light construct, the same technique he'd demonstrated at his first dinner. The light was dimmer than before, smaller. The power reduction was real. He could feel the gaps in his core, the places where the fragment had been rooted, now sealed but reduced. He was weaker, measurably, significantly weaker. 20%, maybe 25%. The devastating, overwhelming magical power that had defined him since arriving at Hogwarts, the raw force that let him vanish 5 objects simultaneously, that let him shatter chains and fly and move through the world like a force of nature, was diminished, but the control was the same. The precision, the training, the discipline, the mind that Bruce had shaped and Zatanna had honed and Hermione had challenged and Ron had grounded, all of that remained. And it was, Harry realized, more than enough. "I feel lighter," he said. Zatanna sagged against the nearest pillar, drained. The ritual had taken everything she had. Her dark hair was limp with sweat, her hands trembling, her usual theatrical energy replaced by the bone-deep exhaustion of a practitioner who'd pushed past her limits. But she was smiling. "Welcome back, kid. Thank you, Zatanna. Buy me that vineyard and we're even." Dumbledore stepped forward. His eyes were wet. He looked at Harry, at the scar, at the clear, unclouded eyes, at the boy who was now, for the first time in his life, entirely himself. And the weight of 15 years of guilt and regret and desperate planning shifted on his shoulders. "It's done," Dumbledore said softly. "The prophecy's curse is lifted. You are no longer his Horcrux. No, I'm just Harry. You were never just anything." They climbed out of the chamber. Ron was waiting at the entrance, pacing, the map clutched in his hands. "Well," Ron demanded, "it's out." Ron's face split into a grin so wide it seemed to breach the laws of physics. He grabbed Harry in a hug, brief, fierce, accompanied by a backslap that would have staggered a smaller man, and then stepped back, ears flaming. "Brilliant, that's brilliant. You're okay. I'm okay. Weaker. Some. Still scary." Harry raised his hand, and the corridor's torches simultaneously flared to 3 times their normal intensity. The stone walls vibrated, and every suit of armor in a 50-foot radius snapped to attention. "Moderately scary," Harry said. Ron grinned. "Good enough." They emerged into the castle at midnight. The corridors were dark, the students asleep, the portraits snoring in their frames. Hogwarts settled around them with the particular quiet of a place that knows what's coming and is gathering its strength. Harry paused at the base of the main staircase. He could feel the castle more clearly now with the fragment gone, the ancient consciousness in the stones, the patient awareness that had watched 1,000 years of children grow and learn and leave. The castle knew. It knew what was coming, and it was ready. "The battle will be soon," Harry said. "Days, maybe less. How do you know?" Hermione asked. "Because Voldemort just lost his last Horcrux inside his enemy. He can feel it. Every fragment that's been destroyed, he's felt. And this one, the one in me, was the oldest, the most connected to him. When it died, he felt a part of himself die." And Tom Riddle's response to feeling vulnerable has always been the same. Attack, Ron said. Attack, with everything he has. Fast, overwhelming, designed to end it before we can capitalize on the advantage. Then we'd better be ready. They climbed the stairs together, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Zatanna, Dumbledore, Sirius, Lupin. A procession of the war's key players, ascending through a castle that was about to become a battlefield. At the top of the stairs, Harry stopped and looked out a window. The grounds were dark. The lake was black glass. The forbidden forest was a wall of shadow. Somewhere beyond all of it, a man who had once been Tom Riddle was gathering his army, feeling the wounds in his soul, and preparing to bring everything he had against the walls of the school where it had all begun. Harry felt no fear, not because he was brave, because bravery implied the mastery of fear, and what Harry felt wasn't mastery. It was acceptance. The war was coming. People he loved were in danger. The enemy was powerful, desperate, and willing to destroy everything to preserve himself. And Harry was ready. Not because he was the strongest wizard in the world, he wasn't, not anymore, not with the gaps in his core. Not because he had the best plan, plans dissolved on contact with the enemy, and he knew it. Not because destiny said he would win, prophecies were probabilities, not promises. He was ready because he wasn't alone. Because 61 students had learned to fight. Because a potions master had held a ley line surge. Because a goblin had trusted a wizard. Because a broken death eater had chosen a different path. Because a house elf had carried a locket for 16 years. Because a red-haired boy could see the board, and a brilliant girl could light the dark, and a boy who'd been raised in shadow had learned, against all odds and all training, to love. Harry turned from the window. "Get some sleep," he said. "All of you, tomorrow we prepare, and when Voldemort comes," he paused. He thought of Bruce, who fought every night in a city that should have broken him. Of Alfred, who made tea and folded shirts and never, ever gave up hope. Of James and Lily, who died with their son's name on their lips. "When Voldemort comes," Harry said, "we show him what it means to face people who are fighting for something more than themselves." The castle hummed in agreement. The stones settled. The wards pulsed. And somewhere deep in the foundations, where the ley lines flowed clean and strong, the heart of Hogwarts beat steady and sure, gathering its ancient strength for the storm that was about to break. Chapter 10. The man beneath the shadow. The attack came at dawn. Harry felt it before anyone else. A disturbance in the ward boundary, a tremor that ran through the castle's magical nervous system like the first shock of an earthquake. He was already awake, already dressed, already standing at the window of Gryffindor Tower when the horizon shifted. They came from the north. A darkness that wasn't natural, too thick, too purposeful, moving against the wind. Dementors. Hundreds of them. A black tide flowing across the sky, draining the warmth from the air and turning the autumn sunrise into a gray, lifeless wash. Behind them, on the ground, shapes moving through the forest, figures in dark robes spreading through the trees like smoke, surrounding the school's perimeter. And behind them, more shapes, larger, shambling, wrong, in fairy. The army of the dead, emerging from wherever Voldemort had staged them, pouring toward the school in a silent, endless wave. Harry's scar didn't burn. That absence was profound, the silence where the connection had been, the void where Voldemort's emotions had once bled through. For the first time, Harry couldn't feel the Dark Lord. He was operating blind in that respect, relying on observation and intelligence rather than the parasitic link that had been his most uncomfortable advantage. He didn't miss it, not even slightly. The communication device pulsed. Bruce. Satellite imagery shows mass movement in the Scottish Highlands. Approximately 300 humanoid figures converging on a point consistent with Hogwarts coordinates. Additional aerial signatures, hundreds, possibly thousands of anomalous thermal readings consistent with the Dementor profile Zatanna provided. It's happening. Full assault. I'm mobilizing. Zatanna is already en route back. I'll have resources in position within 2 hours. 2 hours might be too late. Then hold for 2 hours. You've been training for this, Harry, all of it. Every lesson, every exercise, every bruise and broken bone and 4 a.m. session in the cave. This is what it was all for, I know. And Harry, I know, Dad. The device went dark. Harry pocketed it and moved. The castle was already waking. Not the slow, organic waking of a normal morning, the sharp, electric waking of a place that knew it was under threat. Portraits were shouting to each other along corridors, relaying information in a chain that moved faster than any human messenger. Suits of armor were stepping off their pedestals, forming ranks in the entrance hall with the disciplined precision of soldiers who'd been waiting centuries for this moment. The staircases had stopped moving, locking into defensive configurations that created clear routes to strategic positions and dead ends for anyone trying to navigate without knowledge of the castle's layout. Hogwarts was going to war. Harry reached the entrance hall in 90 seconds. Dumbledore was already there, his wand drawn, his robes billowing with the displaced air of massive magical preparation. McGonagall stood beside him, her face carved from granite. Flitwick was on the front steps, already reinforcing the ward boundary, his tiny frame vibrating with concentrated power. Sprout was directing a team of older students in deploying weaponized plants along the castle's outer walls, devil's snare across doorways, venomous tentacula at window positions. The screaming stranglevine coiled above every entrance like organic razor wire. Snape emerged from the dungeons. He'd changed, not just his clothes, though his robes were simpler, darker, more practical than his usual billowing theatrical garments. He'd changed in the way he moved. The coiled ambiguity was gone, the double agent's permanent tension dissolved. He moved with the clean purpose of a man who had finally chosen his side and was finished pretending. "The Dark Lord is at the forest's edge," Snape said. "I felt the mark burn 20 minutes ago, and then it stopped. He severed my connection. He knows. Are you okay? I am relieved." Snape's mouth twitched. It has been a very long time since I didn't have to lie to someone. Students were flooding into the entrance hall. 5th years, 6th years, 7th years. The DA contingent, already organized into Ron's squad structure, moving to their assigned positions with the disciplined urgency of people who'd trained for exactly this moment. They were scared. Harry could see it in their faces, the wide eyes and pale cheeks and trembling hands, but they were also ready. 3 weeks of training had given them something more valuable than skill. It had given them each other. They moved in units, they communicated in glances, they covered each other's positions without being told. Neville was at the center of the formation, directing traffic with calm authority. Draco was beside him, the Slytherin contingent, 12 students who'd crossed a line that most of them had been told was uncrossable. Following a boy they'd spent 4 years tormenting because he'd turned out to be the kind of leader they actually wanted to follow. Luna was distributing the Protean coins, checking each one, ensuring the communication network was active. Ginny was running a final equipment check on every squad, wands, protective amulets, Fred and George's defensive inventions. Ron appeared at Harry's side. His face was set, not with fear, but with the focused intensity of a chess player who'd seen the opening position and was already thinking 20 moves ahead. "Defensive positions are set," Ron said. "Squads Alpha through Delta are covering the 4 primary entry points. Echo and Foxtrot are mobile reserves positioned to reinforce wherever the line breaks. Golf is with Hagrid at the forest edge. He insisted on leading the ground defense, and honestly, nobody wanted to argue with him. The younger students, evacuating through the Hog's Head passage. Aberforth is coordinating the receiving end. 1st through 4th years are already moving. We'll have the castle clear of non-combatants in 20 minutes. Good, and Ron, the Inferi, fire. They're vulnerable to fire. I've positioned Seamus Finnegan's squad at the lake approach. If there's one thing Seamus is good at, it's setting things on fire." Ron almost smiled. "We've been training his squad specifically for Inferi defense. Conjured flame, maintained flame, directed flame. They've gotten terrifyingly good at it." Harry looked at Ron Weasley, this boy who'd been dismissed by everyone, including himself, as the least remarkable member of his family. This boy who'd looked at a war and seen a chessboard and organized 61 teenagers into a fighting force that would make professional military commanders weep with envy. "You're ready," Harry said. "I've been ready since the first DA meeting. I just didn't know it yet." They clasped hands, brief, fierce, the grip of brothers going into battle. Hermione arrived. She was carrying a bag that clinked with files, healing potions, Snape's field kit, supplemented by preparations she'd brewed herself over the past week. Her wand was in her right hand. Her left hand was bare, and when she raised it, a faint golden glow emanated from her palm, wandless magic. Faint, imperfect, exhausting, but real. 2 weeks of 4:30 a.m. sessions, and Hermione Granger could channel raw magical energy through her body without a focus. Not at Harry's level, not even close. But enough to generate a shield charm without her wand, enough to light a room, enough to heal a minor wound, enough to survive if she was disarmed. "I'm ready," she said. "I know you are." They stood together in the entrance hall, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and around them the castle mobilized, and outside the Dementors circled, and the Death Eaters gathered, and the army of the dead shambled toward the walls, and Harry felt something he'd never felt before a battle. Not fear. Not anger. Not the cold, tactical calm that Bruce had trained him to default to. Peace. He was going to fight. He was going to face the darkest wizard who'd ever lived. He was going to risk everything, his life, his friends' lives, everything he'd built and everyone he'd loved. And he was at peace because the choice had already been made. Not today, not this morning. The choice had been made 15 years ago on a doorstep by a man who'd seen a child and decided that child was worth saving. Everything since then had been preparation. And now preparation was over, and the moment was here, and Harry Potter was ready. Dumbledore's voice rang through the castle, amplified by magic, reaching every corridor and common room and hidden corner. "Hogwarts is under attack. All students below 5th year proceed immediately to the evacuation points. All staff and senior students take your defensive positions. This castle has stood for 1,000 years. It will stand today." The words were simple. The effect was electric. The castle surged, students moving with purpose, staff taking positions, the ancient building itself seeming to draw itself up, stones tightening, wards brightening, the ley lines beneath the foundations pulsing with gathered power. Harry walked to the front doors. They were massive, oak, iron-banded, enchanted, and they opened for him without being touched, swinging wide to reveal the grounds beyond. The morning was gray. The Dementors had stolen the sunrise, their presence turning the sky into a uniform, suffocating overcast. The Black Lake was dark and restless, waves that shouldn't exist in the still air breaking against the shore. The forbidden forest writhed, the trees sensing the invasion, their branches reaching and grasping, trying to resist the darkness flowing through them. And at the edge of the grounds, just beyond the ward boundary, an army. Harry saw them clearly. Death Eaters in a line, masks gleaming, wands drawn. Behind them, the Dementors, a wall of black. And behind the Dementors, the inferi, hundreds, thousands, pale shapes that moved with the wrong gait, the wrong rhythm, the terrible patience of things that didn't need to rest or eat or breathe. At the center of the line, standing slightly apart, was Voldemort. He was exactly as the visions had shown, tall, thin, pale to the point of translucence, his features flattened and distorted, more snake than human. His red eyes glowed in the gray light. He wore black robes that moved without wind. He held the Elder Wand, Dumbledore's former wand, stolen from a tomb, carrying a power that made the air hum. Wait, the Elder Wand. Harry's mind raced. Voldemort had the Elder Wand, which meant he'd found the Deathly Hallow, which meant he'd been to Dumbledore's. No. Dumbledore was alive. The wand was still. Harry turned. "Professor Dumbledore, your wand." Dumbledore looked at him. The old man's expression was calm, too calm, the expression of someone who'd already calculated the equation and accepted the answer. "He does not have my wand," Dumbledore said quietly. "He has a wand. One he believes to be the Elder Wand, a decoy placed in a location he would eventually discover, designed to give him confidence in his own superiority." A pause. The real Elder Wand is in my office, in a drawer, beside a pair of wool socks. Harry stared at him. You planted a fake Elder Wand for Voldemort to find. I planted several, actually, in various locations. One must keep busy in one's old age. Despite everything, despite the army on the doorstep and the Dementors in the sky and the dead shuffling toward the walls, Harry laughed. A real laugh, short and sharp and genuine. You magnificent old man, I do try. Voldemort's voice rolled across the grounds, amplified by dark magic, carrying the same cold clarity as the howler in the Great Hall. Hogwarts, I give you one chance. Surrender Harry Potter, open your gates. Lay down your wands, do this and I will spare your lives. Refuse and I will raze this castle to the ground and salt the earth where it stood. The silence that followed was absolute, 500 yards of open ground between the army and the castle. On the walls, students gripped their wands. Teachers steadied their nerves. The castle itself seemed to hold its breath. Harry stepped forward. He walked through the front doors, down the stone steps, onto the grounds, alone. His robes moved in the unnatural wind. His hands were empty, no wand as always. His scar was a thin white line on his forehead, carrying no magic, no connection, no one's power but his own. He walked until he was 50 yards from the castle and stopped. From here, he could see Voldemort clearly. Every detail of the ruined face, the red eyes, the pale hands wrapped around a wand that was nothing more than a stick. Tom, Harry said. His voice carried across the grounds with the projection he'd learned from Bruce, the voice that filled rooms without shouting, that commanded attention through certainty rather than volume. Your Horcruxes are destroyed, all of them. The diary, the ring, the locket, the diadem, the cup. The fragment in my scar, you are mortal, you've been mortal since the cup shattered yesterday morning. The effect on Voldemort was visible even at this distance. A ripple passed through his frame, not physical, but magical. His aura, which Harry could perceive with his trained sensitivity, flickered, destabilized. The dark wizard's eyes widened fractionally, the first genuine surprise Harry had ever seen on that inhuman face. You lie, Voldemort said, but his voice lacked conviction. I destroyed the diadem with a basilisk fang on my first morning at Hogwarts. Creature destroyed the locket with the same fang 3 days later. I destroyed the ring at the gaunt shack with Dumbledore at my side. The cup was destroyed in the Lestrange vault yesterday after we broke into Gringotts and rode a dragon through the roof. And the fragment in my scar was extracted last night by a ritual performed in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry paused. You have one sole fragment left, Tom, the one in your body. And it's the only thing keeping you alive. Voldemort was still. The Death Eaters behind him shifted, murmurs, uneasy movements, the body language of people whose faith was cracking. The Dementors continued their slow circle, indifferent to the drama below. The Inferi waited with the patience of the dead. You are a child, Voldemort said, and his voice was ice and iron, but underneath it Harry heard something he'd heard in the vision weeks ago, something that Voldemort himself might not have recognized. Fear. A clever child, trained by a muggle playing at war, you have destroyed trinkets, containers. The power they held was a fraction of my true strength. I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. You've mutilated your soul and called it immortality. You haven't conquered death, Tom. You've been running from it since you were a boy in an orphanage who was afraid of the dark. The silence that followed was catastrophic. Every Death Eater heard it. Every student on the walls heard it. The truth, the simple, devastating truth about Tom Riddle, hung in the air like a blade. Voldemort's face contorted. The mask of cold superiority shattered, and what was underneath was ugly, raw rage, bottomless fear. The face of a child who had been told the monster under the bed was real and had decided to become the monster rather than face the fear. Kill him, Voldemort said. The battle began. The first wave was Dementors. They descended like a black avalanche, hundreds of cloaked figures, eyeless, faceless, their presence draining the warmth from the air and the hope from every heart. They swept toward the castle in a wall of despair, and the temperature dropped 30 degrees in seconds. and ice formed on the stones, and the gray sky went black. Harry raised both hands. He thought of Bruce's voice saying, "I'm proud of you." He thought of Hermione's hand in his during the ritual. He thought of Ron's grin and Neville's lion and Draco's handshake and Creature standing tall over the destroyed locket and the dragon rising into the light. He thought of his mother's voice calling his name from very far away. The Patronus erupted from his palms. Not the stag, something larger. Something that filled the sky, that pushed back the Dementors with a wall of silver light so vast, it was less a spell and more a weather system. The light expanded, brightened, intensified until the Dementors screamed. A sound that no one had ever heard before, the sound of creatures that fed on despair encountering a joy so powerful it burned them. They broke. The Dementor line shattered, the black figures scattering in every direction, fleeing the light, driven back by a force that was not just magic but conviction. The concentrated, crystallized belief of a boy who had been raised in darkness and had chosen, against every instinct and every lesson, to stand in the light. Behind Harry on the castle walls, the DA saw what he'd done. And they responded. 61 wands rose and 61 voices spoke the incantation, and 61 Patronuses erupted into the sky, not as powerful as Harry's, not individually. But together they were a chorus of light that drove the remaining Dementors into full retreat. Scattering them across the highlands like leaves in a hurricane, the Dementor army was gone, the sky cleared. And on the grounds, the Death Eaters and Inferi advanced into a suddenly brighter morning. "Here they come," Ron's voice crackled through the Protean coin network. "All squads, defensive positions. Hold the lines. Remember your training." The Death Eaters hit the ward boundary and the wards held for 30 seconds, a minute, Flitwick pouring every ounce of his dueling champion's magic into the barrier. But Voldemort raised the fake Elder Wand and struck the boundary with a blast of raw dark magic that shattered the air, and the wards cracked, and the army poured through. The Inferi reached the lake approach first. Hundreds of them, pale, waterlogged corpses animated by dark magic, moving with the relentless, mechanical purpose of things that felt no pain and feared no death. They surged toward the castle in a wave of dead flesh. Seamus Finnegan's squad opened fire. The flames were spectacular. Seamus had always had a talent for combustion. It was a running joke that he couldn't cast a simple charm without something exploding, and Ron had turned that liability into an asset. The squad had trained specifically for this. Sustained, directed, overwhelming fire magic. Walls of flame erupted along the lake approach, incinerating the first rank of Inferi, driving the second rank back, creating a barrier of heat and light that the dead things couldn't cross. "Hold the fire line," Seamus shouted, his face lit orange by the blaze. "Don't let up." The Inferi pressed against the flames, mindless, relentless, their charred bodies crumbling and being replaced by fresh ones from behind. It was a war of attrition, and the Inferi had numbers. But Seamus's squad held, and when the flames faltered, Neville's reserve squad was there, pouring in reinforcements, maintaining the barrier. On the castle's west side, Death Eaters breached the outer defenses. They came in a tight formation, experienced, disciplined, shields up, curses flying. They hit Sprout's plant defenses and paid for every yard in blood and venom. The Devil's snare dragged 2 Death Eaters to the ground. The venomous tentacula lashed another across the face. And the Stranglevine dropped from an archway and wrapped around a 4th with a sound like a wet towel being wrung. But others got through. They reached the courtyard, wands blazing, and met Squad Alpha, Draco's squad, the Slytherin contingent. Defending the position, they'd been assigned with a ferocity that surprised everyone, including themselves. Draco Malfoy dueled his father's colleagues with the cold precision of someone who had been trained in dark magic his entire life, and was now using that training against the people who taught it to him. He moved through the courtyard like a blade, his spells sharp and controlled, his footwork elegant. Beside him, Daphne Greengrass held a shield charm that deflected 3 simultaneous curses, and Blaise Zabini disarmed a Death Eater with a spell so cleanly executed that McGonagall, watching from the battlements, audibly said, "Outstanding." Harry was everywhere. He moved through the battle like a force of nature, appearing at breach points, reinforcing failing positions, engaging the strongest Death Eaters in direct combat, and overwhelming them with wandless magic that they had no framework to counter. He fought differently than any wizard they'd ever faced. His attacks came from unexpected angles, through unexpected channels, without the telegraphed wand movements that trained fighters instinctively watched for. A Death Eater raised his wand to curse a fallen student. Harry appeared beside him, redirected the curse into the ground with a palm strike that channeled the spell's energy into the earth, and then dropped the Death Eater with a physical blow, a precise strike to the nerve cluster behind the ear that Bruce had taught him at age 10. The man crumpled. Harry was already moving. 2 more Death Eaters cornered Luna Lovegood against a wall. She was casting Patronuses at the Dementors overhead and hadn't seen the threat behind her. Harry hit the first with a concussive force blast that launched him into a wall. The second turned, wand raised, and Harry caught the incoming curse in his bare hand, absorbing the magic, feeling it burn through his reduced channels, converting the hostile energy into a pulse of raw force that he drove into the ground at the Death Eater's feet. The stone cracked. The man stumbled. Luna, without turning around, cast a body-bind curse over her shoulder that hit him perfectly. "Thank you, Harry," she said dreamily. "There were rackspurts around their heads, I should have noticed." Harry almost smiled. Then a curse sizzled past his ear and he was moving again. The battle raged. Time lost meaning. It could have been minutes or hours. The castle's defenses held mostly, but the sheer number of attackers was taking its toll. Squad Foxtrot was down to 3 members, the others in the hospital wing. The fire line at the lake was weakening as Seamus's squad exhausted themselves maintaining the flames. The courtyard had been breached twice, retaken twice, and was now a no-man's land of rubble and spellfire, and through it all, Voldemort waited. He stood at the forest's edge, watching, his red eyes tracking the battle with the detached interest of a chess player observing a game. He hadn't entered the fight. He was waiting for the defenses to thin, for the DA to exhaust itself, for the moment when the castle was weakest. Harry knew this because it was what he would have done. Commit your forces, wear down the enemy, and then strike at the decisive moment with overwhelming personal power. Standard strategy. Predictable. Harry was counting on it. He found Ron at the command position. A room on the 2nd floor that overlooked the grounds, the Marauders' map spread on a table, Ginny and Luna managing communications. "Status," Harry said. "We're holding, but barely. Seamus's fire line needs reinforcement. The Inferi are adapting, trying to find routes around the flames. Draco's squad took casualties in the courtyard, 2 injured, 1 serious. Hermione's doing triage in the hospital wing, but she's running low on healing potions. Voldemort. Still at the tree line, he sent in his heavies Bellatrix Lestrange, Dolohov, Rookwood, but he hasn't moved himself. He's waiting. Good, that's what I need him to do. Harry, what's the plan? The real plan, the one you haven't told anyone." Harry looked at Ron. This boy, no, this young man, who could read strategy the way poets read verse. Who had seen through Harry's public confidence to the calculation underneath. Who knew, without being told, that Harry had been holding something back. Voldemort believes his Horcruxes made him immortal. He now knows they're destroyed, which means he knows he's mortal. His response will be to end this quickly, to kill me personally, to prove to himself and his followers that he's still the most powerful wizard alive. Harry paused. "I need him to come to me, alone, on ground I've prepared." "Prepared how?" "The courtyard. I've been laying traps since the battle started, wandless enchantments in the stonework, force compression fields in the flagstones, channeling amplifiers keyed to the ley lines beneath the castle. The courtyard is a weapon. When Voldemort steps into it, I'll have every advantage I can manufacture. And then I fight him, one-on-one, and I end it." Ron was quiet for a moment. "You're weaker than you were. The ritual. I'm weaker in raw power. I'm not weaker in any other way." And power isn't what's going to beat him. What is? Harry looked out the window. The battle surged below, flashes of light, screams, the crack of spells, and the crunch of stone. People he'd trained, people he'd led, people he'd come to love were fighting and bleeding and risking their lives because they believed in something larger than their fear. He's empty, Harry said. That's always been his weakness. He split his soul so many times that there's almost nothing left. He operates on fear and rage and the desperate need to dominate. He has no love, no loyalty, no connection to any living thing. He turned back to Ron. I have all of those things, and in a fight between power and purpose, purpose wins, every time. That sounds like something your dad would say. He did say it, when I was 12 and I asked him how he beats people who are stronger than him. Ron nodded slowly. Then he straightened, and his face set into the expression Harry had learned to recognize as Ron's command mode, the mode that saw the board, calculated the odds, and moved without hesitation. I'll pull the squads back from the courtyard. Make it look like a retreat, draw Voldemort in. Neville can hold the secondary positions while you deal with the boss fight. Ron paused, and Harry, win. I intend to. They clasped hands one more time, then Harry left the command room and descended into the battle. The courtyard was a ruin. Stone blocks lay scattered, blown from the walls by curse impacts. Scorch marks scarred every surface. The fountain in the center had been shattered, water pooling on the flagstones. Bodies lay on the ground, stunned or injured mostly, dragged to cover by their squadmates. The air smelled of ozone and blood, and the acrid tang of spent magic. Harry walked into the center of the courtyard and stood still. Around him, the DA squads withdrew. Ron's orders relayed through the Protean coins, a coordinated retreat that looked like a collapse, designed to draw the enemy forward. The Death Eaters took the bait, surging into the courtyard's approaches, and then Harry felt the last piece fall into place. Voldemort entered the courtyard. He came through the main archway, robes flowing, the fake elder wand in his hand, his red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. Behind him, the Death Eaters paused, held back by an instinct, a recognition that what was about to happen was between two people and two people alone. The courtyard fell silent. The battle sounds faded to a distant murmur. The sky above was clearing, the Dementors long gone, the clouds breaking, the first real sunlight of the day slanting through the gaps. Harry and Voldemort faced each other across 30 feet of broken stone. "You've been busy," Voldemort said. His voice was steady, controlled, but Harry could hear the strain underneath. The Dark Lord's composure was a performance, a mask over a void that was deeper and more terrifying than it had ever been. 6 Horcruxes gone, 1 soul fragment remaining. He was more mortal than he'd been since he was 16 years old, and every cell of his body knew it. "I've been finishing what my parents started," Harry said. "Your parents were fools. They died screaming. My father died fighting. My mother died protecting me. There's nothing foolish about that." Voldemort's lip curled. "Sentiment, the weakness of the light. You could have been extraordinary, Potter. Raised by a muggle trained in the dark arts, powerful beyond the dreams of ordinary wizards. You could have joined me. Together we could have built what? A world where everyone is afraid of you. A world where power is the only value and love is a weakness. You already had that world, Tom. It was called your childhood. An orphanage where nobody wanted you, where nobody loved you, where the only power you had was the ability to hurt people who couldn't fight back." Harry's voice was calm, but every word was a blade. "You didn't transcend your childhood. You recreated it. You built an empire of fear because fear was the only language you knew." Something broke in Voldemort's expression. Not dramatically, a hairline fracture, a shiver beneath the surface. The truth was a weapon Harry had been trained to use, and this truth, the simple, devastating truth about who Tom Riddle really was, hit harder than any curse. "Enough," Voldemort said. He raised the wand. "Avada Kedavra." The green light exploded from the wand, the killing curse, unblockable, unsurvivable, the ultimate expression of magical destruction. It crossed the courtyard at the speed of thought, a beam of pure death aimed at Harry's heart. Harry didn't dodge, he didn't shield. He did something that no wizard in history had ever attempted. He caught the curse, not with a spell, not with a wand, with his hands. The killing curse hit his palms and stopped. Green light blazed between his fingers, the curse's energy slamming against his channeling pathways, burning through his reduced magical system with a force that would have killed anyone else instantly. Harry felt it, felt the curse's intent, its hunger, the distilled malice of a man who wanted nothing more than to end the existence of the boy standing in front of him. And Harry held it. Because the killing curse was willpower, the absolute, overwhelming will to destroy, and Harry's willpower was not weaker than Voldemort's. It was different. It was fueled by something Voldemort couldn't comprehend, the will not to destroy, but to protect. The will of a mother standing in front of a crib. The will of a man picking up a baby from a doorstep. The will of every person who had ever chosen love over power, connection over control, sacrifice over survival. The green light died. The curse collapsed, its energy dissipating into the courtyard's enchanted flagstones, absorbed by the ley line amplifiers Harry had placed. The stone beneath his feet glowed, not green, but gold. The castle's own magic channeled upward, reinforcing him, feeding him power from the ancient heart beneath the foundations. Voldemort stared. His wand hand trembled. His red eyes were wide with something that in any other face would have been terror. "How?" he whispered. "You can't kill what you don't understand," Harry said, "and you have never understood love." He moved. The fight that followed was not a duel. Dueling was an art form structured, ritualized, bound by conventions and courtesies. This was combat. Raw, brutal, primal. Two wizards with fundamentally incompatible visions of reality trying to impose their will on each other through the medium of magic. Voldemort was powerful. Even without the real Elder Wand, even with his soul fragmentary, he was the most magically gifted wizard of his generation. His curses came fast, killing curses, cruciatus, blasting hexes, dark magic that Harry didn't have names for. He fought with the desperate savagery of a man who could feel his own mortality closing in, and his desperation made him dangerous. Harry fought differently. He didn't trade spell for spell, he couldn't afford to, with his reduced capacity. Instead, he fought the way Bruce had taught him, using the environment, exploiting position, turning the enemy's strength against him. Every flagstone in the courtyard was a trap. Voldemort stepped forward, and the stone beneath his foot erupted with a force compression field that staggered him sideways, into the path of a channeling amplifier that Harry triggered from 10 feet away. A blast of ley line energy that hit the Dark Lord like a freight train. Voldemort shielded, barely, and counterattacked with a wave of dark fire that Harry redirected into the broken fountain, converting the flames to steam that filled the courtyard with a blinding fog. Harry moved through the fog like he'd been born in it. Voldemort couldn't see him, but Harry could feel the Dark Lord's magical signature, the cold, sharp presence that was unmistakable even without the scar connection. He struck from the fog, a concussive blast that caught Voldemort in the ribs, a channeled pulse that disrupted his shield for a fraction of a second, a physical strike, Bruce's training, the body as a weapon, that connected with Voldemort's wand arm and sent the fake Elder Wand spinning. Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure primal fury, and his magic erupted without the wand. Raw, uncontrolled, devastating. The fog exploded outward, the courtyard walls cracked. Harry was thrown backward, hitting the ground hard, the impact driving the air from his lungs. He rolled, came up, channeled. Force through his palms, shaped into a blade, driven at Voldemort's unprotected torso. Voldemort caught it. Not with his hands, with his magic. A shield of pure dark energy that absorbed Harry's attack and reflected it back amplified. Harry dove, the reflected blast tearing the stone where he'd been standing, and came up running. They circled each other. The fog was clearing. The courtyard was a disaster, craters in the stone, walls half collapsed, the air thick with dust and magical residue. On the battlements above, students and staff watched in frozen silence. "You can't win," Voldemort said. He was breathing hard, the first time Harry had seen the Dark Lord physically exerted. You're weaker than you were. I felt the fragment leave you. You sacrificed your greatest advantage. I sacrificed a piece of you. That's not an advantage. That's a parasite. Power is power. You had it. You chose to give it up for what? For purity. For the illusion of a clean soul. For freedom. For the ability to look at the world without your eyes. For the right to feel something other than your fear. Voldemort raised his hand. Wandless magic, his reserves were deep, even diminished by the Horcrux losses. A killing curse formed in his palm, green light pooling like liquid poison. He wasn't aiming it at Harry. He was aiming it at the battlements, at the students. Surrender, Voldemort said softly. Or I kill them all, one by one, starting with the mudblood girl. Harry went cold, not the cold of fear, the cold of absolute clarity. The crystalline, razor-sharp focus that Bruce called the 0 point. The state beyond emotion, beyond calculation, where thought and action merged into a single, unified response. Hermione was on the battlements. She'd come up from the hospital wing to watch. She was standing at the rail, her face white, her hands gripping the stone. Beside her, Ron. Beside him, Neville. Behind them, the DA 61 students who had learned to fight, who had chosen to stand, who were watching the final confrontation and refusing to look away. Voldemort aimed. Harry moved, not toward Voldemort. Upward. He channeled every remaining ounce of power through his legs and launched himself into the air, not flight, not levitation, but a single explosive leap that carried him 15 feet off the ground and directly into the path of the killing curse. The curse hit him, green light. The world stopped. For an infinite, crystalline instant, Harry Potter hung suspended between the ground and the sky, between life and death, between the boy he'd been and whatever came next. And then the impossible happened. The killing curse passed through him, through the space where the Horcrux had been, through the void left by the ritual, the gap in his magical core, the hollow where Voldemort's soul fragment had lived for 15 years. The curse, Voldemort's curse, powered by Voldemort's magic, found the resonance of its creator's soul and followed it, passing through Harry like light through glass, and struck back toward its source. The reflected curse hit Voldemort in the chest. The Dark Lord's eyes went wide. The green light enveloped him, his own magic, his own intent, his own will to destroy turned back upon itself. He opened his mouth to scream, to curse, to speak one final word, but nothing came out. The will that had sustained him for 70 years, that had split his soul 7 times, that had conquered death and been conquered in return, that will broke. Tom Riddle fell. He hit the courtyard stones with a sound that was shockingly mundane, the thud of a body, just a body, mortal and breakable and empty. He lay on his back, red eyes fading to brown, his natural color, the color of the boy he'd been before the darkness took him, and his face in death was not terrible. It was young, confused, frightened. Harry landed. The impact jarred his bones, sent pain shooting through every joint, but he stayed on his feet. He walked to where Tom Riddle lay and looked down at the man who had murdered his parents, who had terrorized a generation, who had spent his entire life running from death. Death had caught him anyway. It always did. It was the one truth Tom Riddle had never been able to accept, that mortality was not a weakness. It was the thing that gave life meaning. Harry knelt beside the body. He closed Tom Riddle's eyes, then he stood and turned and looked at the army. The Death Eaters were frozen. Their master lay dead on the ground, and the teenagers on the walls were alive and defiant. And the war, the decades-long war that had consumed the wizarding world, was over. One by one, the Death Eaters lowered their wands. Bellatrix Lestrange was the last. She stood in the archway, her wild eyes fixed on Voldemort's body, her face contorted with grief and rage and the particular madness of a fanatic watching their god die. She raised her wand at Harry, at the castle, at the sky. Neville Longbottom hit her with a stunning spell from the battlements. She fell like a stone. The courtyard was still. The battle was over. The war was over. And on the broken stones of Hogwarts courtyard, surrounded by rubble and ruin and the stunned silence of 500 witnesses, Harry Potter stood alone in the sunlight and breathed. The aftermath was chaos of the best kind, the chaos of relief, of joy, of people who had survived something terrible and were just beginning to understand that they had. Students poured from the castle. The DA members descended from their positions, some laughing, some crying, some doing both. The injured were carried to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey and Hermione worked side by side with the efficiency of people who'd been preparing for this. The captured Death Eaters were bound, disarmed, and guarded by a detail of suits of armor who took to the task with mechanical enthusiasm. Sirius found Harry in the courtyard. The man was disheveled, scratched, his wand hand singed from battle. He'd been fighting on the western approach alongside Lupin, and they'd held their position against a dozen Death Eaters with the coordinated ferocity of men who'd been fighting together since they were teenagers. "You caught a killing curse," Sirius said. His voice was hoarse, his eyes were wild. "You caught it with your hands. It's more complicated than that. It really isn't. You're James's son. He'd have done exactly the same stupid, brilliant, impossible thing. And my mother's son. And Lily's. God, yes, that stubbornness, that absolute refusal to die when it would be convenient, that's pure Lily." Sirius pulled him into a hug, fiercer than the first one, tighter, the embrace of a man who had just watched his godson face death and come back. "I'm okay," Harry said. "You're grounded. For the rest of your life, I'm telling Bruce. Bruce will agree with the tactics. Bruce will have a heart attack and then agree with the tactics." Dumbledore appeared. He moved through the courtyard like a man walking through a dream, his old face carrying an expression that Harry had never seen on him, not joy, not relief, but something deeper. Release. The expression of someone who'd been holding a weight so long they'd forgotten what their body felt like without it. "It's done," Dumbledore said softly, looking at the covered form that had been Tom Riddle. "After all these years, it's done. How do you feel?" Harry considered the question. His body was battered, bruised, drained, every muscle aching from the exertion of the battle and the incomprehensible strain of catching a killing curse. His magical core was depleted, not empty, but low, like a battery that needed recharging. His mind was clear. His heart was full. That was the only word for it. Full in a way he'd never experienced, crowded with emotions he'd spent 15 years learning to suppress. Joy, relief, grief, love, exhaustion, triumph, and underneath them all, a quiet, steady certainty that the world had shifted on its axis and would never be the same. "I feel human," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes shimmered. "That, my dear boy, is the bravest thing you've said all day." The sun climbed. The morning warmed. Hogwarts stood, damaged but unbroken, its ancient walls scarred by battle and its heart beating stronger than ever. The ley lines pulsed beneath the foundations, clean, powerful, flowing with an energy that seemed, to Harry's senses, almost joyful. The castle was happy. If a 1,000-year-old magical building could feel happiness, Hogwarts was feeling it now. Students and staff gathered in the great hall, which had been miraculously undamaged. The castle's defenses had protected its heart, even as its extremities took punishment. The house tables were pushed aside, replaced by a single long table where Gryffindors sat with Slytherins, Ravenclaws with Hufflepuffs, teachers with students, the old divisions dissolved by shared danger and shared victory. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione. Across from them, Neville and Draco. Beside Draco, Luna. Beside Luna, Ginny. The core of the DA, together, alive, breathing, eating sandwiches that the house elves had produced with frantic speed and apparent delight. Creature appeared at Harry's elbow. The old elf was different, straighter, cleaner, wearing a fresh pillowcase that he'd apparently ironed himself. Around his neck, on the same chain that had once held the locket, hung a small golden badge. Harry recognized it, the DA's emblem, the coin Hermione had charmed, mounted as a pendant. Creature fought, the elf said with quiet dignity. In the kitchens. Death Eaters tried to enter through the service passages. Creature and the other elves drove them back. He paused. Creature has fulfilled his duty to Hogwarts. You've done more than that, Creature. You've done Master Regulus proud. Creature's enormous eyes filled with tears. He bowed, low, formal, the bow of a house elf who had found, after a lifetime of servitude, something worth serving by choice. The hall filled with noise. Laughter, conversation, the clink of glasses, the clatter of plates. People telling stories, already mythologizing the battle, shaping the chaos of combat into narratives that could be understood and shared. Harry listened and let the sounds wash over him, and felt, for the first time in his life, that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Hermione leaned against his shoulder. Not dramatically, just a gentle pressure, the weight of a person who was tired and happy and wanted to be close to someone she cared about. Harry let her lean. He didn't stiffen, didn't calculate, didn't analyze. He just let it happen. Ron was talking to Neville about the battle, animated, gestural, reliving the tactical decisions with the enthusiasm of someone who had just played the most important chess game of his life, and won. Neville was listening with a patient smile that held the quiet pride of a commander who'd held his position and knew it. Draco sat slightly apart, eating a sandwich with the careful precision of someone who was still adjusting to the idea that he belonged at this table. But he was here. He'd fought. He'd chosen. Luna was telling Ginny about a creature she'd spotted during the battle, something that almost certainly didn't exist. And Ginny was listening with the fond exasperation of someone who'd given up trying to separate Luna's reality from everyone else's, and had decided that Luna's version was more interesting anyway. Harry looked at them all, his people, his team. His family, not the family he'd been born to, though their blood ran in his veins and their sacrifice was the foundation of everything he'd become. Not the family that had raised him, though Bruce and Alfred and Zatanna and Dick and Tim were as present in his heart as they'd ever been. A new family. One he'd chosen, one that had chosen him. One built not on blood or obligation, but on the simple, radical, endlessly courageous act of showing up. The communication device pulsed in his pocket. Harry pulled it out. Harry. Bruce's voice was rough, rougher than Harry had ever heard it. I'm watching the news feeds, magical and muggle. There are reports a battle at a castle in Scotland. It's over, Dad. He's gone. Voldemort is dead. Silence. Long, absolute silence. Then a sound that Harry had never heard from Bruce Wayne, not in 15 years, not in the depths of the cave, not in the darkest moments of their shared life. Bruce was crying, not dramatically, not loudly. Just the sound of a man who'd spent 15 years preparing his son for a war and had just learned his son survived it. The quiet, broken, beautiful sound of relief so profound it overwhelmed every defense. I told you, Harry said softly. I promised. I know. Bruce's voice was wrecked. I know you did. I'm coming home soon, but not yet. There are things to do here first, people to take care of. Take your time. Alfred's making your room up. He's been making it up every day since you left. Tell him I love him. Tell him yourself. He's standing right here. He's... A pause, the sound of a handkerchief being produced. He's fine. We're all fine. I love you, Dad. I love you, son. I love you so much. The device went dark. Harry held it against his chest. Around him, the great hall buzzed with life and noise, and the ordinary, extraordinary miracle of people being alive. Hogwarts healed. Not immediately, not in a day or a week. But the process began the moment the battle ended, and it continued with the patient, relentless persistence of life refusing to accept damage as permanent. The walls were repaired. Not by magic alone, students and staff worked side by side, carrying stones, mixing mortar, doing the physical labor that healing sometimes required. The courtyard was rebuilt. The grounds were restored. The suits of armor returned to their pedestals, slightly dented, carrying themselves with the particular swagger of veterans. Pettigrew's trial concluded. Sirius Black was formally, legally, completely exonerated. The Daily Prophet ran the story on the front page, and for once they got it right. Fudge fell. Not dramatically. He simply became untenable, his credibility destroyed by the cascade of failures his administration had presided over. He resigned on a Tuesday, and Amelia Bones was appointed interim minister, and the wizarding world began, slowly and painfully, the process of confronting what it had allowed to happen. Umbridge was arrested. The recording Harry had made was one of several pieces of evidence presented to the Wisengamot, and her conviction for the torture of students using a prohibited dark artifact was swift and unanimous. Crouch's testimony helped, the broken Death Eater turned witness, his intelligence dissected and verified, his cooperation noted by a court that was learning, grudgingly, that redemption was possible even for those who'd done terrible things. Flora Caro was adopted by a Hogwarts family. Not the Weasleys, though Molly offered, loudly and with characteristic force. Flora chose Professor Sprout, who had been watching over her with quiet, persistent kindness since learning of her situation. The herbology professor and the rescued girl moved into a cottage on the grounds, and on spring mornings, Harry would see them in the greenhouse, working side by side, Flora's hands in the earth and a smile on her face that was still new enough to surprise her. Kreacher entered Harry's service formally, not as a bound elf, but as a free one who chose to serve. Harry offered him wages, days off, and the right to refuse any order. Kreacher accepted the wages and the days off with dignified suspicion, and used his first day off to iron all of Harry's clothes, which he said were a disgrace to the House of Black. Griffook received the Sword of Gryffindor in a formal ceremony that was, by Goblin standards, the equivalent of a state dinner. The sword's return didn't solve Goblin-Wizard relations overnight. 7 centuries of grievance couldn't be addressed by a single gesture, but it opened a door. Other conversations followed, slowly, awkwardly, with the painful but necessary process of 2 species learning to see each other as equals. Snape resigned from teaching at the end of the year. He said it was because he was tired. Everyone who knew him understood it was because the war that had defined his life was over, and the purpose that had sustained him through 20 years of double agency had been fulfilled. He moved to a small house in the north of England, where he brewed experimental potions and received, once a week without fail, a letter from Harry that he never answered but never threw away. Dumbledore continued as headmaster. But he was different, lighter, less burdened, more inclined to delegate and trust and let go. He and Harry developed a relationship that was part mentorship, part friendship, part the complicated, evolving connection between 2 people who had begun as adversaries and ended as allies. The DA continued too, not as a militia, the war was over, as a club, a teaching circle. A community that crossed house lines and blood status and all the other divisions the wizarding world used to sort itself into manageable categories. Students who'd fought together in the battle found that the bonds formed under fire didn't dissolve in peacetime. They deepened. They grew. They became the foundation of something new. Ron was offered a position with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Strategic Division, contingent on his completing his education. He accepted with the casual confidence of someone who'd always known he was meant for something, but hadn't been told what until now. Hermione continued her wandless training. Within 6 months, she could channel through her body with a precision that Zatanna described as annoyingly close to professional. She also completed her OWL. S with the highest marks in Hogwarts history, because Hermione Granger didn't believe in choosing between excellence in one area and another. Neville became the DA's permanent instructor. Not its leader, he insisted Harry retain that title, even in absentia, but its heart. The boy who couldn't vanish a snail became the man who taught a generation to believe in themselves, and his Patronus, the lion, massive and luminous, became the DA's unofficial symbol. Draco Malfoy carved a new path. It wasn't easy. The Malfoy name carried weight, and not all of it was redeemable. But Draco was learning what Harry had told him on that first evening in the corridor, that the choice mattered more than the name. He worked alongside Neville in the DA. He rebuilt relationships within Slytherin. He visited his father in Azkaban once a month, and those visits were, according to Draco, the hardest thing I've ever done and the most important. Luna Lovegood remained exactly Luna Lovegood. The war hadn't changed her because Luna operated on a frequency that war couldn't reach. She continued to see things others didn't, believe in things others wouldn't, and approach the world with a gentle, unshakable certainty that there was more to reality than what could be measured and tested. She was, Harry decided, the sanest person he'd ever met. On a morning in early spring, Harry stood at the edge of the Black Lake. The water was still. The mountains beyond were white-capped with the last of the winter snow. The sky was clear, blue deep, the kind of sky that made you feel like the world was wider than you'd been told. He was leaving today. Not forever. Hogwarts was home now, in a way he hadn't anticipated and couldn't deny. But he was going back to Gotham. Back to Bruce, to Alfred, to the cave beneath the manor and the city that never stopped needing saving. There was a life there, too. A life he'd put on hold to fight a war, and now the war was over and the life was waiting. He heard footsteps behind him. Two sets. Familiar, Ron and Hermione stood on either side of him, looking out at the lake. They didn't speak for a while. They didn't need to. "You'll come back," Hermione said. "Not a question. I'll come back, good, because I'm not finished learning wandless magic and you're the only teacher I trust not to let me take shortcuts. You don't take shortcuts." "Exactly, so don't let me start." Ron was quiet. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his tall frame silhouetted against the morning light, and his expression was thoughtful in the way that meant he was processing something significant. "Harry," Ron said, "when you first got here, that first night at the feast, I thought you were the scariest person I'd ever met. No wand, no smile, sitting there like a weapon someone had left on a bench." Accurate description. "Shut up, I'm being emotional. My point is, you're not that person anymore. Or you are, but you're also something else, something the scary person didn't know how to be." "What's that?" Ron looked at him. His blue eyes were steady and warm, carrying the simple, unshakable affection of someone who had decided a long time ago that this friendship was permanent and was not interested in revisiting the decision. "A friend," Ron said. "A really good friend." Harry looked at Ron and then at Hermione and the fist in his chest, the one that had been trying to open since his first night at Hogwarts, the one that had cracked during the ring, had widened during the ritual, had burst open during the battle. That fist was gone. Replaced by something that had no walls, no defenses, no architecture, just warmth, just connection, just the ordinary, extraordinary experience of loving people and being loved by them. "Thank you," Harry said, "both of you, for everything." Hermione took his left hand. Ron put a hand on his right shoulder. They stood at the edge of the lake, three people who had walked into each other's lives by chance and stayed by choice, and the morning was quiet and the water was still and the world, for the first time in a very long time, was at peace. Harry turned from the lake. He walked toward the castle one last time, through the repaired doors, across the rebuilt courtyard, past the suits of armor who straightened as he passed. Students called out to him, greetings, farewells, thanks that he accepted with the awkward grace of someone who was still learning to be seen as a person rather than a weapon. At the gate, a car was waiting. Not a magical car, a black sedan, immaculate, driven by a man in a perfectly pressed suit who stood beside the open rear door with an expression of patient, imperturbable devotion. "Alfred," Harry said, "Master Harry, I trust you've had a pleasant term. You could say that. Your room is prepared. I've taken the liberty of stocking it with several texts on advanced magical theory that Miss Zatara recommended, as well as a new set of training clothes, as your previous set was, I'm told, destroyed during an encounter with a dragon." "That's accurate. Quite. Master Bruce is waiting in the car. He has not slept in 3 days and is pretending otherwise. I would appreciate if you didn't mention it." "I won't." Harry climbed into the car. Bruce was in the back seat, wearing a suit, looking exactly as he always did, controlled, composed, the most dangerous man in any room disguised as the most boring. But his eyes, gray and tense, carrying the particular warmth he only showed when they were alone, found Harry's and didn't let go. "Hey, Dad." "Hey, kid." They sat together in the back of the car as Alfred pulled away from the castle. Hogwarts receded in the rear window, growing smaller, its towers catching the morning light, its walls ancient and scarred and unbreakable. Harry watched it until it disappeared around a bend, and then he turned forward. The road ahead was long. The world was wide. There were things to do, people to help, injustices to address. There always would be, because that was the nature of the world and the nature of the people who refused to accept it. But for now, in the back of a car on a spring morning, a boy who had been raised in shadow sat beside the man who taught him everything and drove toward a future that was, for the first time, entirely his own, no prophecy. No mission, no war, just Harry, and that was enough. The car drove south. The sun climbed, and in a castle in the Scottish Highlands, the ley lines pulsed with clean, bright energy, and the ancient stones hummed with the memory of the boy who'd walked through their halls and learned, against every odd, to be human. The story of the boy who lived was over. The story of the man he became was just beginning.